Chapter 321. Not surprising. When traveling, it is inevitable to have one bumpy dream after another. Except for a short break in Shuiyang town and a half-minute stop every 2 hours to solve 3 urgent problems. The rest of the time, everyone was quiet and well-behaved in the car, including at night. After changing horses at the post station, they hurried on and drove madly under the cover of night. On the 4th day, they bypassed the outer city of Yingtian Prefecture. On the evening of the 6th day, they arrived at the port of Songjiang Songqing. It was dark and quiet all around. But what was surprising was that just being in this time and space, one could taste a bit of order from this quietness. After receiving the order, Xianjin and Hingxi got off the car one after another. Seeing this scene, Xianjin suddenly felt palpitations, and the sound of bang 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 in his chest resounded through the sky. The sky was silent, and the river was vast. The big ship and the sparks, the towering masts and the busy and silent sailors. On the calm river, more than 20 Guang ships with one mast and multiple sails were anchored in the inner bank of the port one after another, rising and falling with the undercurrent of the river. The first 3 Guang ships were a whole model larger than the next dozen, as tall as a building, with a pointed bottom, a wide top, and a high top, looking like a phoenix standing with its head held high. Shocked. There was nothing else to say except shock. Xianjin turned his eyes away. The port should be cleared, and there were officials in official uniforms or uniformly dressed people walking fast with their heads down. Are they guards? Xianjin supported Hingxi and Liang, who had been sitting in the carriage for 6 or 7 days, sleeping drowsily every day and waking up in a daze. Now his mind was dull, and his eyes were staring blankly at the row of men wearing blue satin uniforms with their heads down. Those are eunuchs. A voice sounded from behind. Xianjin shuddered and turned around. It was Qiao Hui, wearing a scarlet official uniform with a leopard embroidered on the patch, striding forward with a majestic and powerful sword. Among the 5th-rank civil officials wearing green robes, he looked majestic and tall. Xianjin was a business girl. She searched and searched in her poor and scarce historical knowledge. It seems that there is a saying that only those above the 3rd rank can wear scarlet robes. A 20-year-old 3rd-rank military general strode forward from the starry sky. Xianjin's brain, which needed a rest, froze for a moment. In the frozen state, for some reason, she wanted to walk forward and spread her arms around Qiao Hui. The wind from the river blew past, and Xianjin shivered. She regained her senses and suddenly remembered that night when she was still awake. In her daze, she saw Qiao Hui, who had already walked out of the door, suddenly turn over and jump into the room through the window. He did nothing but squatted in the corner and looked at her behind the curtain with burning eyes. While Xianjin was experiencing this inexplicable inner monologue, Qiao Hui had already walked to her side. The eunuchs in the palace have some strange tempers. Don't stare at them. Looking at them too closely will make them angry. Qiao Hui stood beside her, took down the 2 large boxes of luggage from the back of the carriage, and handed them to the guards behind him. The guard behind him poked his head out from behind Qiao Hui. He was young, but his eyes were bright, and he looked a little curious. He quickly put his middle finger on his lips, then stretched out his palm and waved it from the back to the front of his head, and finally pinched his earlobe. This action is a bit familiar. Xianjin smiled and nodded. Qiao Hui pretended to kick the boy's knee. Don't make trouble. Send the luggage to the ship first. Remember, it's the Imao ship. Hengxi leaned against Xianjin and pulled his sleeves. Xianjin woke up as if from a dream, and turned sideways to introduce to Hengxi. Qiao Hui, the eldest son of Qiao Shancheng. He introduced Hengxi again. Boss Hung of Hengxi, also known as the 5th lady. Qiao Hui nodded. Boss Hung. Then he slowly moved his eyes away from Hengxi's limbs that were about to stick to Xianjin's arm. A group of eunuchs carrying large boxes passed by behind him, and Qiao Hui casually stretched out his hand to protect Xianjin. Let's get on the boat first. Please don't delay the auspicious time calculated by the Hua Temple. Just saved Xianjin's arm from Hengxi's hand, and occupied a powerful position by the way, guarding Xianjin's right arm, which was a must-have for military strategists. Xianjin smiled and said, Does Princess Bian believe in Buddhism? Qiao Hui raised the corner of his lips, neither saying yes nor no. There are a total of 304 people going to see this time, and many of them believe in Buddhism. Well, it was not easy to travel in ancient times, and you had to have a belief to support you, so as not to curse the heavens for lacking a father and a mother when you encounter rough seas. Xiao Hui walked slowly and unhurriedly to the right front of Xian Jin, half a step away, and introduced the itinerary in a hoarse but weighted voice. We will go down along the Yangtze River, then turn to Jiananhai Road. Go south along the mouth of the Minjiang River, cross the Minjiang River waterway, and arrive at Fuzhou Prefecture. We are almost at the middle and lower reaches of the fleet. Xiao Hui stopped in front of a pier, with a big sign email hanging on the hull. Xian Jin held the rope tightly with both hands and stepped on the pier to go up. Xiao Hui stretched out his hand. Hold. Xian Jin was like being electrocuted, and quickly pulled his hand back from the hemp rope. What are you doing? There are so many people. Xiao Hui shrugged. The boat is high. I'm afraid you will slip and lose your grip, fall into the water, and become a proud long-haired water monkey, dominating under the Yangtze River and rebelling against Tian Gang. Xian Jin, thank you for describing the drowning death so vividly. Xiao Hui's familiar formula of talking nonsense made Xian Jin feel more comfortable. Xian Jin tightened the hemp rope and pouted. Go to hell. The strong bones trained by Ba Duanjin allowed Xian Jin to quickly climb up the window board in 2 steps. A soft and delicate voice came from behind. Hold. Xian Jin turned around and saw the little girl from Hengshi pouting and almost reaching her hand into Xian Jin's mouth. Xian Jin smiled and held the little girl's delicate hand. You are almost there. And you are still acting like a spoiled child? Hengshi took 2 big steps and threw herself into Xian Jin's arms, mumbling, the pier is so slippery. I'm scared. Xiao Hui. Damn. When you threw yourself into someone's arms, you jumped higher than a monkey. You're scared? You're afraid of nothing. And Xiao Hui swore that when Xian Jin held her hand just now, this Hanwu girl definitely must have glanced at him with her eyes, looking like a spoiled, smug ghost. The waves on the river were hitting the rocks. Xiao Hui narrowed his eyes, fixed his gaze on a small ship not far away, and said casually, TSK. I heard that there is a cabin vacant on the Yibing. Hengshi tightened his grip and gritted his teeth in anger. You are amazing for abusing your power for personal gain. Xiao Hui took the 2 of them to visit the Imao. The ship was much larger than Xian Jin had imagined, but much smaller than the 3 large ships at the head. There was only 1 cabin, and hundreds of boxes of various sizes were placed in the hull and under the bow, all sealed with large copper locks. Xian Jin didn't ask, and Xiao Hui didn't say anything. The 2 walked in tacitly. There were 4 young girls dressed as maids in green robes, standing in 2 rows at the cabin porch. No one in the negotiation group is allowed to bring personal servants, attendants or guards. Xiao Hui stood sideways behind them. This ship can only accommodate the 2 of you, so there are only 4 palace servants to take care of your food and daily life. Don't move. Look or ask about the things placed under the boat. Just tell others that it's rice paper. Xian Jin nodded. Hengshi narrowed his eyes. Then where is our rice paper actually stored? Rice paper needs to be preserved with lime powder, especially when sailing at sea. It is most afraid of moisture. Xiao Hui didn't look at Hengshi. On the Yin ship, all the rice paper is wrapped in waterproof oily yellow paper, and lime powder is placed to absorb moisture. Charcoal is burned regularly in the cabin. It is the ship of similar size next to it. The 2 ships are very close, and there are even grooves on the boats, last, that are specially carved out for the convenience of placing walking pedals. Then where do you live? Xian Jin asked. Xiao Hui said, Yin ship. Hengshi's mouth corners distorted. Haha. Not surprising at all. Chapter 322 Pregnant. After a round of the cabin, Xiao Hui led the 2 of them, and Li Sanshun, who was waiting below, to kowtow to the Grand Princess Bayan. Xian Jin thought that they were just insignificant merchants, and would never see the Grand Princess Bayan. However, as soon as they boarded the ship, they were led around several times by a bearded man who was bigger than Xiao Hui and entered the bottom cabin. The cabin was made of high-quality fir wood, with hexagonal palace lanterns hanging high under the window frames and a shoe embroidery screen behind the door. One could only look at the rich and magnificent appearance inside, but could not see the true appearance at all. Well, no one dared to peek at her true appearance. There were 2 ruthless guards standing on the left and right of the door, not daring to peek at the rumored eldest princess. Xian Jin could only glance at the bearded man several times. The bearded man turned his back, used the back of his head to hide his shyness, and said in a low voice to Qiao Baoyuan, who was standing gracefully beside him, Your wife is looking at me. Qiao Hui raised the corner of his mouth, turned his head slightly, and said in a very low voice, "She is not my wife yet." Pause. Then don't move. It's not convenient for her to observe if you sway back and forth. Bearded man. Dr. Chiu. Dr. Chiu. Help me. I really need you now. I'm getting pissed off. After a while, a civil servant in his early 40s, wearing a scarlet robe with a heron embroidered on it, came out from the inner room and nodded to Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui bowed and returned the greeting. Duke Anhua. The Duke Anhua mentioned by Xiao Hui smiled and answered. Glancing behind Xiao Hui, a thin and tall girl with an old farmer in coarse linen and a blushing little girl, then smiled and tried to pat Xiao Hui on the shoulder. You are really like your father. Your father probably likes to help poor children. And you are also a person who doesn't care about meat or vegetables. You need to be cautious in what you do. Since you are from a noble family, you need to be proud, self-respecting, and self-respecting. Xiao Hui moved aside, his eyes carrying a bit of coldness. What a shitty family. Hundreds of years ago, everyone was just a mud leg digging for food in the fields. Duke Anhua was not annoyed, and smiled and retracted his outstretched hand very naturally. You'd better go in with this dog temper. The Grand Princess is waiting. Xiao Hui walked past Duke Anhua and entered with Xian Jin, Hengxi, and Li Sanshun. Xian Jin kept his head down, knelt down with everyone, kowtowed together, and sang loudly, Greetings to Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess. May everything be auspicious. Stand up. Princess Bayan was sitting on the pearwood armchair at the top, wearing a complicated and gorgeous 16-piece black skirt with gold foil, a lighter colored jacket, and a brocade dress with a crimson-red faux pattern. Her headpiece, earrings, and wrist ornaments were all inlaid with large rubies. It was completely different from the black linen clothes she wore on the mountain 3 years ago. It was as if all the wealth and honor in the world were piled on this person. Xian Jin raised his head quickly, but before he could see the face clearly, he immediately lowered his head. The invisible pressure made her a little breathless, the current #1 person who was born into the royal family. Even if he didn't speak, people dared not breathe. It was not so much the suppression brought by blood, but the majesty and momentum that came with being in a superior position for a long time. Xian Jin. A faint voice with a smile came from the top. The voice was very light, as if it came from the horizon. The world is impermanent. I never thought I would have the chance to see you again. Princess Bayan asked the three to stand up and answer. Xian Jin wanted to cry for no reason, half lowered her head and blinked hard, holding back the inexplicable tears. It was really strange. Last time, after the mountain bandits were quelled, when Princess Bayan left, she also wanted to cry. Obviously she was never a crybaby. Xian Jin, have not formally thanked the Grand Princess for saving my life. Xian Jin knelt down with a thump, kowtowed 3 times sincerely, and then got up quickly. I kept my mouth shut about what happened back then, and I didn't tell you until my teacher returned home. This time, I have the honor of meeting the Grand Princess again, which is a great honor that I can't ask for in a lifetime. Hengxi and Li Sanshun were stunned. They always knew that Xian Jin was powerful, but no one thought that she was so powerful that she had a relationship with the Grand Princess Bayan. Hengxi thought more. Her father really deserved it. It was a miracle that he managed to keep his life. I heard that you left your original master's family and started your own business. Princess Bayan asked casually. Xian Jin replied respectfully, Your Highness. It happened last year. She didn't complain at all, and answered whatever was asked. Princess Bayan nodded. Have you thought about what to do in the future? Xian Jin answered immediately. Not yet. For the future, we have to wait until this negotiation and then think carefully about what to do. Princess Bayan smiled. Her eyes flashed with joy. You are so smart. No wonder Master Xiao likes you. Xiao Hui's ears suddenly turned red. Princess Bayan said 2 or 3 more words casually, saying that the sea route to be taken on this trip was wide and flat, and there were large ships with strong ability to withstand wind and waves, so there was no need to worry too much. Xian Jin nodded in agreement. Princess Bayan glanced at the clock and asked Xiao Hui to take the people down. Before leaving, Xian Jin mustered up his courage and quickly glanced at Princess Bayan's face. Smooth and full forehead, black and shiny hair and eyebrows, high and slightly humped nose, very beautiful, gorgeous and aggressive, and finally overlapped with the beautiful and heroic appearance in memory. As soon as Xian Jin and his party got off the boat, the leading horn blew loudly. Xiao Hui sent Xian Jin back to the boat and hurriedly went ashore to command and settle down. Hengshi blinked and said softly, "The Grand Princess calculated the time. We are the last group of people she met before she set off." Even though Hengshi had never dealt with the government office in person, he knew that even if it was only the 4th-rank prefect Xiong who led the team to set off, it would be impossible for everyone to meet each other, let alone the current #1 person in the world. It's Xianjin's face. Hengshi was a little excited thinking about it. Leaning on the window frame in the southeast corner. "The Grand Princess must like you very much." Xianjin smiled. "Maybe it's because of Master Qiao's favor." Hengshi frowned and shook her head. "No. I just like you very much. If it's because of Master Qiao's favor, it would be very generous to just ask us to kowtow on the board. She wouldn't have to meet us in person and talk to us aimlessly. This person of honor never talks nonsense." The words just now were rambling, and there was no purpose or code at all. Well, it was like a powerful sister who met a familiar sister and chatted casually, easily and calmly. Xianjin scratched his head and tilted his head in a happy mood. She didn't know why. Twice. Every time she met with Princess Bayan, she always easily burst into bitter tears and couldn't help wanting to get close to her. Even if she got closer to talk, she could still feel extremely happy and comforted. She was used to life and death in the later life, and developed a habit that was both good and bad. That is, her relationship with others was a little passive. For example, Chun Fu. Because Chun Fu showed his true love for his stepfather, Xianjin dared to go through fire and water for his stepfather. For example, Qin Jianfang. She also had a moment of affection for him. In Xianjin's view, secular resistance was like sea foam, which could not stop the Little Mermaid, let alone her. A national-level Ba Duanjin player. Why did this relationship inevitably end in misery? Because of Qin Jianfang's waiting. Because of the gap between the two. And because of her passivity and indifference. She needed to see the other party's complete, strong, and choking sincerity before she dared to take out her heart. Perhaps it was because the surgeries she underwent in later life were too frequent and brutal. So she valued her hard-earned heart very much. But for Princess Bayan, Xianjin took the initiative to get close to her, and couldn't help wanting to get closer to her. Closer. Is it because of admiration for the strong? Xianjin pursed his lips. Maybe. The ships were awakened by the horn, and they sailed downstream along the surging Yangtze River one after another. Hengshi saw the big scarlet robe standing on the bow of the inn next door, with his hands behind his back, and said affirmatively, "Lord Qiao must like you very much too." Xianjin immediately jumped up. "Nonsense. We are friends. This is the first time that a 3rd-rank official has personally received me." Hengshi had no expression on his face. "We are friends. Good friends." Xianjin emphasized again. "This is the first time that a 3rd-rank official has personally received me in a nice, patient, and polite way. We are close friends. Close friends. Do you understand? Like Su Dongpa and Foyan. Su Dongpa and Huaimin. Li Bai and Wan Luan. Tao Yuanming and Fish. Su Dongpa and Foyan have a yin-yang relationship. And with Huaimin, they have a relationship where he wakes people up in the middle of the night. Li Bai and Wan Luan paid for their friendship. Tao Yuanming and Fish. I don't know what the relationship is yet, but it sounds like a jingle like Tao Yuanming, Red Carp, and Donkey. Anyway, they are not the same kind of close friends." Hengshi glanced sideways and raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of distrust. And after a while, he leaned softly to Xianjin's side. Okay. Close friend. Close friend. I hope you can still be so hard-mouthed on your wedding night. Ha. The days on the ship were completely different from the river flowing under the cabin. It was very regular and calm. Every 2 days, the ship would dock for an hour to purchase vegetables, fruits, daily necessities, etc. Except for the nobles on the first 3 treasure ships. Ordinary people on the ship were not allowed to go ashore. Qiaohui has never been an ordinary person. Every time it arrived at a port, a tall Qiaohui would grow on the bow of Xianjin's ship. In a limited time, Xianjin was given either a sugar man, a beautiful kite with colorful paper, or a bowl of refreshing fish noodles. Yes, 1 bowl. Hengshi didn't expect the fish noodles of a 3rd-rank official, but it was indeed a bit too much to bring only 1 bowl. Hengshi sneered in his heart, leaned softly to Xianjin's side, and said in a delicate voice, "Ah, did the loyal and martial Marquis bring you food?" "Woo. I was busy in the small kitchen all morning. kneading noodles and boiling soup. And I used all the fruits and vegetables I saved in the past 2 days, just to cook a beautiful bowl of vegetarian soup noodles for you. The little girl was delicate and cute. Xianjin didn't hear this, and was about to push the fish noodles away. But when he looked up, he saw Xiao Hui's drooping eyelids and tightly pursed lips. Eat both, both! Xianjin made up his mind, and swallowed the 2 bowls of noodles with soup in no time. He felt that the soup was rising to his throat. Hingxi picked up a handkerchief to help Xianjin wipe the corners of his mouth carefully. He looked at Xiao Hui provocatively and leaned against Xianjin. Which one is better? Xianjin, hiccup. I really can't remember which one is better. She only knew that she was pregnant. Pregnant with a bowl of Suzhou fish noodles, and a bowl of carefully cooked vegetarian soup noodles. In order to have a smooth delivery, she didn't need much for 2 consecutive meals. Chapter 323. You sit at the main table. The days when Hingxi and Xiao Hui disliked each other came to an abrupt end when they entered Jianan Seaway. The reason was simple. After leaving the waterway and entering the bay with stronger winds and waves, the little girl Hingxi was seasick miserably. She vomited all day long, rolled her eyes, and held Xianjin's hand tightly. When I vomit to death, you help me burn all the notebooks hidden under the pillow. No one is allowed to read. Xianjin. Okay. Let's not worry about whether he will die or not. I'm very curious about your book list. How shady it is. I thought she would get used to it after vomiting for a few days. But the vomiting of the little girl from Hingxi got worse and worse, to the point where she would vomit bile even when drinking cold water. Not to mention the sugar and salt water Xianjin gave her to prevent electrolyte imbalance, and the seasickness medicine prescribed by Dr. Wang. Basically, she vomited whatever she ate. She had to find a doctor. While they were anchored on the shore, Xianjin asked Xiao Hui to ask for a doctor. After entering the bay, the anchoring time would be greatly reduced. After Xiao Hui completed the thing Xianjin asked her to do, he only said, I have already given it to Shi Jing. Don't give it to him. Then he turned around and walked away quickly. The visitor was a white-faced imperial physician in his 30s. He was obviously stunned when he saw Xianjin's face. He turned around and looked at the ship's number, and whispered, Imao. It's very far back in the queue. Xianjin didn't understand why, and thought that the imperial physician despised their merchant origins, and the ship's number was at the back. He pursed his lips and whispered, I'm really seasick. I know you are treating a noble person. If I really can't hold it down, I wouldn't bother you. The white-faced imperial physician knew that Xianjin had misunderstood, and hurriedly said, You misunderstood? It's your face. The white-faced doctor stopped talking, and closed his mouth tightly, as if he had said something wrong. He lowered his eyebrows, took out his hand pillow, and stroked Hingxi's pulse record. He looked at Hingxi's tongue coating and whites of the eyes, put away the hand pillow, and wrote a prescription. The pulse is weak and floating in 2 places, and the weakness cannot be supplemented and is slowly blocked. The head is dizzy and panic. The spleen and stomach are weak, and the heart fire is not a big problem. The water and soil are not adapted to the environment, and the boat flipped inside, which hurt the spleen and stomach. The white-faced doctor raised his eyes. Look at the pulse. Have you taken seasickness medicine? Xianjin hurriedly took out the prescription, took 3 doses, and vomited as soon as he took it. The white-faced imperial physician took the prescription, and his face changed when he saw the words on the prescription clearly. Where did this prescription come from? Xianjin's expression was stern. Wang Yijing. He was from the palace. Should I tell you? According to the palace fighting stories that were popular in later generations, the imperial physicians who left the palace must have some palace secrets. The white-faced imperial physician in front of him was also a doctor in the palace. What was his relationship with Wang Yijing? Was he an enemy? Or an old acquaintance? Xianjin pursed his lips tightly and said, Is there any problem with the prescription prescribed by the doctor in my hometown? The white-faced doctor shook his head repeatedly. No. 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 Sensing Xianjin's vigilance, the white-faced doctor smiled. Look how scared you are. I just saw that the handwriting and the habit of using medicine are somewhat similar to my master. Oh. My master was the chief physician of the Imperial Hospital. He resigned 10 years ago and returned to his hometown. I haven't seen him for a long time, so I asked a few questions. The white-faced doctor was speechless about Xianjin's caution. Master Qiao and I have known each other for many years. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe in the loyal and martial Marquis. Right? Xianjin, oh. I'm sorry. I always feel that the imperial physician is either cannon fodder or an accomplice. Anyway, there is always an innocent and useless imperial physician in the vortex of palace fighting. It's all the palace fighting drama that misled me. The white-faced imperial physician quickly wrote down the prescription and handed it to Xianjin. You can continue to take the old prescription. I will first give this girl moxibustion to stop vomiting. The prescription is effective. You should also eat softer and more rotten food to digest it in the next few days. Xianjin watched the white-faced imperial physician tie Hengqi's hands, face, and head into a hedgehog, holding Hengqi's hand, his eyes distressed. Does it hurt? Hengqi shook his head weakly. I don't feel much, but I feel a lot more comfortable with the warmth in my stomach. Xianjin felt relieved. After removing the needle, the white-faced doctor pondered for a moment, and finally couldn't help asking, May I ask where is your hometown? Young lady? This is something you can find out after getting off the boat. Jing County, Xuanqing Prefecture, South Jili. The white-faced doctor suddenly became excited. You? Is the hometown doctor you mentioned surnamed Wang? Xianjin hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. The white-faced doctor's eyes were red. That must be my master. Is he okay? Is he still healthy? Why are you cursing and acting weird when nothing is wrong? Xianjin heard the last sentence. It is confirmed that they are the master and the apprentice. Xianjin smiled and said, Everything is fine. He had his legs and feet treated by Qiao Shanshan a few days ago. His body is stronger and his spirit is better than mine. He can live to be 188 years old. Since he is the apprentice of Dr. Wang, Xianjin's attitude is much closer. The white-faced imperial physician lowered his eyes and raised them again. He asked Xianjin why he appeared on this ship. He heard that Xianjin was the presenter of the tribute of the crane Lin Dawei. He praised him and said with a smile, I have always heard that the girls in Nanzili are petite. I saw you just now because you are tall. I thought you were a girl from our capital. The white-faced imperial physician smiled and sighed. So, manager, he is the daughter of a legitimate Xian paper family? Your family really treats men and women equally and employs talents in a flexible manner. Haha. This is a big misunderstanding. Xianjin watched the night light, and while sending the white-faced imperial physician off the boat, he explained, I can't say that I have a high family background, but I am lucky to have worked in the paper industry for a long time. The white-faced imperial physician smiled and stood at the porch of the pier without moving forward. What do you mean? Xianjin smiled happily. It's no secret that I was in Nanzili. When my mother met my father, I was already quite old. Thanks to my father's persistence, I had the opportunity to get in touch with, appreciate and promote Xian paper. The white-faced imperial physician's eyebrows twitched suddenly, and he turned his eyes and quickly suppressed his excitement. Oh! What do you mean? Xianjin, why are you so gossipy? Imperial physician? Come to her to listen to stories. Curiosity kills the cat. No wonder you are always a cannon fodder in any palace drama. Xianjin has never been ashamed of her origins, but she was not so familiar with telling everyone about her family background in front of a stranger she met for the first time. Just as Xianjin was thinking about how to respond, a horn blew not far away, indicating that the birthing was about to end. Xianjin smiled apologetically at the white-faced doctor. I will tell you in detail next time I see you. Thank you very much for your visit today. The white-faced doctor walked down the pier in 2 steps, stood on the land, and looked back at the Imao deeply. A glance at the number plate. Looks like. Really looks like. Not only does she look like a girl from the royal family, so he was wondering at first why the ship number of the girl from the royal family was so far away. She looks more like that person. The person who deserves his master in him. And him. To feel guilty for the rest of their lives. The white-faced doctor walked forward quickly. It will be difficult for us to meet again in a short time. After entering the bay, the weather in April unexpectedly brought several waves one after another. And after the waves, there was heavy rain on the sea that came and went. The ship could not dock, so it could only rely on its huge size to move forward despite the wind and rain. The weather at sea was humid, and it was raining heavily. Xianjin was worried that the paper on the Yin would get damp. On a sunny afternoon after a wave of sun showers, the ship calmly followed the northerly wind and remained still on the sea. Yin approached Xianjin. Xianjin shouted, Paper, paper, paper. Is it okay? Xiao Hui on the bow of the Yin frowned and said, I feel it's dry. but the lime powder and charcoal in the cabin are a little damp. Do you want to come and take a look? Xianjin? How do I get here? Swim or fly? Qiao Hui scooped with one hand and carried a long and wide wooden board on his shoulder. And then he put it on the two boats' lasts. He leaned forward and held out his hand to Xianjin. The two boats are very close. At most 2 steps. I will hold your hand, and will definitely not let you fall into the sea. Xianjin assessed the risk factor, and naturally put his hand into Qiao Hui's hand. He lifted his skirt, and stepped onto the board. Turned around and asked Hengshi. Let's go and see together. Hengshi glanced at Qiao Hui, who looked peaceful, and smiled weakly. Me? I'll forget it. I stopped vomiting the day before yesterday. It's so high. Even if it's close. I'm still scared. Qiao Hui calmly returned Hengshi's eyes. I've confirmed with my eyes that you are a friendly force. And you won't be killed if you surrender. Chapter 324 Striptease. The Yin is slightly smaller than Xianjin's ship. But I don't know if it's an illusion or something. Xianjin always feels that the Yin is much thicker than her ship. It feels like a solid fat man with a very stable lower body. Yeah. It matches the tall Qiao Hui quite well. This ship has only one cabin. And Qiao Hui takes Xianjin downstairs. There are more than 20 large boxes in the chubby hull on the bottom floor, including 3 particularly long boxes, which should contain 8-foot-long Xian paper. Xianjin roughly estimated that there should be 3 pieces of 8-foot-long Xian paper, and 20 pieces of smaller-sized Xian paper. The cardboard box was locked, and the key was held against Qiao Hui's chest. Or rather, kept close to his body. 1 copper key held 20 locks, and the remaining 3 locks were made separately. Xianjin took them, and the 4 keys were warm, still carrying Qiao Hui's body temperature. It was a little hot. Xianjin lowered his eyes. He first checked the 3 boxes of Bazhang Xian, then looked at the remaining Xian papers of various colors, touched a handful with his fingertips, and then twisted the touch of his fingertips. Xianjin nodded, not moist. He smelled a spicy fragrance at the tip of his nose, and lowered his head to flip through it again, and found a simple sachet bag, which contained a few peppercorns, a few pine branches, and a small bundle of asarum. Qiao Hui explained. It's locked in a box so rats can't get in. I'm afraid of insects. Xianjin's eyes fell on a book placed casually on a nearby table. It was called Gugu Yaoluan. It was a book about ancient paintings, ancient ink marks, and ancient inscriptions. It had a very vivid description of the paper produced in Jiangxi, Zhejiang, and Anhui. It was a relatively unpopular book about paper. Beside the small side table, there were several piles of books scattered around, including paper book, heavenly creations, and collection of books. These were the more famous books about the paper industry from ancient times to the present. These books were placed randomly, and the slightly curled corners revealed that the owner had read them all. There was only a narrow skylight at the bottom of the cabin, and the light salty air from the sea flowed in from this narrow opening and circulated at the bottom of the cabin. Xianjin was stunned, as if he saw a young man with broad shoulders and narrow waist, sitting on a reclining chair, half raising his eyes, holding the book in both hands, restraining his former arrogance and sharpness, and calmly, gently, quietly reading these contents related to the paper industry in a corner. An indescribable emotion, like accidentally touching static electricity in winter, slowly spread from the hands to the chest, and the numbness spread inward. Xianjin opened his mouth slightly, and after a while, he let out a not-so-pleasant ga-ga laugh. Ga-ga-ga. What are you looking at these for? Are you trying to steal my business? Qiao Hui stacked the books casually. These papers have been with me for 20 days. I have to learn how to take care of them. Right? He said it righteously, seriously, and selflessly. Xianjin's smile, which he didn't have time to put away, seemed to have become a joke, and he immediately let out a ha-ha-ha. Awkward laughter. Your mouth? Ha-ha-ha. Do you want to eat or drink these papers? You're still serving. Qiao Hui crossed his arms. His tall figure just blocked the narrow skylight. If you want me to provide food and drink, you have to pay extra. Pa. Xianjin's embarrassment was gone in an instant. What the hell? Xianjin gave Qiao Hui 2 big eye rolls for free, and prepared to walk onto the deck and return to his own ship. Who knew that the sky on the sea? The baby's face. Xianjin walked out of the bottom of the cabin, and the drizzling big drops of rain, mixed with the rapidly spreading dark clouds, appeared out of thin air again. The rain on the sea is like a person with an irritable mood. It is hard to feel the pulse and grasp the omen. Maybe it is a heavy rain that is picked up high and put down lightly. Or it is a storm that is getting more and more intense and gradually becomes the storm afterwards. Only the most experienced sailors can use subtle evidence to quickly infer the most correct possibility. Xiao Hui quickly took Xian Jin into the cabin to avoid the rain, pushed open the window frame, looked up and squinted at the sky. The storm is coming. His face suddenly became solemn, and he turned to look at Xian Jin. You just hide in the cabin. Don't go out. After saying this, Xiao Hui reached out and pulled off the oilcloth raincoat behind the door, put on the rain cloak, and walked out of the cabin in 2 steps and walked onto the deck. Xian Jin held his breath, leaned against the window frame, and stared at Xiao Hui's back without moving. In just a few breaths, the tranquility of the sea was instantly broken. Dark clouds gathered. The sun was blocked, and the sky became gloomy and dull. The sea was turbulent. The wind was howling, and the waves gradually rose from small waves, surging and crashing against rocks and ships, making a deafening noise. Xiao Hui whistled, and the mute guards, who had seen him when he boarded the ship, turned over and got off. Order. The mute guards of each ship step out. The mute guard raised the horn and blew 2 long and 1 short notes in the bad weather. The rain was pounding down. The wind was howling like a monster. Xiao Hui held a thick mast with one hand and told the sailors on the ship. In the pouring rain, in the steaming salty mist, facing the wind with great resistance, flexibly folded the sails, changed the height and angle of the mast canvas, and used the direction of the wind and waves to quickly find a calm gap in the impact. Xiao Hui's back was tall and wide. He turned his eyes slightly and said to the mute guard, Southeast, half square. Fold 3/10 of the sails, and set up the small sail. 3 long and 2 short. 3 short. 1 long and 1 short horn sound suddenly rang out in the air. Instantly, all ships responded quickly. Although the wind on the sea was strong, it had one advantage. That is, it did not change direction frequently and easily. Half a minute later, Xiao Hui immediately adjusted the angle according to the change in wind direction. Southeast. 1 square. The horn sounded again. The rain and fog rose, and the rain was as thick as a hard and solid wall. Xian Jin stared at Xiao Hui's figure in a daze, and dimly saw him standing on the deck in the rain. On the sea, when everyone was huddled in the cabin, and his broad and tough dark cloak was extremely clear in the transparent rain curtain with a light gray huddle. Xian Jin's dark brown pupils were confused, but they focused quickly and decisively. They focused deeply on the figure standing between heaven and earth. The storm came and went quickly. In less than an hour, the sea gradually calmed down. The rain was still falling, but it was much lighter. The night followed closely. As expected, Xiao Hui was soaked all over. He shook off his cloak and raincoat outside the cabin room, and shook himself outside the door to get rid of the moisture and coldness on his body before entering the room. Xian Jin pursed his lips and handed over a clean blanket. Let your hair down quickly and wipe it well. Xiao Hui smiled, and the imposing manner he had just shown was gone. Where did the blanket come from? Xian Jin's eyes moved to the screen not far away. It was not big, with only 1 cabin, and Xiao Hui was the only one living there. Behind the screen was the bed. The blanket was only on the bed. That is to say, Xian Jin walked past the screen and took the blanket from his bed. Xiao Hui paused as he took the blanket, and while wiping his hair, he looked away unnaturally. My clothes are all soaked. Xian Jin saw that Xiao Hui's clothes had all turned into dark water. In a storm of this magnitude, even wearing a raincoat and a cloak would only be of psychological comfort rather than practical significance. Xian Jin said, Go change your clothes quickly. It would be terrible if you catch a cold. Xiao Hui said, and was a little stunned. Change clothes, where, change? Xian Jin bought 1 get 1 free and rolled his eyes at him again. Where to change? Change on the deck. While you change, I'll blow the horn for you so that everyone can come and see. Xian Jin raised his voice. Go in and change. Where else can you change? Chapter 325 Xiao Hui turned around and entered the screen cautiously. The sky was dark, and the cabin and the deck were hung with glazed octagonal palace lanterns with carved baoxiang flowers. The light like yellow milk slanted out from the solemn baoxiang flower stamens. The cabin was not big, and Xiao Hui had nowhere to hide. He saw the tall shadow behind the screen taking off his outer shirt, lining, and pants one by one. The silk fabric rubbed against each other and made a rustling sound, which was deafening in the stormy waves. Xianjin seemed to be fixed in place, staring at the screen with wide eyes. The Wang Wallywood screen was painted with varnish, making the original dark color of the wood shiny. The glaze carved in the middle looked like an expensive sheepskin. Behind the sheepskin, the figure of the man was projected on the Wang Wallywood glaze screen, stretching and relaxing in moderation, as if performing a slow but tense shadow play. In the hazy light and fog, the broad shoulders, narrow waist, beautiful arms, and slightly sideways and well-defined jaw angles carry the restraint and aftertaste that are unique to the Chinese people. Xianjin sniffed unconsciously. Xiao Hui didn't know whether it was because of the cold or fear, but he changed his clothes very quickly. When he walked around the screen and came out, he saw a magical scene. The girl who was hanging on the tip of his heart had fair skin and delicate cheeks. Under her tall and small nose bridge, there were 2 lines of blood. Blood? Xiao Hui's face was stern, and he quickly looked out the window. He didn't see any doubts. After he came to his senses, he frowned and handed the silk handkerchief to Xianjin, asking, "What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you have a headache? Did you bump your nose?" Xianjin picked up the handkerchief and wiped his nose stupidly, and glanced at him. She saw Xiao Hui and had a nosebleed? She was a virgin who had experienced many battles, although she had no practical experience, thanks to the increasingly developed big data era. Even if she couldn't go to London, she still watched the entire Magic Mike show. She was a typical person who had never eaten pork, but had seen muscular wild boars all over the mountains. She, the useless vase, who had seen countless muscles through the internet, actually saw muscles through the screen and had a nosebleed. I have never been so embarrassed in my 2 lives. Xianjin took a deep breath and quickly determined his emotional mode. It's okay to be embarrassed, but we should do it quietly and never let anyone see it. Xianjin took the handkerchief handed over by Xiao Hui, wiped the blood from his nose quickly, and calmly said, "Nonsense. The weather is too dry." Xiao Hui turned his head and looked at the sea surface where the rain was still falling, and slowly typed with a frown, "When the weather is better, I will call the imperial doctor to check you immediately." Xiao Hui still leaned forward with some concern, raised the back of his hand, and asked Xianjin for his opinion. "Can I feel it?" "What? To feel the hot blood under her beautiful vase?" "Xianjin?" The beauty was puzzled. Xiao Hui raised the back of his hand and said concisely, "You look hot, and you are bleeding from the nose. The most feared thing at sea is blood disease caused by insufficient fruits and vegetables. Some people have bleeding gums, and some people have nose bleeding, usually accompanied by high fever. I want to touch your forehead." "Oh, scurvy. A disease that seafarers are prone to due to insufficient intake of vitamin C." Xianjin wanted to say, "It's not that I don't eat enough fruits and vegetables, but it's hard to say what's wrong." Xianjin stretched his head over, with a determination like a tiger's head guillotine. Xiao Hui touched Xianjin's forehead with the back of his hand. His body temperature was normal. Xiao Hui exhaled lightly. "Not bad." Xiao Hui looked very nervous. Xianjin was a little uncomfortable with Xiao Hui, who turned off the function of joking. He raised his voice high, with a smile that seemed to be deliberately hiding something. "Why are you so nervous? Has anyone suffered from scurvy? How can it be so easy? Haisheng's brother died of bleeding from all 7 orifices." Xiao Hui looked serious. "At that time, we were drifting on the Jianan Sea Road, with the Fujian army chasing us from behind, the Japanese blocking us from the front, and even a few pirates chasing us aimlessly. We hadn't eaten any vegetables or fruits for 20 days, and Haisheng's brother died of blood stasis." Xianjin's deliberate smile froze on his face. This was the point where he wanted to slap himself when he woke up in the middle of the night. Xianjin opened his mouth, smacked, and a bitter and spicy taste suddenly appeared in his throat. After Xiao Hui came back, she rarely spoke clearly about the suffering she suffered at sea. Even if she asked, she only used words such as hair-tail. But it is not difficult to piece together the bloody and cruel past from the details. Xianjin's eyes became serious, and he looked at Xiao Hui seriously, then looked at Yiyu and Imokong outside the window, and said softly, "I am out of mourning." Xiao Hui didn't understand what he meant. "Ah?" Xianjin leaned back in his chair. "Last year, in the thatched book house, You just came back. You said I was in mourning and couldn't drink with you. Just asked me to accompany you. I am out of mourning and can drink with you now. He raised his hand to the window again and said calmly, It's still raining. And I can't go back to the boat. The wooden board is slippery when it touches water. And I don't want to fall into the sea and feed the sharks. Xiao Hui was stunned and looked at Xian Jin calmly. After a moment, he smiled and asked with deep eyes, What do you want to drink? Turning around and pulling out a thin and long wooden board at the bottom of the cabin. Yuchuan wine. Qimei wine. Gujing wine. Sanglua wine. While talking, he muttered to himself, It's still Gujing wine. We people drink wine. And it doesn't taste spicy. 2 fingers pinched out 2 glass cups. And the wine was clear, like big and small pearls falling into a jade plate. Xiao Hui pushed a cup in front of Xian Jin, then raised his head and drank his wine in one gulp. His eyes as dark as ink, looking at Xian Jin seriously. And then for some reason, he smiled and showed his standard 8 teeth. Xian Jin lowered his head and took a sip. Well, it's a good wine. Clear and warm. Not spicy. Not so bad that it makes people grimace. Gritting is a bit ugly. The alcohol content of this wine should not be too high. Xian Jin had a preliminary judgment in his mind about how much to drink. Xian Jin placed the cup on the table, as if he was organizing his words, and spoke after a while. Tell me about those 2 years. Xiao Hui filled another cup, raised his head and drank it all again, with a familiar arc at the corner of his lips, looking like a dog who doesn't care about anything. What are you talking about? Grilled hairtail. Steamed hairtail. Chopped pepper hairtail. Oh, we didn't chop pepper. We took the sea route. And we couldn't go to Hunan to steal chopped pepper. Xian Jin smiled. His eyes narrowed like the moon, and immediately turned stern after laughing. Did I say that if you mention that fishy and smelly thing again, I will immediately throw you into the sea to feed the hairtails? Xiao Hui was so scared that he raised his hands and said, Please spare my life. Lady. Xian Jin looked like a fair and just master. No more than 3 times. I'll spare you this time. But not next time. Xiao Hui smiled happily, raised his head and drank a glass of wine, put the empty cup on the table, and finally didn't rush to fill it up. Instead, he turned his head and looked out the window, as if thinking about where to start. It seems that he has forgotten everything. Really, it's like the pain of labor has been repaired by time, and all the memories are intact again. All the things and people who wanted his life have become blurred. Xiao Hui didn't know where to start. Xian Jin saw Xiao Hui's hesitation, thought for a moment, and asked in a low voice, Besides the wound on your neck, do you have any other fatal injuries? Xiao Hui seemed to have encountered a free question that he could finally solve, and he woke up from a dream and picked up the pen to answer the question. There are many. A dagger cut through my stomach, a halberd hit my chest. Oh, forget about my head? An arrow shot from somewhere almost took away half of my ear. Xiao Hui laughed, and the always bright and handsome young man continued to joke. You don't know how scared I am. A small number of the old seniors on our pirate ship only have one eye, and they covered it with a black leather cover. If I lost my ear, I would be so unsociable. Xian Jin blinked. His nose felt a little sour, so he simply lowered his head and drank another sip of wine. The wine was really not spicy, so it didn't quite soothe the bitterness that suddenly surged in Xian Jin's heart. Xian Jin drank it up like Xiao Hui did, and brought the empty cup to Xiao Hui, commanding, Fill it up. Xiao Hui lowered his eyebrows and obeyed. Thank goodness. Xian Jin raised his head and drank the second cup of wine. Xiao Hui nodded gently in the place where Xian Jin's eyes were blocked by the raised cup. Yes. Thank goodness. The wine continued to be filled. Xian Jin tilted his head and continued to ask, Pirates? Why do you listen to you? Xiao Hui slowed down his drinking speed. Because I am cruel enough. Whoever doesn't listen to me, I will hang his head on the mast. When you were in Jingxian, you didn't even kill a chicken. Xian Jin was speechless. Xiao Hui nodded. The situation is stronger than people. I have no way out. Using silver to open a road is not feasible on the sea. Pirates? There is no morality. You kill me and I eat you. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. I don't want to be a big fish or a shrimp. I just want to be a human. But pirates drift on the sea for a long time. They are whale sharks and evil crocodiles. But not human beings. Xian Jin said nothing, and drank another glass. Xiaohui filled the glass again. Drink this glass. Don't drink anymore. Are you hungry? I'll make you a bowl of noodles? Xianjin nodded. I'm hungry. I want noodles. With a big piece of pork. He paused. Also drink wine. This wine is not spicy. Not intoxicating. Xiaohui, who told you that non-spicy wine is not intoxicating? But Xianjin's eyes were clear, and her words were clear. Xiaohui did not underestimate a woman's alcohol tolerance. After a slight nod, he turned around to light the clay stove, boiled water, and poured 2 handfuls of dry noodles. Then he got up and went to the kitchen next door to get a bowl of kelp and pork rib soup, and asked Xianjin, "Is it okay without pork ribs?" Xianjin frowned. "No. Eat braised pork. Eat braised pork. Eat thick and beautiful braised pork." Xiaohui resigned himself to putting down the soup bowl and went to the kitchen to find braised pork for the braised pork princess. "I really can't find any braised pork." Xiaohui handed a bowl of clean big meat chunks stewed in sugar color to Xianjin. "How about roasted pork?" Xianjin leaned over to take a look. The roasted pork was shiny and oily. A bit like oiled chest muscles. Xianjin nodded. Xiaohui took out the noodles and rinsed them with cold water. Then fried the roasted pork on the fire and spread it on the noodles as a sauce. And handed it to Xianjin. The movements were smooth and very familiar. Xianjin took the bowl. "Did you cook noodles before?" Xiaohui smiled and shook his head. "What noodles to cook? Where can I eat noodles? Pirates don't dare to dock at all. And they don't grow crops. They only eat meat. They eat fish. Sometimes there is no salt. That time I saw Haixing's brother died of blood paralysis. And when we docked on the isolated island, I quickly grabbed some grass and chewed it up and ate it. It was so bitter that it was killing me." Xianjin lowered his head to eat noodles. As he ate, he blinked, and a tear fell into the noodles. With a little food in his stomach, Xianjin drank without hesitation. Some people drink and their heads are dizzy. But they look sober and rational. Xianjin looked the same. So Xiaohui drank several cups with him. There must be some good things. Right? Xianjin crossed his legs on the stool, rested his hands on the back of his feet, and looked at Xiaohui with burning eyes. Besides the hair tail, the bitter grass, the dead companions, and the fatal injuries all over the body, there must be some good things. Right? Xiaohui held the cup in his hand, without thinking, and immediately said, "Of course there are." Xianjin, 300 miles south of Chang'e, Fuzhou, there is a mangrove forest on a small island. Xiaohui's eyes were gentle. Very gentle. "Oh, it's this season. When it's a little hotter, there will be fireflies at night, lying on the wet and thick water plants. And the light from those fireflies is like stars." That was the night when his throat was cut and hot blood sprayed all over the ground. He lay on the water plants on the deserted island like he was waiting to die. Beside him were his dead companions lying in a mess. He was dying too. Blood gushed out of his neck. And even if he lay down, the feeling of weightlessness came from his feet to his head like a tide. He was really going to die. Otherwise, how could he see Xianjin's face in the starry sky? Xiaohui couldn't help but purse her lips and smiled. "This is the best thing that happened to me at sea." Xiaohui's sudden tenderness made Xianjin feel a little hot for no reason. Xianjin moved his figure, turned his head to try to get rid of the moisture and heat, and looked around unnaturally, trying to find something to say. "Why do I feel that your boat is much thicker than mine?" Xiaohui nodded. "It should be thicker indeed." Then, he dipped his finger in the wine and drew a pointed triangle on the table. "If there are waves that cannot be resolved by reefing or changing the sail, the yin should sail here." Xiaohui pointed at the top of the triangle. "It should sail here, face the enemy head-on, and break the wind directly. The planks are thicker because when facing stronger winds and waves, this ship is most likely to be the first to be smashed to pieces." Xianjin was a little dazed and said stupidly, "Because you are the boss? Because you are the leader of the group of silent pirates. So even if you face the storm, you have to be the first?" Xianjin's words were confusing, but Xiaohui instantly understood her meaning. Xiaohui smiled and nodded. "Yes, you are right." The dim light tilted down like yellow milk. The light that escaped the net just happened to shine on the lip beads of Xiaohui's thin lips. Xianjin involuntarily moved his eyes to the place where the light that escaped the net shone. Xiaohui was frightened by being looked at, pursed his lips uncomfortably, and turned his head slightly. Xianjin woke up as if from a dream. saw the full wine in the cup, and raised his head to drink it all. In an instant, Xianjin slapped the table, half stood up, and his upper body stretched out an arc with ulterior motives, and sent his head and lips up. Chapter 326 Irresponsible. Xiao Hui turned his head, and was startled by a big face that suddenly came close to him. How could a martial artist be easily attacked? At the critical moment when the face in front of him was getting bigger and bigger, Xiao Daming's agility, which he had trained in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, finally came in handy. Xiao Hui made a move. In a flash, Xiao Hui accurately pinched Xianjin's jaw with one hand and interrupted Xianjin's spell in time. The dim palace lanterns, like a yellow halo like milk, poured down. Xianjin was like an angry pufferfish. Xiao Hui pinched his cheeks into two pieces of flesh, and his mouth was pouty. Only his nose could breathe smoothly, and his eyes were flashing with visible confusion. Xiao Hui's eyes fell on Xianjin's pink lips, and his throat trembled slightly. "What are you doing?" Xianjin answered honestly. "Kiss you." Xiao Hui's chest seemed to skip a beat. "Why?" Xianjin's brain was buzzing, as if thousands of bees were vibrating in his brain, and the brain center that had always run accurately paused for a moment. "Why?" "No reason. I just want to kiss you." Xiao Hui glanced at the gouging wine that had been sold for more than half, and then at the cute girl whose cheeks were deformed by his pinching. His eyes gradually dimmed, and his voice was a little tempting and more expectant. "Who am I?" Buzz 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 buzz. Buzz 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 buzz. Xianjin could only see Xiao Hui's tender and attractive mouth opening and closing. Opening and closing. Xianjin watched in a trance, his mind slowly thinking about what the buzz 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 sound meant. Xiao Hui controlled the string very well, controlling her head neither lightly nor heavily. Xianjin waved away Xiao Hui's hand in annoyance, pouted, held Xiao Hui's head, stabbed Xiao Hui's head with both hands, and kissed him with an unstoppable attitude. "It's time to let you see the determination and perseverance of the 8-section brocade girl, the beautiful vase, the businesswoman, and the president of the Zhuangqingfa Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. Today, you have to kiss this mouth. You have to kiss it even if you don't want to." As a drunkard, Xianjin has lost some of his listening, speaking, reading and writing abilities, but it is obvious that the lost buffs are superimposed on brute force and persistence. But in a moment, Xianjin cleverly broke through Xiao Hui's professional defense and kissed Xiao Hui's lips in a tricky manner. Xianjin widened his eyes as wide as he could. Xiao Hui was caught off guard and reflexively grabbed the back of the girl's head to prevent her from dragging two people down. The wet feeling on the lips was addictive. The wine smell with Xianjin's unique and refreshing taste covered the sky and formed a tight and dense net. Xiao Hui took a deep breath, and between inhalation and exhalation, many thoughts popped up in his mind. Is she drunk? Will she remember when she wakes up? Will she admit it when she wakes up? Is it because of love? Or is it just because the alcohol blurred her mind? Does she know it's him? If the person drinking with her tonight is not him, but someone else. Xiao Hui finally closed his eyes slowly, and at the same time cut off all the complicated thoughts. This kiss. Oh! No. This can't be considered a kiss. It can only be called the unfamiliar and immature touch of two lips. The touch was accompanied by a cold chill and the smell of alcohol. After an unknown amount of time, Xianjin slowly let go, looked at Xiao Hui seriously, and then slowly tilted his head, slowly relaxed his back, slowly leaned to squint, slowly leaned to the side table behind him, and slowly lost consciousness. Xiao Hui was stunned. He was full of energy just now, but now he was like a drugged man. Xianjin's mouth moved. Xiao Hui leaned in to listen. "The wine tastes a bit good," said the girl. Xiao Hui's chest vibrated, and he let out a low and happy laugh. The girl's mouth was still moving. It was always some irrelevant and stupid talk. Xiao Hui smiled and shook her head, reaching out to gently support him. Xianjin spoke in a daze, but the last sentence made Xiao Hui stunned on the spot. "I know who you are. You are Bao Yuan." "Ah." Xiao Hui's hand, which was gently placed on the table behind Xianjin, suddenly froze. Under the moonlight, Xianjin's face was calm. His breathing was even and long. He was lying on the side table, his lips slightly parted, sleeping soundly. Xiao Hui's chest was beating bang 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 non-stop. The next morning, on the deck outside the cabin, Xiaohui suddenly opened his eyes, turned over and knocked on the screen next to him. After waiting for a long time without any sound, Xiaohui squinted his eyes and leaned over. The bed was neatly made, and even the mosquito repellent sachets were adjusted to reveal the plain satin surface. Xiaohui hurriedly walked out of the cabin and looked around, but still couldn't find Xianjin. The huge fleet floating sporadically on the sea. Even the closest one was 300 feet long. "A Xiang!" Xiaohui shouted. The mute guard from a few days ago went down from the mast. "Where is boss he?" Xiaohui's face was not very good. The mute guard, a Xiang, signed slowly. Xiaohui held his breath and watched. His chest felt even tighter after he finished. "Boss," he got up in the middle of the night to look for water. Seeing that it was not raining, she took a lantern and looked at the Mao very close. She asked me to help her lay the wooden planks and jumped over by herself. A Xiang paused and typed another sentence. She also specifically asked me not to wake you up. Xiaohui was immediately furious. "What does that mean? You ran away after you finished talking. You even jumped off the boat and ran away. You ran away in the middle of the night. Why did you run? Why run away? Are you afraid of taking responsibility? Could it be, this is really just a dream?" Xiaohui felt a little wronged and glanced at Ah Xiang. Ah Xiang thought about it and gestured again. "Then I will not listen to boss he from now on, but only listen to you." Xiaohui was angry and aggrieved, shaking his head, his voice muffled. "I have to listen to her too." Xiaohui slowly raised his eyes and looked at the vast sea and the big ship in the distance. Xianjin. Xianjin. What did she think? What on earth was she thinking? Less than 100 meters from the sea, the two ships were facing each other from a distance. Xianjin, who had fled in a hurry, was covered with a quilt, lying on Hengxi's legs and enjoying a massage comfortably. His temples were tingling. Hengxi's warm palm touched him at the right time, and the gentle force made him sigh with comfort. Xianjin opened his eyes and bumped into Hengxi's inquiring eyes. Xianjin was stunned, and slowly closed his eyes again stiffly. "What are you doing?" Hengxi smiled and pushed Xianjin's shoulder. Xianjin opened his eyes and laughed. "I'm afraid you'll ask me." "Right," Hengxi said. "If you're afraid I'll ask. Why don't you just tell me?" He jumped over from Xiaohui's place in the middle of the night yesterday, reeking of alcohol, anxious and confused. "I was so scared that I thought a sea monster had come to take my life." Xianjin scratched his head. Hengxi frowned. "What happened?" After he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and exclaimed in a low voice. "Could it be that the Marquis of Zhongwu was dishonest and bullied you?" Chapter 327, Be Robinson Crusoe. Xianjin smacked his lips and pondered Hengxi's question, then nodded firmly. "Yes. He is very dishonest." Hengxi almost choked on his saliva. "What? What did he do?" He tried to recall Xianjin's outfit when he came back in the middle of the night, neatly dressed. Slightly messy hair, a slightly flushed face, but clear eyes, agile movements. Those forbidden books said that women are usually very weak after having sex. Could it be that the 8th section brocade worked? Hengxi frowned. Should she practice it too? After all, for a happy life, it is better to be prepared. He is not honest. Xianjin slapped his thigh. He is not staying honest. It is obvious that he can succeed the first time he approaches. Xiaohui, that bastard, dares to clamp her. He moves around and doesn't cooperate honestly at all. Xianjin recounted the competition between Ba Duanjin and Shersu at night, when she talked about Ba Duanjin breaking Tong Zigong and holding Qiao de Songming's head with both hands to formally attack the city. Hengxi's facial features were twisted together. Her eyebrows were pulled like a messy broom, and she asked a soul-searching question. "You mean, you kissed Xiaohui?" Xianjin nodded. "Then you ran away?" Xianjin was silent. "It's not called running away. But I just woke up in the middle of the night and felt ashamed. So I left temporarily." "Hengxi, your statement is just an expanded expression of ran away." Hengxi continued to summarize. "So you were drunk, relied on your outstanding wrist strength and the determination to rape the loyal and martial Marquis, and then turned the boat over and ran away in the middle of the night, and at the same time instructed the captain to sail the boat away, just as if this incident had never happened." Xianjin said TSK and corrected him seriously. "It sounds a bit scumbag." "Hengxi? It just sounds." Hengxi leaned back and looked at her best friend, who woke up from a hangover with swollen eyelids. She opened her mouth to say something, but she didn't say it. After thinking for a while, she said, "Forget it. What else can you do if you don't run away? If you stay there, will you marry the loyal and martial Marquis? And you drank alcohol. It's not your fault. It's the bad alcohol." Hingxi quickly found a reason and smashed the huge pot on the alcohol with a bang. On the back. Breathtaking. Breathtaking. Girlfriends do have their own unique values. Xianjin suspected that even if she was to have an affair after marriage, Hingxi would not only help her cover it up, but would also help her wash the man and carry him to bed. Xianjin raised her head and hummed. Hingxi gently lowered her head. "What's wrong?" The useless vase 20-year-old girl Xianjin moved her head. "My forehead hurts. I need to rub it." Hingxi gently rubbed Xianjin's forehead with her soft and warm fingertips, and was a little curious. In fact, the Marquis of Zhongwu is not bad. With good looks, good family background, and a good future. It is said that he is very favored by the sisters in the capital. Even the young girls on our ship would draw their eyebrows and put on lip balm every time they heard that the Marquis of Zhongwu was coming, and waited shyly at the door of the cabin. Xianjin said, "Oh," and after a while, "I don't care about this." Hingxi nodded. "I know. If Xianjin cared about these things, he would not have broken off with the Qin family. Isn't the graceful Erlangen of the Qin family also a top person in Xuanqing Prefecture? So who do you care about?" Hingxi was always gentle. Xianjin pursed his lips. She couldn't say. She had never talked about it. She was moved before, but it was only a moment. It was too simple. Just like to Qin Jianfang. Because of the bitterness and restraint of the young man. Because of the reckless rush when she was young. Because of the cold back and those unfinished words. Many years ago, she also had a few moments of heartbeat for Qin Jianfang. But what was the result? Probably never seeing each other again until death. It is enough to see that it is too difficult to stay together. She is passive, twisted and demanding in her feelings. Whether it is family or friendship. She has never seen the rabbit, and not the eagle. She wants to win, but is afraid of losing. This is her. Baoyuan, you are a close friend. After a long time, Xianjin lay on Hingxi's legs, raised his arms, and hung the mosquito-repellent sachet on the boat. It was exactly the same style as the one on Xiao Baoyuan's bed. Plain satin. Simple color matching. Excellent material. Their preferences, views on things, and full confidence in themselves are almost the same. The same arrogance. The same strength. The same belief in themselves. Xianjin and Xiao Hui are so comfortable together. A long, long time ago, in the afternoon when the spring breeze was intoxicating, they could get along very, very comfortably. They have been friends for 4 or 5 years, and have trusted each other with their backs and relatives. Xianjin doesn't want to lose this friend. In the open and equal future, men and women get along peacefully without any grudges after breaking up. Let alone here. Each of her friends is hard-earned, and has experienced the sifting of time. She cherishes every friend. Hingxi frowned and finally said something fair. "Then why do you kiss your best friend? Is it the decline of morality, or the lack of humanity?" Xianjin's temperament fell, and his head hurt. Why? Why else? Because he trained like Peng Yuyin. Or because she was so beastly. Why else? Because, of course, it was because the moonlight was too good. The alcohol clouded my mind. The desire for muscles overcame the cherishment of friendship. And a sudden impulse arose. Xianjin frowned and rubbed his temples, not knowing how to answer for a moment. He and Director Qiao both treat you very well. Hingxi tapped her bestie's forehead and taught her bluntly. You really shouldn't make him sad. Xianjin pursed his lips. After a while, Hingxi gloated and crossed his arms over his chest, laughing twice. It's only a few days before we land. I wonder how long you can hide. Xianjin's face fell instantly. You just said I was right. It was the wine that was wrong. Hingxi laughed twice more. My testimony will not count even in court. Xianjin forced a bitter laugh. After the storm, the sea was calm until the day we arrived at Fuzhou Prefecture. The ships docked one after another. Hundreds of people stood in 3 layers on the shore waiting. The leader was a middle-aged man with broad cheeks and long beard. He stood solemnly at the top, wearing armor and shining coldly. He was obviously a high-ranking military officer. When he saw Princess Bayan, he sincerely thumped his knees to the ground and sang loudly, Your humble servant kowtows to the princess. His voice was full of energy, and could be heard from a long distance. Xianjin got off the boat and hid in the crowd to look. "That's my uncle." A voice came from behind. Xianjin didn't dare to look back. The current Ningyuan Marquis, who guarded Fujian for decades. The voice behind her continued. Xianjin's toes were about to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room house from the sand in Fujian. The hoarse and low voice behind her snorted and laughed. "If you have the ability to stay on the boat for your whole life, just sit on the boat and drift. You drift." Xianjin wanted to turn around and get on the boat. In this era, there was no Shanghe sailing to the west. In order to avoid the man behind her, she was willing to go deep into the sea alone. Go south to the west. Go deep into Java. Survive on a deserted island. And become a new era Robinson Crusoe. Chapter 328 Negotiations begin. Xianjin hesitated on the beach in a daze. And the bearded men in the negotiation group looked at each other from a distance. And looked back. Xiaohui behind him received the gaze. Walked forward quickly. And whispered to Xianjin. "The Japanese know small etiquette but not great virtue. And they are cunning in their dealings. They are definitely not good people. Now they have all landed on the island. You should follow the crowd closely. Everything should be stable first. You and I should not be able to meet in the next 2 days. I left a secret guard for you, named Axiang." Xianjin nodded repeatedly. "The Japanese? Oh, that's a blood feud higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea." Xiao Hui's back jumped out of the crowd. With broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs and ape arms, and the scarlet robe representing the 3rd-rank military officer was put on again, with steady and firm steps, striding forward. Not all members of the negotiation group were born in the capital. There were also a few officials from other prefectures and states in northern Jili, who were not so well informed. Xiao Hui's figure attracted whispers as soon as he appeared. "This official looks unfamiliar. It shouldn't be. He's so outstanding. You should have heard of him. Listen. You must have heard of the newly promoted loyal and martial Marquis Qiao's eldest son, who turned the tide in the Battle of Yujianan. His father. You must know his father, Qiao Fangji, who is currently compiling laws, and is on equal footing with Mr. Zhuang in the court. TSK. He looks so handsome. Oh no. He is really a pillar of the country. The pillar of the country. The newly promoted loyal and martial Marquis. Xiao Hui took a long step and walked to the front of the negotiation group in a few strides. He knelt on one knee and clasped his fists to salute the eldest Princess Bayan, who was standing at the front and wearing a gilded crimson skirt with 16 hems. Her movements were as graceful and elegant as the cold wind and snow. Hengshi bumped into Xianjin's arm. Looking pleased. "You are not at a disadvantage." Xianjin bumped back, and then followed the crowd and buried his head. After a while, he felt a little heroic. Who is she? The famous shopkeeper he? How could she be at a disadvantage in her life? Xianjin raised his eyes, and saw the eldest Princess Bayan turning around and looking at her from a distance. Her calm and elegant eyes seemed to fall on her with a smile. It must be an illusion. Xianjin clenched his fist. Who is she to deserve the Grand Princess Bayan to turn around and smile at her? As Xiaohui said, the negotiation group was extremely busy for several days. Everyone stayed at the official inn in Fuzhou Prefecture. Of course, where the Grand Princess Bayan stayed was a top secret, and no one knew. On the surface, it was said that everyone stayed. But in fact, it should be officials below the 3rd rank and their entourage who stayed at the official inn. The official inn should have been renovated. The front building was spacious and faced the sea, and the back building was in the alley, which was narrow and cramped. Xianjin and Hengshi stayed in the front building, which was quiet and secluded. On the left and right sides were the female officials of the palace. On the right was Jiang Shanggong, who was in charge of the Grand Princess's private seal, and on the left was Li Shami, who was in charge of recording the Grand Princess's leisure writings. The 2 highest-ranking female officials in the harem lined up on both sides of Xianjin, and the rest of the female officials spread out on the left and right. Xianjin realized later, she was actually the center? Xianjin and Hengshi gave the small square flowered paper materials they brought with them as souvenirs to the female officials and neighbors near their residence one by one. The female officials were described as having good manners. From those in their early 40s to those in their 20s. They were all well-educated and well-mannered, with outstanding temperaments. They treated Xianjin with a gentle and soft voice, and were polite and intimate. After just 2 exchanges of words, Several high-ranking female officials of the same age as Xianjin Hingxi put their arms around Xianjin and called her Jin Jier and Xianjin's sister. There was no trace of the arrogance and difficulty of being born in a royal family. This made Xianjin doubt his emotional intelligence. Could it be that he had improved his quality and efficiency by being a playboy and washing his marrow in the overwhelming color books of Hingxi? Until the oldest Li Shangyi smiled and lowered her voice to explain to Xianjin. Mr. Qiao had said in advance that you were his last female disciple, and asked us to take you with us for all our entertainment. Then, Jiang Shanggong received a few pieces of chicken blood stone from young Master Qiao, and asked her to take good care of you. Xianjin's heart finally settled down. Okay. Although she had honed her emotional intelligence through the sex storybook, it was definitely not as good as human feelings. On the fourth day, the work finally came. The negotiation group and the Japanese envoys had a formal meeting. All members of the negotiation group had to show up. The meeting was scheduled at Chang'an Port in Fuzhou Prefecture, not far from the official post station. Like the official post station, the reception hall was solemn from inside to outside. From the trees sticking out of the eaves to the mud 3 inches below the corner of the wall. This was really different from the Wushu Hall, the common gathering place of the Shuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. It was really like a world of clouds and a world of mud. Xianjin took a rough look and found that the entire hall was probably 100 meters long and half 100 meters wide. The tiles fired should be the most precious glazed blue tiles at the moment. They were covered on the beams, which were solemn and luxurious. There were more than 20 chairs and stools on both sides, all of which were made of Wangwali wood and engraved with the 3 friends of winter. Only the first one was engraved with the famous flower peony. Yes, there is only one seat at the top, and the rest are arranged in a row. The total of 50 chairs and stools naturally cannot accommodate everyone, and most of the negotiating group and the envoys are waiting in the east and west rooms of the hall. And Xianjin was very honored to get the last seat. While entering the hall, Xianjin didn't care about escaping. Grabbed Xiao Hui and thanked her. You pulled me into the hall. It took a lot of effort. Right? Xiao Hui looked at her as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person who made his heart beat. And his voice was very low. The candidates in the hall were all selected by the Grand Princess herself. And your name was selected by the Grand Princess from the beginning. Xianjin's eyes sparkled. I told you. The Grand Princess must have a good impression of her. She loves her so much. At 3:30 in the morning, the officials of the 2 countries entered the venue one after another. A row of Japanese people wearing loose kimonos, with their heads shaved cleanly except for a small bunch of hair, entered with their heads down. Xianjin took a closer look. It was indeed a bastard. The 2 mustaches showed that he was from a well-educated family with a historical heritage. After the Japanese sat down, a cold snort came from the officials of the Wei dynasty. Xianjin was too far back, and he had never seen the old man with a woolly beard beside him, so he didn't dare to look out. After everyone sat down, no one dared to make the slightest sound. After another half a minute, the guard's high and bright voice came from outside the hall. Princess Bayan is here. The whole audience stood with their heads down. The bastards also stood straight. Xianjin felt a surge of Chinese blood rushing to his head. Everyone, sit down. Princess Bayan walked slowly to the top, with a calm brow, and sat down first. She casually glanced at the Japanese man on the lower left. General Ashikaga. Why do you look much older? The translator beside him was about to speak, but the Japanese man raised his hand, raised the corner of his mouth, and his yin-yang mustache tilted. The official language of the Great Wei was relatively poor, but he could understand it. The Grand Princess enjoys the vast territory of the Great Wei, and the incense is constantly burning. Of course, she will stay young forever. Princess Bayan smiled. If I have to pay tribute to your incense, then I will definitely be younger and more open-minded. The vassal state only pays tribute to the master country. The current He state is not yet a vassal state of the Wei state. Chapter 329 Negotiations in the middle. The leader of the Wa country is the most powerful person, named Ashikaga Shogun. Although he has not ascended the throne, he is the real power center, which is quite similar to the Grand Princess Bayan, who has not ascended the throne. The hidden meaning of what the two said is definitely not random nonsense. Every word is carefully considered and has a meaning. The words of the Grand Princess Bayan have already shown that the ultimate goal of this trip is to make the Wa country a vassal state of the Wei dynasty. The Ashikaga Shogun did not feel ashamed, and this matter was not a new thing under the sun. In the past, they had been separated and reunited. And there had been several times of reunion. In the past 10 years, the Wei dynasty was in turmoil. Emperor Sun abdicated and Emperor Zhao Diwan ascended the throne. He had no time to care about the vassal states. Not only them, but also the neighboring Goguryeo was arrogant and looked down on the monkeys, who claimed to be the kings when there was no tiger in the mountain. It was annoying to see the thieves. Not to lose face is one thing, but how to pay respect to the emperor decently is another. Shogun Ashikaga rolled his eyes. His mustache rose, and he began to speak in stiff official language. Official language is not good. I don't understand what the eldest princess said. I don't understand. Give you 2 buttocks, and you will understand. Xianjin sat at the bottom. The distance between the two ends was too far. She could only hear the general speech of the upper seat. But it did not stop her from cursing the Japanese in her heart. Princess Bayan seemed not to hear the words of General Ashikaga, and did not need the translator dressed as a guard to explain. She picked up the teacup with one hand, took a sip, raised her eyebrows slightly, and casually told Jiang Dajian next to her. During the peace talks these days, Hui de Hongpo will not be served. This tea is precious, and the Japanese can't tell the difference even if it is ordinary. General Ashikaga blushed immediately, but dared not say a word. I just acted like a person who could not understand Mandarin. Princess Bayan wrinkled the tea, not giving the Japanese time to react. Raised her eyes to reveal her delicate and elegant eyebrows. She was obviously carefully decorated today. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, slender and curved. Her eye sockets were deep. Her almond eyes were long and big, just matching a set of red gold inlaid sapphires. Her hair was tied into a high loose-in bun, and a huge oriental pearl was hung in the middle. Among the men, Princess Bayan did not shy away from the delicate and beautiful characteristics of women. Xianjin looked from afar, his eyes burning. The matter on the East China Sea has been dragging on for almost 4 or 5 years. Princess Bayan put down the teacup and went straight to the point. We have fought and killed. The people want to live, and the sea must be peaceful. You are so good. The Japanese on the sea have repeatedly invaded. Not to mention Quanzhou Prefecture, Zhangzhou Prefecture, Fuzhou Prefecture. Even Songjiang Prefecture and Suzhou Prefecture have been disturbed by them, doing smuggling and trafficking business, which is really annoying. This time it's even worse. They have kidnapped the officials of my Great Wei Court, and they are doing all the bad things of the court in the name of Japanese pirates. Princess Bayan snorted coldly, with a very tough attitude. During the reign of Emperor Wen, I saw you had relations with Goguryeo, Kampa, and Siam, and you were still 10 years old. But you haven't recovered for 10 years. And as a son, you want to climb over your father's head. If you want to fight again this time, then fight. Princess Bayan sneered. I know what you are thinking. But you are just thinking about the southern Japanese and northern barbarians. Thinking that the Wei dynasty has to deal with the Tatars, and has no time to deal with you. Think about it. What does it mean that I am here in a grand manner instead of guarding Yumen Pass? Princess Bayan spoke with full energy. Her words were ups and downs. Her tone was sometimes low and sometimes high. And even with her eyes closed, she could sense the pressure of the superior. The translator was about to speak, but Princess Bayan raised her hand to stop him. Slightly raised her eyelids. General Ashikaga, do you understand? General Ashikaga's face did not change, and he nodded repeatedly. These? I understand. I understand. Princess Bayan nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you can understand. She casually put her hand on the side table. Unlike her delicate and majestic face, Princess Bayan's right hand was rough and broad. If you can understand, continue talking. I'm tired. You guys can talk slowly. If you talk well, we can continue with Hui de Hongpo. If you don't talk well, Princess Bayan raised her deep crimson lips. Don't even mention you, General Ashikaga. Even the royal family behind you, and the people under your feet. Don't drink tea for the rest of your life. Princess Bayan appeared for a moment, and then turned away. The rest of the discussion was handed over to Luo Wehong, Junior Secretary of the Honglu Temple, Gao Shiqi, Assistant Minister of the Cabinet, and Hu Bingji, Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. There were many details in the negotiation. It was a tradition for Japan to bow its sleeves and pay tribute. It didn't need to break through a very high psychological barrier. After a few words and a few silences, the attitude softened. The discussion mainly revolved around tribute and salary, maritime trade, and the degree of control of the host country over the vassal country. Basically, the discussion was based on the conditions of the abdicated emperor 10 years ago. The Japanese always judged the situation and faced the main theme of fighting if they couldn't reach an agreement. So they basically didn't dare to say the same thing twice. The main rhythm is that Dawei made a request. Pay tribute once every 5 years. And the amount must be 1/100th of the national treasury. Waiguo cried and refused first. It's not good. Right? We are a small place. And we have to give so many things? Woohoo! We will be poor. Dawei glanced at it. Waiguo, sweet Marseille. Dad. I will definitely present our most beautiful cherry blossoms. Then talk about it. Dawei, sea trade. Downstream is open all year round. Upstream is only open for 3 months. If you agree, just nod and link up. Downstream refers to Wei to Wa, and upstream refers to Wa to Wei. Wa, as usual, started to cry, although we don't ask for equal treatment. At least it should be half and half. Right? Wei curled his lips. Wa, okay then. But the weight of the cargo ship should also be the same. Wa was mentally prepared. And Wei did not seem to be too excessive at the moment. So the progress of the peace talks was very fast. On the morning of the 3rd day, the contract of recognition of fatherhood, called the Canny Trade Agreement, was about to be finalized. Xian Jin was surprised, although she had never experienced such a high-level state cooperation. It was done in less than 3 days. Is it too short? How come the 10-day official trip to Fujian was finished so early? Could it be that the court officials were also rushing to make progress in order to eat fooding meat slices earlier? Gao Shichi, the cabinet minister, rolled up the document and glanced at the right side inadvertently. Xiao Hui was sitting on the right side. Xiao Hui said, "One more thing. The Japanese pirates, who are causing chaos at sea, must be wiped out. The Japanese country has always separated the Japanese country from the Japanese pirates, claiming that the pirates who burned, killed and looted at sea are actually Japanese pirates. Among them are not only the downtrodden warriors, or the fishermen, who are bloodthirsty among the Japanese, but also Persians, Javanese, Ryukyu people, and even the people of Wei who took risks. In fact, most of the pirates on the sea were Japanese officials, who received official salaries. The person Xiao Hui killed this time was the second in command of the Japanese Navy." Xiao Hui's voice was low and hoarse, and the smiling General Ashikaga was stunned. "Who is this?" Cabinet Assistant Gao Shichi introduced. "This is the loyal general who killed Mita Tokuichiro on the Jianan Sea Road." General Ashikaga nodded and smiled. "Mita defected to the sea. Fortunately, there is a young talent like you to take action to prevent a disaster. The second most important person in the Navy was said to have defected. Japanese. You are really amazing." Xiao Hui had a cold attitude, raised his chin slightly, and looked arrogant. "Are you going to suppress the Japanese pirates at sea? He looked like if you don't suppress them, your father will suppress them myself." General Ashikaga was a little embarrassed. "We must suppress them. But the sea is wide, and the pirates are hiding everywhere. We can only do our best to suppress them ourselves and punish them according to our country's laws." General Ashikaga seemed to be afraid that Xiao Hui would not be satisfied, and said, "According to our country's laws, they should be steamed. Steaming means putting the prisoner on a large steamer, burning firewood underneath, and steaming him alive." Xiao Hui nodded slightly. "Really?" Gently raised his right arm and pointed to a young Japanese man who was buried behind the right side of the Ashikaga general. "I have seen this man before. He is the deputy of Mita Tokuichiro, and he has never done anything good at sea. Let's steam him first." Xian Jin looked in the direction of Xiao Hui's finger. The Japanese man was indeed a bastard. Short, with a wide face and squinting eyes, high cheekbones and no hair. He had all the bad genes of a bastard. The Ashikaga general knew who Xiao Hui was talking about without turning around. His expression calmed down, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Young lord, I'm afraid you have seen it wrong. The person you are pointing at is the Chunegon of our Daijokan. Not a pirate. Similar to your situation, this eunuch is the son of our Daijokan Hidori, the Daijokan Junjiro. The Daijokan is equivalent to the chief minister of the Wei dynasty. The famous Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi in the history of the Japanese people both served in this position. It is equivalent to one of the most powerful people in the Japanese court." This Ashikaga general said similar to your situation, and it was obvious that he had asked about Xiao Hui in advance. But he just pretended not to know him. Xian Jinping looked at him intently. Seeing Xiao Hui lower his head, he played with the lid of the teacup with one hand, and only looked up after turning the lid upright and spinning it clockwise. Did I admit my mistake? Xiao Hui smiled, patted his official uniform, strode out, walked to the door and opened it wide, half-turned his face, and said hoarsely, "That night, 30 brothers on my ship were killed. I swore that I would kill all of them. Mita Tokuichiro is dead. I hung his damn head on a high mast until the seagulls stopped eating it. Do you think I will let the deputy on that ship go?" Xiao Hui walked out. After he finished speaking, Gao Shiqi, the cabinet minister, smiled and tried to smooth things over. Zhong Wuho is young and energetic, and he is young and promising. He is in a prime time. To be frank, you should understand the frivolity of young people. Right? Turning to the person beside him, he said, Ning Yuan Ho is old, and the eldest princess is gradually putting her focus back on the court. There are only a handful of young people in our Wei dynasty who can lead troops to fight. There are only a handful of them. General Ashikaga glanced at Xiao Hui's long-lost back, then turned his head and cast a glance behind him. He watched with his eyes and ears, pursed his lips, and didn't speak until night. A sharp bronze dagger pierced the red flag, which was dyed red by blood or red dye, and broke through the wind. With a dong, it accurately pierced the wooden door of the platform room. Pirate iron rule. A red flag piercing the door is an invitation to a duel that cannot be refused. Chapter 330 No Betting. Has the Marquis of Zhongwu gone to sea? The sky in Fujian is very different from that in the capital. At night, the salty wind from the East China Sea shines, with the stars in the sky, and blows into the brightly lit house. Princess Bayan changed into a plain silk robe. Her hair was casually spread, and there was a smell of jasmine hair oil. A young man with a white face and red lips leaned beside her. He was only about 25 or 26 years old, and was staring at Princess Bayan timidly. As the eldest princess of Bayan spoke, she stood up and stretched out her arms. After the man helped her put on her coat, she waved her hand to signal the man to go down, and walked around the screen into the outer hall. Bearded Hu Huaoliang nodded hurriedly. An hour ago, Zhongwu Marquis went out to sea. Half an hour ago, Junjiro sailed out from Changle Port. Princess Bayan said. Did Junjiro go there voluntarily? Did the Japanese move before going out to sea? Bearded Liang replied. How could that coward want to go? Bao Yuan sent a letter of challenge, and that idiot immediately became cowardly. Later, Ashikaga whispered to him twice, and he changed his clothes tremblingly, put on a thin knife and left. Liang lowered his voice. It's not much different from what you guessed. He first went to a village near Changle Port, and then 5 or 6 strong men got on the boat with him. Princess Bayan gathered her long hair tied up with a hairband. How big is the village? About 100 people. Princess Bayan sneered. In recent years, Japanese pirates have been rampant, frequently harassing merchants going out to sea, with extremely cruel methods. Not only did they rob the boats of property, but they also killed all the men on the boats, and the women who were brought on board to cook were detained and abused, and then thrown to a nearby deserted island, leaving them to fend for themselves. First, it was a small smuggling cargo ship, then a large smuggling cargo ship with thousands of tons, and finally it was so rampant that it dared to touch salt ships and silk ships. For this reason, Ning Yuan Ho, who was old and had retreated to the capital, asked to come out of retirement, but fell into the trap set by Li Gulao and the former governor of Fujian, and became the medicine for the fight between the two schools of Xinxue and Lixue. Now that I think about it, many things are very strange. For example, when did Hu's cargo ship depart? From which port? Which route did it take? How did the Japanese pirates know? Even if they had spies in the Fujian officialdom, it was impossible for them to be familiar with the routes of all cargo ships and contact the Japanese pirates at any time. Then there is only one possibility. The Japanese pirates have infiltrated slowly but effectively along the coast. It could be Samwa who is carrying goods at the dock, Edley who sells noodles on the street, or a child walking around the streets. These people have all the information about going out to sea at the dock and promptly pass it on to the Japanese pirates waiting at sea. The Japanese and Wei people look the same, and it is easy for them to speak the Japanese language and Fujian dialect. It is very simple for them to invade Wei. They just need to solve the identity problem. It is also very simple to solve this problem. Massacre the village. massacre all the natives of several connected villages. And then the Japanese pirates will pretend to be villagers. And the whole village will be moved in. The household registration will be established. And the family relationship will be established. Even because these villages are remote and closed, they rarely contact the outside world. After 1 or 2 years, they will be completely coastal villagers. These people are harder to catch than the spies hidden in the officialdom. If Bao Yuan can't be lured out at this time, it will cause big trouble later. Leave 3 alive to corroborate each other. Princess Bayan looked indifferent. Massacre this village. And don't let go of women. Children, old and young. Bearded Liang Liang responded quickly. Yes. Liang Liang received the order and was about to leave. He seemed to remember something and said worriedly, "That fool brought 5 or 6 helpers to the sea. Our Bao Yuan went alone. Will he suffer a loss?" The calm face of Princess Bayan finally showed a crack. "What did you say? Bao Yuan didn't bring the new guards?" Liang Liang nodded, "Yes. One person led a small boat to the sea. He said that it was the rule of pirates that duels could not be fought on soil with crops or on boats for survival. So they made an appointment on a small island on the sea route. As for the mute guards, they were all left at the official post. It was obvious who it was for. Mad dog." Princess Bayan cursed. Liang Liang hurriedly explained, "This is also the rule of pirates. It can only be one-on-one. Just like in our northwest. The strongest man can only wrestle alone." Princess Bayan slapped the side table. She hadn't been so angry for decades. Fool! He follows the rules. But others do. Why did Junjiro only bring 5 or 6 people? It's because the Wusuo ship can accommodate 5 or 6 people. If you give him a Guang ship, he will definitely send a legion of 100 people to destroy Bao Yuan. Liang Liang kept silent. He felt that Bao Yuan was right. Just because others don't follow the rules doesn't mean you can't follow the rules either. If you want to be a pirate, you have to be a quality pirate. You have to love what you do. Besides, Bao Yuan is very good at martial arts. And he has really fought in blood. Even if there are 5 or 6 Japanese pirates, 2 of them stacked together are not as tall as Bao Yuan. What's more, one of them has an inward-facing toe. Princess Bayan paced back and forth. Young, arrogant, conceited. This fool. After a pause, she said loudly, immediately dispatched the guards to go out to sea to find him. After another pause, Princess Bayan narrowed her eyes and tilted her cheek slightly, as if thinking about something. You said that the mute guards were all transferred to Boss Xiaohe? Liang Yang saw Princess Bayan's phoenix eyes narrowed. He was too familiar with this signal. This was the expression of Princess Bayan when she was calculating people. From the age of 17 or 18 in human past to now, when she was over 40. She had this expression when calculating others. Bearded Liang Liang gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes. The Imperial Guards were also sent. But in the dark. Princess Bayan hooked her lips after removing her makeup. Let the mute guards go in public. Who are the mute guards coming this time? They are all familiar with the mute guards that Bao Yuan often uses. The smartest one is Lu Haixing. And the most executive one is Lu Shanhu, who is slow and methodical, but makes a lot of noise when he gets anxious. Walrus. Liang Yang thought for a moment and said, Who walrus? Princess Bayan smiled even more deeply. He makes a lot of noise when he gets anxious. Who walrus? You go to the official post station to tell him that Bao Yuan went to the sea alone to duel. The other party is not moral, and brought people with him. We don't know how many people there are. And we don't know which island they will meet. Let him take 2 or 3 mute guards to go to the sea. Princess Bayan gathered her loose black hair, and covered her yawning red lips with her scallion white hands. Release the heavy and sturdy windbreaker in the harbor. Add lamp oil. Put in a compass. Phosphorescent powder. Fresh water, and dry food. Should I put down the bedding? Princess Bayan thought for a moment, and decided to be a good person. I'll put down the bedding when I get back. Chapter 331 Bastard. After many arrangements, it was already late at night. Xianjin always had a very good sleep quality. But today, he didn't know whether it was because of something hidden in his mind, or the sea breeze was too strong. He closed his eyes and tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Just as he fell into a hazy sleep, he was immediately awakened by the sound of tiles sliding down from the roof beam and hitting the ground one after another. Xianjin held the red and blue sapphire dagger under the pillow with his backhand, and quickly got up. The whole figure was behind the window frame, holding his breath and concentrating. Before the thief came, he saw a black shadow jumping down from the roof beam in the bronze mirror on the opposite wall. It was Ah Xiang. Xianjin leaned out of the window and saw the shadow almost sprained his ankle after landing, and then adjusted his posture and quickly headed south. Brother Ah Xiang. Xianjin lowered his voice. In the quiet night, even the softest voice was a bit abrupt. The walrus stopped and turned around anxiously to look. Xianjin almost leaned out half of his body and waved at him. The walrus looked back anxiously to the south, then turned back, gritted his teeth, flew onto the roof, and climbed on the window frame. What's wrong? Xianjin frowned slightly. The walrus made some gestures. First a gold ingot, then 2 thumbs to run, and finally drew out a dagger to scratch his neck in the air, rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue, his hands trembling, as if he was dying. Xianjin, you performed very well. Don't act again next time. Although the praise was very abstract, Xianjin miraculously understood it. Baoyuan, going out to sea? To kill people? Xianjin asked. The walrus nodded repeatedly, and made a few gestures with his teeth and claws, looking very anxious. Xianjin frowned. It's possible that he will be killed? Walrus nodded frantically. Xianjin calmed down and thought about it. Guessing. Go kill that platform Junjiro. But there are great risks. You are going to pick him up? Walrus was so moved that he nodded like crazy. Damn! It's worth it. Sister-in-law is as smart as a humpback whale. Xianjin frowned and fell into thought. Combined with what happened in the negotiation venue today, the truth is not difficult to guess. Breaking into the nest alone is also in line with Xiao Hui's usual temperament. Although he doesn't understand the details, he can roughly guess what the current situation is. On the sea, late at night, alone, chasing the enemy, combined with the urgency and tension of the walrus, it is not difficult to infer the danger of Xiao Hui's trip. Xianjin nodded. Go quickly. Call 2 more people. More people will not lose the battle. If Xiao Hui blames, just say it was me. The walrus turned around and ran out. Xianjin closed the window frame and turned back to sit on the bed. After a while, he lay down on the buckwheat pillow. The buckwheat pillow calmed his mind. Xianjin closed his eyes, and in less than 3 breaths, he pulled out the buckwheat pillow with a curse. What the hell? It's so shaky. It makes me sick. Hengshi, who was sleeping in the next suite, turned over. Xianjin changed a cotton pillow, and in 2 or 3 breaths, he pulled it out again. It's so soft. It's not firm when I sleep. Hengshi turned over again. Xianjin couldn't sleep, so he sat on the bed with his feet hanging down. His eyes fell on the sky blue curtains in the opposite suite. Da-da-da. He ran over and pushed Hengshi in. Make way. Make way. Hengshi. If a lady can't curse, then she has nothing to say. Xianjin lay on Hengshi's pillow, tossing and turning, unable to sleep at all. Hengshi closed his eyes and mouth tightly, and resolutely refused to take the initiative to respond. Xianjin sighed and said leisurely, Your pillow is no good. Hengshi could no longer bear it, and there was no need to endure it anymore. He sat up and said sincerely, I beg you, please go quickly. You will go eventually. So go sooner, and you will feel at ease. And the poor pillow had never experienced such inhuman abuse in its life. As a pillow, it was very sorry. Xianjin pursed his lips slightly. I went. It was useless, and it might hinder him. Reason told her that she shouldn't go. What could she do if she followed him? Kill her with her eyes? Or condemn her with her words? It was useless for her to go. She was a businessman, and she was best at calculating the output-investment ratio and low interest rates. Why should she waste time and energy? Xianjin was silent. But she wanted to go. As soon as she closed her eyes, she couldn't help but think of the shocking scar under Xiao Hui's throat. In the dark night, the winding and rugged scar crossed the entire neck. It was not difficult to imagine how hot and bright red the blood that spurted out was at that time, and how helpless and desperate the young man lying on his back on the sand was. Hengshi tilted his head to look at Xianjin. When you do business, you always do it when you want to, and never hesitate. Xianjin raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Hengshi said, Go. If you don't go, you will regret it. You taught me that life is only a few decades long. So just do whatever you want to do. Even if you go, it's useless. But the guards are all around, so you won't cause any trouble. Who knows if you go? Zhongwu will be like taking a powerful pill and split the Dragon King Palace in the East China Sea with one knife? Looking out the window again, Hengshi said calmly, don't delay. If you delay any longer, the ship will leave. After saying this, Hengshi hugged the pillow, crossed her legs and watched Xianjin. After watching for a while, she turned her back and yawned heavily. Thousands of color novels told her a truth. When best friends fall in love, the one who is tired is the dog-headed military advisor. When she is in love, you have to praise them for being a perfect match. When she is tired, you have to comfort her. When she is hurt, you have to accompany her to get drunk. When her partner is about to be chopped off, you have to stay up all night to accompany her to study the rescue plan. Is it right? It's so late. All the dogs in Fujin are asleep. Except her. Except for her. A single dog. Hengshi sighed, hugged the pillow, and turned his back. After about half a minute, he heard the sound of someone putting on clothes beside him, and then heard the door closing gently with a click. Xianjin held the red and blue sapphire dagger tightly in his hand and ran all the way to the port. A ship just sailed out not far away. Come back! Come back! Xianjin jumped 3 feet high on the port pier. Pirates have good night vision. Hu Haixiang saw that it was Xianjin and immediately turned around and rowed back. Xianjin did not wait for the ship to dock. He lifted up his trouser legs and climbed up in a few steps, panting and asking, Do you know? Do you know? Where is Bao Yuan now? Hu Haixiang shook his head repeatedly, gesticulating with his hands, and suddenly remembered something. He went into the cabin and took out the reed pen he had just found. He wrote hurriedly, using the simplest words he knew to make things clear. Duel, island, boss, opponent. Then he babbled and shook his head anxiously at Xianjin. I don't know where. Xianjin took a glance and understood more clearly, and immediately said, Duel on the island? The appointment can't be too far away. If it is too far, it will be an advantage for the Japanese. How many small islands are there on the sea route nearby? Hu Haixiang immediately gestured. 5. 5 islands of a certain size. Slowly look for them. Time is too tight. Xianjin seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked up and asked, Among these 5 islands, is there any island with mangroves? At this time of year, there are already fireflies. Hu Haixiang's eyes immediately lit up, nodded repeatedly, and quickly wrote, Yes, the mouth of the Minjiang River. That was what Xiaohui said. The place that impressed him the most during his 2 years of drifting on the sea. If you want to duel someone, you must do it in a very meaningful place. And Xiaohui said that the mangrove forest here is only 30 miles away from Chang'an Port where we just set out. 30 miles. 15 kilometers. Now it's night. The wind is not strong. It's not smooth sailing. And it shouldn't be a problem to go there in an hour. Xianjin asked, Could it be there? Hu Haixiang frowned and thought. And after a while, he wrote down a long paragraph as much as he could. That's where Haixing's brother, the boat raft, the stinky old fish, the earthworm died. We were ambushed by the Wa people and most of us died. That's it. Xianjin said confidently, Go to the mouth of the Minjiang River at full speed. I don't know if it was God's help or the blessing of the Dragon King of the East China Sea, but the boat had a rare favorable wind and current as soon as it went out to sea. Xianjin put on a cloak. He was in a hurry to get out, so he casually took a dark coat and stood at the head of the bed. His sleeves were lifted high by the sea breeze. I don't know what he was thinking. In less than an hour, a curved fluorescent light appeared at the end of the dark sky, with the fluctuations of the waves. This fluorescent light rose and fell. Xianjin jumped off the boat first, but was stopped by Hu Haixiang. Hu Haixiang sniffed the air, blew out the lantern nervously, picked up a stick from the beach and handed it to Xianjin, motioning her to grab it, and then headed southeast. There were 3 mute guards behind him. Their night vision was very strong. Somewhat like an eagle on the sea. Xianjin was night blind, and after blowing out the lantern, he could not see anything clearly. The surging darkness rushed towards Xianjin like a tide from all directions, and only the rough and hasty feel of the stick tightly held in his palm was very real. I don't know how Hu Haixiang made the direction judgment. He walked in the front, carefully leading the team across the reefs and the dried carcasses of porcupine fish, and finally arrived at a high coast. Someone's voice. Xianjin was instantly alert. It was Japanese. Xiao Hui's voice was not heard. Xianjin suddenly grabbed the stick, took a deep breath, held his breath, and struggled to hold back the soreness in his nose. Another voice. Another Japanese. In other words, there are at least 2 Japanese pirates now. Hu Haixiong found a huge reef and signaled everyone to hide behind it. He then stuck his head out to look and then quickly made gestures to communicate with his companions. Xianjin couldn't see it, but could only feel the hurricane brought by the rapidly changing gestures. What did you see? Xianjin didn't dare to speak, but the anxiety and heartburn almost swallowed her. Is Xiaohui still alive? Is he still alive? Xianjin held the stick tightly in one hand and clenched his fist with the other hand. The round and appropriate nails were so strong that they had already sunk into the flesh of the palm. The pain forced her to calm down. If Hu Haixiong had seen Xiao Hui's body, the mute guard would not have hidden behind the reef so calmly, but would have rushed up to kill the 2 Japanese without hesitation. Xianjin could only make a judgment based on the mute guard's actions. The voice in the jungle sounded again. Although it was incomprehensible, the tone was cursing, as if blaming each other. When vision is lost, the other 4 senses will become very sharp. Xianjin did not hear the third tone. At the same time, she smelled a faint smell of blood from a distance. Xianjin's right shirt corner was gently pulled, and then a fire starter was stuffed into her hand. The right side of her body was empty, and then the left side was empty. But in an instant, the left side was filled with breath. The left shirt corner was pulled again, with a timid meaning, as if to indicate that someone else was protecting her now. Xianjin suppressed his voice to the ground. Don't worry about me. I'll hide. You go too. Since it's 4 against 2. Why give up the advantage? The figure on the left hesitated for a moment, and then stuffed a small bottle into Xianjin's hand, and then ran away quickly and silently. The sound of the wind outside the reef. The sound of the waves hitting the stone wall. The rustling of the jungle leaves. The cry of seagulls. The sound of whales or dolphins. Xianjin calmed his mind and tried to distinguish the sound of Xiao Hui's actions from the thousands of noises in the world. A shrill scream suddenly came from the jungle. Then came a rhythmic sound of leaves hitting the tree trunks. Someone is in the tree. Xianjin took a few deep breaths. His ears had never been so sharp. She closed her eyes and seemed to hear the sound of a broadsword breaking through the chaotic air, ignoring the noisy branches and leaves, breaking through the dark vortex, and rushing straight to the neck of a living body. Ah! It was the voice of another Japanese. Woo woo woo. This was the sound that Hu Haixiong made with all his strength. And there was obvious excitement and joy in the sound. Hearing this sound, Xianjin cried with joy, as if he had been pardoned. Xianjin quickly pulled out the fire starter, blew out the sparks, and immediately rushed out from behind the reef, stepped on the sand, and stumbled towards the jungle. Xiao Hui half squatted on the ground with his head down, holding a knife in his left hand and his right hand in his bosom, his broad back rising and falling deeply. In front of him, 2 bodies were lying with their throats cut by a knife. In the bushes not far away, there were 4 bodies scattered around, with tragic deaths. The worst wound was split from the top of the head to the angle of the jaw, with white brain matter and bright red blood flowing all over the ground. The head was hanging on the neck as if walking on thin ice, with only a trace of skin and flesh left on the neck. All dead? All died under the knife in Xiao Hui's left hand. Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui suddenly raised his head. His pupils dilated unconsciously, and then shrank quickly, looking forward in disbelief. Is it an illusion? The one running towards him, stumbling. Is it Xianjin? The girl ran in the bushes with tears on her face, holding a tinder in one hand and a bottle in the other. Her cloak had been loosened long ago, and the corners of her clothes were dragged in the bushes, stained with bright red blood and salty sea water. Xiao Hui supported himself on the ground with his knife, leaned forward, and caught Xianjin, who was flying forward. The girl he had been thinking about day and night. Xianjin was crying. He rarely saw Xianjin cry. It should be that he had never seen Xianjin cry. At this moment, the girl in his arms clung to his shoulders tightly, cursing the heavens and the earth and crying loudly. It was unclear what she was cursing. She must be cursing him, right? Anyway, cursing him. She was already familiar with it. Xiao Hui loosened his left hand, and after the big knife fell down, he slowly raised one hand and wrapped it around the girl's waist. Don't cry. Xiao Hui spoke in a low voice, buried his head in the girl's cloak that fell on her shoulders, and showed a pair of eyes to look at the dots of fluorescence on the coastline and the mangroves reflected on the sea. Finally, with a hint of reality. Don't cry, Xiaohui said. Chapter 332. Xianjin had never been to an island, but she had always longed for a bright and splendid island. In her previous life, she was confined to a sickbed, and although she longed for it, she was unable to do so. She never thought until her death that one day she would be embraced by a young man she had known for many years in the wet and slightly salty sea breeze. After crying, Xianjin felt dizzy and short of breath. She rested her chin on Xiao Hui's chest and managed to support herself from sliding down. Wait. Chest? Xianjin moved her chin away in awe. Her chin seemed to have grown senses, and she could actually feel the hardness and solidity of the chest. When his chin moved away, Xianjin stumbled and almost fell. Xiao Hui's left hand, as big as a palm leaf fan, grabbed her waist, and then took advantage of the situation to hold her more tightly in his arms. Hold her for a while longer. The voice was very close, and it went into his ears along with the salty and humid sea breeze. Xianjin subconsciously grabbed Xiao Hui's right arm. Xiao Hui's throat moved slightly, and without hesitation, he slowly raised his right arm, and said in a low voice, "Can you hug me too?" Xianjin hesitated for a moment, and hugged Xiao Hui with both hands. Xiao Hui was too big, and Xianjin was tall but slender, so he couldn't wrap his hands around her. Xiao Hui sighed with satisfaction, which just happened to blow on Xianjin's earlobe. Xianjin buried his face in her chest that she had coveted for a long time. The man's breath was not good, not to mention that after a night of fierce battle, it was inevitable that there would be salty and wet sweat stains. Xianjin thought he would be disgusted, but after really hugging, Xianjin took a deep breath gently, and when he smelled the clear smell of rust and blood, his mind was filled with only pity. Xianjin raised his head. "Are you injured?" Xiao Hui snorted proudly. "I'm 1 against 6. The answer was irrelevant. "Are you injured?" Xianjin frowned. Xiao Hui's tail was about to turn into a helicopter propeller. Not to mention the warriors that stupid guy on the platform brought. All of them would rather die than hurt others. This is in line with the stereotype of Japanese warriors. But Xianjin didn't want to hear this. "Just tell me if you are injured?" Xiao Hui paused. "I just cut a little bit of my fur," he added. "On my back. It won't interfere with the hug." Add one more sentence. "Don't ask." Hold for a while longer. Raised his left hand and pushed Xianjin's head back to where it should be, on his chest that he was proud of. Xianjin closed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but think of a magical saying in later generations. When you really like someone, your liking is physiological. You like his smell, his body, his hair and eyelashes, and you may even like him so much that you want to bite him when you get close to him. Xianjin rubbed his face against his chest slightly. She must be crazy. She actually smelled a strong vitality in the man's salty and wet breath. And bang bang bang. The taste of the beating heart. Concrete. Condensed into a physical body. The jungle on the island, full of primitive power, was trembling in the wind. Waves of glittering blue tears hit the gravel under the reef with the waves and tides. Fireflies were flying through the mangroves. Everything was so quiet and beautiful. Caw caw caw. A sharp sound of logging sounded. Then the blazing torch lights around lit up one by one. The brightest torch among them reflected the stupid and proud smile of Hu Haixiang. That smiling face seemed to be asking for praise. "Look. I'm awesome. I got torches for everyone." Under the illumination of 3 brilliant torches, the two people hugging each other looked like 2 helpless humpback whales. Xiao Hui. If Lu Haixing wasn't a wealthy man now, and Lu Shan who wanted to protect her father, this job would never have fallen to Hu Haixiang even if she died. The overall quality of the dumb guards was not high. In addition to the full physical fitness and fighting skills, other skills such as flattering the leader, helping the leader to pick up girls, and helping the leader to create a romantic atmosphere were basically gray. I can't even say. I haven't seen young Master Chiao laugh so happily for a long time. You are young Master Chiao's first serious woman. This kind of golden sentences are essential for domineering bosses. In summary, as just said, the overall quality of the dumb guards is not high. And the big brother walrus is even more of a concave point in the depression. Fortunately, the concave point can't speak. Otherwise, it is difficult for Xiao Hui to guarantee that he will not draw a knife to cut off the water and raise the knife to chop the walrus head. since they have been discovered. Even the thick-skinned Jin Yuanbao duo will find it difficult to take the next step under the spotlight and the gaze of 3 dumb guards. Xian Jin took a step back. Xiao Hui bent down and picked up the knife with his left hand, turned around and made a fatal wound on each corpse, and looked up at Xian Jin. Xian Jin waved his hand very calmly. You chop yours. Don't worry about me. Xiao Hui nodded, reached out, and picked up the dead head of Jun Gyro on the platform, cut it off, and threw it to the walrus like cutting leeks. Hang it on the mast, Xiao Hui whispered, glanced at the other corpses. Collect these and take them back. What are you going to do with them? To be a cadaver teacher? Xian Jin's puzzled expression was quite obvious. Xiao Hui nodded and lowered her head, stretching her left hand backwards. Xian Jin's puzzled expression became more obvious. Xiao Hui's expression suddenly became richer, and under the light of the fire, she performed a Shakespeare play by herself. Regret, anger, grievance, shyness, and guilt condensed into one sentence. I shouldn't have let you succeed so easily. Xian Jin? A question mark is not enough to express her puzzlement. Xian Jin? Xiao Hui was angry. I kissed you. I hugged you. I touched your breasts. But I didn't want to hold hands. Xian Jin looked down at a slender and powerful hand in front of him. The fingers were long. The joints were distinct. And the veins were slightly bulging. It looked very flexible and skillful. Xian Jin swallowed silently, glanced at the 3 spotlights with his peripheral vision, and hesitated. They can't see. Xiao Hui lied with his eyes open. Hu Haixiang frowned, stretched out his hand to pass the torch to the guy next to him, and gestured slowly, pointing to his mouth, meaning I can't speak, and then pointed to his blinking eyes, meaning I can see clearly, and then stretched out his 2 thumbs and walked in with a bend, and finally Baji. A sound of arguing. Even Xian Jin could understand this level of sign language very clearly. Even an old dog like Xian Jin blushed. Xiao Hui. Beyond the mountains, there are green mountains. Who was a jerk in the previous life? In the end, they didn't hold hands. Dumb guard. Corpse and platform Genjiro's head on one ship. Xian Jin and Xiao Hui on another ship. Xiao Hui was the captain of the ship and steered the ship. Xian Jin sat beside him, facing the sea, and looked at the moonlight seriously to cover up his fluctuating heart. Although he had seen the pigs galloping, he had finally eaten pork, and the feeling was still very different. Even if you don't hold my hand, I still tell you why you want to take the body back. Xiao Hui raised the sail with his left hand. The triangular oilcloth went against the wind with a crisp and cool look. Xian Jin was aroused, and immediately forgot the uneasiness of eating pork. He looked back immediately. Why? Chapter 333 Reversing the Heavenly Gang. Xiao Hui paced to the helm, looking calmly at the sea level. There are 2 purposes. One is to threaten the Japanese pirates, who disguised themselves as fishermen and lurked in the coast of Fujian. The second, and the most important purpose. Xiao Hui looked at the sea surface 100 miles away, which was darker than the sea surface. He turned the helm slightly to ensure that he could avoid the reefs under the sea when he arrived here. He said casually, in order to carefully observe the body shape and posture of the Japanese, and what is the difference between us? It is convenient to catch the Japanese, who are mixed in with the Wei people. Xian Jin suddenly realized. Those who studied history in later generations have heard that the Japanese are the turtle doves of the human world, because their living environment is bad. They emptied other people's houses, killed others, and moved in as the owner. They occupied the magpie's nest. The Japanese's plan to occupy the magpie's nest probably started at this time. And how to effectively identify the Japanese is also a very important issue. There is no code like Palace Jade liquor. 180 per cup these days. Xiao Hui saw Xian Jin nodding thoughtfully in his peripheral vision, and the corners of his lips curled up. Don't think he didn't see that Xian Jin was clearly a little embarrassed just now. He had never been close to a girl, and his mother died early, so he had never seen how 2 people who loved each other would get along. Personally, he thought that it might be the safest way to get along as usual. Xiao Hui controlled the rudder at a delicate angle and continued. Now, as far as we know, the Japanese pirates have been sitting cross-legged since childhood, so their legs are not close together, and there is a clear gap at the knees, because they have been speaking Japanese for a long time. The Japanese pirates often say the sound of E, which causes their mouths to always split left and right intentionally or unintentionally. Xian Jin thought for a moment and found it very interesting. He made a gesture of holding a knife with both hands. You can also see if these Japanese warriors have calluses on the second joints of the index fingers and thumbs of both hands. They like to hold the knife with both hands. Xiao Hui was surprised at Xian Jin's keen observation. Every day, he had one more reason to love her. He smiled unconsciously and nodded slightly. Okay. I will go and study the 5 corpses tomorrow. Xian Jin nodded. I can go too. Xiao Hui agreed. Then after we look at the corpses, I will treat you to fooding meat slices. There is a small stall outside the port that has delicious soup. Okay. Speaking of the stall, Xian Jin thought of the bowl of delicious vegetarian noodle soup that Xiao Hui took her to eat in Jing County. The boss is no longer in business. It is said that his son went to the mountains to mine and found a small silver mine. Fortunately, under the rule of Lord Chui, the family exchanged silver safely, bought sacrificial fields and houses for the clan, and lived a peaceful life as farmers. Xian Jin was disappointed. I also want to retire after I find a mine. Xiao Hui raised his eyes and glanced at Xian Jin. Very good. This girl is finally not so awkward. Okay. I'll satisfy you. Tomorrow, I'll send you to Java to dig for gold. You'll dig until your head and face are black. If you don't dig anything, you'll be beaten by the foreman. Xiao Hui said calmly. Xian Jin said, tomorrow will be really busy. I'll have to eat fooding meat slices again. And I'll be beaten by the foreman. Xiao Hui smiled. The handsome young man had sharp features but gentle eyes. Xian Jin sat on the bow with his hands on his knees and smiled. When he relaxed, he felt a little cold. He reached out for a short pile blanket and smiled. This boat is well prepared. I just took a look and there are still a few packets of noodles and prepared beef sauce. As soon as Xiao Hui got on the boat, he took a glance and felt something was a bit strange. The boat even had incense and curtains. It was like everything you needed. It didn't look like a boat, but more like a miniature inn. Xiao Hui was about to speak when he heard Xian Jin's questioning words. Why do you only use your left hand to steer? Where's your right hand? Xiao Hui lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and then put out his right hand that was hidden behind his back, slightly stiffly, and finally answered honestly. I got a knife wound on my arm. It's quite deep. I have to go ashore to see a doctor to know if my Achilles tendon is injured. Xian Jin's relaxed smile froze. Right hand? Arm? Achilles tendon. Xiao Hui's throat moved slightly. Why didn't you say it just now? Xian Jin suddenly felt a little flustered. The right hand is the most important thing for both military generals and scholars. She even grabbed Xiao Hui's right arm just now. Xiao Hui shrugged indifferently. I'm afraid that if I tell you, you won't hug me. Xian Jin's throat was choked, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He blinked his eyes, and the misty fog floated to the surface again. He used up a lot of strength to suppress the tears in his eyes. Let me see. Xiao Hui hesitated for a moment, fixed the rudder at a balanced angle, walked to Xian Jin, and when he tore the cloth on his right shoulder, his face was involuntarily grim. The knife wound was about an inch above the elbow, and the skin and flesh had been turned over, revealing bright red flesh. Xiao Hui had treated the wound quickly when he hid in the tree. The 3 inches above the wound were tightly tied with cloth strips. But even so, bright red still slowly seeped out. Xian Jin did not move. And after a while, he looked up and said, after studying the 5 bodies, cut off their heads and hang them on the wall. It seemed that all the pain was healed. Xiao Hui smiled. Do you think I am a bit stupid to leave the mute guard alone to attend the appointment? Xian Jin shook his head without thinking. You agreed to a decisive battle in the way of pirates, so you have to fight in the way of pirates. Junjiro is a coward. But you are not. Xiao Hui's eyes flickered, and he wanted to reach out and hug him again. But he was afraid that if he crossed the line, he would lose the hard-earned progress. He was already very happy today. Even if Xian Jin did not say it out loud, he was still willing to believe that Xian Jin liked him, admired him, felt sorry for him, and was close to him. That's enough. Xiao Hui tried to move his right arm, looking unconcerned. As long as the Achilles tendon is not injured, I am still the first, and God is second. Facts have proved that Xiao is indeed temporarily ranked first. The knife wound is very deep, and the doctor uses the word lucky to describe Xiao Hui. Fortunately, the muscles and bones are not injured. Wrap the medicine with gauze. Take the medicine every day, and see if you have a fever tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If you don't have a fever, it's a good thing. The loyal and martial Marquis is young and strong, and it will heal in no more than 10 days. The focus is on personal quality. Xianjin missed the modern times with surgery, where there was no wound that couldn't be chua-chua. And a few stitches. Well, that's not right. If it were modern times, this level of knife wounds would hardly appear. Right? Xiaohui followed the doctor's instructions carefully, wrapped her arm with gauze, and drank the medicine obediently. Seeing that it was almost dawn, she asked Xianjin, "Are you going back to the official post?" Xianjin? Why doesn't she go back to the official post? Insulting patients here? Xianjin frowned. Your arm is not affected. Xiaohui pondered for a long time before he understood what Xianjin meant. His pure virgin heart was shattered into pieces, but his face was as calm as a chicken. Arms are arms. Waists are waists. Hips are hips. Each has its own duties, and dare not reverse the heavenly power. Chapter 334. It has to be strong. Xianjin didn't leave after all. Nor did he tease the disabled anymore. He stayed by Xiaohui's side and fed him another round of medicine. After Xiaohui passed out from the effects of the medicine, Xianjin stayed in the empty west wing. The officials of the negotiation group above the third rank lived in Xingdongfeng. The Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple had arranged 12 adjacent two-entry houses for the negotiation group. Although they were not big, they were better than the official post stations with 2 suites. What can I say? The privileged class exists in any time and space. The west wing was spacious and airy. Xianjin fell asleep immediately and slept until the sun was high in the sky. He heard the faint voices outside. Xianjin slipped on his shoes, put on a plain satin coat, leaned against the red lacquer pillar, and looked out with sleepy eyes. As soon as he looked out, Xianjin froze in place. The voices outside stopped abruptly. Princess Bayan turned her head and saw that it was Xianjin. She raised her eyebrows and looked like she understood everything. There was a hint of an ant's smile on the corner of her lips. The bearded man had a dull expression. After a while, he covered his chest in despair. Xiaohui looked pale. His right hand was tightly bandaged, and he was sitting below Grand Princess Bayan in loose and comfortable linen clothes. He looked up and saw Xianjin, raised his chin calmly, and briefly greeted. Change your clothes and greet the Grand Princess? Grand Princess Bayan raised her hand gracefully. Go to sleep. You must be tired after a night on the sea. Xianjin swallowed hard, tried to force a respectful smile, and backed away with his hands and feet while smiling. She was able to walk upright, which was considered promising. When you wake up, there are still eye mucus hanging from the corners of your eyes. The top leader is sitting next to you, smiling at you with satisfaction, as if he is looking at a good cabbage. This would scare anyone. Right? Xianjin returned to the west wing. There was a food plate on the small side table, with a bowl of bone soup rice noodles on it. The rice noodles were chewy and absorbed the aroma of the soup. A handful of fried spicy peppers and juicy coriander and chives were sprinkled on it. At the bottom was freshly cut bean sprouts, which were fresh, fragrant, spicy, and crispy in the mouth. The rice noodles in the bone soup were still steaming. This meant that the soup had been cooked long ago, and the rice noodles would be put in as soon as Xianjin woke up. Xiaohui was sure that Princess Bayan would let her go back to her room to rest. This thoughtful dog thing. Xianjin buried his head in the food, and after 2 bites, he was immersed in the warmth of the broth, completely forgetting the embarrassment of meeting the leader with eye boogers. Outside, Princess Bayan seemed to be smiling. Xiaohui looked normal. The beard was bright and angry, like an abandoned Tibetan fox. Princess Bayan smiled and stood up. Okay. Take a good rest. Take Xianjin around. It's rare for him to come out. She added. We will go to Fuzhou port in the next 3 days. If you have recovered from your injury, you can go with us. If you have not recovered, ask Xianjin to take the other 2 people from Xuanqing Prefecture with you. She handed Xiaohui an envelope and said, Give it to Xianjin. Ask her to think about how to make it happen in the next 2 days. Xiaohui took it and smiled. You just asked me to take her around. Princess Bayan remained calm. We can go around and do the work. We have to break the 12 hours into 24 hours. After we finish this job, I will send you a ship to Ryukyu to have some fun. Xiaohui relayed the original words to Xianjin. Xianjin was dumbfounded. How could the boss's skills in drawing cakes be so unified in ancient and modern times? At all levels. At all levels. Xianjin opened the envelope and read the requirements written by the product manager of Bayan word by word. After reading it, he turned around and walked out quickly, grabbing Hu Haixiang as he walked. Brother Xiang, please call Master Li Sanshun to the official post. He paused. The official post was almost full of female officials, so it was inconvenient for Li Sanshun to go. Just call him here and call Boss Hung as well. Xianjin sat down on the big desk by the window, lowered his head, and read the request left by Princess Bayan again. And without raising his head, he told Xiaohui beside him, the bone soup rice noodles just now are not bad. When they come, cook 2 more bowls. Xiaohui, he, after a long pause, Xiao, the cook, resigned herself to the fate and gave instructions. She also killed 2 watermelons and washed a few bunches of grapes. When Li Sanshun and Hingxi came, the fruit plate and rice noodles were already on the table waiting for the guests. Fujian in May was already hot. The mahogany windows on all sides were wide open, and the cool wind blew slowly through the kapok trees in the courtyard. Xiaohui gave the large rosewood desk by the window to Xianjin, and sat down in the flowers in the southeast corner with a book in his hand. Through the antique shelf and the white porcelain vase, he could just glimpse the girl by the window leaning over, frowning, sometimes gesticulating, sometimes lowering her head in thought, sometimes smiling, talking to the 2 companions beside her. And then she started to quarrel with Li Sanshun. Well, it was normal for Xianjin and Old Li to quarrel, and the honeymoon period between the 2 was usually only half an hour. Within half an hour, the old and the young were in harmony and in harmony. Half an hour later, the old one said, "You know nothing. I become a paper-making spirit." The young one said, "Yes, yes. If you are a paper-making spirit, I am Fa Hai, who specializes in collecting spirits. The main focus is on the old one's violent output, and the young one is sarcastic. The air smells sweet. The smell of fruits, kapok trees, and tea leaves mixed with the bitterness of Chinese medicine. The sweet smell is mixed with noisy noises." Xiaohui smiled and held a book in his hand. He didn't know where he was reading, but he always felt happy. At dusk, seeing Li Sanshun squatting on the steps at the door smoking a pipe, he rolled up his sleeves and put on a white copper pipe. Smiling, masterly, "Can I borrow a light?" Li Sanshun was choked by the smoke and repeatedly reminded himself in his heart, this guy is now a senior official in the court, higher than the county magistrate. He is not the young master of the mountain courtyard, who used to eat and drink at the Chen family. Li Sanshun trembled and handed over the pipe. Xiaohui glanced at Li Sanshun's pipe, took a puff, and quickly exhaled a puff of white smoke. "You grow this tobacco leaf yourself, right? It smells very delicious." Li Sanshun nodded vigorously. "It's just something grown at home. Add some cow dung and donkey dung eggs to make it fertile, and the tobacco will be strong." Xiaohui nodded, and with his crippled hand, he lit a cigarette but didn't smoke it. He squatted with Li Sanshun for half an hour. The next day, Xiaohui handed Li Sanshun a small cloth bag and squatted next to the old man. "Try this Yongding silk tobacco, produced in western Fujian. The taste is also strong. It seems to be a tribute, and there is a Yinkui brand given by Emperor Wenzong." Li Sanshun took a deep puff and squinted his eyes with joy. Xiaohui smiled. "If you like, I'll pack a few bags for you." Li Sanshun refused. "That's not convenient. With your status." Xiaohui laughed. "What's my status? I'm just your companion smoking in the corner." As he spoke, he raised his eyes slightly and looked at the 4-sided window lattice. Xianjin spread the rice paper he brought on the table one by one, lowered his head, and used his fingertips to feel the toughness of different types of rice paper with a very serious look. Xiaohui's eyes were unconsciously gentle. "That damn girl tortures you every day. You have to smoke something stronger so that you have the strength to yell back at her." Chapter 335, All Without Anger. After Xiaohui had survived the 2-day high fever crisis, he boarded the ship with the others to Fuzhou port. The mast of the Yin still had the head of Junjiro hanging on it. Under the high temperature and sun, the skin and flesh of the head gradually rotted. Vultures and seagulls landed on the horizontal mast and pecked at it with their sharp beaks when no one noticed. The Japanese, represented by Ashikaga, had reached a deadlock in their negotiations with the Wei Kingdom. The reason was that after a very pleasant ceremony of recognizing their father, the Wei Kingdom and the Wak Kingdom signed a trade agreement and jointly recognized the obligation to pay tribute. Everything was very pleasant. The Japanese actually had the illusion that Watase's father is really reasonable. However, as the peace talks progressed, the Japanese gradually realized that the smooth peace talks in the previous 2 days were just a wolf's skin. When they relaxed their vigilance, Wei gradually showed its fangs. Wei actually asked Japan to ask Wei before issuing an edict. Wei replied yes, and Japan could issue it. What's the difference between this and the samurai having to get the approval of the head of the family before eating? I came here with the intention of recognizing my father. But my father asked his son to report what clothes he wore, what sashimi he ate, and what cherry blossoms he picked every day before he could do it. This son is too frustrated. What's more, as a son, he doesn't have pocket money. Shogun Ashikaga walked up to the pier in front of the ship in Fuzhou port with his head down, and saw the head of the leading ship E on the mast. The head of the platform Junjiro was unrecognizable, and he couldn't help but think of the day before when he learned that the young Zhongwu Ho came back alive. But the platform's head was hung on the mast, and he held his breath to find the powerful woman of Wei. If it was an ordinary samurai, or even an ordinary Xiaoming, he would die, and it would be considered that Japan surrendered to Wei. But it was the platform. His father is the prime minister. Ashikaga lowered his head. The defeat of Japan is a foregone conclusion. We are sincere. But your subordinate, the Marquis Zhongwu, still refused to give in and issued a declaration of war to the platform, and even killed the platform. When I returned to Japan, how should I explain to the court? The powerful woman of Wei was arranging flowers at the time. She didn't even raise her head when she heard him speak. Issued a declaration of war? What declaration of war? Ashikaga held his breath. The Marquis Zhongwu shot a red flag on the wooden door of the platform's residence. Everyone in the post station can testify. Ashikaga felt a little more confident when he saw that the woman didn't know. During the peace talks between the two countries, the Marquis Zhongwu provoked trouble and caused the death of the envoy. According to the law of the Honglu Temple of the Great Wei, he should be exiled for 3,000 miles. The woman picked up the copper scissors and cut off the brightly colored jacarandas and put them aside. She said oh casually, and then said, I remember that shooting red flags to duel is a pirate's method? Ashikaga said hi. Yes. The woman put down the copper scissors and laughed. Didn't you say that the platform Junjiro was not a pirate when we were negotiating the peace talks? Not a pirate. You agreed to a duel with a pirate, and lost your life? Ashikaga paused. The woman handed the jacaranda branch with the flowers cut off to Ashikaga. With a normal look, the past is over and cannot be retrieved. I allow you to take off the head of the platform and bring it back to Japan for burial, since his head and body are separated in the territory of Wei. This branch without the flower head can be regarded as his body. Ashikaga lowered his head, pursed his lips, and took it with one hand. When her fingertips touched the jacaranda branch, the woman calmly opened it, as if she remembered something. Fuzhou Port and Changle Port have not been peaceful these days. 2 or 3 villages around the ports have been massacred. There are still 4 days left for the peace talks. We are neighbors separated by a narrow strip of water, so it's a good opportunity to go and see it together. Ashikaga was shocked and immediately realized that it was the platform that Junjiro's duel was exposed to the Japanese village. He was immediately shocked and frightened. He lowered his head and offered his hands to respectfully receive the branch. He once again felt that although the Wei dynasty had changed to a woman in charge, this woman was more fierce, more arrogant, and more fond of killing than the previous Emperor Sun, and even the current Emperor Xiaoda. On the pier, the sea breeze blew, and Ashikaga came to his senses and walked onto the boat. Fuzhou Port Wanbiandu is not far away. It only takes 1 morning to sail there. When we arrived at noon, we heard the sound of woo 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 from the water. Xianjin stuck his head out of the window frame and was shocked. On the sea, there were nearly 100 treasure ships anchored in a row, with majestic bodies and unparalleled giants. The shipbuilding technology of this era was so advanced. The shock brought by the giant ship lasted until we got off the ship and landed. Xianjin followed the crowd and walked out. Qiao Hui and others were at the intersection. He walked to Xianjin's side smoothly and whispered, "The Datong treasure ship is 44 feet and 4 feet long, 18 feet wide, with a carrying capacity of 800 tons and can accommodate thousands of people. Since the end of the previous year, when the war at sea was temporarily suspended, my uncle has been staying in Fujian and received a military order to build a ship here." Xianjin sighed in shock. In just 2 years, so many treasure ships were built. Xiao Huimai lowered his chin and smiled softly. Only the first 3 ships are complete inside. The rest are just roughly built with frames. And even the masts were only erected 2 days ago. Xian Jin was puzzled. Princess Bayan is not a person who likes to show off. Xiao Hui raised his eyes. Xian Jin followed his gaze, and saw Princess Bayan leading Ashikaga and his group of Japanese people to the leading treasure ship. And he understood immediately. The best strategy is to defeat the enemy without fighting. The Wei dynasty hurt the Japanese. To be more precise, it was the Princess Bayan and Xiao Hui who hurt the Japanese without caring about their lives or money. This is why the peace talks were held. Based on the current human, financial and material resources of the Wei dynasty, it is impossible to deal with the threats of the northern Tatars and the southern Japanese pirates at the same time. The Japanese must not see through the weakness. The best way is to show the Japanese the strength of the sea, so that they are afraid of it. Let them feel cold when they think of the Wei dynasty. Let them be a grandson in the peace talks. Let them retreat step by step. Why do later generations have military exercises? One is to boost morale, and the other is to let those who are interested think carefully whether they can afford to fight head-on. Xian Jin has never been involved in politics, but she has watched the news broadcast. Oh, and Hupu. Xiao Hui saw Xian Jin and understood immediately. So he smiled and said, "Your teacher always scolds you for writing bad articles. I have argued with him and said that you are like a gourd with dumplings in your stomach. You have it in your stomach, but you just can't pour it out." Xian Jin, thank you for your protection. Xiao Hui laughed gloatingly when she said this. But before you left, your teacher did say that you should write a policy paper about your trip to Fujian after you return. Xian Jin, she couldn't imagine how much homework Xiao Shanzhang would assign her when he saw her holding hands with Xiao Hui. The days were getting colder and colder. When she thought of the homework all over the mountains, she even thought that staying in Fujian to develop the tea industry was a good career path. The worry about the homework was postponed for the time being. That afternoon, Princess Bayan finally summoned Xian Jin. Chapter 336 Books and Doctrines. After receiving the news, Xian Jin entered the large cabin of the treasure ship. There were only 7 or 8 people sitting in the large cabin. The atmosphere was serious. It seemed that it was a high-level meeting for negotiation. Princess Bayan asked Xian Jin to take a seat, and Xian Jin sat at the end. Ashikaga glanced at Xian Jin impatiently. Why is the Wei dynasty so dominated? The head of the family is a woman. And why is the person called to attend the meeting also a woman? The defeated country is not qualified to express opinions. Ashikaga turned to Princess Bayan and said respectfully, whenever important matters are reported, not to mention the manpower, money and material resources, just say that the one-way trip from Japan to Wei is dozens of days, and the round trip is more than a month. The delay in going back and forth may delay the issuance of important imperial edicts. Princess Bayan seemed to think for a while, nodded slightly. General Ashikaga has a point. Ashikaga didn't dare to answer. This woman has fallen into 3 traps with every word, and he has fallen into it many times. She agrees with you on the surface, but then she slaps you in the face. Not only is it painful, but it also loses face. Princess Bayan said calmly. In this case, let's put this matter aside for now. Ashikaga still didn't dare to answer, always feeling that there was a trap ahead. And it was huge. Sure enough, Princess Bayan tilted her head and pointed at Xian Jin. One of the national gifts that Dawei gave to Wagyu at the beginning, Heilin Dawei, was made by the Zhuangqingfa Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce, and was presented by this young boss General Ashikaga. Do you think that national gift is satisfactory? Ashikaga didn't dare to say he was satisfied, nor did he dare to say he was not satisfied. He was afraid that if he said he was satisfied, Japan would have to pay a lot of money to buy paper, and he was afraid that if he said he was not satisfied, he would be beaten. They saw dozens of huge treasure ships at the port today. A ship can accommodate thousands of people, and it is not difficult for 50,000 Wei troops to attack the island. The strength is too strong, which makes people afraid. Ashikaga bowed and replied, the Celestial Empire is vast, and the things are noble, all of which are extraordinary. Princess Bayan saw that the prey jumped into the trap several times, but this time it didn't jump, so she didn't get angry. She nodded and said, then I will reward you with Xian paper as imperial paper for imperial edicts. Ashikaga hunched his head and blinked, thinking in his heart, it seems that there is no loss, right? Ashikaga still didn't dare to agree. Xianjin could only look at it, and hide his trembling mouth corners with difficulty. Princess Bian played a set of combos smoothly, allowing Xiao Hui to kill the platform, and then took advantage of the situation to find out the spy village, massacre the village, and shock the Fuzhou port with force. The 10-day peace talks formed a closed loop with a combination of punches, and the ultimate goal was to interfere in Japan's internal affairs. What tribute, what trade is open, are all pretexts. When a country needs the approval of its neighboring country even to issue an imperial decree, does this country still have the right to be the master of its own house? Ashikaga was frightened like a mouse with its toes turned inside out wandering around a mouse trap. I know it will be caught. She also knows it will be caught. And the mouse itself also knows it will be caught, but I just don't know when, where, and how it will be caught. Princess Bian asked Ashikaga directly. Do you think this proposal is good? Ashikaga hesitated. His mustache curled up and down. Princess Bian didn't care about Ashikaga's attitude at all. Xian paper will be used as your imperial edict paper. Every year, 10 pieces of numbered Xian paper will be shipped from Huayan Port to Naha Port. All court documents must be written on numbered Xian paper. Otherwise they will have no orthodox effect. Princess Bian paused for a moment and said, to ensure that Japan uses Xian paper properly, our dynasty will send a team of envoys to the island. We will produce the paper, and you will stamp it. This move not only maintains your dynasty's orthodox authority, but also demonstrates our patriotic compassion for the world. It can be said that we kill two birds with one stone, and everyone gets what they want. A huge wave rose in Ashikaga's chest. This is equivalent to handing the right to issue imperial edicts directly to the Wei dynasty. It is even more excessive than the proposal that the Wei dynasty must be informed before issuing the imperial edict. The imperial edict paper is provided and managed by the Wei dynasty. The Wei dynasty will give you the number of the document issued by the Wei dynasty, and the people of the Wei dynasty will enter the court and write documents for you. What else can the Japanese country do? You can't find paper to use even if you have a big seal in your hand. This is equivalent to handing half of the internal affairs power to the Wei dynasty. Ashikaga did not dare to refuse. He had just rejected Wei Chao's proposal. He was on the treasure ship, and this woman was so strong that she would not allow him to refuse for the second time. Ashikaga smiled and said, will it be too easy to copy if the imperial edict is made of special paper? You worry too much. Xianjin's voice sounded at the right time. Xian paper is difficult to copy. The river water and tree bark used to make paper are not available anywhere else. In addition, the imperial edict paper sent to Japan will use special water corrugated paper. The water corrugated paper has two light and dark watermarks. The pattern of each sheet is the same, and it is extremely difficult to copy. General Ashikaga, you can rest assured. Xianjin was full of confidence. Ashikaga glanced at him and wanted to curse him. He couldn't be mean to Princess Bian. How dare you? A small merchant fart in the negotiation between the two countries. Ashikaga was about to vent his anger, but he saw the terrifying Zhong Wuho sitting opposite him, looking at him expressionlessly with his hands clasped. In this world, the language may not be the same, but the threatening look must be similar. Ashikaga saw in the eyes of the famous Zhong Wuho, if you dare to speak, I will make you bleed 3 feet on the spot. A concrete threat. Ashikaga endured it and turned to Xianjin. If the circulation of imperial paper causes instability in our dynasty, what will this girl do to bear the responsibility? Xianjin said calmly. Since the Yuan and Song dynasties, our dynasty has used the water wave light and dark pattern papermaking technique to make juzi, which has a long history and is widely inherited. And your country is small and sparsely populated, and the business industry is underdeveloped. It is normal that you don't understand the production technique of jiazi used as currency. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Ashikaga took a deep breath and looked at Princess Bian again. He felt a storm in his chest and was very aggrieved. He had to agree to this condition now, whether he agreed or not. Ashikaga lowered his head and stared at his clogs, feeling that he had lost power and humiliated his country. But he had no idea what to do. Princess Bian did not speak either. The old acquaintance, Wen Fu Chung. Oh no! Now he should be called Wen Shu Ling. Took out a long-prepared peace document and handed it to Ashikaga. Ashikaga read 10 lines at a glance, and found an incredible line of words in the document. He looked up and asked Princess Bian, Your Highness, this article says that since the 16th year of Jiaota, The teachings of the Japanese private schools have been transported and supplied by the Wei dynasty. Ashikaga frowned. What does this mean? Princess Bayan suddenly realized what Ashikaga said. Oh! Our two countries are neighbors. And we should give you a favor in return. You bought our Shin paper as imperial edict paper. So we should give you some small gifts. Don't worry. We won't charge you a penny for these books and doctrines. And we will ensure that the books are made of the most precious Shin paper. Princess Bayan smiled. Shin paper is so rare that not all books and doctrines in our dynasty are made of Shin paper. If you throw them away, I will be very disappointed. Very disappointed. 2 disappointments, said slowly and lightly. Ashikaga's face turned pale immediately. This woman was very disappointed. And this woman had many treasure ships and very strong soldiers. She was very disappointed. Who was unlucky? But what makes a country a country? Culture, economy, military, diplomacy, law, punishment, regime. Doi took away half of the internal power and invaded the cultural foundation of the Japanese with books and doctrines. Ashikaga closed his eyes in despair. At least 20 years. At least 20 years. The Japanese will not pose any threat to Doi. Chapter 337 Playing with My Husband. The negotiation group came to an end with a long and lingering thread. 4 or 5 documents were signed. Except for the Japanese who were gloomy. The Wei dynasty was full of flowers and flowers. Smooth and peaceful. Xiao Hui, with a crippled hand, took Xianjin, Hengxi, and Li Sanshun to the sea, calling it experience the customs of the South Seas and feel the life on the sea. It was very similar to the slogan of the Sunset Red tour group. The itinerary was also very Sunset Red. At 6 o'clock in the morning, before the roosters woke up, everyone went out to sea. They went to 3 sea routes and a small island in one day, and arranged to go to the sea in the evening. They were sent back to the official post at midnight and continued the next day. They got up even earlier the next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, to go to the market. To the sea market. To the sea market. To the sea bream longer than the forearm. To the clams bigger than the palm. And to many shells and snails that had never been seen before. Followed by worshipping Mazu, drinking tea and listening to Min opera and Liyuan opera. The 3-day trip was packed with arrangements. Hengxi was almost dead. She was seasick to begin with. And on the first day, when she was ejected and changed the sea route, it had already drained all her energy after work. In the next 2 days, Hengxi followed with 2 dark circles under her eyes. Weakly, Xianjin asked her to go back to the official post to rest. Hengxi's exhalation was longer than her inhalation. I'm here now. Xianjin laughed. Ha 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 ha. After 3 days, the real Sunset Red, Li Sanshun had a lot of fun, was energetic, and his skin color was similar to that of the locals. He licked his lips. Can I not go back? It's really hard to fish in Xuancheng. At most, you can catch a few small and thorny crucian carp shells. There are so many fish here. You can kill 3 fish by throwing a stone into the sea. Xianjin nodded. Okay. I'll give the title of the number 1 in the Xuancheng Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce to Go Yi. Li Sanshun was furious. Bullshit. He still has a lot to learn. Is he guilty of giving him the title of number 1? TSK TSK TSK. As long as the fisherman can't cut off worldly desires, he won't be able to catch the big fish that will bring honor to his family. The night before departure, the treasure ship of the Grand Princess Bayan held a banquet. Perhaps because Shin Paper had made another contribution, Xianjin didn't sit at the end, but sat at the 3rd table from the beginning, sandwiched between a group of old men in crimson official robes, like a skinny dung beetle falling into a big red dye vat. The old men were all drinking, and Xianjin took advantage of the chaos to eat food. An old man with an indigo sachet tied to his official uniform belt trembled as he held a cup and asked Xianjin, which prince's little princess sneaked out to play. Xianjin hurriedly helped the old man hold the cup, fearing that his hand would shake and the wine would spill on her cockroach shell. Xianjin shook his head. Which princess's daughter is it? Xianjin shook his head. Which little county lady is it? Little noble lady? Little. Xianjin pursed his lips. Sir, she is already 21 years old. She is a mature woman with long arms and legs, tall stature, mature facial features, and clothes that complement the environment, even in later generations. This age cannot be called little XX. Right? Men, no matter how old they are, always liked to prefix women with Xiao's small. Little wife. Little pumpkin. Little sister. Why? Because Xiao corresponds to de, and women correspond to men. Hyun Jin Jun shook his head, but couldn't bear to see the old man thinking hard, which made him unable to sleep at night. So he kindly said, "Others call me President." The old man frowned even more, thinking hard. President? Is this a new royal family title? It sounds like it is higher than the county lady and princess. After Xianjin had finished fooling the old man, he turned his head and saw Princess Bayan toasting at the main table. General Ashikaga, you must firmly grasp the power of the Hua dynasty. After the 20-year contract expires, I hope you will still go to Wei to renew it. Princess Bayan had a smug smile on her face, with a sense of satisfaction that all her desires were satisfied. By then, we will not be in Fujian anymore. And you, Japan, Goguryeo, Java, and Ryukyu, will all come to the capital to pay homage. This was the first time Xianjin heard Princess Bayan brag. No, it can't be called bragging. It's called looking forward. Xianjin looked at it with burning eyes. Princess Bayan was sitting in the middle of the round table. The candlelight was like a gorgeous halo like silk, covering Princess Bayan's bright and graceful face, as if she was hidden behind a huge and luxurious golden veil. I admire her so much. Xianjin felt that she was very happy and lucky. If the princess was not in power in this era, she would not have the opportunity to sit among these big men in crimson robes. She would only become a little girl. Shall he? If she is not so lucky, she may become a concubine. The pioneers are all yearning to throw stones and knock on the road, and the later ones are climbing high and looking far to enjoy the good time. The next morning, the negotiation group set off from Jiananxi Road to the mouth of the Minjiang River, and then into the Minjiang River waterway. That is, to the inland. Before stopping at Yingtianfu port, Princess Bayan specially summoned her on board to ask questions. When can the tin knife water ripple paper be ready? First, a special bamboo curtain is needed, and the paper pulp can be used and mixed. But in the technique of scooping paper, it is necessary to use the 3-layer sandwich method, so that the light and dark patterns are hidden in the paper. And even the number can be sandwiched into the 3-layer xian by the method of engraving silk. These are the results of Xianjin and Li Sanjuan's discussion at Xiao Hui's place. Xianjin chose his words carefully. It can be as long as 3 to 5 months, or as short as 1 or 2 months, depending on the cooperation of the master. Princess Bayan laughed, tilted her head, and said to Xiao Hui, "This girl, after going out for a while, has learned a lot of politicians' habits. Never say anything for sure, let alone agree on a time." Xianjin's face started to turn red from his chin to the top of his head. The masters are well coordinated. 3 months is not a problem. Princess Bayan nodded. What are you going to do next? Xianjin scratched his head. Originally, I was going to open a world-famous workshop in Xuanqing Prefecture that only made the best Xian paper. Later, you made Xian paper the imperial edict paper of Japan. Thanks to you, the status of Xian paper has been raised so high, and I have some courage to come out and try my luck. Princess Bayan continued to nod. Not bad. You have some courage. Xianjin was very happy. No matter how good Xian paper is, if it cannot leave Xuanqing and Nanzili, it will only be a flash in the pan and live in a corner. Now Xian paper has reached its peak in the past 100 or 200 years since its birth. If I work hard and fight for my life, Xian paper may also be passed down in history books. After returning to Xuanqing and settling down, come to the capital. Princess Bayan put her hands casually on the side table. It was a family meeting. She did not put on makeup. Finally, subtle traces appeared in the corners of her eyes. I have been guarding Yumen Pass since I was 16. I returned to the capital briefly during the Baiduo Rebellion more than 10 years ago. Now, Emperor Zhaoda is useless. The cabinet has not been cleaned up. Not to mention the 6 ministries. This palace wants to replace the current jiazi and reissue it. Do you think it is feasible to use rice paper to issue banknotes? The banknote system benefits the country and the people. And the truth is very clear. This is a great achievement for generations. Xianjin was stunned. The Grand Princess Bayan did not pursue the answer, but just let Xianjin think carefully. Xiao Hui and the bearded Liang Yang sent Xianjin off the boat and landed together. Liang Yang saw Xianjin's lost soul and whispered to Xiao Hui. Just now the general asked boss he what to do in the future. I thought he was asking about your wedding. Xiao Hui? Finally, I know why you and Dr. Chiu are drifting apart. Why are you so obsessed with love? Xiao Hui raised his eyebrows. The Grand Princess and Xian Jin are together, just playing husbands, which is more normal than discussing the gossips of the Dong family and the Li family. When you will get married? When I will have children. Chapter 338, Abandoned After Seducing. Before arriving at Yingtian Prefecture, Xian Jin summoned Li Sanshun and Hingxi to hold a short meeting in this small cabin swaying on the water, and informed them of the idea of Princess Bayan to issue banknotes with rice paper. Hingxi was so happy that he shouted, God bless. The three pure ones protect you. Amitabha. Confucius has shown his spirit. He thanked all three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. He is really a loyal believer who is merciful everywhere. Xian Jin smiled. I think it's a good opportunity too. It's more than a good opportunity. If it works, our rice paper will be the best in the world. Hengxi's face flushed with excitement. Li Sanshun, however, sat on a low stool with his legs crossed, his shoulders bent like shrimps, his fingers bent and tapping the corners of the stool unconsciously, his mouth tightly pursed, and he didn't say a word. Xian Jin looked at Li Sanshun and tilted his head and said, Master Li? Li Sanshun came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment and said, using rice paper to issue banknotes. Then should we move our workshop to the capital? Xian Jin thought for a moment. The reason why Xian paper is called Xian paper is that it can only be made from the mountain stream spring water unique to Xuanqing Prefecture and the qingtan tree bark that is only found in Jingxian and its surrounding counties. I think it cannot be moved. A mountain breeds a water, and a water breeds a plant and a tree. A slight difference leads to a great loss. Can Xian paper from Xuanqing Prefecture still be called Xian paper? Can the pulp from the qingtan tree bark still be made into Xian paper that is smooth as jade and can change into thousands of colors? Since the Grand Princess Bayan proposed using Xian paper to issue banknotes. After hearing Xian Jin's proposal, Xian Jin thought about it a lot. After listening to Xian Jin's words, Li Sanshun finally relaxed his tense heart. He was worried that Xian Jin would be dazzled by the prosperity and move the workshop north regardless of the consequences in order to get things done. Even if they were to go out with the same team. The water was different. The straw was dried differently. The climate was different. And the most important raw materials were different. Even if a Daluo Zhenxian came, they couldn't make the same paper. Li Sanshun patted his chest, crossed his legs, and breathed a sigh of relief. You are a dog with a clear mind, Xian Jin said. The circulation of banknotes is an important matter that will benefit the people and the market for thousands of years. People like you and me who are in charge of this important task need to have great virtue, endure great disasters, and endure great things before we can achieve great results. Li Sanshun, please speak human language. Xian Jin immediately changed the topic. We have to do this business well. We have to make a lot of money and keep a good reputation. We have to have both the inside and the outside. Li Sanshun nodded. This is more like it. After the initial excitement, Hingxi was overwhelmed by the fear of the big task. He frowned. If the workshop doesn't move, we will face a lot of difficulties in this business. Using rice paper banknotes is like doing business with the court. The court has made demands, and we have to meet them. The tribute has been changed 3 times, and the requirements and changes of banknotes will be even more. It takes at least more than 20 days to travel between Xuanqing Prefecture and the capital by water, and then by official road? It only takes 2 months to go back and forth. With such a long communication time, how many years will it take us to complete it? Where will the cost of the travel, the labor cost, and the initial investment come from? Hengxi didn't dare to think too deeply. When he thought about it, his scalp went numb and his mind was full of mud. This thing sounds glamorous, but in reality, it's like putting your head on your belt to make money. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to work for the court. This is completely different from the requirements of ordinary parties. Ordinary parties. If you can't do it well, you can just stop making money from him, and we'll go our separate ways. When we meet again, we'll still be good friends who curse the boss together. If you can't do it well for the court, your grandmother will wave to you when you look up, and we'll go to your grave to dance together next year on Qingming Festival. It seems simple to issue banknotes on rice paper, but there are too many links to overcome, such as the reconstruction of the organizational structure of the workshop, how to open up the transportation channels, and which workshop to use to do the work. This is logistical support. How to distribute the personnel involved in the production. How to adjust. How to add and subtract. And how to manage. This is team support. If you work for the court, can the court advance money for you? It's good enough if people don't owe you money. As Hengshi said, who will pay for the initial investment cost? Who will advance the money? This is financial support. There are at least 4 or 5 small problems under each big framework, and each of them is extremely difficult, involving two-way communication between the upper and lower levels. Only by asking for money from the upper level, people from the lower level, and management in the middle can results be achieved. Xianjin turned around and hung a varnished wooden board on the wall. A large 3-layered rice paper was pasted on the board, with 27 lines of problems densely written on it. Only after 4 or 5 lines did Xianjin draw a big circle after the problem with a red pen, indicating that he had thought of a solution. There were still more than 20 lines left, with more questions than ants, and nothing was left at the end waiting for people to fill in the blanks. Hengshi was confused when he saw this. We have to solve all these? Xianjin nodded. If we don't solve them, we won't take the banknote business? Xianjin shook his head and handed a reed pen to Hengshi very calmly. Even if we can't solve it, we have to take it without telling the court. Hengshi swallowed hard. You are so brave? Xianjin replied. If we don't take it, and someone else takes it, we will never get ahead in our lives. How could I refuse a big product that was delivered to my door? As for the disco on the grave, that would be next year's Qingming festival. If you don't have some courage and a gambler in doing business, you won't be able to make it big. Hengshi looked at Xianjin in awe. I don't envy you for making money. Only then did Li Sanshun realize the benefits of being semi-illiterate. I don't know how to read, so I don't have any worries. The old man yawned uninterested, wanting to smoke a pipe, but was afraid that Xianjin would roar at him. So he left a sentence. You guys chat first. I'll go out and smoke. The old man walked out with his head bent, and as soon as he turned a corner, he met his new smoking partner, Mr. Qiao. Qiao Hui handed the pipe to Li Sanshun with familiarity, and glanced inside the cabin. I haven't seen your boss. He get off the boat for several days. What is he doing hiding in there? Li Sanshun squinted his eyes and exhaled white smoke, thinking about how to cheat the court's money. Qiao Hui? So wild now. Qiao Hui retracted his gaze and seemed to ask again without intention. Did she agree to go to the capital? Li Sanshun shook his head. I was just talking about this. The Xian paper workshop cannot go to the capital. The water and bark in the capital cannot meet the standards for making Xian paper. If we move out of Xuanqing Prefecture, even if my father comes back to life from the coffin, he can't make paper. Xiao Hui's throat choked. His face was not showing any sign. Really? Then we are still guarding Xuanqingfu? Not moving at all? Li Sanshun squatted in the corner and took another puff of a cigarette. From what he said, it's almost right. Xiao Hui paused. Li Sanshun raised his eyes and nodded. Why don't you go ask? Xiao Hui, if he dares to ask, why would he squat here and breathe in second-hand smoke? These nights, I see the yin every day. The lights in the cabin are on at midnight. I can't see clearly through the cabin, but I can feel Xianjin's busyness. When Xianjin was busy, he seemed to be in a fighting state, and he was irritable and violent. He was full, and had nothing better to do than to provoke her. Wasn't he afraid of being yelled at? With a good mentality of better death than death. Xiao Hui handed another pack of tobacco to Li Sanshun. Please help me find out. Remembering that their relationship has not been made public. No! Their relationship has not even been confirmed. That damn girl held her hand, hugged her, and kissed her. But she never mentioned what their relationship was. She is really good at abandoning her after having sex. Xiao Hui's tone was a little aggrieved. If she wants to go to the capital, my father wants to clean up a separate courtyard for this closed disciple to live in. Let's make preparations in advance. Chapter 339 Not Shueishuo. Xianjin and Hengshi closed the hatch for several days, and worked hard on the business plan. Hengshi didn't dare to think about it at first, and only dared to borrow the ship and waterway of Zhensanlang at Longchuangxi Wharf. Xianjin hated her for not fighting. Salt-carrying ships. All ships. Make way for me. Sister. We are transporting money. Later, Hengshi was like a stone monkey with a mind, and tried to requisition the Imperial Guard camp in the capital to escort the money in a very whimsical way. Each ship is equipped with 10 guards from the Imperial Guard camp. They must be tall. They must be handsome. Their breasts must be bigger than those of the loyal Marquis. Xianjin, ha ha ha. Then he handed the pen to Hengxi. Brave people enjoy life first. Write these requirements in the plan, and see if Xiaohui will kill you. The night before arriving at Yingtian Prefecture, the fleet stopped ashore to give people a rest. Xianjin took the plan and asked to see Princess Bayan. Princess Bayan had just finished washing up. The whole room was filled with the scent of roses. She was warm and elegant. Her hair was still moist. Jian Shangdong, who was standing by, was drying her hair on hot charcoal with a long velvet blanket and then covering it up from the hair. Princess Bayan looked down at the business plan. 1, 2, 3, 4 points are very clear. Although it is not very literary, it is direct. After Princess Bayan had read it for a while, Xianjin took out the varnished wooden board used a few days ago from behind the screen and hung it on the wall. A thick layer of paper was pasted on the board, and the paper was only pasted on the 4 corners, so that it was easy to tear off and read the next one. PPT is the most convenient tool for presentation, although only manual versions can be used these days. Xianjin took out the fuel substitute for laser pens, the feather duster, in line with the business plan, and calmly began to perform, using rice paper to issue banknotes. One is that the common people can trust it, and the other is to avoid bandits. Because of its special material, rice paper is difficult to imitate in other places, which just meets these 2 points. First, let's affirm the advancement of this idea, and then talk about its practicality and implementation. As I said, Xian paper is difficult to imitate and can only be made in Xuanqing Prefecture. Then the production of jiazi can be completed in 2 steps. The paper is made in Xuanqing, transported to northern Jili by the salt transport official ship, and printed and handed over to the eunuchs. The material of Xian paper and the method of engraving are used. The paper can last for a long time, and outsiders cannot forge it without knowing the method. This statement turned Hengxi's worry about the poor communication caused by the long distance into an advantage of completing the 2 processes separately to ensure the confidentiality of banknote production to a great extent. Back to the raw materials for making banknotes. We plan to use the method of being lenient and cheap based on the imperial edict paper sent to Japan, so that the width of the ridges is more than 1 inch. We will first make a few large characters in the interlayer, which can be seen on both sides, and use watermarks to ensure the uniqueness and non-copyability of the paper. Xianjin tore off the first few pages of display paper pasted on the wooden board. On this page, Xianjin drew a sketch of the paper she described, and even marked the length, width and height on the picture. Xianjin took out a copy of the Analects of Confucius commonly used in private schools and smiled. As the saying goes, there are beautiful women and golden houses in books. I will use the size of the school's teachings as the size of this banknote, intending to warn scholars to study hard and make progress every day, so that we can make a lot of money in the future. Princess Bayan laughed with joy, and listened to Xianjin's illustrations of the pulp ratio, personnel control, and transportation. After a moment's silence, she asked, since Xian paper cannot leave Xuanqing Prefecture, how can the Baoqiao division communicate with you during the banknote making period? Send pigeons? Xianjin looked up. I will go to the capital, and the dedicated line will be responsible for communication. Princess Bayan smiled and raised her eyebrows. You will go alone? Xianjin nodded. I will go to the capital on behalf of the Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce to negotiate and communicate, and Vice President Hung will return to Xuanqing Prefecture to specialize in banknote making. It's just one company, 2 bases, one for production in the factory, and one for business in the Beijing office. Princess Bayan nodded slightly. We'll know if it's feasible after we try it. Xianjin tore off a page of paper and continued. I plan to set up a workshop in Xuanqing Prefecture to make paper materials. I calculated that the issuance of jiuzi is based on the number of circles. 3 years is 1 circle. New jiuzi is issued, and old jiuzi is recycled. The issuance volume of 1 circle is about 1.5 million strings. According to the large amount data of 100 taels, 50 taels, and 30 taels, the paper required to issue 1 circle of jiuzi is about 25,000 sheets. That is to say, the production volume we need is more than 25,000 sheets in 3 years. If there is a paper-making team of more than 20 people, this production volume can be completed within 1 month. To ensure that this team of 20 people does not leak secrets, circulate, or change, it is recommended that this workshop not be used for other purposes. but only for making official banknotes. These 20 people will not be used for other purposes either, and will be replaced every 3 years. They are not allowed to leave Xuancheng Prefecture during the banknote making period. Xianjin changed from common people to I as he spoke. Princess Bayan did not care about the empty formalities. When she heard Xianjin say this, she was shocked by the source of the data. 1 million and a half million official banknotes were issued in one world. How did you know this number? Xianjin scratched his head. Books contain beautiful women and golden houses. Princess Bayan raised her eyebrows. Xianjin had to tell the truth. Mr. Qiao is my teacher. My first article, The Great Business Road, contains some figures given to me by my teacher. Princess Bayan looked at Xianjin with a gentle and warm gaze. Her moist hair had been dried. Concubine Jiang lowered her head to apply rose water on her. The whole room was like a rose blooming in the morning sun. Princess Bayan's tone became more and more gentle. She closed the plan and said softly, "Okay, let's do it first." After hearing what the leader said, Xianjin immediately took out a set of identical plans from his arms and presented them to the side of Grand Princess Bayan with both hands. "Since you agree, can you write a red comment on the plan? Or press a seal? It's also easier for us to do things with the imperial pen." Jiang Shanggong, who is in charge of your private seal, happened to be next to him. After a slight pause, Grand Princess Bayan took the soft brush filled with red ink, drew a big circle on the cover of the plan she had read, and wrote the word red. She then took the round private seal presented by Jiang Shanggong with both hands and pressed it on it, and returned it to Xianjin again. "You write it as a memorial, and I will comment on it as a memorial, so as to repay your continuous work day and night without sleep." Xianjin was somewhat moved, and he lowered his head and walked back. After he left, he could vaguely hear the intermittent words from the inner room. It can be seen that God really does not restrict talents to one type. The court officials submitted memorials. Some asked me 3 times whether my birthday was good. Some kept asking me if I ate mangoes. And there was also a memorial about the riots in March that he submitted in August and sent it in October. The little girl has never taken the imperial examination, nor has she studied seriously, but she can make such an excellent interpretation. I really want those officials, who are in office but do nothing to learn from her. Fame and wealth are not as good as a sincere heart for doing things. Xianjin smiled silently, and the fatigue of staying up all night was swept away. Princess Bayan was wrong in one thing. She studied seriously, and she was a graduate student. She even finished her graduation thesis on the hospital bed, although the Wei dynasty did not recognize this diploma. She was indeed not a water master. Chapter 340. Whatever you want. Arriving at the dock of Yingtian Prefecture, the prefect Xiong. Oh no! Now the prefect Xiong and the people of Yingtian Prefecture were waiting with their heads bowed. Princess Bayan got off the boat and gave Xiong Prefect instructions for a long time, which were nothing more than in the classics: learning, farming, fishing, trade, and criminal law. You must personally handle the affairs. To the thousands of people, you should be sincere and respectful. To the bordering envoys and government offices, you should be sincere. And so on. The words were not very polite, and she spoke in front of more than 50 officials from Yingtian Prefecture. Hingxi was extremely respectful and admired Lord Xiong, and said worriedly, "Is the Grand Princess giving face to Lord Xiong? I am a new official, but I was scolded by His Highness in front of my subordinates." Xianjin frowned slightly, bit his head and said lightly, "This is giving face to Lord Xiong." Xianjin paused. "Think about it carefully. The Grand Princess taught us how to deal with political affairs, how to treat the people, and how to treat the neighboring government. But she didn't mention loyalty to the court. What do you think this shows?" Hingxi didn't quite understand, frowned, and shook his head gently. Xianjin said, "It shows that Lord Xiong is already very loyal to the court and the Grand Princess. And there is no need to emphasize it again." Grand Princess Bayan was telling the entire Yingtian Prefecture in disguise that she was the one standing behind the new prefectural governor who had come in from nowhere. Xianjin's voice was very low, and as soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a square face and thick black eyebrows in the front row looked at Xianjin, half turned his head secretly. Xianjin had seen this man before, on the first day on board the ship of Grand Princess Bayan. He was obviously being mean, but he was the first to give Xiao Huyan a bad temper. It seems to be the Duke of Anghua?" Xianjin's eyes were cold, and he retorted without saying anything, Duke Onwood didn't seem to expect Xianjin to fight back with his eyes without hesitation. After a moment of stunned, his eyes turned darker, and he slowly turned his head away. After saying this, Princess Bayan symbolically got off the boat and went to the city to have a meal. She rejected the romantic proposal of Lord Xiong to invite her to go boating on the Qinhuai River. After the meal, she smiled and said, "Beside the Qinhuai River, the willows are in the clear sky. Lord Xiong and I are nearly 100 years old. I won't go with you." Xiong Ling was stunned by what he said. But later he realized that the Grand Princess probably disliked her because she was old and ugly. Grand Princess Bayan did not delay any longer, and returned to the port to board the ship and headed north to Jili. When Fuqing, Xianjin, Hengqi and Li Sanshun, who left Yingtian Prefecture, stayed where they were, they had to wait for the reward for their merits. Xianjin turned his head and frowned to look aside. "Why didn't you go back to Beijing with me?" Standing beside him was a tall and big Qiao Dekongming. Qiao Hui shrugged. "It's the 10th anniversary of my mother's death. Your teacher has difficulty walking. Shouldn't I take Baoju back to my hometown to pay tribute?" Xianjin instantly retracted his frown. "It's my duty." He slapped himself in the face and his heart. A peacock spread its tail. A colorful beauty. Mr. Xiong first responded to the Tianfu government office with a group of people. There were seats in the lobby. Qiao Hui sat at the top with him. Qiao Hui was on the left, and Mr. Xiong was the host. He first let Wen Fuqing, who was huddled aside, go back to hug his wife. The rest were all acquaintances. Lord Xiong looked at Qiao Hui and sighed. "You really look like a marquis. You used to dig up my trees and pull my flowers. You're very clever. At the age of 3. You know you'll be a great talent in the future." Lord Xiong smiled, and his chubby cheeks trembled happily with Qiao Hui's dark history. "Ha. You'll be even more naughty when you grow up. You even secretly caught a monkey from the back mountain and hid it in my yard. When your father caught it, he said the monkey was your child bride and cried for his parents and refused to let it go back to the mountains. Xianjin, this hobby is a bit special." Qiao Hui closed his eyes deeply. "You can't hold it in anymore." Lord Xiong laughed, and his round belly laughed with him. "Has the decree of conferring the title been issued? What other errands have you received?" Qiao Hui opened his eyes. Before the negotiation group set out, the decree was issued, and the Red Book and Iron Certificate were issued, and he was also appointed as the commander of the Beijing Guard Command. Lord Xiong continued to laugh, and the flesh on his face was about to pile up. "If I had known that you were so promising, I would have found a girl in the clan to marry you no matter what." As if remembering something, he asked again, "I heard that Duke Onwood mentioned the old story again, saying that the eldest daughter in the family is old and you don't like her, but the youngest daughter is very beautiful. So he asked Mr. Zhuang's wife to contact your aunt. How far has it come now?" Xianjin blinked. "Qiao Hui, you really can't say it. It's nonsense. A real man should make achievements and establish a career. Now that the Japanese have just been pacified and the trade has not yet started, how can I, who have received the grace of the emperor?" Qiao Hui immediately made a big fuss. Lord Xiong smiled and waved his hands. "Come on. I've seen you howling like a ghost while hugging the little monkey." Seeing that Qiao Hui couldn't get any information out of him, Lord Xiong muttered, "Write a letter to your father." Finally, he showed mercy and let Qiao Hui go. Looking at Xianjin and Hengqi with emotion, "I heard that the Japanese imperial edict specifically uses Xian paper?" Xianjin nodded. "Yes. It's temporarily decided to use water ripple paper, and the court will send a special team of people as envoys to control the Japanese government at all times." Lord Xiong sighed. After more than 10 years of war and peace, it finally came to an end today. If the Japanese had not detained the Marquis of Yongning, Li Gulao and the Saint would not have taken advantage of the situation to attack the School of Mind. If they were let go, they would not have been affected. There would have been no Bao Yuan going out to sea, and the Grand Princess would not have returned to the capital from the northwest to settle the situation. A bloodbath caused by a Marquis of Yongning? Xianjin laughed. Lord Xiong stopped sighing and began to look forward. The road of Xian paper will be wider in the future. It is also possible to issue banknotes with Xian paper. And she opened his mouth to say something, but Xianjin pinched him, shook his head, and squinted his eyes. Hengqi didn't understand why, but seeing the naked ill intentions in Xianjin's eyes, he swallowed his words with peace of mind. When Xianjin was calculating, he was very reassuring. Several young people sat at the bottom, and listened to Lord Xiong's chatter for a long time. Lord Xiong may have been used to being a salted fish. And he has also grown old. He has always been unmotivated. Otherwise, he would not have been circling around the prefecture. Now he is forced to take up the new post of a Tian prefecturine, a very important third-rank official position, which belongs to the local officials, who come to Beijing to report on their duties. He has to stand in one of the front positions. Since taking office, Mr. Xiong has been under great pressure. However, the housing prices in Yingtian Prefecture have increased exponentially compared to Shuanqing Prefecture. As a rule, the chief official of Yingtian Prefecture has a house to live in, but it is not too big. His children have grown up, and his wife loves flowers. So they need a house with a nursery and a greenhouse. There is no suitable place for a while. Although the previous officials did not follow the rules, and their houses were as big as a garden. He has been following the rules for decades, and is always afraid of losing his integrity in his later years. He has taken all the 99 steps. So there is no need to lose at the last few steps. Right? Therefore, after Lao Xiong went to Yingtian Prefecture, he has been living alone, without his wife. He was always alert and dared not speak out. It is really difficult to get promoted and make money. Lao Xiong wanted to wipe his tears. There are not many people who have been promoted to this level since ancient times. Right? He was a salted fish. And now he is really tired and misses his wife. Woo woo woo. After listening to Lao Xiong's chattering until dark, Hengxi and Xianjin returned to the post station. Hengxi had nothing to do and looked through the plan. After reading it, he frowned and asked, "We seem to have missed a very important paragraph." Xianjin hadn't had time to practice Ba Duanjin in the morning, so he was ready to practice it. He asked casually, "What cost?" Hengxi was worried. "We forgot to ask the court for money." Xianjin held his breath. Practiced Ba Duanjin first, then slowly exhaled, and stood still with his fists. Xianjin turned to the last page of the plan with extraordinary calmness, pointed his index finger at the last line, and asked, "What is this?" Hengxi had read that line countless times. "The Grand Princess's comments and seal." Xianjin nodded. "Depend on this. Let's go to Mr. Xiong tomorrow, and ask for as much as you want." It was a dark night with a strong wind. Xiong Ling, who had satisfied his desire to talk, was happily taking a bubble bath. A warm and soft towel was draped over his shoulders. He was humming a song. But suddenly he sneezed several times. It must be his wife who missed him. Xiong Ling thought happily. "Kiss, my dear. I miss you too." Xiong Ling slept well this time, and his good mood lasted until the next morning. "What? How much do you want? If you have the guts, say it again." Chapter 341 The Division of Spoils begins. The sky of the old bear is gray. He left his hometown and went north to work. After a lot of effort, he finally got a few relatives from his mother's family to come. But they were blackmailed. Mr. Xiong asked again in disbelief, "How much silver do you want?" 3,000 taels. Xianjin smiled and looked a little festive. Using Xian paper banknotes to consolidate the foundation of the country. How can the eldest princess still use the cash from the Zhaoda period when she is in power now? The style and material of this jiazi must not be changed. Hey! Don't say it. The eldest princess thought of you as soon as she thought of it. Hey hey hey. The old Lord Xiong of Shuanqing Prefecture is good. And he does things properly. This task should be handed over to him. Lord Xiong's head ached. Stop. Stop it. Don't flatter me in a hurry. You want 500 or 600 taels. I'll approve it immediately. You want 3,000 taels. Do you think my life is worth 3,000 taels? Xianjin laughed. Don't lower your value. You are worth at least 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels. I think you are a god of gold. Lord Xiong was not happy, since he took over Yingtian Prefecture for a few dozen days. He knew that the accounts were difficult. Although Jiangnan was rich, there were many scholars. Scholars were exempted from taxes, but had more corvée labor. In addition, Emperor Zhaoda liked to go to Jiangnan. The 3 tours in the past few years had almost emptied the assets of Yingtian Prefecture. 3,000 taels were indeed not much. But now there was a mess. And he had to support the students who came to Beijing after the spring examination, dredge the river and other expenses. He wished that every penny could be broken into 1 tael of silver. Xianjin took out another piece of paper and listed a table clearly, with every account clearly calculated. Labor buyout. That is to say, these 20 people will do nothing but make jiaozi. In ancient times, high salaries were used to keep officials honest. And nowadays, high salaries are used to keep craftsmen. If the wages are low, they are easy to be bribed and lose the secret skills of jiaozi. Workshop expansion and transportation guarantee are also the big items. Transportation guarantee is one of the waterways, and the other is to build land routes. After the news of using Xian paper to issue banknotes is released, our Xian paper will no longer be limited to northern Jili, but will be exported to all parts of Kyushu. Xianjin smiled, but his eyes were sincere. If you want to be rich, build roads first. With these 3,000 taels, I promise to build at least 2 roads from Xuanqing Prefecture to Nanchang Prefecture and Wuchang Prefecture on the basis of satisfying the development of jiaozi. If you want to be rich, build roads first. It's simple but true. Lord Xiong's eyes flickered. Did the Grand Princess say this? Xianjin said, ouch. Look at my little head. I really can't remember what the Grand Princess said. As he said this, he opened the thick plan book and went straight to the last page. Look! Everything the Grand Princess said is written down. Xiongling saw clearly that the last page of the plan was stamped with the Grand Princess's private seal and handwritten comments. Xiongling, if you had told me earlier, I would have approved 5,000 taels for you. Why would you have done all this preparation? Xianjin happily took the banknote and set off for the return journey to Xuanqing. After a long journey, the 3 of them said goodbye. Xianjin went back to the Jiyuan first. Chen Fu was not there. Mother Zhang and Suar were picking vegetables in the yard. Zhou Ergu, the Zheng brothers, Kikiki, Dong Xiaguanqi, and An Zhong went to the Chuanji workshop. Brother Haixing was reading a picture book in the house. When they heard Xianjin coming back, they hurried out to greet him. Suar hugged his left leg. Haixing rubbed his right shoulder. And Mother Zhang patted his back. Just like the triumphant return of the octagonal cage. Mother Zhang was very excited. I dreamed of a Pichio being born yesterday. And you're back today? Your father went to Shotten for a banquet the day before yesterday. Never mind him. I'll make you some pork intestines. Xiao Hui, who was forgotten behind him, poked his head out. Let's roast a chicken. Eat loaches in May. And stew a sauerkraut loach soup with some noodles in it. And stir-fry some leeks and beans. Mother Zhang nodded repeatedly. Okay. Okay. Let's cook them all. Suar narrowed his eyes, and saw Xiao Hui carrying his suitcase and running straight to the east wing naturally. He frowned and wondered what he was thinking. Just as Suar was about to say something, Xiao Hui turned back from the east wing and poked his head out. Annie Zhang, please give me a basin of bath water. Put some flower petals in it. Have you washed all the clothes in my room for me? Sure enough, there is a clear smell of soapberry. What? No flower petals? What about flower oil or cold fragrance? None? You should buy some next time you go to the market. Xiao Hui muttered and retracted his head. Suar looked at the wide-open door of the east wing, then looked at his boss, who looked accustomed to it. Thinking, Xiao Hui went to Jiyuan purely for vacation. Xianjin couldn't take a vacation, and the time left by Princess Bian was not much. Or it could be said that good opportunities don't wait for anyone. So she had to make arrangements as soon as possible and quickly go to Beijing to prevent others from getting there first. Xianjin indulged himself to have a good rest for the night, and sat together with everyone to have a lively meal. The next morning, he notified everyone in the Xuanqing Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce to gather at Wushu Hall, and specially asked An Zhong to send an invitation to the Hung family, specifically asking Heng Lian's wife and Heng Shi to attend. Just after noon, Xianjin walked to Wushu Hall as usual, listening to the endless compliments from people coming and going. He looked at the seat of the Chen family where the eldest son's widow, Boss Duan, was sitting calmly. He gently pressed his hands down, and when the hall was quiet, Xianjin spoke. Everyone knows that I don't like to talk nonsense. Xianjin paused and said directly, we successfully seized the Japanese Imperial Edict paper and the school's teaching paper. After everyone in the hall digested the news, the owner of a small workshop raised his fist and shouted. Extremely excited, Xianjin smiled and successfully suppressed the excitement with one hand. There is one more thing. The court plans to issue banknotes with rice paper, which requires a production of 300 pieces of rice paper in 3 years. When this news was released, everyone in the hall was stunned. After the shock, they were ecstatic. Some shook hands and negotiated. Some excitedly stood up and paced back and forth at a loss. No. 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 Not pacing. But jogging. Xianjin gave everyone enough time to digest it. After about half a quarter of an hour, a voice timidly spoke. These businesses, which company will do it? There is still money to be made from the trade with Japan. Using Xian paper to issue banknotes is purely a form that outweighs the content. And it is done for love. Small workshops dare not compete. And large workshops all want to do it. But the problem is, who will do these businesses? How to divide the cakes after they are baked? The hall is quieter than ever. No one dares to answer before Xianjin. Everyone tacitly agrees that Xianjin is the one who divides the cakes. Xianjin did not directly answer this question, but raised his chin slightly, speaking in a clear voice. Let's first calculate the big business of Xuanqing paper industry now. One is the teachings of Shandong's private schools. The second is the tribute of Bazhang Xian for 3 years. The third is the imperial edicts of Japan and the paper used in schools. The fourth is the Jiuzi banknotes. Big business. That's all. Xianjin continued. The teachings of Shandong School are done by the Chen family and 4 or 5 bosses together. It's pretty easy to do. Right? Boss Duan of Chenji nodded first. And then Boss Chan of Qiangji nodded vigorously. Xianjin nodded. Then it won't change for the time being. When the contract expires, we'll see if Shandong has any intention of cooperation. The Japanese imperial edicts, school paper, and Jiazi banknotes will be integrated into one workshop. Xianjin's eyes were clear. These are all major matters of the court. It's best not to split up the family. Yanji and Liuji were both ready to make a move. They looked at the stable and steady fifth lady of Hengji, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Henglian was a hammer. But the new fifth lady of his family had a close relationship with Bossy. And this time they went out to sea together. So this golden baby would most likely fall into the hands of the Hung family. Xianjin spoke at the right time, and shook his head slightly. The shop that undertakes these 2 major tasks cannot make other Xian paper. And Xian paper is not allowed to flow out of the workshop and enter the market for sale. If discovered, they will be sent to the authorities immediately. Their property will be confiscated and their family will be punished. And they will not be tolerated. What? After doing these 2 businesses, you are not allowed to do other businesses? Not even retail? The people who were ready to make a move immediately backed off. Jiazi changes every 3 years. Wei and Japan have been separated and reunited. No one dares to guarantee that these 2 businesses can last forever. Not to mention that these 2 items are not profitable at all. They originally wanted to sell Jiazi and imperial paper in the name of production. But it sounds like it is not possible. Chapter 342 Being a Porter. The hall was dejected. And the angry rooster instantly turned into an eggplant hit by frost. Wilting. Afraid of being used as a paving stone. You're kidding. You can only make Japanese imperial edict paper and Jiazi. And you can't make other papers? So how can you make money? Apart from being a vanguard, making Xian paper famous, and earning some face. You can't get anything inside. Several bosses who have received the favor of Xianjin frowned and stiffened their necks. Eager to try. Illiterate boss Chang, who is at the bottom of the illiteracy pyramid, cleared his throat and prepared to speak to be a cannon fodder for Xianjin. He was very familiar with Boss's character. If he followed her, he would not suffer any loss. Even if he did, he would only suffer half of the loss. And the rest would be all profit. This time, she helped Boss, he filled the cannon barrel. For the next big business, Boss, he would not forget her strength. Her strength is here. But before Boss Chan could speak, Xianjin's voice sounded unexpectedly. After thinking about it, I'll do this business. The girl in her early 20s had a more steady and solemn voice. Perhaps because she had been following Princess Bayan for many days. Xianjin herself did not notice that she had a more dignified look. I negotiated these 2 deals, so I will take care of them. Xianjin's eyebrows were light. Everyone. I also swear by my ancestor Kailuan that I will never make paper again in my life. Except for the work of the court. If the oath is broken, he Xianjin, will go directly to him to accept the punishment. No longer make paper. No more paper. What does that mean? Everyone was shocked. People were talking about it in groups of 3 or 2. Some were overjoyed. Some were shocked. Some were regretful. And some were laughing secretly. Only Xianjin and Hengshi were as calm as in meditation. But it's not necessary. The boss of Yunji is a middle-aged man. It's a bit too much to say that he is a fence-sitter. Let's call him a fence-sitter with some principles, but not many. At this moment, the white light of his principled side burst out and appeared brilliantly. In the past, workshops that made tributes were not allowed to make paper for sale in the world. Everyone thought of a way. One world is 3 years. Right? Let's do it for 3 years. Take turns and make money together. This is the right way. Still has some conscience. Several small bosses nodded in agreement. Xianjin smiled and shook his head. Paying tribute and paying jiazi are not the same thing. If tribute goes wrong, at most the property will be confiscated. If jiazi goes wrong, your ancestors from 800 years ago will be dug out and whipped. And your son-in-law's dog and the stray cats that have a relationship with them will be killed. Tribute is essentially a commodity. But the service object has more power. Jiazi is a weapon. A sharp blade for those in power to maintain their power. And a means of winning without bloodshed. Why did Princess buy and exchange jiazi first after repelling foreign aggression at all costs? Because the current jiazi has the word jiada written on it. Once the workshop produces too much paper, the system is violated, and the staff is redundant. It will give people with ulterior motives an opportunity to take advantage of it. And it will not be as simple as making less money. Boss Yun gave one word of advice and stopped. The limited amount of conscience has been used up. And this year, he can boldly lose his virtue. As soon as Boss Yun said this, several other righteous bosses came out one after another to accept the order. Xianjin waved his right hand and raised his eyes. Manager Zhong and Manager Xiao Dong distributed a thick folder to the 2 columns respectively, with more than 20 lines of words written on it. Boss Yun took it and looked at it. Yunji White Deer Jade Edition. Golden Flower Ribbon Xian. Coral Mica Xian. Liuji Grape Gray Tiger Skin Xian. 4-foot Dan. Pure Skin Raw Xian. Qinji 6-foot Xian. Gold Foil Pastel Paper. Changsen Tang Paper. Hangji Mud Gold Xian. Cicada Wing Xian. Binglang Xian. Jiaogong Xian. Jiahua. Shujui. Liuji. Xiangji Single Xian. Sushuan Cushage Single Xian Sushuan Bailuji 1-layered Xian. 2-layered Xian. 3-layered Xian. From the expensive and well-made precious Xian paper of the 4 great families of Xuanqing, the unfortunate by family followed the unfortunate Chao Fuqing to Nanzhou, thousands of miles away. And the 5 great families became the 4 great families. To the single Xian, Sushuan, and Jiaxuan named after the boss. The commonly used Xian paper categories. A long list, except for Bazhang Xian and Shuiwa paper, completely covers all kinds of Xian paper. And the Xian paper category corresponding to each shop is exactly the variety that the shop is best at. Some small workshops with weaker strength correspond to the most basic items, such as plain Xian and single Xian. Xianjin smiled. As I said at the beginning, I never play tricks. I work for everyone and for myself. The shop written on the list, and the corresponding Xian paper category behind it. In August this year, I can give a purchase price of 10% higher than the cost for each category. Boss Yun was confused. Boss Duan, the widow of Chen Ji's eldest son, looked at Xianjin thoughtfully. Boss Chang responded first. My workshop doesn't charge 10% more. I only charge 10 cents more for each knife. Boss He, I'll give you as much as you want. Boss Chang couldn't understand the words, so he just laughed. But if you give me Chingsentang paper, you have to wait for me. Hung Shi turned his face away silently. It's important for people to know themselves. It's important for people to know themselves. Boss Yun was puzzled. Boss He, you buy our paper. What do you want to do? Xianjin's eyes flickered. I don't produce rice paper. I'm just a porter of rice paper. Boss Yun still didn't understand and wanted to ask again. But Boss Duan lowered his eyes and smiled. Stepped forward first, dipped his ink, pressed his handprint on Xianjin's paper hand, and said simply, Done! You can have as much as you want. If you want to increase the category, Shinji will provide you with everything you want. I will give you the cost price of the rice paper you want within 2 years. But after 2 years, the price needs to be negotiated again. Xianjin was stunned. Boss Duan understood what she wanted to do. It was the boudoir lady Boss Duan who understood first. It was Hingxi. She talked for 2 whole nights before Hingxi understood that the price of goods is determined by the value of goods and market supply. However, no matter how hard Xianjin tried, Hingxi could not understand such things as the essence of business is the exchange of means of production and production relations. Production selling is not called business. Production purchase selling, or even production purchase reproduction purchase selling, the means of production repeatedly generate value. This is called business. Various basic theories of business that transcend the feudal era. Xianjin stood up, wiped Boss Duan's fingers, and said with a smile, 3 years. 3 years of Xin paper. I will buy it at cost price. At the same time, outside Xuanqing Prefecture, Chen Xin paper can only appear in my store. Boss Duan narrowed his eyes. Boss, he is very ambitious. Xianjin smiled. The pie must be big enough for everyone to share. In this way, all the risks are on me. It is not excessive for me to ask for a monopoly guarantee and a 3-year period. Boss Duan wiped his hands clean. Let's talk about it after the contract is signed. After the business talk, Boss Duan's face changed quickly, and his expression became friendly. Before you leave, I'll treat you to Baixiang Pavilion Elbow. Right? Xianjin said crisply. Okay. Qinji pressed his handprint, and Hongxi followed without hesitation, followed by Boss Chang and 4 or 5 other small workshop owners. Yunji pondered for a long time, and didn't think he had any loss. So he also signed, and pointed out, whatever contract terms Qinji and Hongji signed, we will sign the same. We are all from the same hometown. We will see each other every day, and we can't treat each other differently. Chapter 343. I won't go. Except for the unlucky Bai family. All the 20 stores in the Chamber of Commerce pressed their fingerprints. Xianjin determined the time sequence for signing the contract at Jiyuan according to the number of strokes of the first character. After lunch, he wrote the timetable and sequence on Jiaxuan and posted it on the wall of Wushu Hall. For 5 consecutive days, Jiyuan was bustling with people. Some merchants were very straightforward and signed the contract as soon as they got the contract. They were very generous to Xianjin. It all depends on your face. Even if you ask me to sign the contract, I will sign it. There are also more cautious ones, who read the deed over and over again, asking questions repeatedly and unwilling to sign according to the Qin family's purchase at cost price within 3 years, and purchase at 250% of the current price after 3 years. They are mainly saying that they don't trust Xianjin's business for 3 years, and are only willing to negotiate according to purchase at 50% of the current price within 3 years, and purchase at 40% of the current price after 3 years. 50% discount is half of the market price. 40% discount is 60% of the market price. 250% discount. It means 75% off the market price. The Xin paper market is very transparent, and the cost is basically 40% of the selling price, which means half of the market price. And the other party can still make a profit. But 3 years later, in the long run, the way signed by the Qin family will definitely make more money. And the most cautious Boss Yun came and asked Xianjin to bring Qin's contract and check it word by word according to the Qin family's contract. After checking all of them, Boss Yun frowned and looked at the last item. If the seller sells Xin paper to any paper shop other than Qin's shop, and all shops under Xianjin's name, it will be a breach of contract, and the seller will compensate Xianjin 3,000 taels of silver. Boss Yun didn't understand why Xianjin wrote this, and muttered, why would other paper shops buy my paper? Isn't this penalty too much? Boss Yun was simply frightened by the penalty of 3,000 taels, and hesitated to sign the contract. It was almost lunchtime, and Xianjin didn't rush. He set up 2 tables under the green grape trellis in the yard, and invited those who arrived early, and had not finished signing to have a meal. Xianjin looked at the dishes at home, and pulled Xiao Hui, who was lying on his back in the yard basking in the sun. Go to Aunt Wang's house at the end of the village, and get 2 pots of pork trotters. Roast 2 chickens. Buy 20 eggs. And take 2 pieces of bacon. For the rest of the vegetables, take whatever you see in the fields. Just say you are from Zhang Mama's family, and she will let you buy on credit. Mother Zhang put down the shredded chives, and immediately raised her head, as proud as a hen that laid a double-yolked egg. Xiao Hui turned over and walked out while repeating to confirm. 2 pots of pork trotters. 2 chickens. 20 eggs. Bacon. I know bacon. But what kind of delicacy is Zuodunzi bacon? Xianjin was speechless. Just tell me. If you don't know, how can Aunt Wang not know? Xiao Hui responded obediently, muttering to herself as she walked out. Boss Yun shrank his neck and looked at Xiao Hui for a long time. He looked at Xiao Hui, who was tall, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with a clear and sharp face and a pair of wolf-like eyes. He looked like no ordinary person. When he stood up, it was as if he had thousands of troops behind him. His momentum was 100 times stronger than that of the former prefect Xiong, such a high-ranking official. While walking, lowering his head and carrying trotters, chickens, eggs, and stools, it was like a tiger trying to control a quail. Boss Yun leaned over and asked Boss Chong, "Who is this?" Boss Chong looked at him like a fool. "The eldest son of the Chiao family. You don't even know him. The current noon marquis. Not the morning marquis. Not the evening marquis. The noon marquis. Marquis." Boss Yun's eyes were instantly bulging. After another half a quarter of an hour, Xiao Hui came back with a cloth bag and lowered his head to hand it to Mother Zhang. Mother Zhang took out the items one by one. "Why are there only so many?" "Xiao Hui? Jean Jier just said these 4 things? Pork trotter, chicken, eggs, smoked bacon." The macho counted on his fingers. Mother Zhang said TSK. "Jean Jier also said that we should take whatever vegetables are available in the field." Xiao Hui, "Oh, I forgot. Can I go and get some more vegetables?" Boss Yun poked his head out at the right time, with a flattering smile on his face. "No need. No need. We don't eat vegetables. We just eat pork trotters." Mother Zhang glanced at the boss who was chatting in the yard, and waved to Xiao Hui. "Forget it. Forget it. Go play somewhere else." Xiao Hui responded and went to accompany Li Sanshun to smoke dry tobacco. During the meal, Boss Yun ate with gratitude. He had never eaten the bacon from the marquis in his life. As he ate, tears of emotion flashed in his eyes. Xianjin smiled and helped him to serve the rice. "Is it so delicious?" Boss Yun stuffed another piece of bacon. Tears welled up in his eyes. "It smells so good." Xiao Hui looked at the remaining potatoes and eggplants in front of him in silence. Do these paper shop owners really only eat meat? There are 2 pig's trotters in total. And he didn't even get a fingernail. Is it because they see that their family is rich and powerful, and the autumn wind is coming to attack the rich? After dinner, Boss Yun signed the contract quickly and held it in front of Xianjin with both hands. "This girl can make the current marquis run errands and buy vegetables. She will become the queen mother in the future. If you become rich, don't forget me." Boss Yun said so. On the 4th day after signing the contract, Chen Fu came back exhausted and entered the main hall excitedly, but saw Xianjin sitting with 3 or 5 unfamiliar men to discuss things. Busy. Chen Fu retracted his head, but he caught a glimpse of a big bear sitting on the side table in the main hall. Squinting to see clearly, oh, it was Xiao Hui. Chen Fu smacked his lips. Xiao Hui was burying his head in peeling grapes carefully. Chen Fu was about to laugh at him. A man this big should eat grapes without spitting out the skins. He peeled them carefully one by one like peeling agate, put them in a white glazed porcelain plate, and took out a silk handkerchief to gently wipe the purple juice on the edge of the plate. Ha ha! So particular. He is such a dandy. He is not so particular. Ha ha ha! Soon Chen Fu could not laugh anymore. He watched Xiao Hui gently put the porcelain plate next to his own Xianjin. He watched Xiao Hui wait for a while, and when he saw Xianjin didn't eat, he gently touched Xianjin's elbow. Then he watched Xianjin eat grapes while talking about business, and spit the grape seeds into the white glazed porcelain plate. Finally, he watched Xiao Hui take back the empty porcelain plate with only grape seeds. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he was serving the girl grapes every day. Chen Fu tilted his head, and a question mark slowly appeared on his empty little head. What did this damn girl do after going out to sea? No. What did these 2 people do when they went out to sea? He Chen Fu can't do anything else. But he has a pair of fiery eyes to see the love in the world. Just like refining real gold. He is a love-brained person. And he is the most accurate in seeing whether others are in love or not. What's more, gold ingot is the candy he has been eating since early in the morning. Chen Fu is excited and excited. He will take a shower first. He will be clean and listen to sweet stories later. The contract matters are almost done. Chen Fu appears, and Zhang's mother prepares a table of welcoming banquets. This is considered a reunion dinner for everyone. Chen Fu heard Xianjin say that he would go to the capital later, and Xianjin asked him if he wanted to go together. Chen Fu shook his head like a rattle. Why should I go to the capital? I won't go. I won't go. It was scary just to hear that. A bunch of intellectuals gathered in the capital to see who was the pretentious one. The big one and the sincere one? He hated pretentious people the most in his life. Xianjin didn't force it. Xiaohui specially opened a pot of cold pear wine. And everyone at the table drank a few cups. When they left, Chen Fu called Xianjin. Jinjie. You stay. Chapter 344 Want to touch the dog's head. Xianjin asked to stay. Xiaohui pointed to the door. Xianjin waved his hand, meaning no need to wait. Chen Fu saw the situation of the two, laughed, patted the stool and asked Xianjin to sit down. Waved to Xiaohui and smiled kindly. I'll call you later. Don't panic. Don't tell me. Since he started knocking on the gold ingots, he liked Xiaohui very much. When Erlang Jianfang was first mentioned, others said he was good, but he didn't see what was good about him. It might be a continuation of his complicated feelings for his eldest brother. He always felt that Erlang was not open-minded, like a half-closed and half-open door, and needed a firm and brave person to help him push it open. Oh, of course some girls like this kind of style. In the world of romance, there is a special academic term for this, redemption. You know what? This sells quite well. Second only to the stories of heaven and earth abuse. Respect and understand other people's preferences, but don't imitate them. He is Ai Nyang's husband, a girl who was raised by Ai Nyang with great difficulty. Why should he redeem others? What does redemption mean? It means that you have to spare your energy, time, money, and emotions to support the other person. He also wanted to marry Xianjin to the emperor. Let the emperor support his little girl. Is this possible? Redemption? Redemption bullshit. To put it bluntly, it is one party selfishly absorbing the energy of the other party. At the dinner just now, Chen Fu drank several cups of cold pear wine, which did not make people drunk, but made people happy. He said, Xiaohui is very good. Xiao Shanchang has been well educated since he was a child. He believes in himself and others. It's not that he has achieved success and fame. I am here to talk nonsense after the fact and try to curry favor with the rich and powerful. You know your father is not such a vulgar person. Xianjin nodded. His eyes relaxed. I know. You are planning to match me with the handsome young master of Baixiang Pavilion in Jing County. Chen Fu nodded calmly. His cheese and stewed mutton are really delicious. I will give him a separate chapter in the next issue of Jing County's 18 Foods. Why did you talk about stewed mutton? Chen Fu shook his head and changed the subject. Xiaohui, your father likes him very much, even though he is just a young scholar in Qincheng Mountain Court. I am willing for you to get along with him. Little scholar? Xianjin choked. My cheap father. You are now a dragon in the sky. And the common people are still little scholar. Fan Jin was in his 40s or 50s and passed the imperial examination. He was crazy. Okay. Xianjin poured a cup of hot tea for Chen Fu to sober up, and also poured one for himself. Chen Fu took a sip and said, When are you going to get married? Puff. Xianjin sprayed tea. Chen Fu couldn't dodge, so he wiped his face calmly and picked up the tea leaves on his chin. This tea can really sober you up. Chen Fu said, Your father won't urge you. It's better to live alone than to get married blindly. But you and Xiaohui? I can see clearly that one of you is in love with the other. And it's rare for you to be in love with each other. You have known each other since you were young. Xiao Shandong is your teacher, and has always liked you. You don't have a mother-in-law at home. This kind of marriage is the right one. Xianjin wiped his mouth. At present, I don't have any plans to get married. Chen Fu was puzzled. Then what about you and Xiaohui? Are they just friends? Xianjin said, We get along very well. Chen Fu gritted his teeth and interrupted. If you dare to say close friends, I will break your legs. Xianjin was silent for a moment, and then changed his words. We get along very well. Lovers. Can we get married and then fall in love again? You are in love, but you don't want to get married? Xianjin's words obviously shocked Chen Fu. The two sat face to face, staring at each other. Chen Fu was just a love-minded person with an empty mind, trying to understand Xianjin. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Tai? Chui Yingying and Zhang Sheng? Xianjin's five senses were resisting. But there's no need to commit suicide like this. Chen Fu also felt that what he said was not auspicious, and knocked on the wooden table 3 times with both hands. Xianjin pondered for a moment and said, The matter of getting married is not in my consideration for the time being. Now I have the Japanese imperial edict and the court's jiazi to do. The court, and dozens of merchants, as well as sea and water transportation. repairing official roads, purchasing fodder. I have to do it myself. And after entering Beijing, there are still many blueprints to lay out. Oh! Bao Yuan is also a young commander, a close minister of the emperor, and a new noble in the court. He has more and more things to do than me, and they are just as important as mine. As you said, Bao Yuan and I do love each other, and we are getting along now. But who can guarantee that this relationship will last until the end? Chen Fu, oh! Wuh! Like an abandoned puppy. Chen Fu was quickly persuaded and tentatively said, then I, for the time being, don't need to treat Bao Yuan as my son-in-law? Xianjin thought for a moment. It's up to you. If you want to treat me as your son-in-law, it's fine. I just don't have any plans to get married for the time being. But I don't have any plans to change people frequently. Frequent changes. Chen Fu's silence was deafening. As a love-brained person, Chen Fu didn't understand. But as a father, Chen Fu unconditionally agreed with all his daughter's decisions. Chen Fu endured and endured, and his expression changed several times. Xianjin said, just say what you want to say. Chen Fu stuttered, these words should have been told to you by your mother. But your mother passed away early, and now I am the only one who can say it. Get along well. And if you don't get along, you should separate. You are not an ordinary girl. Other girls have to rely on men to survive. Now the entire Shuanqing Prefecture's paper industry has to rely on you to survive. The greater our ability, the greater our responsibility. It is not a sin not to want to get married. But Chen Fu beat around the bush. At least he ran a mini-marathon. Xianjin was confused and didn't know what was going on. Chen Fu finally spoke. Let's go home. Don't create a grandson to disrupt your father's happy old age. Xianjin, you think too highly of her. She is Ultramantiga. Relying on light to generate electricity? She would like to split a day into 24 hours. Where would she have the time and energy to experience love for the first time? However, Chen Fu's words opened the door to a new world for Xianjin. Dad, what I'm saying is, these days, if you don't get married and just have a child, can the child have the surname He? Xianjin thought of her ancestral tomb that she had been thinking about. As the pioneer of the ancestral tomb, she had a long way to go. After a moment of silence, Chen Fu looked up to the sky and roared, what did you say? You dare to think about it. You dead girl. Go to your mother's grave and kneel. Kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Xianjin was yelled out of the hall. Xiao Hui, who was waiting not far away, poked his head out. Chen Fu held back the words in his throat. And after a long time, he wanted to stroke the dog head of his intended son-in-law to comfort him. He was about to reach out his hand. But then, he remembered that the dog head was now an important official in the court and a close minister to the emperor. Chen Fu quickly retracted his hand. He didn't want to call his daughter a scumbag in front of his son-in-law. So he could only hold back for a long time and said, Bao Yuan, you have to think clearly in your life. Who told us to find a promising woman? Xiao Hui immediately lowered his eyebrows and bowed his head obediently. It's okay. It's good that she is willing to give me a status. Chapter 345 Return Your Things. Chen Fu came back and had a cordial exchange with Xianjin first. In the end, Xianjin exposed his ambition to be a pioneer of the ancestral tomb, and the father and daughter separated. He temporarily entered a cooling state. Then he had a friendly talk with Xiao Hui, and they drank very happily. The young love-brained man was like a fish in water and all kinds of people, and he flattered people wherever they wanted. The old love-brained man was flattered and floated, and the two of them talked happily and felt sorry for meeting each other too late. Xiao Hui had 3 pots of newly opened cold pear wine in his hand. His face was flushed and slightly drunk, and he squinted his eyes to cover his clear eyes. Xianjin has achieved what he has today. You are the biggest contributor, and when the younger generation has a young son in the future, it will also be your guidance and care. Chen Fu was so happy that he was numb. Grandpa Qiao is the famous headmaster Qiao. He actually wants to send the child to Grandpa Chen to be raised. Chen Fu completely forgot about his earnest admonition to Xianjin. Don't have a child for him to help raise. His face was immediately broken by laughter, and he put his arm around Xiao Hui. Raise him. Raise him. I will raise him even if it costs me money. You and Jin Jie both have great prospects. Although I don't know how to raise children, I am willing to learn. Leave your child to me. Don't worry. Xiao Hui grinned dreamily. I see you like boys and girls. Chen Fu shouted, Girls. My son is annoying. Xiao Hui's expression suddenly fell. I like girls too. Just look at Xianjin. You must have been well educated. But now I have only an empty title and no progress. Well, let Xianjin decide everything. Qin Fu looked at Xiao Hui with more pity. Where can you find such a pure love brain? Love brain is the best dowry for men. The future is bright, and you can pursue it. At least Xianjin still likes you. Qin Fu sighed. He has been guarding a cold stove and has not been burning it for 10 years. This kid has much more hope than him. Xiao Hui lowered his eyes and complained, when you enter the capital, Xianjin will be busy. Even if you like him, it can't compare with the prosperity of the business world. Qin Fu sighed and clinked glasses again. We can be regarded as 1,000 cups of wine when we meet a bosom friend. 1,000 cups of wine are not enough when you wake up. The next day, Qin Fu sobered up and reviewed the situation. Racking his brains to think, did he say bad things about his daughter last night? Did he ever expose his daughter's wolfish ambition to steal the cubs? Did he ever betray his party and leak our secrets? After reviewing for a long time, it seems, should be, there is not a single word. Right? Qin Fu smacked his lips. The fear of his daughter can really overcome all the chatter. If this were the frontier war years, he would have been tempered by his daughter into a copper pea that can't be steamed, boiled, pounded, or fried, but rings loudly. There is a copper pea at home and a pea flower in the field. In the bushes ahead, there are purple butterflies, and the branches are drooping, swaying like purple ribbons. In the high carriage, Baozhu stuck to Xianjin and pointed out through the half-lifted window curtain. This flower is easy to grow. I heard that my mother likes it the most. Dad said that my mother is afraid of butterflies because there are strange powders on their wings. But she likes this butterfly-shaped pea flower. My mother suffered a lot when she gave birth to me. She bled a lot. And she has been a little unwell since then. As far as I can remember, my mother often lay in bed with a pale and swollen face. My father played the guqin for her. And my mother smiled at this time. And her smile was very gentle. When I was 5 years old, my mother passed away. And my father planted flowers on this mountain. Now it is blooming. Baoyu also came back from Huayan Prefecture to celebrate her mother's death anniversary. After being away for almost half a year, the little girl has grown a lot taller. She snuggles up to Xianjin, still as intimate as before. The Qiao brothers and sisters went to the ancestral home in Jing County to burn incense. And Xianjin was invited to follow. The invitation was made by Qiao Hui. In fact, even if Qiao Hui didn't invite her, Xianjin would go, regardless of what kind of mother she will become in the future. At least she is the master's wife now. The carriage covered with green cloth by the officials went to Jing County. Xianjin followed the Qiao brothers and sisters into the ancestral hall to kowtow, and then went to kowtow in front of the ancestral tomb. 240 firecrackers exploded on the grave. Xianjin looked at the colored words Jiang, the 13th generation granddaughter-in-law of the Qiao family, and the uncolored but engraved words Qiao Fangji, the 13th generation grandson of the Qiao family. For the first time, Xianjin had a concrete understanding of living together and dying together. His father in the previous life was a good father, but not a good husband. His repeated physical betrayals made Gao Shi's mother a resentful woman who was afraid of everything and lost herself for a long time. After the separation and divorce, his mother finally regained her intellectual temperament. The father of this life is a good husband to Yi Ainyang and a good father to her. But he should not be a good existence to Sun, Sanlang and Sailang, and Shen Jianfang. The initial throbbing, the accumulated decline in the middle, and the final clear departure. The survival and demise of a relationship are always like a parabola. After reaching a certain peak, it will fall back without exception. Only Qiao Shancheng, after the death of his first wife, he never remarried. Xianjin stared blankly at the small pine tree newly planted on the grave. Although the pine tree is small, it has upright branches, lush green leaves, and strong vitality. This was planted by your teacher himself. In the smoke, Qiao Hui stood beside him at some point, with a clear face and a smile in the corners of his eyes. In the early spring of this year, I went to the mountains to select seedlings. I dragged my lame leg and dug the soil with a hoe. I wrapped the roots with clothes and carried a basket of soil back to the mansion. I found another vacant lot in the mansion and planted this pine tree myself. After planting it for several months, I rushed back to the ancestral home. People came and went. All of them were the sons and daughters of the Qiao family's other branches. Shandong Qiao's thoughts were so openly hidden in the hustle and bustle. Xianjin's eyes suddenly became sore. Xiao Hui put his hands behind his back and said in a hoarse but gentle voice, "Tonight, accompany me to Qingcheng Mountain Courtyard. I have something to return to you." What to return? In the deep night, Xiao Hui took Xianjin's hand and entered from the small door in the southeast corner of the mountain courtyard. The light he held swayed between the shadows of the pine and cypress trees, and sometimes there were passing scholars walking among them. Xiao Hui lowered his voice. "This place is open to all. All the scholars in Xuanqing Prefecture can enter. Whether you are looking for a quiet place to read or reading in a thatched book house or borrowing books. As long as you follow the rules. Whether you have a reputation or not. You are welcome." The young man's palm was rough and hot, like a burning fire. Xianjin nodded. Xiao Hui led Xianjin through the familiar thatched book house and came to a locked room. Xiao Hui did not let go of Xianjin's claws. He reached into the window with his left hand, opened the door and window from the inside, and lit the oil lamp and lantern in a familiar way. He half squatted and dragged out an arm-long silver camphor-wood box from under the bed. Chapter 346 Meat is Eaten. The plain silver box looks shiny, and the owner has kept it well. The copper buckle on the shaft is smooth and clean, which means it must be opened and read frequently. Xiao Hui pushed the box to Xianjin. "Give it back to you." Xianjin was puzzled and wanted to ask, but saw Xiao Hui's ears were red. Could it be a love letter written secretly? "Oh, my muscular man." Xianjin laughed and lowered his head to open it. After seeing the objects in the box, he was stunned. There are a lot of things inside. A lantern with gold-sprinkled coral paper, a bamboo umbrella, 6 or 7 stacked paper folds, and a craft paper bag at the bottom. The paper rolls of the lanterns have turned yellow and rolled up. The bamboo handles of the bamboo umbrellas have been patinated, and the paper folds have been framed one by one. Xianjin doesn't know what these are. Only the craft paper bag hidden at the bottom. Xianjin still remembers where it came from. Xianjin reached out and picked it up. "This is the blind bag business at the time. The one I tricked you into buying. Right?" Xianjin opened it, and it was empty. Xiao Hui's eyes were burning, and he nodded slightly. The moon-white paper inside was given to Zhang Wenba, and he exchanged it for a 6 Zhongxian paper, leaving me only this brown paper bag. Xianjin picked up the paper again and folded it to read it. She had commented on Xiao Hui's articles without knowing it. She had dared to comment on 3 articles with her dog-paddling handwriting in red pen, right next to Xiao Hui's deliberately restrained thin gold regular script. The contrast was very tragic. Like a primary school student with bared fangs and claws, he met a doctoral student with an arrogant temperament. Xianjin was happy. "You keep this too." Xiao Hui's eyes were gentle. Under the 4-sided window lattice, he was very tall, and his eyes were like drawn moonlight, entwining around Xianjin's side. "Why can't I keep it?" Xiao Hui replied, "Although the words are colloquial, the views are precious." There were also articles she wrote, which were approved by Xiao Hui. There were 7 or 8 articles in total, and Xiao Hui kept them all with great care. Xiao Hui smiled. "I often look back at the articles we wrote before. Although they were immature, they were bold. Looking at them now, it's like watching a green vine grow ripe grapes. The road is long and difficult, but it is full and sweet in the end." The young man in a high position had a gentle face. There was no regret in his words, nor was there any pride in examining the present. Only peace and tolerance. Xianjin's heart trembled for no reason, and he picked up the bamboo-handled oil paper umbrella and the coral paper lantern as if to hide it, lowered his eyes and asked, "What is this?" Xiao Hui picked up the lantern with one hand, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if smiling. "Everyone is bright. I am alone in the abyss. You cheated Baozhu to buy the black lantern. Have you forgotten the debt?" Xianjin's body froze. It happened so long ago. 5 or 6 years ago. Right. During the Lantern Festival, she was selling DIY paper lanterns at a stall, and bumped into Xiao Baozhu by accident. She sold Baozhu a lantern that didn't light up. Xiao Hui picked up the bamboo-handled umbrella again, smiling. "This was the year before last, when I just came back from the sea. We met at Qingcheng Mountain Courtyard. It was going to rain before I left, and you handed me that umbrella." Xianjin's throat moved slightly, and a sour feeling surged up to his nose and eyes. Rolling in the corner of the silver box were a few pins, and the books she had borrowed and read in the thatched library. Xianjin looked up at Xiao Hui motionlessly. Xiao Hui returned his gaze calmly but firmly. Xian Jin wanted to laugh, but couldn't pull the corners of his mouth. She seemed to be hit by something. Her left chest was numb. Her palms were hot enough to roast meat. And her whole body from head to toe was numb. As if a gust of wind could break her. She suddenly remembered the punch Xiao Hui threw at the bank of the Jingshui River that year. You, Bao Yuan. Xian Jin was a little incoherent. You keep them all. Lantern? The article she wrote was terrible. The book she borrowed and read? Umbrella? So early. Xian Jin tightly grasped Xiao Hui's sleeves. His neck seemed to be pinched by someone, leaving only a narrow entrance. And the thin and hot air slowly entered. Xian Jin had many heartbeats. Past and present life. Stretch out your slender hand for the doctor brother, for the red eyebrows and eyes of the boy in the bed next to you, for the rugged back and the lonely and stubborn eyes of the boy. For Xiao Hui, it was even more than a heartbeat. Heartbeat was only a moment. And at this moment, Xian Jin would hug Xiao Hui, little by little, into his arms, imprint him into his body, and stay with him for a long time. Xian Jin raised his hands and gently hugged Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui hugged Xian Jin back very gently. I heard your conversation with the third master a few days ago. Not surprised. He was outside the corridor at the time. As a pirate, he could even tell the southeast direction of the wind. So how could he not hear her conversation with Chen Fu? Xian Jin replied sullenly. Yeah. Xiao Hui said, I brought you here today to tell you that if you don't want to get married, we won't get married. We just need to get along slowly. These fragmented memories have supported me through the moment of near death at sea. Now that I am by your side, I am already very happy. He missed her at sea, but he didn't dare to think about her. He was afraid that she and Erlang would fall in love with each other. And he was afraid to think of her picture. Erlang was by her side, and he was drifting thousands of miles away at sea. The proud young man was afraid for the first time in his life. He had noticed Erlang's feelings for Xian Jin a long time ago. And he was blinded by his happiness for his best friend until his father was imprisoned and the family was in danger. On the eve of his decision to flee to Fujian, he packed up all the valuable items in his home, including maps, deeds, and banknotes. He found the lantern in Baoju's room, the articles written by the two of them in his father's drawer, the half-read book borrowed by Xian Jin in the study, and the pen on the table. The thin veil covering his eyes was blown away by the hurricane. He could not help but put these things away and put them in the box. If he can come back, if Xian Jin is still single when he comes back, he will definitely try. That night, Xiao Hui said to himself silently. Only then did Xiao Hui ask Xian Jin 3 questions about Erlang after he came back. Xiao Hui held Xian Jin tightly, put his nose to Xian Jin's hair, and said in a muffled voice, We cannot get married. Don't be afraid. Don't feel burdened. You just need to be happy. Xian Jin gently raised his head. In the quiet mountain courtyard, Xian Jin stood on tiptoe and solemnly kissed Xiao Hui's lips. There was no alcohol in his body. No impulsiveness. And no impulsiveness. The 2 pairs of raw lips were imprinted together. Xian Jin turned slightly. Xiao Hui's breath gradually became heavier. Xian Jin was a little suffocated. And when he opened his lips slightly, he was easily conquered without any guidance. A top student learns everything quickly. Before long, Xiao Hui had taken the initiative. The feelings between the lips and teeth were fascinating. Xian Jin narrowed his eyes and whispered, I like you, my dear friend. Xiao Hui held Xian Jin's slender waist tightly with one hand, and his lips repeatedly searched in the misty night and the cold pine scent. I, very early, said I love you. Xian Jin was kissed so hard that he lost his mind and unconsciously took a half step back. He leaned back on the pine wood table with candlelight, panting slightly and leaning his neck back. He hooked Xiao Hui's neck with one hand, half closed his eyes, explored forward little by little, and took back the half step he had just taken. The young man, full of vigor and vitality, buried his head tightly in the girl's neck. The unique warmth and fragrance of a woman made him unconsciously climb up slowly. Soft waist, round and cute, warm body breath. All 5 senses were magnified. Hearing, touch, smell, and vision blended and flowed like water. Xiao Hui's restrained heavy breathing stopped in an instant. Xiao Hui's hesitation was accurately captured by Xian Jin. Xian Jin frowned. What's wrong? Xiao Hui took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. No. Xianjin? The moonlight is so bright. And you tell me no. What kind of no? Xianjin asked with concern. The touch on her legs did not let her correctly understand the true meaning of no. No. Or no. Xianjin was afraid that Xiaohui did not express it correctly. Xiaohui gnashed his teeth. What are you thinking? Took another deep breath. No now. If you get pregnant at this time, it will be bad for you. Let me find some ways. Xianjin was half sitting on the mahogany square table. The lights flickered. A long time ago, she and Xiaohui sat on opposite sides, doing homework together. She fought back. You are agile. And agile loaches are the easiest to catch and stew with tofu. Xianjin was also panting. And the unfamiliar touch made her eyes widen. A little impatient. Don't you have contraceptive soup? The power in the palace fighting drama is so great. The first mate will have no children. The second mate will have no grandchildren. And the third mate will have no hope in his old age, and will definitely be beaten to death by the nurse. Dr. Wang must have this kind of palace secret recipe. Xiaohui let go of her. With a little annoyance between his eyebrows. Women are weak. How can such a thing be done at the cost of damaging a woman's body? Xianjin was silent for a while. And after a while, he silently hugged Xiaohui back. Hugged the man's warm head. And whispered softly into the man's ear. Now, who is the stubborn one? The two leaned against each other and talked from time to time. The night was quiet, and only the cicadas in the forest could be heard. After the recovery of the night, Xianjin remembered Xiaohui's words. When did you tell me that you loved me? A long time ago? Xianjin leaned on Xiaohui's broad shoulders, looked at the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window, and joked, Did you sneak by my bed and wait for me to fall asleep and then whisper to me? Xiaohui did sneak by the bed before. It's a bit perverted. But Xianjin could understand and didn't expose it. When people who like each other do something perverted, it's called interest. When people who don't like each other do something perverted, it's called crime. Xiaohui coughed lightly. Think about it yourself. When you figure it out, I'll give you a big reward. Xianjin asked casually with a smile. What reward? Xiaohui said righteously. This beautiful body. Xianjin was speechless for a moment. And finally disappointed. Okay. She admitted that she really wanted this broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, strong and tight body. It feels so strong. Chapter 347 Left Behind. The 10th anniversary of Xiaohui's mother's death was celebrated with great fanfare. The Qiao family didn't have many relatives in the old house. But there was always a saying that the poor in the downtown area have no one to ask. The rich in the mountains have distant relatives. Xiaohui's mother's death lasted for 3 days. And a 3-day banquet was held at the head of Shuixiang village. About 400 or 500 people came, some of whom were distant relatives of the Qiao family. Some were gentry from neighboring villages. And some were wives of officials from neighboring counties and prefectures. Xiong Yu sat with Xianjin. The youngest son Yuan was just over 2 years old and had just learned to run. He called out to Xianjin loudly, Auntie. Then he ran out. And 3 or 4 maids and servants followed him out. Xianjin hurriedly handed over a cup of tea, and served 4 kinds of cakes, and said, Take care of yourself first. He glanced at the lady in the next room. Please help me take care of the wife of Guan, the Tongpan of Huayan Prefecture. Xiong Yu, it's not enough to take care of yourself, but you also have to help this dead girl to entertain guests. After Xianjin and Baozhu settled all the ladies who came to pay their respects, he turned around and looked for Xiong Yu. And then, they could talk quietly for a few words. You look like you've taken an elixir. Xianjin drank water in big gulps while looking at Xiong Yu, who looked radiant with red lips and white teeth. She looked good the last time she went to the orange courtyard. But she was not as proud as she is now. Xiong Yu laughed. Since my uncle was confirmed to be promoted to the prefect of Atian Prefecture, don't you think it's strange that my mother-in-law suddenly became well-educated? She made a room for my dowry, and didn't rush to take care of Yuan Gur with me. She just said, the Xiong family is prominent, and has its own way of raising children. She wanted to visit me every morning and evening, and put me on the platform for worship. Xiong Yu sighed inaudibly. In this world, whether your mother's family can stand up is really important. This is why she chose Cui Heng in the first place. Cui Heng is not a bad person. And secondly, as long as her uncle is the chief officer, she will not have a bad life in the Cui family. Although Cui Heng's mother is a mean old woman, she only dares to say a few words behind her back to vent her anger. and then cry and kick in front of her son to make a fuss, pretending to be pitiful, not to mention treating her harshly. Chui Heng's mother dare not even send a maid into the house properly. Now that her uncle has become a big shot, Chui Heng has always treated her well. And now he is even more attentive and considerate. Chui Heng's mother has suddenly changed from a widowed peasant woman to a lady from a noble family. She used to be called the evil and pretentious daughter-in-law, but now she is called our grandmother. Xiong Yu was quite touched. Xian Jin lowered his head and took a bite of the golden marigold pastry, and felt a little greasy, so he put it on the table. Xiao Hui happened to come over, and naturally took the golden marigold pastry that Xian Jin had taken a bite of with his right hand, and raised his head to drink tea in big gulps, and whispered to Xian Jin, "Mrs. Guan is leaving, and the rut of her carriage is broken. I asked Haixing to find a new one. If there is really no other way, I can only ask Mr. Go to send her off in person. The second master of the Bai family in Chuzhou Prefecture wants to go to Bazangchuan to pay tribute. I asked him to find Manager Dong, or Manager Zhong is more suitable." Xian Jin nodded. "Just tell Gauge. There are 2 more tribute Bazangchuan in Xuanqing Mansion. If you really want to see it, you can only go to Wushu Hall in Xuanqing Mansion." The 2 of them were natural, and they did not stand out in the busy and noisy country hall. Xiong Yu was stunned in the place. And when Xiao Hui strode out of the inner hall, Xiong Yu reacted, grabbed Xian Jin's wrist, and stammered, "You? Zhongwu Ho, you? Are you?" Xian Jin's claws were clamped by someone. And after hearing Xiong Yu's words, his facial features wrinkled and he smiled. "If you don't deny it, then admit it." Xiong Yu suppressed her groundhog scream, stood up suddenly and paced back and forth. After a while, she realized that what she had just said was inappropriate. My mother's family? Whether my mother's family is good or not, it doesn't really matter. A good iron maker must be strong himself. Just because of your connection with the Qiao family, he Qiao Baoyuan would feel guilty if he didn't treat you well. When the Qiao family was in trouble and the headmaster was imprisoned, even my uncle dared to help secretly. Although Chui Heng saved Jing County, the plaque written by Shan Hong Qiao himself, but he dared not put it in public to save the Qiao family. Only you. You raised Baozhu with shit and piss. Xian Jin? Not really. Unless Baozhu is mentally retarded. At that age, it is difficult for her to have anything to do with shit and piss. Xiong Yu walked around twice with her head down. Her voice was sharp, thin and light. No matter how high his official position is, if he doesn't treat you well, he will go to the 18th level of hell. Have his tongue pulled out. Put him in a frying pan. Have his muscles and bones pulled out. Be a pheasant in your next life. The hall was bustling with people. Therefore, the curse about Qiao Hui being a runner in the next life only reached Xian Jin's ears, and no one else was lucky enough to hear it. Xiong Yu was very excited all afternoon, sometimes cursing Qiao Baoyuan that he would die miserably if he repaid kindness with enmity, sometimes telling Xian Jin with a sharp gaze, "Hold Qiao Baoyuan tight. A third-rank official in his early 20s will never come back again," and sometimes worrying about Xian Jin's future life. It's not easy to be a rich lady. The women in the capital are so cunning that they can make a pot of porridge. You have to be more careful in everything. I wish I could follow Xian Jin to Beijing to start a war. The strong fighting power made Xian Jin dare not easily say anything. This is the difference between married women and unmarried girls. Hengxi's foothold is you love me. I love you. Mishua Bingcheng is sweet. Xiong Yu's foothold is fight. Life is endless. Fighting is endless. Challenge the mother-in-law. Challenge the sisters-in-law. Challenge the gossipy women in the neighborhood. Ola! Xian Jin didn't want to fight. He just wanted to sleep. Returning from Jingxian to Xuancheng Prefecture, Xian Jin slept all day and night. Back at the Orange Courtyard, the boxes and crates for going to Beijing were packed early in the morning. Kikiki, Xiaodong Guancher, Zhou Ergu, Suer and Zhang Mama went with them. Aunt Zhong's youngest son was still young, and the 2 elders were old. Xian Jin also needed her to stay in Xuancheng Prefecture to make arrangements. So Aunt Zhong postponed her trip to Beijing and stayed in Xuancheng Prefecture. Li Sanshun and the Zheng brothers also stayed in Xuancheng Prefecture. Kikiki cried miserably about this. He was a big man, with tears and snot all over his face, crying while holding onto the carriage. I don't want to go to Beijing either." Xiao Hui stepped onto the horse. The horse's hooves kicked back and forth, and he leaned over to ask Xian Jin, "What is this?" Xian Jin said expressionlessly, He has been secretly in love with manager Zhong for many years. Xiao Hui sneered. Everyone knows it. And you also call it secret love? Xianjin thought for a moment and corrected his words. He has been secretly in love with manager Zhong for many years. But manager Zhong doesn't like him. So he has never taken action. It is called secret love. After all, there is no beginning. And there is no end. Xiao Hui sneered again. How pitiful. The horse walked forward with its tail swinging proudly. Xianjin also got on the carriage. Kikiki was left crying loudly. I heard it all. Can you be quieter? When checking the luggage before departure, Chen Fu finally came with 4 or 5 boxes and occupied a carriage alone. Xianjin was a little surprised. Didn't you say you wouldn't go to Beijing with me? Chen Fu glanced at the sturdy future son-in-law on the tall horse in the distance and snorted, I have to go with you. I'm afraid you will bully my son-in-law. Xianjin, what kind of magic potion did Xiaohui give him? Before the long journey, there were many things to do. The people and horses, boxes and packages were gathered and put away. And after counting the number of people, the neat sound of horse hooves sounded first, followed by the sound of the chain dragging the shaft, and the sound of the wind blowing from south to north. Xianjin leaned against the inner wall of the carriage and gently opened the window curtain a crack, watching the familiar scenery being left behind frame by frame. Xianjin took a deep breath. Chapter 348, Giving a Drug to the Soul. Thanks to Xiaohui, the hereditary lord and the third-rank official, the group of people upgraded their mule carts to horse-drawn carriages. 7 or 8 carriages and more than 10 tall horses formed a cavalry team. They took the official road during the day. If they could enter a town at night, they would take a letter to the local chief official to make arrangements. If there was no town, they would find a village to stay for the night. If there was no town, they could only stay in a post house with a shop every 60 miles, which was similar to the highway service area in later generations. Although it was simple, it could shelter them from the wind and rain. If they missed the post station, they would find a cliff or deep forest, build a bonfire, set up a shed, and have strong guards. Nude guards and men from the paper shop guard the periphery, taking turns, and women sleeping in the carriage. In later times, with convenient water and electricity and abundant food, it would be tiring to travel for more than a month, not to mention the current situation. Xianjin thought Chen Fu would complain, but he was very happy. When he stopped, he took out his reed pen to write. Xianjin looked closer and saw a lot of scattered paragraphs on the single page. There are pavilions scattered along the road, and there are 93 wells on both sides of the official road in Danta County, which provide water and supplies for pedestrians, horses, donkeys and mules. On both sides of the official road, earthen beacons were built, with wooden signs and stone carvings inserted on them. The beacons marked the course of the road, and the boundary beacons marked the state and county boundaries. Even if you travel thousands of miles, you can have a clear idea of the route. At each post station, you can get a map with a travel note. And there are also people selling Chaojing mileage map for 15 or 20 won per map. The 20 won map has more detailed drawings, even showing the osmanthus trees at the village head. Xianjin smacked his lips. These are all trivial matters on the road. And Chen Fu recorded them all. Chen Fu was still writing hard, and while thinking about the sentence, he looked up at his daughter. Tuli 40 days. How about this name? My father plans to find a printing shop after entering Beijing and publish the new book. Xianjin nodded repeatedly. It has a bit of Mr. Lin Qingchuan's charm. The writing style is plain, sincere, simple, but it makes people want to read on. Xianjin smiled. It seems that you will get rich before me. Chen Fu shook his head. I don't expect to get rich with this book. If he wants to get rich, he will write about sad love. Don't you see that Mr. Qin, the coward, stayed at home and wrote sad literature after passing the imperial examination? Today he published a book Liang Sheng. Can we not be sad? And tomorrow, he wrote a book Sadness Goes Upstream. You and I go downstream, making a lot of money and making enough money to study at the Imperial College next year. He doesn't want to get rich. What is money? He is not interested in money. As long as his daughter is at home, it is like a silver mine. He is tired, bored, exhausted and lazy about money. From now on, he will fight for his literary ideal. Many women who are raised in the boudoir have read books and can recognize words, but they can never go out of the house. Let them read this book. Look at the scenery and pedestrians on the road. Add some comfort, And it is also my great merit, Chun Fu said seriously. Even the 3 layers of hair oil on his head instantly became refreshed. Xian Jin was stunned for a moment. And just as he was about to praise him, he heard Chun Fu's next words. What's more, my brother-in-law said that he would make me the best rider in the capital. From now on, I will have to be carried by 4 people in a sedan chair when I go out. When I open the door, I will be greeted by flowers and praises. Wherever I go, the bookstore owners will wait for me. And they all say, please, Master AI Sui, please write more. Chun Fu narrowed his eyes, with a silly smile on his lips. Xian Jin was silent. Okay, the case is solved. She knew what kind of magic potion Xiao Hui had given Chun Fu. Since Chun Fu, the most delicate member of the team, was tireless under the adrenaline called success. Their team of horses and motorcades really achieved the goal of 2 officials 40 days, and arrived in the capital in mid-July. On a midsummer morning when the sun was rising, the watchtower was tall and majestic, and the typing carts carrying goods moved slowly in the queue entering the city. In the streets surrounded by the capital, shops were opened along the streets, and officials in a hurry rushed to the government office. There were many breakfast shops and stalls, and the wooden signs read porridge and snacks are no more than 20 cents, and fried white sausage, blood and organ soup, lung filling, sesame cakes, steamed cakes, sazi, and bean porridge were fragrant. Su Erba leaned against the wall of the carriage, tears welling up in his eyes. I never thought that I would be able to come to the capital in this life. Xian Jin Xiao, the charm of the capital can never fade no matter how much time passes. The capital is divided into 5 cities and 33 blocks in the east, west, north and center. The Qiao family lives in Jikingfeng, which is close to the Wei Palace. It is like living outside Tiananmen Square and looking at the moat every day when you wake up. Turn into the West City and enter Jikingfeng. All the way there are lions holding drums, and the facade is more imposing than the Xuancheng Prefectural Government Office, Duke Anhu's mansion, Marquis Ningyuan's mansion, Prince Yu's mansion. Su'er kept mumbling along the way, blinking after a while. The fat black girl asked Xian Jin seriously, are these all real? Xian Jin looked over and said seriously, it doesn't look like a stage. Su'er was under a lot of pressure. But Mother Zhang had the calm madness of a middle-aged woman who was facing a collapse of Mount Tai and could not show her emotions. Xian Jin thought carefully for a moment. Maybe because Mother Zhang was illiterate and was one of the fish that escaped the literacy campaign back then. And those who don't know are fearless. She can't even understand what is written on those plaques. So why is she afraid? The mansion of the Marquis of Zhongwu. The horses and vehicles stopped one after another. Xian Jin stepped on the smooth and clean bricks, and saw that Xiao Shanchang stood in the front row with his back hunched. Then came the bearded General Scene in the negotiation group. Behind the general was a handsome young man. Then came the women in red and green. There were 1 or 2 older people, and the rest were 3 or 4 girls with their hair loose. Xiao Hui came forward. Xiao Shanchang walked forward with tears in his eyes. He walked straight past Xiao Hui, and walked to the side of Xian Jin, and Bao Zhu with his legs and feet not very convenient. His voice trembled, well done. Well done. I heard about it. The negotiation was very successful, and won at least 20 years of peaceful seas for Wei. Shan Zhongqiao wanted to pat Xian Jin on the shoulder. But this was not Jing County. This was the capital. And after all, they were a man from outside the family and a married woman. So he could only pat the frame of the car in the air, and excitedly led the 2 girls inside. Go in. Go in. The door is hot. The mansion was bigger than Xian Jin had imagined. From the main gate, it took about half an instant's stick of time to enter the main hall. Everyone sat down in a row. Shan Zhongqiao introduced, mainly to Xian Jin, this is your aunt. This is your uncle. This is your 9th brother. This is your sister Yiqing. Sister Yu. Sister Yu. And that sister is your uncle's niece. Sister Jiang. He introduced the visitor. I have heard of you all. This is my last female disciple, Jin Jier. This is her father, Mr. Chen San. And the others are her paper shop assistants. Just call them according to Baoju's generation. Xian Jin called them one by one. The aunt had a strange resemblance to Qiao Hui in terms of face shape and features. Xian Jin said aunt, and got a very beautiful jade bracelet. Aunt Qiao smiled and said, thank you for taking care of our Baoju. Shan Dongqiao was a little unhappy. Why thank her? It's her duty. Her strengths are not here. Chapter 349 Brother Baoyuan. And Xiao said angrily, Yes. Yes. I made a mistake. She turned around and smiled at Xianjin. Your teacher often talks about you, saying that you are smart and diligent, kind and generous, decisive and calm. All the good words in the world are yours. Oh, Director Xiao, so you are such a director. You scold her in public, but you are proud of her in private. Xianjin tried to blush and pretend to be embarrassed. After pretending for a long time, his face was full of confidence and a clear conscience. Xiao Fangji. He is really a good disciple of his. And he is shameless from the same lineage. After chatting for a few more words, Xiao Fangji put down the teacup and said, What are your plans for the next few days in Beijing? Xianjin said in a gentle voice. Tomorrow I will go to the Jiazi office. Wu Deijian gave me a visiting card, and we will have a good chat about the feasibility of using Xian paper to issue banknotes. Tomorrow afternoon I will go to the Honglu Temple. Zheng Xiaoqing asked me to have a good chat about the details of the imperial edict paper and the school doctrine for sending to Japan. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Finance will hold a small meeting the day after tomorrow. And I will go to the Imperial College in the afternoon to ask about the issuance of Juzi. The arrangements for the next few days will be discussed according to the situation of the 3-day meeting. Very busy. Ning Yuan Ho, with a big shaggy beard, spoke in a clumsy official language. Oh, don't be so busy. Go watch the acrobatics tomorrow. There's too much work to do. Well, it seems like I'm going to take her to make a pot of tea soon. I feel like I'm going to relax after visiting the ancestral temple and then going to the parade. It's really rare to see such a relaxed feeling in a military commander. Xianjin turned his head unconsciously to look at Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui was leaning back in his chair, supporting his chin with his right hand, and made a mouth shape to Xianjin. Guangdong people. Well, you are right to drink tea in flip-flops. Xiao Fangji frowned speechlessly. You two should shut up first. One praised his father's beloved disciple for taking care of the child, and the other taught his father's beloved disciple to waste time doing nothing. Both of them should be killed. Xiao Hui half supported his body, and made a gesture of wiping his neck to Xianjin. Xianjin smiled very secretly. No one noticed that a pair of eyes were moving back and forth between them. Xiao Fangji turned his head and nodded to Xianjin. It's right for you to go to the Ministry of Promotion first. Wu Deijian was the chief eunuch of Qianyang Palace before the eldest princess went to the northwest, with him endorsing you first. You can go elsewhere. Just like holding the imperial sword. Making jiazi is not as simple as making a piece of paper and reporting it. There are many departments in the court responsible for this matter. The jiazi office has been passed down since the Song dynasty and is mainly responsible for the production of jiazi. The Ministry of Revenue is responsible for calculating the number and time of jiazi issuance. The Imperial College is responsible for direct issuance. The production is very complicated, and the calculation and issuance are not simple either. Some are issued directly from the court, and some are issued through provinces, states, and prefectures. The production process is complicated, and the issuance process is complicated. Although Xianjin, as the lowest level supplier of jiazi, does not need to bear the heavy task of national destiny, it is inevitable that there will be one to many. The reality is that a Party B has multiple contacts with Party A. For example, Xianjin needs to understand the requirements of the Jiazi Bureau for Jiazi paper, understand the rules of the Ministry of Revenue for issuing materials, and understand the way the Imperial College issues them to avoid transportation and storage risks. These needs are likely to conflict. For example, the Jiazi Bureau must hope that the jiazi is light enough to carry, but the Imperial College, which is in charge of the specific matters of jiazi release, must expect jiazi to be wear-resistant and finally as hard as craft paper, and not easily worn. How can they be satisfied at the same time? Light, tear-resistant, unbreakable, and easy to carry. Sorry, plastic bags haven't come out yet. Putting aside the conflicting needs of the various parties, it is very likely that these parties don't get along with each other. For example, the Jiazi Affairs Promotion Office is controlled by the confidants of the people in power, mostly eunuchs. While meeting the requirements of the people in power, they need to take care of their material or spiritual needs as descendants. The Ministry of Revenue is a politician faction. It is said that the current Minister of Revenue, Hu Bingji, quickly changed sides after the eldest princess took office and won himself a place in the negotiation group to Japan. But just last month, he just betrothed his young daughter to the grandson of Li Gulao who stayed in his hometown. He is playing the idea of leaning on whoever is stronger. The Imperial College is neutral, no matter who is in power. All students who come out of it are disciples of the Emperor. The three fathers of Party A want to play games, and the only one who is dragged is the poor grandson of Party B. Xiao Fangji calmly analyzed the matter in Xianjin's hands, and quickly made instructions. You were originally appointed by the Grand Princess. The Jiazu Jizusi will not deliberately harm you. But you must be careful that Wu Daijian will trip you up and instigate you to fight with the Ministry of Revenue. But don't be afraid. Treat him with respect. Don't call him Daijian. Call him sir. He won't make things too difficult for my disciple Xiao. Imperial Academy. I'll write you a letter. If anyone dares to set a trap for you, write down the name and come back to me. I can't kill him. As for the Ministry of Revenue, Xiao Fangji pondered. The Minister of Revenue, Hu Bingji, is an old fox. He won't handle this matter personally. His deputy Huang Qiqian is from Huayan Prefecture and studied in Xincheng Mountain Academy for 2 years. You can first see which deputy in the Ministry of Revenue is in charge of this matter. If it's another one, I will write to Huang Qiqian and ask him to take over this matter. Xianjin, I was so moved that my eyes were full of tears. It doesn't matter if she messes up. Just look at the pleasure of your master opening the gate of heaven for you. Xiao Fangji added, the imperial edicts and private school teachings of Japan are more about form than content. The key point is the role of sending Japanese envoys. You are just a psychic. I am not familiar with Chung Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple. I will ask Bao Yuan to send you there tomorrow afternoon. Xiao Hui? How do you know I have nothing to do tomorrow? Xiao Hui frowned. Xiao Fangji had a blank expression. Then do you have anything to do? No. Nothing. Xiao Fangji looked at Xiao Hui as if he was looking at a simple-minded pheasant. If the Beijing Guard Command has something to do, the capital will also be in chaos. Tomorrow afternoon, you will personally drive the carriage to send Jin Jie to the Honglu Temple, and harness all your sleek northern frontier horses, and try to be more ostentatious. Xiao Hui held back for a long time. Can you please not use slick and slick to describe my northern frontier horses? It always gives me the illusion that my hands are greasy when I put them on the saddle. There was a soft, charming puff from the hall. Everyone turned their eyes to the bottom. The Jiang family sister mentioned by Xiao Fangji was blushing and holding up her little finger, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, and stammering in embarrassment to explain. It's always fun to listen to Brother Baoyuan talk. I'm sorry to everyone for delaying everyone's conversation. Xianjin turned his head calmly and raised his eyebrows at Xiao Hui with a smile. Oh, Brother Baoyuan? Chapter 350. It must be evil. Some people say that beautiful eyes can speak. Xianjin has a pair of beautiful eyes. And at this moment, he is talking. I can't hear what he said, but he should be scolding him. He scolded him with full emotions, and was very dirty. Xiao Hui swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and a cold sweat broke out from his tailbone to the top of his head. He propped his hands back, and sat up straight immediately. Xiao Hui thought for a moment, then quickly crossed his legs, tilted his head back, shook his legs and looked at people with the whites of his eyes. Tell me in detail. Brother, what is so nice about your words? Xiao Hui's legs were shaking more and more, and his head was shaking with them. His vulgarity revealed a little bit of greasiness, and his greasiness also contained a little bit of confidence. Is it because my voice is nice? Or because I speak funny? Xiao Hui cleared his throat. It sounded like he had no phlegm, but it looked like he had a mouthful of thick phlegm in his mouth. He turned around and winked at Ning Yuanho. The pirates on the ship also said that I speak nicely. I can only say that speaking nicely is just the least noteworthy of my hundreds of advantages. Ning Yuanho was stunned, not knowing whether to respond. Jiang Baonyang was also stunned, and remained silent for a long time. Her eyes remained motionless, as if she was stunned by Xiao Hui's overwhelming confidence and greasiness. She might also be afraid that the phlegm in Xiao Hui's throat would spray on her face. Xiao Hui trembled, then confidently turned his gaze back to Jiang Baonyang's face, and asked again, Hey, sister, tell me, what other advantages do you think your brother has? Jiang Baonyang's originally blushing face faded, Shua, and turned her head expressionlessly. Bah! You are so shameless. Xianjin lowered his head, and hid the corners of his mouth that were twitching wildly. Xiao Hui was quite skilled in playing the role of Pu Xian's subordinate. If he hid his beautiful and clean face, it would probably be more credible. Okay. Xiao Fangji glanced at Xiao Hui with understanding. and stopped the whole farce with his words. He raised his hand and looked back at Xianjin. Let's get back to the point. You have to know what you are doing. The court affairs have to be taken care of. And your own business has to be in the forefront. Qiao Fangji meant something. When the rice paper passes the Ming Road, countless people will see this piece of cake. When that day comes, you may not be able to grab it. Xianjin nodded. Student understands. The business was almost finished. Qiao Fangji saw that the third son of the Qin family had been staring at the painted beams in the main hall for a long time. So he cleared his throat and changed the topic back to Xianjin's cheap father's favorite food. Clothing, housing and transportation. Food, clothing, housing and transportation. It's here. Qiao Fangji's tone did not allow for any discussion. I know you have a lot of money. You can buy a house or land if you want. But you must live in the Qiao family. Qiao Fangji waved his hand. No discussion on this. Xianjin laughed. I won't discuss it with you. The houses in the capital are so expensive. The day before yesterday, I heard from Bao Yuan that a house in Shangmenfeng was sold last month for 9,000 yuan. I can't afford it for the time being. So I'm waiting to take advantage of you. 9,000 yuan means 9,000 taels. Xianjin couldn't raise that much money even after selling Qiao Bao Yuan. Even many officials of high rank in the capital rent houses. Wu Wang, a disciple of Li Golao in the cabinet, has a poor family background and rents a house in the northern suburbs. Every day, he drives an ox cart for an hour to go to court, which is equivalent to going to court at 6 o'clock. This brother has to leave home at 4 o'clock. The court gets off work at 5 p.m. And the cabinet is a long-term overtime department, often getting off work at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, which is equivalent to this brother getting off work at 9 o'clock, getting home at 11 o'clock in the morning, washing and going to bed at 12 o'clock, and getting up again at 4 o'clock. What a suffocating class. No wonder that brother is always in a bad mood. Lack of sleep makes everyone bad-tempered. Xianjin doesn't want to lose sleep and accelerate aging. She can live next to Tiananmen Square. Why should she move to Daxing? Qiao Fangji is very satisfied with Xianjin's shamelessness. The third master lives in the outer courtyard. And I have cleaned up Chioshi Pavilion for you. The servants are arranged the same as mine. Jin Jier lives in the north courtyard. And Bao Yu lives in the south courtyard. You two sisters are close to each other, and it is convenient for you to move around. In fact, Qiao Fangji has never cared about these things. There is no mistress in the family. And it is basically my younger sister, the wife of Ning Yuan Marquis, who takes care of everything when I go to Beijing. This time when Xianjin came to Beijing, Qiao Fangji deliberately did not bother his younger sister, and went to buy everything himself. Since ancient times, the left and the north have been respected. Beiyuan is the best courtyard in the inner courtyard in terms of terrain, size and sophistication. It is even backed by Jinghu Lake in the north and Xinghua Mountain in the south. It is even the most powerful courtyard in the entire capital. Someone in the hall looked down. Qiao Fangji spoke concisely, and seeing that Xianjin and Chen Fu did not raise any objections, he announced the start of the meal with great pleasure. He had a good impression of Xianjin's cheap father, although his hair was always greasy and slippery, and a fly would sprain its ankle if it stood on it. This cheap father was clear-headed and frank. He would not refuse other people's kindness. It was justified to follow Xianjin to eat and drink. He was a pendant with a strong spiritual core. A table of birds and beasts, hot and cold oil, flying up and down the sky and sea, pigeons delivering letters. The whole thing is very heavy. After the meal, Xiao Hui took his 5 sisters and Xianjin to visit the newly launched Zongwu mansion. The main theme is a grandma he visiting the Grand View Garden. In fact, as a grandma, he who has visited famous royal gardens such as the Forbidden City and Prince Yong's mansion. Xianjin has certain psychological expectations and cognitions of the mansions of the powerful. But when he really walked in the Qiao family courtyard, Xianjin was still shocked. This place has a lake and half a mountain. In the capital, where a house is sold for 9,000 taels, this house has a lake. It is the Qianlong mansion of the former prince. Qiao Hui pointed to the covered painted wall not far away and said to everyone, there are patterns of 4-clawed dragons carved on the carved beams and painted walls. These patterns can only be covered with red cloth. We can move in and wait for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send someone to repair them. Is it the abdicated emperor? A clear voice sounded among the beauties. It was the third girl of Ning Yuan Marquis' family, whose maiden name was Yiwu. Qiao Hui nodded. It's the abdicated emperor. Yiwu pushed Jiang Baonyang behind him. Jiang Baonyang shuddered as if she was stabbed by a thorn. Looking at Xiao Hui, who was now in high spirits and tall, she finally mustered up the courage and said in a pinched voice, "Why did you give the abdicated emperor's residence to Brother Baoyuan?" When Xiao Hui heard that it was Jiang Baonyang who was speaking, he immediately relaxed his hips, tapped the ground with his toes, and began to shake his legs in a very dynamic manner. "Oh, of course, it's because of my great contributions and hard work. So many people came back from Fujian. But only I and Mr. Hu, the bearded man, were given titles. Tell me, is my brother amazing? Awesome." Jiang Baonyang twitched her lips and closed her eyes in despair. When she opened her eyes again, she looked at the third lady of Ninja Yuanhu, as if asking for help. No matter how much Zhou Yiwu pushed, she would never come out. Xianjin wanted to laugh. Xianjin poked his head out from the side. Xiao Baozhi's hands almost crushed the hawthorn soup. And she hesitated. "Sister, do you feel that my brother seems to be possessed by something dirty?" Chapter 351, Self-Conceit. Xianjin nodded and reasonably speculated. Then this dirty thing must have suffered from epilepsy when he was alive. Xiao Baoyu laughed so hard that the hawthorn candies burst. Go all the way inside. Since it was the topic that the abdicated emperor just opened, it was natural to talk about it smoothly. It was still the clear voice just now. The third lady of Mingyuan Marquis' family said, after the abdicated emperor abdicated, "Why didn't he live back in this house? I heard that he moved to the northern suburbs." Xiao Hui said, since he took the initiative to abdicate, he naturally wanted to stay away from disputes and disturbances. It would be better to move farther away and live his own life in seclusion. The third girl Yiwu turned around and laughed with her sisters. "It's so far. Why not move to Hebei? It's just that I'm afraid of being laughed at if I live in the city." Xiao Hui's expression was stern, and his eyes swept like a knife. Even the abdicated emperor has the courage to abdicate. So why should we be afraid of rumors and ridicule? We are from an official family, so we must be careful in what we say and do. Yiwu was not afraid, and smiled and pulled the corner of her clothes and shook. I know. I won't do it next time." Then he pushed Jiang Baonyang out to talk, and Xiao Hui began to shake his legs crazily. In the following scenes, Jiang Baonyang retreated and Xiao Hui returned to normal. When Jiang Baonyang rushed out, Xiao Hui immediately shook his legs, coughed up phlegm, looked at people with wide eyes and chased people with mysterious confidence, almost urinating and defecating everywhere. After several confrontations, Jiang Baonyang was exhausted, while Xiao Hui became more and more courageous, and even began to take the initiative to attack, which doubled the disgust. After visiting the mansion, Jiang Baonyang was exhausted physically and mentally, half leaning in the carriage to close her eyes and rest. The third lady of Mingyuan Ho, Yiwu, who followed, saw this and said with a light eyebrow, "How is it? Cousin is very good. Right? Not bad? Not bad at all." When Jiang Baonyang thought of Xiao Hui, her legs trembled reflexively. Jiang Baonyang held down her thighs and shook her head repeatedly. "He is a good person. His appearance and temperament are comparable to your brother, and his future is good. But how can he be such a person? He is greasy and vulgar. It seems that if you don't pay attention, he will step on the grass, spit, pick his nose, and put his nose booger on others." Jiang Baonyang shuddered. No, I can't do it." Yiwu was very disappointed. 2 years ago, when Brother Baoyuan returned to the court, we scattered flowers on Fan Tower and waited for the cavalry to enter the city. You looked frozen. Now, it's just that my cousin said a few unpleasant words and made a few unpleasant moves. What impact did it have? I tried so hard to ask my mother to take you with me. Why is it that now you say no? No, Yiwu said earnestly. How can your love be so fragile? Jiang Baonyang was speechless. Yiwu continued, yes. Brother Baoyuan felt a little uncomfortable today. But think about it. Did these actions revoke his position as a third-rank official? Or did they take back the title of the Red Book and Iron Certificate? Or did they shorten his height that was taller than an arch? Jiang Baonyang's expression gradually became clear. Yiwu saw this and immediately took advantage of the situation to pursue. Now, we are not the only ones eyeing Brother Baoyuan. The youngest daughter of the county lady of the Envoy Mansion has not married for a long time. It is possible that she is waiting for Brother Baoyuan. There are also several young county ladies of the master who are eyeing him covetously. We have a unique condition. My mother is my cousin's aunt. Jiang Baonyang bit her upper lip lightly with her lower teeth. Yiwu said again, according to your family's current situation. If you miss your cousin, what good marriage will your stepmother find for you? Previously, the Qiao family and our family were falsely accused. And your father hurriedly sent you back to the Ningyuan Marquis mansion. Now the Qiao family and our family are welcoming newcomers. Do you want to see your father regretting his efforts to curry favor with you? Jiang Baonyang woke up as if from a dream, and immediately straightened her back, looking at Yiwu with burning eyes. Jiang Baonyang said nothing, but her posture seemed to say everything. Yiwu was overjoyed, and asked tentatively, then let's still act according to the previous plan. Jiang Baonyang's upper lip was slightly red, and after hesitating for a moment, she said desperately, I will go to my aunt tonight to talk to her. Yiwu followed with encouragement, okay. After a pause, he casually said, by the way, ask my mother to ask about Miss He, from the perspective of family background. Although Miss He and my cousin are absolutely impossible, we can't fight an unprepared battle. Jiang Baonyang's mind flashed with a figure wearing a dark brown single-layer skirt. She was dressed simply, with no ornaments except for the jade ring on her left thumb. However, she had a calm temperament and a fresh face. Her aura was definitely not that of an ordinary female boss of a small business. Jiang Baonyang also felt that this was a very good opponent. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. The next afternoon, Aunt Xiao visited again. She first asked about Xiao Fangji's leg condition, and then asked if he needed help with household chores. Finally, she looked around and said with a smile, why don't I see Bao Yuan and Xian Jin? Xiao Fangji has always been gentle to his sister. Didn't we say it yesterday? Today Xian Jin goes to the Honglu temple. Bao Yuan drives her. Aunt Xiao seemed to remember something, and smiled again. These two children seem to have grown up together. A few years ago, you moved from Jingxian to the capital to stay temporarily. And I heard you say that there was a very capable little girl in your hometown? Xiao Fangji, wearing a home linen suit, nodded and said, that girl? Aunt Xiao nodded. She looks old, and her father doesn't seem reliable. You are a teacher, so you should pay more attention to her. Are you engaged? No. Xiao Fangji disagreed. Now that my career is booming, why get married? Give up my job and start a family? When a woman gets married, she will be subject to more restrictions. My daughters, whether Xian Jin or Bao Zhu, don't have to get married if they don't want to. At most, they will be old maids for the rest of their lives. When you got married, I told you the same thing. Qiao's aunt was a little helpless. My future is not ruined after I got married. Life is short. On the contrary, I had a harmonious relationship with the Marquis. I followed him to Fujian in the south, and the capital in the north. I saw many new foods. Brother, you have always been at the forefront of thinking about things. You don't need to be so extreme about marriage. Xiao Fangji was silent for a while, then nodded, which was considered to be his approval of his sister's point of view. Aunt Xiao smiled again and said, it's hard for a girl to get married, but it's easy for a boy to get married. Now that the family is so big, we really need a mistress to take care of it. Brother, what do you think of Bao Nyang who came with me yesterday? She is 16 years old this year. Her mother is your brother-in-law's younger sister, but unfortunately, she passed away early. With a stepmother, there is also a stepfather. She grew up by my side. Her character and knowledge are impeccable. Her father is now in the Ministry of Justice, and there is a good hope that he will be promoted to Shangshu within 10 years. Originally, they came to propose marriage. These days, the door of Bao Yuan's house is almost broken by people who come to propose marriage. Although this is inappropriate, Xiao Fangji does have a sense of pride that his daughter is sought after by hundreds of families. There are powerful families, noble families, and noble families, but without exception, all of them have failed. I don't know where the news leaked out. These families were leaked, and the names of the girls were also leaked. For a time, these families were all discussed. There are all kinds of things said. The most common one is that these families are climbing up the ladder. Fence-sitter. As a result, the enthusiasm for marriage proposals has faded in recent days. Unlike the above-mentioned families, those whose younger sisters have spoken are naturally pure-minded and sincere. Xiao Fangji pondered for a long time. I have seen the girl. She is very good. But? Xiao Fangji didn't say anything. But? I don't know if he is being sentimental. He always feels that his eldest son seems to have some different feelings for Xian Jin. Chapter 352. Someone is following. Qiao Fengji's eyelids drooped, and then lifted again. He was always kind to his sister and spoke casually. It's just that. You know, I have always been laissez-faire with Bao Yuan. I don't care whether he gets married. When he gets married? Or who he gets married with. Aunt Qiao nodded, with a little worry between her beautiful eyebrows. I only spoke because I know you don't care. In a blink of an eye, Bao Yuan is already 21. Now that he has established his career and built a mansion, he has achieved success and fame. So he should also think about starting a family. If you don't urge him, and I don't urge him, will he be lonely for the rest of his life? Qiao Fengji sneered. That's not a bad idea. Brother. Aunt Qiao frowned. He is the only son in our branch of the Qiao family. The only son is the only son. There is no throne to inherit in their family. The only thing he can inherit is his shameless nature, annoying temper, and Qiao Fengji rubbed his chin with his fingertips. Okay. And handsome looks. Aunt Qiao looked anxious. Qiao Fengji smiled and said, okay. Okay. According to Bao Yuan's personality. If he has the intention, he will naturally take action. If he doesn't have the intention, it will be in vain for us to force it. If you are not satisfied with your life, and you force yourself to be a couple who are unhappy with you, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Aunt Qiao couldn't believe it. What if he never meets someone who is interested in him? Will he be alone? Qiao Fengji thought for a moment, and recalled the things that happened between Xianjin and Xiao Hui. He felt that these two people seemed a little ambiguous. He didn't dare to be sure that they were interesting. If they were not interesting, they were indeed close. Is this closeness because they have known each other for too long? Or because they were comrades in arms? One of the two beauties in Jing County, the famous scholar who won the imperial examination, and the head of Qiaoshan, Qiao Fengji, who has many students all over the world, was quite confused about this question and hesitated. I can't say whether there is someone I like or not. Aunt Qiao frowned. Who is it? Princess Pingyang? Princess Xingda? Granddaughter of Wu Bingji, the Minister of Revenue? Aunt Qiao said earnestly. Bao Yuan has a tough personality. These people from the royal family have a high family background, so they will inevitably have a head-on confrontation with Bao Yuan. Bao Yuan has a smooth temperament and a soft personality. She is very easy to get along with. Together with Bao Yuan, one is soft and the other is hard. A virtuous wife will cause less trouble to the husband, and the family will be peaceful. Before Aunt Qiao finished, Qiao Fengji frowned and shook his head. This sister has been studying and learning calligraphy since she was a child. She was fine when she was young, but after she got married, she was disciplined to be pedantic. She kept talking about women's rules and regulations. Even a room full of books could not offset her love for family matters. Family matters are indeed a big deal, but he is really powerless about it, and it is even more difficult for them to have a good chat. Qiao Fengji waved his hand and made the final decision. Bao Yuan's marriage will be decided by himself. Whether it is a princess or a merchant, we neither covet the dowry of our daughter-in-law nor care about the power and status of the in-laws. I don't care. And you don't care. Aunt Qiao wanted to say more, but she held on to the phrase merchants set up stalls and immediately said in a stern voice, scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans. How can the only heir of the Qiao family be so casual? Qiao Fengji was speechless for a long time before he stood up, patted his trouser legs casually, and said, I will find a matchmaker tomorrow and ask him to find me a marriage with a family business. Whether it is a tofu pudding seller or a candle maker, I will marry her. In 2 months, you come to my house for the wedding banquet. Aunt Qiao was so angry that one Buddha ascended to heaven and 2 Buddhas were born. After Qiao Fengji finished speaking, he limped to the outer courtyard. He had to go and comfort the greasy-haired Chen Sanlang. It is said that he is a top-love brain, with full secret love skills and good long-range attack. Any clues of sneaking into Qinsong have escaped his 2 barrels. Qiao Fengji came up empty-handed. Chen Fu was not there. It is said that he went to Xiangshan to watch the sunset. Aunt Qiao was so angry that her chest heaved. When she left the house, she was bumped into by her youngest daughter Yiwu, who came to pick her up in a carriage. Zhou Yiwu saw her mother's face flushed, and her heart was happy. Her eyes rolled around, and she ordered the carriage to go first. She raised her head and pouted. Why is mother so angry? Is uncle angry with you again? Aunt Qiao didn't want to say anything. It's a rule not to talk about marriage in front of an unmarried woman. But she was really angry. After enduring for a while, she finally said, Your uncle has read so much that his brain has become dull. He actually said that Bao Yuan can marry anyone he wants. A merchant's daughter can be a merchant's daughter. A poor girl can be a merchant's daughter. Zhou Yiwu narrowed his eyes slightly. Merchant's daughter? Could it be that he's Xianjin? Aunt Xiao frowned and shook her head, pinching her handkerchief. Not really. It's just an analogy. I mentioned Baonyang, but she was rejected. I mentioned several county ladies and princesses, but they didn't seem to mean that. Bao Yuan is already 21. In 2 years, he will be a grandfather. Zhou Yiwu interrupted her mother's nagging. Then, what kind of marriage does uncle want to arrange for my cousin? Aunt Xiao said angrily. I don't know. Just say that your cousin must really like her. There is no such thing as true love in this world. In the end, life is all about firewood, rice, oil and salt. Zhou Yiwu's eyes turned and he still pulled the topic back to Xianjin. Cousin, do you really like that he's Xianjin? Aunt Xiao was emotional. How could it be? That boss, he is the same age as Bao Yuan. She is already a 21 or 22-year-old girl. Zhou Yiwu's eyes darkened. You mean? That boss, he is also over 20. But still unmarried? Aunt Xiao came back to her senses and asked in confusion, why are you so concerned about that boss he today? Zhou Yiwu immediately smiled and said, isn't this what we are talking about? That boss, he is very famous in Beijing. Many businesses are talking about her. So I just asked a few more questions. She has to make a living. There is no good way to stop doing business. Aunt Xiao spoke kindly and gently, thinking of something to warn her little girl. How can a girl in the boudoir always talk about her favorite and getting married? Be careful what your grandmother will say to you. Zhou Yiwu pursed her lips and said yes. After returning to the room, Zhou Yiwu immediately took out a jade flute from the drawer and handed it to the maid. Give it to General Huang. Tell him that if he really loves me, he will help me. The maid took the jade flute and hesitated. Should I inform the cousin of the Jiang family? Zhou Yiwu was confused and waved her hand coldly. What do you mean by inform? How can my cousin marry her if she didn't use Jiang Baonyang to test? How could she find out the true attitude of her uncle and cousin towards marriage? How should she plan? Since her cousin returned triumphantly, there are at least 50 girls coveting him in the huge city of Beijing. Some are from the best families. Some are beautiful. Some are talented. And some are virtuous. How can she, a second daughter of a marquis family who is not outstanding, compete with these people? Only her unique status. But her mother has no say in front of her uncle. And she doesn't like her to study her marriage. But if she doesn't study, how can she marry a rich man? Without studying, she could only marry the unimportant second son of a noble family, give birth to an unimportant grandchild, and after the elders died, she would take the unimportant family property and spend her life without leaving any trace. An unimportant life. Obviously, her cousin is the best candidate. He has a promising future, a close minister to the emperor, the most outstanding and youngest man in Wei. She must plan for herself. I want someone my cousin really likes. Zhou Yiwu murmured to herself. It's not that she didn't try to make her cousin like her, but her cousin was too sharp and too smart, and too ruthless. He didn't give face to girls he didn't like. Just like when he was a child, he spread the word that he and his brother were gay to dispel the interest of the eldest daughter of the Min County lord in him. Just like now, for Jiang Baonyang's advances, he would rather destroy himself and immediately keep the farthest distance. Once her purpose is exposed, her cousin will quietly stay away from her. Her mother will accuse her of being too thoughtful and not being a model of a lady. And her father, who has always been close to her uncle, will hastily marry her to the unimportant person as scheduled. She must plan for herself. She can only finalize this marriage in a way that her cousin cannot refuse. Since she can't become the person her cousin really likes, she can only become the person that her cousin cannot refuse. Before that, she must get rid of Xianjin, who made her alert as soon as he came. Her feelings are always accurate. Zhou Yiwu's eyebrows were gloomy, and her eyes were paranoid. Xianjin naturally had no idea about this love affair. As Qiao Fangji expected, Wu Deijian of the Jiaozi administration office treated her in an official tone. Under her respectful call of Mr. Wu, Wu Deijian gradually softened his tone. The water ripple rice paper that Mr. He and the eldest princess imagined is very good. You can take a look, and we will make a decision. As for the Ministry of Revenue, those adults have more thoughts than hares. You can listen to what they say. In the end, the sample has to come from our administration office. Right? Xianjin was grateful, and took off the jade ring from his finger, and handed it to Wu Daijian with both hands. Your words make me feel relieved. What do the Ministry of Revenue know? They are all Zhao Kuo. They can only talk about war on paper. If we want to be practical, we have to be people like us who can do things one by one. Wu Daijian was very pleased and took the jade ring. He looked down and saw that Xianjin was wearing 4 rings on his hand. He smacked his lips and said, Congratulations, boss. Xianjin smiled and said, I will give you a jade Buddha taller than me later. You help the younger generation, and we will get rich together. Wu Daijian, hee hee hee. When he arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, it happened to be Huang Yunweilong, a student of Qiaofangji. He was thin and tall, and at first glance, he was a scholar with great character. Xianjin held a reed pen in his hand, with a solemn attitude and a serious look. After listening to his request, he pondered for a moment and said, We really have to listen to the Ministry of Revenue. The Jiaozi administration is really shallow. When encountering things, they only look at the present and not the future. Our Jiaozi will benefit generations to come. Huang Qiqian was very satisfied with Xianjin's attitude. You are worthy of being the teacher's last disciple. We must have faith and backbone in our actions and conduct. If we do something, it will benefit generations to come. We must put the people first and benefit the people first. Xianjin nodded repeatedly. Listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. I will copy them down and record them in the book when I go back today, so that I can always be alert. Huang Qiqian stroked his short beard. Hee hee hee. Everyone was very happy. Xianjin was also very happy. Kikiki besides Xianjin was amazed. Very good. Every time he became an eloquent profiteer, his boss would immediately give him a vivid lesson. After visiting the Ministry of Revenue and the Jiaozi office, as Qiaofangji instructed, Qiao Baoyuan personally drove Xianjin to the Honglu Temple. Xianjin walked towards the Honglu Temple. Qiao Baoyuan narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at the corner of the wall. Someone was peeking at the corner of the wall and following him closely. Chapter 353 Who is coming? Qiao Baoyuan put one hand on the shaft of the carriage, bent one knee slightly, squinted slightly, and waved one hand gently, and a figure jumped out from the roof tiles following the looming figure. About half an hour later, Lu Shan, who returned with a solemn face, shook his head to Qiao Hui, and gestured. The person who came is very skilled, and has been circling around the Honglu Temple. His figure is light, and his face cannot be seen clearly. Qiao Hui asked in a low voice, Did the other party notice you? Lu Shan, who was a little ashamed, and her sign language showed some indignation. I noticed it, but I have no ill intentions, and I cannot hide my body. In other words, the other party did not care about being known to be peeping. Who was he peeping at? Honglu Temple? Or Xianjin? Or him? After Xianjin came out of Honglu Temple, the question was finally clear. The object of the other party's peeping was definitely not Honglu Temple. Qiao Hui was very keen to notice that the black shadow was very measured and always kept 3 feet away from the carriage, hiding himself in the dark like a shadow, jumping and hiding closely following their journey. Even though Qiao Hui couldn't follow the shadow, he could only vaguely grasp a hint of consciousness. This shows that the shadow's martial arts are not only far superior to the mute guard, but also much more sophisticated and powerful than his own skills. There is such a powerful person in the capital. What is the purpose of the visitor? Why? What is the purpose? Is it the Japanese who sneaked in? Or the Tatar? A hidden master under Emperor Zhaoda? Or a political enemy lurking under the surface? The visitor had no intention of killing, and he didn't even feel a trace of malice. Qiao Hui narrowed his eyes, leaned against the wall of the carriage, and secretly opened the window curtain with his slender index finger. But he could not accurately capture the figure of the person who came. The person was like a shadow hidden in the dark, cleverly avoiding all light, and secretly following his destination. The carriage was bumpy, and Xianjin was leaning against the oil lamp to write and draw. When he looked up, he saw Qiao Hui's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his expression was stern. It was rare to see him so serious. What's wrong? Xianjin asked softly. Qiao Hui woke up as if from a dream and shook his head gently. Nothing. He yawned artificially and stretched. I'm so tired of waiting for you. Is the Honglu Temple more difficult than the Ministry of Revenue? Why did it take so long? Xianjin put down the reed pen and leaned to Qiao Hui's side with a smile. No. It's beyond my imagination. Cheng Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple is a scholar who has never seen the world. He didn't join the negotiation delegation to Fujian this time. So he asked a lot of questions. Oh! And at least, they scolded the Japanese together for an hour. Xiaohui nodded, yawned, put down his hand, and put his paw on Xianjin's shoulder. Are the things going well? Xianjin smiled and nodded, smoothly. He talked about the future plan. After I sort out and archive all the requirements for the paper used for Jiazi and the imperial edicts to Japan, I will send them back to Jing County. The specific matters will be handed over to Miss Henwu and Master Li. Xiaohui stood up after hearing this. Then there will be nothing to do for the time being? Let's go to the hot spring villa in the eastern suburbs. It's on the mountain. Cooler than the capital. Let's have a good rest for 3 or 2 days. Couples travel? Or hot spring vacation? Xianjin swallowed his saliva. It sounds very exciting. But it's a pity. Xianjin shook his head. No. I have an appointment with a pawn shop in the next few days. And I have to go to Yishanfang and Jiqingfang to look at shops. Xiaohui knew that Xianjin had always planned to reopen a shop in the capital. And also knew that Xianjin promised the court that she would take on the paper for Jiazi, and would no longer make paper. So she was a little curious about what Xianjin did in the shop. Xiaohui asked several times. But Xianjin laughed it off. Xiaohui didn't ask any more questions. If there is a businesswoman in the house, there are huge business secrets everywhere. Xiaohui said oh and leaned back. His claws slid from Xianjin's shoulder to her wrist, and pinched the girl's soft, white, and slender wrist. The Imperial College is in Yishanfang. There are many officials and nobles in Jiqingfang. But the shops facing the street are very expensive and rare. If it is a public shop, the rent will be cheaper. But the contract will be signed for 5 years, if it is a private one. The price and time limit of the initial lease can be negotiated. But the rent is much more expensive. These pawnbrokers had been discussed with Xianjin, who nodded and said with some worry, yes. I asked the pawnbrokers roughly. And the monthly rent for a shop of more than 1,000 square feet fluctuates between 10 and 15 taels. If you sign a 5-year contract, plus the commission for the shopkeeper, you will have to pay 600 to 700 taels. If you can't find a public shop, the starting point for a private one is also a 3-year contract. And the expenditure is at least more than 500 taels. Xiaohui saw the girl worrying about money for the first time. And he felt fresh and smiled with gloating. Didn't you extort 3,000 taels from Prefect Xiong? Xianjin said. TSK. You underestimate me too much. Xianjin pulled his hand out of Xiaohui's palm. That was extorted for the Xuancheng Paper Industry Chamber of Commerce. It has long been planned to be used for road construction and water transport. I'm looking at the shop for myself. How can I use public funds? The audit will kill her if she is not investigated. Ruanqian was pulled away. And Xiaohui's hands were empty. It's my fault. You go and look at the shop first. No matter whether it is public or private. You can sign for a few years. When I was conferred the title, the eldest princess rewarded me with 5,000 taels of silver and some gold. Xiaohui was suddenly inspired. Why don't you just take it all? You can make money with money. But if you keep it with me, I won't count it, and I won't need it on weekdays. Xianjin glanced at Xiaohui, leaned back, and comfortably rested his head on her long-coveted pectoralis major. If you want me to manage money, you have to pay commission. Just kidding. The commission fees of professional agents are not low. Xiaohui? I haven't asked you for interest yet. Xiaohui laughed. Xianjin also laughed. And after laughing, his expression was natural. I'll go and take a look first. If I like it, I'll think of a way to get the money. My father should have some private money. And my mother also left me some money and things. If it doesn't work, I'll try to take your 5,000 taels. Xiaohui did not force Xianjin to use his money, although the term his money was fundamentally wrong. But he could understand Xianjin's thoughts. How could she use a man's money as capital after being the heroine for so long? Xiaohui changed the subject. At the same time, this fellow's hand slowly conquered the city, from the shoulder to the waist, and then to the legs. While chatting about family matters, he served Xianjin very flexibly with his hands. Xianjin blushed and could not breathe, while listening to the 6 directions and paying attention to the shadows outside the carriage. Arriving at the Marquis of Zhongwu's mansion, Xiaohui asked Xianjin to go back first, and said, as usual, the Beijing command will report to the police this afternoon. I need to go. After the two parted ways, Xiaohui turned to the east side of Yishanfang. After passing through 3 alleys, Xiaohui stood in the alley with a solemn face. The shadow was not following him. It was Xianjin. Xiao Hui snapped his fingers in the sky. Lu Shanhu tapped the ground with her toes and responded. In the next 2 days, send 3 mute guards to surround the Marquis mansion. And send 3 more to follow Boss He closely. Always pay attention to the shadow guard. And capture him on the spot if there is hope. Xiao Hui paused. The gap between the two sides was huge. And this hope was very slim. Even if they used the human wave tactic, they would not have much chance of winning against opponents of different levels. Xiao Hui glanced at the sky, his face serious. I will go to the palace tomorrow and report this to the Grand Princess to see if I can borrow a few Imperial guards to capture this man. Xiao Hui lifted his robe, turned around, and walked back quickly. Chapter 354. What are you going to do? Xiao Hui went to the Forbidden Palace the next day, but passed by Princess Bayan, standing sideways outside the solemn and tall hall. The man with a bright beard whispered to Xiao Hui, Prince Chongning's younger brother Xiao Qi has been ill for quite some time. It is said that he can't even stand up. Princess Bayan left for Gansu yesterday, and the court didn't say anything. The former Prince Chongning, Xiao Yu, was the second husband of Princess Bayan. Xiao Hui frowned. His expression was gloomy. Liang Yang lowered his voice. Is there something urgent? Xiao Hui then briefly told him about a person with extremely high martial arts skills, who was following and spying on Xianjin. Liang Yang was so angry that he pulled his beard. Who dares to touch our bamboo pole? Xiao Hui. Xianjin kept calling the bearded Liang Yang the Tibetan fox, and used a reed pen to hastily draw a few lines to indicate it. The fox with a wide face, squinting eyes, and a full face of mane and a depressed look on the paper is indeed similar to Hu Hualiang. In order to please Xianjin, Xiao Hui always called him Brother Tibetan Fox, alias Hu Hualiang. Now, after hearing the nickname Bamboo Pole, Xiao Hui called him Brother Sanhu, and the remaining guilt was completely consumed. You should be called Brother Sanhu. Bearded Liang Yang narrowed his eyes, which were already narrow. Before we entered Beijing, we investigated the masters of the capital. There are 7 or 8 top guards in the Imperial Palace. Although the Beijing command where you are is a rich place, there are also 1 or 2 good ones. Although the other nobles and generals have their own death warriors, their martial arts are definitely not as high as you said. Bearded Liang Yang didn't want to think about the problem, and said decisively, dispatch 2 people from the Imperial Guards to protect our bamboo poles. If we can capture the peeping person alive, we will capture him alive. If we can't capture him alive, we will kill him directly. Xiao Hui thought for a moment, and nodded gently. It's not known whether the person is an enemy or a friend, so there is no need to test him. If he hides his head and tail, he is a rat, so it is most convenient to kill him directly. Xiao Hui stood up and walked out. Bearded Liang Yang thought for a long time, and suddenly remembered that there was another place where 3 top masters were hiding. Xiao Hui came out of the Forbidden Palace. A tall red carriage with a red tassel and a gold-plated green cloth drove out of the streets outside Chongming Gate. A clear and charming voice came from behind. Cousin. Xiao Hui turned around and saw Zhou Yiwu, the third daughter of Ning Yuanhou, leaning out of the carriage window. He paused and turned sideways with his hands behind his back. Third cousin. Zhou Yiwu looked very happy about this chance encounter. I just went to the east to buy rouge. Why are you here? Then he jumped off the carriage very neatly, holding 2 icy bamboo tubes in his hands, and handed one to Xiao Hui. I bought it at Tong's Hun intersection. It's chilled ginger honey water. The weather is really hot. Xiao Hui took it with one hand. His brows turned, and said, I just came out of the palace. Then cousin, can you take me home? Zhou Yiwu's eyes were clear and her expression was pure. The sky is dark, and the clouds are gray. I'm afraid there will be a rainstorm. As he finished speaking, he muttered, the capital is a little bad. Once it rains, it will be crowded everywhere. It's hot now, and people are squeezed here and there. Xiao Hui's eyes were dark and unclear, and he said him again as a response. Zhou Yiwu sipped the ginger honey water, sighed with satisfaction, and turned to look at Xiao Hui. Drink it quickly. It won't taste good if it's not cold. Xiao Hui looked at Zhou Yiwu for a moment, whispered okay, and raised his head to drink the water. Zhou Yiwu was relieved and delighted. Her cousin didn't like sweet, but he was willing to drink the ginger honey water she bought. This will definitely work. Uncle and mother are siblings from the same mother, and uncle has always protected mother and father. Once this matter is exposed, it will be for her life. She can marry into the Zhongwu Marquis mansion with dignity. Zhou Yiwu then walked slowly towards the East City, tilting her head all the way, saying that no noble girl in Beijing could compete better than her in the game of Chuan the day before, and pestering Xiao Hui to buy a tumbler doll made of white clay from the peddler on the street. Xiao Hui behind her followed her steps, and the carriage harnessed to the tall horse also moved slowly with a clatter. It was not a long journey, but it took nearly an hour to walk. When they arrived at the Ningyuan Marquis mansion at the east corridor of Qukafeng, they bypassed the second gate and found a remote corner gate. A square space was carved out of the white wall and blocked by a square wooden fence. It was used every day, mostly to transport filth and swill. Zhou Yiwu glanced at the corner gate and said innocently, "The day before yesterday, at the grassland in the eastern suburbs, the girls from the Pei family, the Gong Guizhou family, the Qinjian Marquis' house, more than 10 families all went. And I still gave them a hammered ball head. I told you." Xiao Hui's voice was hoarse, and he finally spoke with his hands behind his back. Zhou Yiwu was stunned, and her cheeks suddenly became unnatural. Oh, did I tell you?" Zhou Yiwu secretly glanced at Xiao Hui, and saw that the handsome young man was still walking behind her leisurely, with a calm temperament and a sharp gaze. He seemed to see through her when he raised his eyes. Should he fall? General Huang said that the drug was colorless and tasteless, and it was only slightly bitter when taken. Ordinary people would not notice it at all, but it was so powerful that it could even make big fish in the sea faint. People who make a living at sea often put this animal drug into bait, so that if a big fish is caught, the boat will not be overturned when the fish struggles. She calculated Xiao Hui's body shape and the distance from Chongming Gate to Qukafeng, and gave the right dosage. The time should be just right? Why hasn't he fallen yet? Zhou Yiwu was a little anxious, subconsciously looked back at the carriage, and said in a tender voice, "Oh, I forgot to buy eyebrow pencil. Cousin, please accompany me to buy another Luo Qinshan pencil." Xiao Hui did not move, but stood there quietly. "What do you want to do?" Xiao Hui's voice was hoarse, coupled with his expressionless face, and the accumulated momentum of blood and human lives behind him rose sharply. "Drug ginger honey water." Deliberately delaying time. "Calculate the time to wait for me outside Chongming Gate." Zhou Yiwu's back was covered with cold sweat, and he immediately defended himself. "Cousin, what are you talking about? The ginger honey water is iced." Xiao Hui interrupted Zhou Yiwu's next words coldly. "Tongzhun Road is at least half an hour away from Chongming Gate. You bought it at Tongzhun Road and then went to Chongming Gate. This cold drink can't still be iced. You waited outside Chongming Gate for a long time, and only bought the ginger water casually on the roadside after hearing the news that I passed Jiana Gate. I don't know where you got the marlin powder, but you seem to have forgotten that although I only stayed in Fujian for 2 years, I got it from the pirates. I know what these rotten drugs are without taking them. You're walking around to wait for the drug to take effect, right? You're trying to knock me out. Why?" Xiao Hui's eyebrows were cold, and he glanced at the carriage. He suddenly exerted his strength, walked quickly to the front of the carriage, and quickly opened the curtain. There was a short but strong man hiding in the carriage. "General Huang?" Xiao Hui frowned. Chapter 355. The sturdy and short man in the carriage had a big mouth and 2 bulging eyes. Xiao Hui was very familiar with him. A fierce general under the command of Ning Yuanhou. He was not good-looking and had average skills, but he was loyal and fearless. Huang Kanjiang, who was huddled in the carriage, shuddered all over, pulled his big mouth and laughed like a baby fish. "If I say that I got on the wrong carriage, would you believe it?" "Zhongwu Ho?" Xiao Hui turned sideways and looked back. His eyes were as dim as flowing water under the moonlight. Zhou Yiwu trembled unconsciously. I don't know why he is here." Facing Admiral Huang, he said sharply, "Get out of here. Get out." Admiral Huang shrugged his shoulders and immediately lowered his neck, ready to go out. Xiao Hui raised his long arm and casually placed it on the car frame, accurately blocking Admiral Huang's way, and blew 2 long and 1 short whistles towards the roof. Soon, 2 mute guards in black appeared in front of him. Xiao Hui casually put 2 fingers forward, and the mute guards took the order and left. Xiao Hui took 3 steps back and just retreated to Zhou Yiwu, who was pale and panicked, and lowered his voice and said, "Do you know who they are? They were all pirates before, coercing and luring, killing people and skinning, gouging out eyes and tearing mouths. And they were omnipotent. They must be called Admiral Huang, and they will spit out everything." Xiao Hui's voice was originally hoarse and dark, and now it was deliberately lowered, like a dark shadow slowly climbing up the corner of the wall in the middle of the night. Zhou Yiwu shuddered. You can interrogate him. I'm at home. I'm going in. Xiao Hui made a sword flower with one hand and gently hooked the corner of Zhou Yiwu's clothes. Cousin, don't leave yet. The sword pointed to the tea house, not far away. I'll treat my cousin to a cup of ginger honey water. Xiao Hui smiled softly. I promise it's better than the cup my cousin gave me. Zhou Yiwu wanted to cry, but she didn't dare. The sword tip was against the corner of her clothes. When she moved slightly, she could only hear the sound of fabric squeaking. She suddenly regretted why she coaxed Xiao Hui to this small road where no one was coming and going. She had completely forgotten that she had carefully chosen this narrow alley in front of her home just to move Xiao Hui into her home from the corner gate without anyone noticing. A tea house not far away served 2 cups of ginger honey water. Xiao Hui covered a cup with his big hand, brought it to Zhou Yiwu, and said simply, "Drink." Zhou Yiwu's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, looking at the taut curtain and the occasional shaking shaft of the carriage hidden in the alley. When the shaft moved, Zhou Yiwu's figure also moved. About half an hour later, the black shadow lowered his head and got off the carriage and came to the tea house table. Zhou Yiwu couldn't help but tremble all over. The black shadow gestured. Xiao Hui watched calmly, and his eyes casually swept to Zhou Yiwu. Zhou Yiwu covered her face in embarrassment. Xiao Hui's casual chuckle seemed to tear off her fig leaf and throw her remaining self-esteem to the ground and trample on it back and forth as if jokingly. She wanted to die so badly. Xiao Hui tapped the table with his knuckles and slowly stood up. Throw the third girl into the carriage, and ask someone to knock on the door of Ning Yuan Marquis' mansion. And tell my aunt that the third girl and General Huang are in love, and it is inappropriate for a single man and a single woman to hide in the carriage. Please take my third sister home. Zhou Yiwu was startled and just wanted to run out, but found that his legs were soft and weak, and he couldn't move at all. Cousin, what did you do? Zhou Yiwu could still speak. His voice was sharp and miserable. Xiao Hui walked out without looking back. I told you. This bowl of ginger honey water tastes better than yours. Numbness gradually spread from Zhou Yiwu's feet upwards. Waist, hands, shoulders, all unable to move. The numbness of the limbs came as expected, but the sky-high fear jumped and stabbed behind the head. The Emperor's close minister. Young talent. How could the cousin who was like a banished immortal secretly sprinkle medicine in the water while serving her water? How could such a graceful person do such a despicable thing? How could my cousin, who was always so bright and straightforward, become such a vicious and cruel person overnight? Zhou Yiwu sobbed in fear and struggled hard, but she couldn't feel her hands and feet. The mute guards beside Xiao Hui came to hold her from the left and right. Fear made Zhou Yiwu try her best to use the parts of her body that could still move. Her voice was sharp and fierce. Cousin, let me go! You let me go! If you don't let me go, Xianjin will be worse off than dead. Xiao Hui's back froze. Zhou Yiwu was overjoyed, and leaned against the mute guard stiffly and awkwardly. Seeing that this was effective, she said quickly, Cousin, if you let me go, I will tell you where Xianjin is now. You can wait a little longer. Zhou Yiwu wanted to laugh, but couldn't move the lines on his face. Then there's really no hope. Xiao Hui's back paused for a moment. Then he casually raised his right hand, alternating his 2 fingers back and forth, looking casual and nonchalant. Take off her clothes and throw her into the carriage. After saying this, Xiao Hui walked out quickly. Time went back 2 hours. A midsummer afternoon always makes people sweat. Shenyafeng and Jiqingfeng are not far apart, but the territory of the capital is much larger than Jingxian or Zuanchengfu. Xianjin, who had been walking for half a day, wiped the sweat from his forehead, propped his hand on the blue brick wall, squinted his eyes, and looked at the bright white sun in the northeast. The shop assistant beside him put his hand on his stomach and said with a smile, Are you tired? Why don't you sit on the stall and eat some locust leaf cold noodles to cool down? Xianjin waved his hand. Let's go. Try to see all the suitable shops in the 2 alleys today. When it gets dark, many details can't be seen. For example, the lighting in the main hall, the wood of the furniture, the neatness of the bricks and tiles, and most importantly, the flow of people during the day. The shop assistant smiled and nodded. You are really hard-working. He began to lead the way. Heading south. The next store is not far away. About 3 miles away. Let's sit down and drink some water while we take a break and look at the shop. The shop assistant looked back and seemed to be casual. Why didn't the male boss who came with you yesterday come today? It was 7 or 7. Xianjin nodded. He has something to do. He went to buy the most fashionable Enlightenment teaching materials in the capital for the son of manager Zhong. It's rare for people to ask for leave, so Xianjin must approve it. The storekeeper nodded, led the way, and chatted. It's not easy for a girl like you to do business in the capital from Jingxian. Even in our capital, there are only a handful of female bosses, such as Boss Zhen of Dexianglu and Miss Qi of Luoji. You took this road. The storekeeper smiled and changed the subject. Are you alone in the capital? Xianjin looked at the street vendors and the surrounding environment casually, and shook his head. I came here with my father. The storekeeper's heart skipped a beat. He said, Your father. Is your father Jiren? Jin Shi? Official who passed the imperial examination? A wealthy businessman from Nanzili. Xianjin looked at the long gowns walking on the street and the restaurants with a shop every 3 steps, and shook his head absent-mindedly. None of them. He is just a freeloader. The storekeeper was stunned for a moment, then laughed flatteringly and exaggeratedly. You are so funny. The storekeeper's pace quickened, and the 3-mile journey took only 10 minutes. What came into view was a 3-story house in a deep alley. The courtyard was large enough, with a shop in front and a house in the back. The shop was the wide and long hall that Xianjin wanted, with 3 floors. The wood of the beams and window frames was deep and elegant, although it was located deep in the alley. This shop was the most suitable. Xianjin walked around the house for a few times and followed the shopkeeper into a shed at the back of the shop. Don't underestimate this small room. It is very useful. It can be used to store some dry goods and is very convenient for repairing shelves. The shopkeeper was still introducing it, but his voice gradually became farther and farther away. Then, with a clang, the wooden door of the shed closed from the outside and locked. Xianjin raised his voice. Brother Mao. What are you doing? The shopkeeper named Brother Mao bowed and apologized at the door and smiled. I'm sorry. A girl from a wealthy family wants to plot against you. She gave too much. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending people every day. I, Mao, am also a hard-working person. If you need me in this city in the future, please let me know. I will help you for free because I'm sorry for you this time. As he said this, he retreated into the inner room until he could no longer see anyone. Xianjin stood in front of the door, head down, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, a figure walked out of the darkness. His face was covered with a black cloth, but his eyes were eager to try. Xianjin retreated calmly. His hands loosened and tightened, and he took advantage of the situation to pinch the red and blue sapphire daggers, and looked at the black shadow seriously and attentively. If you open the door, you may still be able to save your life. The black shadow laughed hee-hee, and the whole person huddled up, thin and wretched, definitely not a martial artist, and looked like a street urchin who was temporarily picked up from the street. The little girl is pretty. The black shadow rubbed his hands excitedly. You asked me to come. I thought you were a fat girl or an ugly girl. I would rather not have money, but I have to do this business. Look, little lady, there is a big bed in this brothel. As he said that, he smiled and stretched out his hand to rub Xianjin's shoulder. The pale and weak hand just rubbed Xianjin's coat, but he heard whoosh whoosh. 2 arrows shot out from the east and west, piercing the oil paper window with great rhythm. 1 arrow pierced the black shadow's forehead, and the other pierced the black shadow's left chest. The arrow hit the flesh, so there was no blood to splash. Xianjin looked at the black shadow expressionlessly. His eyes suddenly widened, but in a moment, his pupils were more dilated than tofu pudding. Stupid X. Fortunately, there is a big bed. You will soon have a big grave. Xianjin bent down and pulled off the black cloth covering the black shadow's face, sniffed his breath, and then saw that the black shadow had buck teeth and a sunken chin, with pits on his face, and was as ugly as a toad. Damn! You dare to hang around on the streets with this look? And you dare to take this kind of job? You really deserve to die. Xianjin calmly drew out his dagger, split the lock through the crack of the door, tilted his head, and pushed the door open. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw Xiaohui trotting in. Xiaohui looked Xianjin up and down, hugged Xianjin into his arms, and said in a deep voice, Shan, who is always the first in archery, and his accuracy is very good. Don't be afraid. Xianjin was wrapped in the man's overwhelming coal pine scent. And after hugging him with his backhand, he smoothed the man's back bit by bit. Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. The first time I stabbed someone in the eye socket, I was a little trembling. The second time I slashed someone's throat, I had nightmares for a few days. This time, she didn't want to say anything except it's what he deserved. See, even if it's killing someone, it's a matter of brothers and sisters. Xianjin whispered to comfort Xiao Hui, Brother Shan who has a good aim. And the other one is also good. One hit the forehead, and the other pierced the heart. Xiao Hui frowned. 2 people? 2 arrows? Chapter 356, Who is this? Xianjin couldn't understand Xiao Hui's expression for a moment. When he reacted, Xiao Hui had already walked forward with big strides. Leaving a sentence, you go back first. Jin Luo and Yin Luo will accompany you. I will be back later. When Xianjin looked up again, Xiao Hui had already jumped onto the eaves. Xianjin was stunned. Pirate man? The neighborhood superhero? 2 unfamiliar mute guards excitedly came forward and gestured quickly. The middle finger was attached to the index finger, and the palm was placed together. They waved forward at the side of the head, and finally touched the earring. Xianjin had seen the mute guard do this set of sign language exercises many times. Xianjin smiled and said amiably, Can you write? One of them, Gao Luo, nodded hurriedly. He was urgently trained in illiteracy when he came to Beijing a few years ago. Xianjin took out a reed pen and wrote, What does the gesture just now mean? Gao Luo grabbed the reed pen and wrote like chicken claws, Yes. Sister-in-law. It means sister-in-law? Xianjin suddenly wanted to get a big wave and a flaming red lip. What a tense name. Xianjin's mind suddenly emerged 2 years ago, when Lu Shan performed a very smooth sign language exercise for her. At that time, Xiao Hui had just returned. Right? Xianjin's eyes flashed. The feeling of being firmly chosen by someone turned out to be like being in a hazy warm water mist. Warm and overwhelming. Xiao Hui leaped up, facing the direction of the dim sunset, trying to chase the whereabouts of the black shadow in front. Not knowing where to go, Xiao Hui glanced sideways at the towering city wall behind him. Before he knew it, he had chased out of the capital city. The black shadow made a whoosh sound and jumped over. Xiao Hui immediately gathered his strength and jumped to catch up. He could see that the black shadow had slowed down its strength, and there were obvious pauses between each jump. Perhaps it was out of energy. More likely it was waiting for him deliberately. Xiao Hui took a deep breath and immediately lowered his head to catch up. Finally, it stopped in front of the side door of a large and quiet house. The black shadow jumped into the house and disappeared into the darkness. Xiao Hui took a calm breath and stood with his back to the outside world, looking around calmly at the place he was in. This was Chiolyo Lane, the closest lane to the capital city in the northern suburbs. It was already dark today, and darkness was slowly rising from all around. The capital city lifted the curfew at the end of last year, and since then, the night market has gradually emerged. The ghost market hidden in the darkness has also gradually become brighter. Therefore, along with the rising of the night, there are also the boiling soup pots, lantern vendors, hidden banned book stalls, and the hawking sounds coming and going. This mansion stood quietly in the bustle, but it was somehow bleak. Xiao Hui looked up at the plaque. The plaque was empty. Not even a seal was left. Xiao Hui lifted his robe and stepped forward, knocking lightly on the door knocker. The muffled sound was particularly loud in the silence. Not long after, the door creaked and opened a gap that could barely allow people to pass through. Xiao Hui glanced at the rusty copper bolt on the door crack, turned his head and walked in calmly, bypassing the screen wall and passing through the long straight corridor. The grass and trees under the corridor were neat, but the grass was overgrown under the wall. There was no human figure around. Only the stars under the eaves were better than nothing. Xiao Hui lowered his eyes. In the hall not far away, there was a lone figure in front of the window. Xiao Hui stepped over the threshold of the hall. His head never raised, his hands lowered to his forehead, and his voice was calm. I meet Prince Xiao. The figure in front of the window moved. In the midsummer of July, this person was hunched over, wearing a thin layer of cotton gauze, with a white face and long beard, black hair mixed with white silk, mottled hair, narrow eyes, and cheeks with no flesh, which caused the cheeks to be slightly sunken. Zhou Muho, the Prince Xiao in Xiao Hui's mouth spoke, with an authentic Beijing accent, and the ending sound was always vague between the throat and tongue, which had a sense of carelessness. Xiao Hui still lowered his head slightly. Sit down. Prince Xiao raised his hand and walked to the center of the hall. In the hall, there were only 2 oil lamps, and the scattered chairs and stools reflected that there were not many guests visiting. Prince Xiao chuckled briefly. Would you like some green buds? The Mingqian tea just delivered by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Xiao Hui sat at the bottom with a calm face. Not looking away, Your Majesty is willing to open the door and give me a sip of water, which is a great honor. Prince Xiao raised his hand, and an old woman came forward to pour tea. The old lady's hands were unsteady, and she trembled and spilled a lot of tea. I think you are pretty much the same as the rumors say. Prince Xiao spoke with a weak breath, and the breath did not come out of his chest, as if he had used all his strength to squeeze it out from the narrow airway. Young, tall, handsome, angular, and full of backbone. Xiao Hui wiped the tea that spilled beside the teacup, raised his eyes, and finally looked at Prince Xiao. It's rare to find 8 out of 10 rumors in the market that are credible. I am a humble official, and I dare not let the rumors reach the ears of the prince. Prince Xiao smiled. You are quite patient. You asked about the whereabouts of my shadow guard before you came to my door. Xiao Hui also smiled. How dare I ask you questions? However, the shadow guard's martial arts are better than mine. It is easy for me to get rid of me. I was able to follow him closely, which was because the shadow guard was instructed to expose himself. Prince Xiao said, Who is he Xian Jin to you? Xiao Hui raised his eyes and said, Then I need to ask you. Who is Xian Jin to you? Prince Xiao chuckled. You just said you dare not ask me questions. Isn't that bullshit? The smile on Xiao Hui's lips was still there, as I said before. 8 out of 10 rumors in the market are true, and 2 out of 10 are false. I am not a man of integrity, but a rebel. Prince Xiao's smile was slightly restrained, and he did not respond. Silence and silence always complement each other, and the silence is accompanied by unbearable coercion. After an unknown amount of time, Prince Xiao exhaled a deep breath. His eyelids raised, and his eyes looked at Xiao Hui with a little more inquiry and interest. I originally thought that Xian Jin treated you as just a playmate to relieve his boredom, and he was not sincere. Now after a confrontation, I can see that you are very sincere. Playmate? This gentleman wants to talk about toys. Right? Xiao Hui was hit by an arrow in the chest, and suffered a hidden injury. He sneered. Xian Jin has always treated me sincerely. I wonder how the prince saw the word playmate. Prince Xiao's smile deepened. Okay. He figured out the relationship between the two. The man just looked calm and experienced, and a young talent who had calculated everything. After being provoked by him, he immediately wanted to put a tag around his neck to correct his status. It's enough for this man to love sincerely and deeply. What does Xian Jin think? What does it matter even if Xian Jin wants to play around? Anyway, this man is more devoted. Prince Xiao relaxed slightly. That's enough. Pause, since I asked the shadow guards to wait for you to catch up. Let's not beat around the bush. Let me ask you. Can Xian Jin's mother be called He Anyang? When she arrived at Chen's house, was Xian Jin only 5 years old? The mother and daughter had no name cards or household registration, and they went all the way from north to south? He Anyang is now 36 or 70 years old. Xiao Hui's eyes were motionless, and his face was calm as he looked directly at Prince Xiao. Prince Xiao's body, which had just relaxed, slowly tensed up again. His eyebrows were furrowed, and he lowered his voice and said in a deep voice, I am asking you a question. If there is a verdict for Prince Xiao's life, it should be a person with a good fate is reborn noble, and the Purple Camel Peak is the 9th and 5th highest. Human lives are cheap in chaos and fighting, and they are gone in a day. Prince Xiao is the eldest son of Empress Yuan. He was named the Crown Prince at the age of 1. He has been in the Eastern Palace for 22 years. At the age of 23, he ascended the throne as Emperor Wenjing. He has been smooth sailing all the way, and is extremely noble. He has been in power for more than 30 years. The pressure under the Solomon noble is fully revealed, and the hunched back of the decadent middle-aged man seems to have stretched a little. Xiao Hui is not afraid at all, and looks back at him with a sharp gaze. You should ask Xian Jin directly about Xian Jin. If she is willing to tell the prince, she will tell you everything she knows. If she is not willing, you will never hear any information about Xian Jin from me. King Xiao laughed in anger, and his laughter gradually grew louder from the initial restraint. In the empty mansion, it was deafening. King Xiao waved his arm. All the cups and plates smashed to the ground. What a courage! King Xiao shouted, if I were still in power. Would you dare to respond like this? Xiao Hui's eyebrows did not move at all, even if you are the Jade Emperor in the sky or the Fengdu Emperor in the underworld. I will never betray her, and utter a word if it involves gold. King Xiao glared at her. Xiao Hui responded calmly. After a while, Prince Xiao tightly grasped the handle of the chair, slowly loosened his hand, and looked at the floor with a dark look. If I dare to enter the city, do you think I don't want to see her? His voice was low and light. Not for Xiao Hui to hear, but as a martial artist. Xiao Hui heard it clearly. Go back. Prince Xiao half leaned. His figure could not hide his dejection. Go back. Keep an eye on her. If she is in danger again, today's incident will happen again. Whether you are a loyal and martial marquis or a king of a different surname. See how I will deal with you. Xiao Hui did not hesitate. He immediately stood up and turned back. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something. Turned sideways and stood up. With a respectful attitude, I will make arrangements beside Xianjin. But I advise you to take back the shadow guards before Xianjin's permission. First, you need to trust my ability to ensure Xianjin's safety. Second, Xianjin has a strong personality. She will not like someone to set up defenses outside her control and spy on her every move. After saying this, he nodded and waited, as if he would not leave without the nod of King Xiao. Prince Xiao? I only have 3 shadow guards. I don't even want them. I'll send them all to take turns to protect Xianjin Bao. Who the hell are you threatening here? But after thinking for a moment, Prince Xiao's eyes moved. From the information I got in the past few days, what this young loyal and martial marquis said is true. Xianjin is very capable and opinionated. It can be heard that she is always making decisions. This kind of girl doesn't like to be raised like a daughter. On the contrary, if you break through the defense line of this kind of girl without authorization, she will only hate and fear you. Prince Xiao didn't know what he was thinking of, but he actually felt a little relieved and happy. But in just a moment, Prince Xiao regained his initial decadent and weak spirit, and said impatiently, I know. Shadow Guard. I will withdraw temporarily. You don't need to talk to Xianjin about today's matter. He hasn't waited for the best. How can he meet Xianjin with such a decadent and desolate look? Chapter 357. Xiao Hui left the mansion without a plaque and whispered to the mute guard behind him, Go and find out what happened in the Baidu rebellion. As soon as the voice came out, the young Zhongwu marquis disappeared from the dark curtain, and appeared in the bright Qinghui Bridge night market, with a lot of thoughts in his heart. Xiao Hui now wanted to squat in the corner, and smoke a dry cigarette. But he didn't know how to smoke, in order to accompany his dry cigarette partner Li Sanshun. God knows he would choke many times after taking a puff. So he endured the humiliation and accompanied masterly. Past the dry tobacco. What other common, effective ways to vent emotions and kill time are there? Drinking? Forget it. Xianjin will punish him if he goes home drunk. Listening to opera? I dare not even think about it. Xianjin will kill him. Playing mahjong? All the money is in the bank. Save for Xianjin to buy a shop. He dared not spend a penny these days, for fear that when he really needs to buy a shop, a penny will make him a hero. Finally, Xiao Hui went to eat a bowl of beef noodles. While eating, he was thinking. His face was solemn and heavy, and the action of picking up noodles was mechanical and majestic, looking like he was interrogating a prisoner. The noodle stall owner was very scared. He leaned against a wooden stake and went over all the mistakes he had made in his first half of his life in his mind, fearing that this cold-faced young man was here to arrest him. Xiao Hui returned to the Zhongwu Marquis' mansion with a big bowl of beef noodles and original soup. As soon as he entered the mansion, he saw Xianjin holding a lantern, holding a scroll in his hand, reading with his arms on his knees, and half sitting behind the screen waiting for him. Xiao Hui's heart was about to melt. Xianjin raised his eyes, and happened to meet his gaze. Xianjin closed the book, stood up, and smiled at Xiao Hui. You left a message and ran away. The 2 mute guards dealt with the body in the house, and accompanied me to visit the house carefully. Xiao Hui's lips curled up slightly when he heard it. This is really typical of Xianjin. After so many mistakes, he still has the mind to look at the house. Are you satisfied with the house? Xiao Hui asked, taking Xianjin's hand with one hand, and naturally picking up the lantern with the other hand, and walked along the corridor with Xianjin to the inner courtyard. Xianjin nodded. It's okay. The house is big enough. although it is located in an alley. It also fits the tone of the store I want to open. If it is opened in a busy place, it will lose some mystery and charm. The house is also new, and the wooden beams are made of good materials. Brother Jean Luo even caught the store clerk, who ran away and told me the whole story of this house. Okay. The mute guards adapted to Xian Jin very well. Xiao Hui asked, "What's the story?" This house was originally a Sichuan embroidery shop. The boss is also a woman. Because of her good business, she attracted a rich businessman from the east to marry her. After marrying her home, the rich businessman asked her to run the business. But he was afraid that she would make money, which made many of her ideas unable to be implemented. The twisted business would only get worse and worse. So she made up her mind and divorced the rich businessman. Now she wants to sell the shop she bought before marriage for money. Xiao Hui's mood gradually calmed down, and she frowned and said, "This damn stinky man." Xian Jin laughed. "Then what are you?" Xiao Hui leaned on Xian Jin's shoulder shyly. "I'm just a sissy." Xian Jin laughed, and then said, "In summary, I decided to rent this shop. The original owner wanted to sell it, and the price was negotiated to 1,400 taels, which is not too high. I inquired that the 4 dilapidated tile houses in Dazingfeng, Nancheng, were sold for 400 taels a few months ago, but I really couldn't afford it. So I negotiated a 3-year lease, with a monthly rent of 12 taels, which means I need to spend a total of more than 500 taels." Xiao Hui nodded. "How much do you want me to invest?" Xian Jin shook his head. "You don't need to invest. I want to take full control of the big gold bracelet my mother left behind. I have arranged with the gold shop to weigh it in 2 days. If it is sold, there should be enough money after repairing and trading." Xiao Hui agreed and proposed a second option. "Anyway, the shop needs to be run for a long time. It's rare to find a shop in the capital willing to sell it. If you are willing, it would be nice for us to buy it." Xian Jin lowered his eyes and thought for a while. "Let's talk about it when I go to the gold shop tomorrow." Xiao Hui nodded. After talking about the business of the shop, Xian Jin methodically mentioned some trivial matters. "Who is that street thug?" The shopkeeper introduced the shop in tears, and was dragged away by 2 mute guards. According to him, "It seems that some lady from a wealthy family wants to teach me a lesson." Xian Jin blinked. "Brother Baoyuan." "I'm scared." Xiao Hui. "I just know Brother Baoyuan. That joke is not so easy to get over." Xiao Hui did not intend to hide it from Xian Jin. He explained Zhou Wu's affairs in a few words and sneered. "Now my aunt and uncle may be discussing marriage with General Huang. She got such a loyal and obedient husband. Isn't it a blessing for her to cultivate for 8 lifetimes? Zhou Wu? The girl with the crisp voice? Isn't she the cousin of the Jiang family, who always calls him Brother Baoyuan? Her golden features are twisted into a donut. She understands all the dirty business wars, such as pouring boiling water on the opponent's fortune tree, stealing the opponent's paper shredder, and putting some croton in the opponent's cafeteria. She can understand it all. She is a little confused about the house fighting now. So the cousin of the Jiang family is just a smoke screen released by the crisp girl? High-end house fighting often requires more complicated forms of expression." Xian Jin was amazed and shook his head. "It's complicated. Really complicated. I can't win. I really can't win at all." Xiao Hui took the opportunity to say, "There's nothing to fight about in our Qiao family. Look at Baoju's silly look." Xian Jin? Baozu, who was sleeping soundly in the attic, slapped 8 mosquitoes unconscious with a slap. Squinting and muttering, "Humph. Look at my Taishan palm." The pig showed its might. Xian Jin waved his hand. "What's the matter with 1 and 5 equals 5? 2 and 5 equals 10. You can handle these small matters well. I made a lot of money. Up and down for an hour. That's 10 taels of silver." Xiao Hui groveled. Yes. 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 I will never bother Boss He with these little things again. It's all my fault. I regret it." Xiao Hui looked up at the inner courtyard he was about to reach, and smiled. "How about Boss He will accompany me for another 10 taels of silver?" "All right." Boss He generously chose to walk along the bank of Jingbin, Linjing Lake. The bushes and grass were dense, and the water surface was wrinkled by the midsummer, like a piece of silk cloth that was revived. Xiao Hui held a lantern and walked side by side with Xian Jin. In the silence, he said in a deep voice, Have you heard of the Abdication Emperor?" Xian Jin nodded. "Of course I have. In the past 5 or 6 years, she has been from Jingxian County to Xuanqing Prefecture, and now to the capital. The court was originally far away from her. She only needed to make and sell good paper. But gradually she found that the court was right beside her. Every move of the court was enough to overturn all her efforts in one day. She thought that the court politics far away in the sky had already appeared beside her in another form after layers of escalation. For example, the rise and fall of Bazhangxian. Bazhangxian rose because Emperor Sun liked long landscape paintings, with distinct layers of ink and proper mist. The fall of Bazhangxian was because Emperor Xiaoda, who ascended the throne later, was not keen on calligraphy, painting and literature. And Li Sanquan's father Li Laozhong became a victim of family infighting. From then on, the Qin family's right to speak on Xian paper was no longer as good as before. Time is a grain of sand, and a person is a mountain. That's all. Xiaohui followed Xianjin and nodded, looking at the lake pavilion not far away. The flying eaves were flamboyant and enthusiastic. He considered his words. Emperor Sun, is also the current Prince Xiao, the legitimate son of Empress Yuan, the only brother of Princess Bayan, who ascended the throne at the age of 23 and was named Emperor Wenjing. At the age of 31, he abdicated to the current Emperor Xiaoda after the Baidu rebellion, and was also his half-brother with Princess Bayan. Xiaohui suddenly paused. Xianjin listened quietly and nodded gently. Then what? Xiaohui didn't know where to start for a moment. How to say it? Could it be that I suspect that the former abdicated emperor, now Prince Xiao, is your father? And your father also suspects that you are his daughter? There is no evidence. If there was evidence, why would Prince Xiao lure him to the northern suburbs and ask for information in a roundabout way? It can only prove that everyone is just guessing. But he still hasn't figured out where Prince Xiao got this guess from. Moreover, even if we take a step back, in the conversation between him and Prince Xiao tonight, Prince Xiao never said a word that he suspected Xianjin was his daughter. Xiaohui paused for a long time, and then said after a while, one of the two arrows today came from the mute guard, and the one that hit the center of your eyebrows came from the shadow guard that Prince Xiao placed beside you. He would not lie to Xianjin, nor would he make any decision for Xianjin. No matter what. No matter when. No matter what the reason. Xiaohui tried to be as objective as possible. I just came back from the northern suburbs, and Prince Xiao asked a lot of questions, such as your mother's condition, your age, and how your mother went to Jing County. I didn't know what he meant, so I didn't answer. Xianjin was stunned for a moment, slowed down his pace, and unconsciously stagnated on the bluestone lakeside path. Xiaohui turned the angle of the lantern with one hand to avoid the light directly shining into Xianjin's eyes. What do you mean? Xianjin frowned and asked. Xiaohui pondered and said softly, from his tone, perhaps he may be your elder. Elder is just a euphemism. Xianjin knew what Xiaohui wanted to say. Xianjin stood still, frowning, as if thinking seriously. After a while, Xianjin finally took a step and walked lightly along the path paved with dense pebbles. Xiaohui followed with a lantern. Xianjin looked at the lake and said, ask if you want to know. If you really want to know, you should have asked when Princess Bayan returned to the capital from the northern border. After the Baidu rebellion, Princess Bayan rushed to the capital to quell the situation. Otherwise, how could the abdication be smooth and unscathed? This is an exception in the history of any country and any era, since Princess Bayan had been the stabilizing force to preside over the situation. How could she not find out the truth about the loss of a royal princess? Even if you had great difficulties at that time. But that's your flesh and blood. I want to see her alive or dead. What is the hidden story? What happened during the Baidu rebellion? The Qiao family had already lived in seclusion in Xuanqing Prefecture at that time, so they naturally had no way of knowing such top-secret events. Only now, more than 10 years later, are they asking around like headless flies. Xianjin said calmly, my main task now is to buy a shop. The rest of the things were not important before, and they are not important now. Xiaohui nodded silently. When he looked up, there were two ducks in the middle of the lake, their webbed feet touching each other, rubbing their ears and cheeks, cosplaying as Mandarin ducks. Xiaohui changed the subject methodically. This pair of ducks are really in love. Xianjin sighed. Yes. They are really fat. Let Zhang's mother kill them, and put them in the pot tomorrow. Xiaohui? Xiaohui turned her head expressionlessly. You are really a bummer. Xianjin twisted his mouth and sneered. How can someone who ate suji beef noodles behind my back say such things? Xiaohui? How do you know? Xiaohui was pale. Xian Jin sneered again. The smell is the smell of betrayal. After Qiao Hui fell silent, he looked at the duck in the center of the lake with a guilty look, then let scald one and roast the other. The life and death of the duck has been decided. And the Grand Princess Bayan, who had just decided the life and death of many people in the northern border, had just returned to Beijing and sat down in the Qianhe Palace when a secret servant hurried to report. The Grand Princess Bayan's eyebrows, which had always been indifferent to joy and anger, suddenly jumped 3 times. This was the first time she heard of this. The Grand Princess Bayan clenched her hands tightly. And after thinking, she said in a deep voice, the shadow guard was removed. So let Lao Qi continue to watch. The secret servant received the order and left, but was stopped by the Grand Princess Bayan on the way. No. Let Yuan Lang go directly. With Bao Yuan's skills, Lao Qi may not be discovered. Chapter 358 Gold has a price. At night, Qiao Hui tossed and turned, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he had a strange dream. Xian Jin was wearing a golden dragon robe, laughing wildly, leaning on the beauty couch like a thin bamboo pole, holding a handsome boy in one hand. And from time to time a beautiful boy would hold a peach in his mouth and feed her mouth to mouth. Unfaithful mother! Xiao Hui shouted, no. Then he sat up sweating profusely, and after realizing that it was just a dream, he wiped his forehead as if relieved, and his palms were sweaty. Xiao Hui sat quietly for a moment, then thought about it, then stood up angrily, threw on a coat, rushed to Bei Yuan with a rage, and smashed the window. Half a minute later, Xian Jin opened the window with sleepy eyes. Xiao Hui immediately leaned forward and bit Xian Jin's cheek with a smack sound. Ouch! Xian Jin cried out in pain. His eyes widened, and he covered his left face with his hand. He lost most of his sleepiness and laughed and got angry. You are possessed by a dog demon. Xiao Hui sneered, turned around and left after biting, leaving a vicious sentence. You know what you did. Xian Jin? Scratching his head, he said, Ah? The next day was the 8th day of the first lunar month. The court did not hold court, but all the government offices had to report to work. Everyone in the Qiao family got up early and had breakfast together. At the dinner table, Qiao Fangji deliberately observed the two of them. He originally thought there was something fishy, but now he looked closely and felt that the two of them were very bright and open. They passed the chopsticks and picked up the dishes very naturally and familiarly, especially Xian Jin, who did not show any shyness at all. Don't tell me. Old man Qiao suddenly felt a little disappointed, and looked at Qiao Hui with more disdain. I'm ashamed of heaven, ashamed of earth, and ashamed of fate for deliberately letting you meet. After dinner, Qiao Hui went to the capital's command headquarters to report for work. Xian Jin took him to the gold shop in Jiazifang. There are no less than hundreds of businesses in the entire capital city that make gold foil and emerald gold. If they are listed in the market, there are often thousands of people trading. The Tang Family Gold and Silver Shop on the southeast gate street of Jiazifang is the largest gold and silver joint shop in the entire capital. As soon as the sky is bright, there is an endless stream of people coming to make gold, buy gold, and exchange gold and silver. There are many people in the hall, most of whom are well-dressed stewards of large families, or the maids and steward mothers of some lady. It was Xian Jin's turn. She took out the 2 gold bracelets and 2 gold hairpins and handed them to the clerk behind the fence counter. Exchange for silver? Or change the style? The clerk weighed the weight. Xian Jin said, I want to exchange for silver. The clerk put all the gold ornaments on the scale and said formally, 1 tael of gold. Exchange for 8 taels of silver. Xian Jin nodded to show that she understood. She had weighed these gold ornaments at home, and the total amount was about 50 taels. The number of taels nowadays cannot be calculated as 50 grams per tael. About 37 grams per tael. 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 8 taels of silver. These gold ornaments can probably be exchanged for 400 taels of silver. Add the 300 taels of silver notes that He Einyan left for her, and the 300 taels of silver she saved, and the total can be about 1,000 taels. The price of the shop is 1,400 taels. There is still a shortfall of 400 taels. See if I can ask Chen Fu for alms or Master Qiao for sponsorship. If it doesn't work, I can give Qiao Hui a kiss and get 400 taels off. It's not a bad idea. Xian Jin has calculated it very well, and he just stares at the clerk eagerly. After 6 or 7 years of business wars, he still has to fight and beg for food when he returns. No, it can't be called begging. It should be called soliciting investment. Angel investment round. The greasy-haired and powdered old man Chen is an angel investor. If he doesn't like this title, Xianjin will fry fish for him with his palm. Xianjin has already thought about how to fool Chen Fu. Everything is ready. Only the money is missing. Xianjin looked at the guy in the fence and looked at the scale with doubt. He first took off the gold bracelet and weighed the gold hairpin. And then took off the gold hairpin and weighed the gold bracelet. First, the two gold bracelets were weighed together. And then the two gold bracelets were taken back and forth on the scale to weigh. But is there a problem? Xianjin asked. The clerk finally confirmed that one of the gold bracelets was wrong. Took it off the scale. And smiled sarcastically, whether there is a problem or not. You know it clearly. I won't take this one. And I will give you the other ones at the price of 8 taels of silver. The clerk casually threw the gold bracelet on the counter, with a contemptuous and sarcastic attitude. Xianjin frowned and took the gold bracelet, weighed it in his palm, and took it into his mouth to bite it. But he didn't feel anything wrong. He was not very happy that the things that he Ainyang had left for her, with so much difficulty, were treated so casually. Xifang is open for business. I didn't ask you to buy it. And you didn't ask me to sell it. There is no high or low among us. Xianjin was unwilling to be humiliated. Today, you have to explain clearly what taboo this bracelet has violated your will, which made you drop it and smash it. The clerk said, hey, gold is hard currency. Even if he is just a clerk. He is a clerk who sells gold. The more valuable gold is, the more valuable he is. Those managers of the rich and powerful families are also polite when they see him. What's more, it's the girl who's not honest first. The guy laughed sarcastically. How strange. You use dirty things to pretend to be gold. And I don't accept your things. But you're still angry. Xianjin was so angry that he was bubbling. I think you don't know how outstanding He Ainyang is. Such a successful concubine. How could she be deceived by a gold bracelet stuffed with something? What's more, could Chen Fu deceive He Ainyang with a gold bracelet stuffed with something? Not only did you insult a concubine of extraordinary talent, but you also looked down on a love-minded man who was as powerful as the sea and the sky. Xianjin chuckled. If you want to forge, these gold ornaments can be forged. Everything needs evidence. Don't just talk nonsense. The clerk stood up. I handle at least 50 pieces of gold a day, if not 100. I weighed your bracelet, and I know the size, and weight don't match. If it's solid, the bracelet will be light. If it's hollow, the bracelet will be much heavier. The only explanation is that you stuffed something in it. Either iron, gravel, or stone. The clerk smiled, revealing 4 yellow teeth. These things are not worth 8 taels of silver. Xianjin was slightly stunned. The clerk was still upset about Xianjin's empty words. Seeing that more and more people were watching, the clerk simply stood on tiptoe and said loudly, you said I was talking nonsense. How about this? I'll use something to cut the bracelet open. If I'm wrong, I'll pay you 8 taels of silver. More and more people were watching the excitement around. Xianjin was slightly stunned and subconsciously wanted to say no. In a flash, the clerk took a pair of shiny copper scissors and cut the lonely gold bracelet open in no time. As he expected, there was an empty section inside. He followed the empty section and felt down. The clerk felt out a red string, and gradually pulled out the red string. A jade mouse the length of a thumb appeared in front of everyone. This jade has excellent water head, and the fluorescence is warm. The oily green between the mouse's eyes is like the finishing touch. The jade is good, and the carving is even better. The mouse is lifelike, and even the back hair and whiskers are clearly visible. It looks very round and well behaved. The clerk was stunned. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. This thing, if sold well, is more valuable than the whole gold bracelet. While the clerk was in a daze, Xianjin grabbed the red string and the jade mouse with lightning speed, and hid them in his sleeves with a calm face. Chapter 359. Come over here. Xianjin didn't wait for the clerk to ask, and said in a stern voice, I haven't agreed yet. How dare you cut my gold? Call your manager over. The clerk was distracted, and his attention immediately shifted from the small stone in Xianjin's hand to the gold. The clerk's fighting value suddenly exploded. He turned over and bent down to take a triangular stand from under the counter, and looked at the words on it with his fingers fiercely. Look carefully. Anyone who has concerns about gold in the gold shop can verify it by himself. If the verification is true, Tang's Gold and Silver Shop will never trade with counterfeiters. If the verification is false, The clerk will be dismissed on the spot and compensate twice the amount of gold jewelry the customer brought. A gold and silver shop does require drastic measures. Once deceived, the losses caused are unimaginable. Moreover, the bosses of gold and silver shops are usually extraordinary. Xianjin said oh, and glanced at the crowds of people watching the excitement. He decisively reached out and took back all the gold ornaments on the counter. I just came to Beijing and don't know the rules. Please don't blame me. Xianjin bowed and retreated. I will go back and check it carefully. Don't make any more mistakes. Xianjin walked out quickly. The clerk snorted. And the jadeite he had just touched hastily suddenly came to his mind. Good things are different. It feels warm and smooth. Except for the marks of wear on the edges and corners. The rest is as smooth as oil. The clerk secretly smacked it and savored it. He wanted to ask about the small jadeite, but he saw that the girl had already gone far away. The clerk sneered in his heart. The thin girl's accent doesn't sound like a Beijing person. And her face is unfamiliar. I have never seen her before, although she looks good. Her clothes are old and rustic. And she has no jewelry or makeup on her body, which looks shabby. She only has old gold jewelry with no patterns and only weight. She is probably a country girl from a merchant's family in the south. A regular customer, who missed the excitement, poked his head out. Hey! What happened just now? The waiter waved his hand nonchalantly. Manager Zhao. It's nothing. A maid from the south was dishonest, and stole the master's gold jewelry to exchange for money. I just found out. The regular customer gave a thumbs up. Hey! You are this. If there's a problem with the gold, I will definitely not hide it from you. The waiter was very impressed by this and smiled, and let the regular customer cut in line. After a busy day, the waiter forgot about this morning's matter. As night fell, the sound of gongs rang outside the corner. The waiter twisted his sore shoulders and saw that there was no one around. So he quickly took a special horsehair brush to clean the gold dust on the table. Don't underestimate such a small thing. It has accumulated over the years. And there must be a small gold bead as big as an ibu. When he has accumulated enough gold beads, he can hire his cousin who works in a rich family's mansion. Alas, other maids can steal the master's gold and sell it. But his cousin is an honest maid. She has been a maid for so long. But she has not taken advantage of the master's family at all. The clerk thought of the thin maid who came in the morning and was stunned with envy. If that girl finds a small gold shop to sell all those things, she will not have to worry about food and drink in this life. Oh no! In the next life. Right? Mule? The exclamation in the hall brought the waiter back to his senses. The waiter looked up and saw that it was the manager Xiao Tang. He smiled and bowed his head, walked out from under the counter, and walked to the manager in 2 steps. Did you cut a gold this morning? Manager Xiao Tang's tone was unclear. The waiter was a little nervous. Yes. It was me. It's not a rule in the store that. Before he finished speaking, the manager Xiao Tang sighed softly, and the waiter suddenly felt a long and dull pain in the back of his neck. And then he fainted. After an unknown amount of time, the guy suddenly opened his eyes with a start, only to see a black screen in front of him. He was blind. He was blinded by someone. The guy screamed. Shut up. With a rebuke, he finally saw the light in front of him. Oh! He was not blinded by someone, but his head was covered with a black cloth. Seeing the light again, the guy squinted subconsciously, and when he could open his eyes, he could see how magnificent the house he was in was. The whole room was made of yellow rosewood, and the antique shelves were filled with porcelain, white jade ornaments, and coral. Next to the antique shelves stood an old man in his 50s, and next to him sat a stunning woman on the armchair. Wait! A woman? The man's eyes returned to the woman. Oh! Another woman trying to get close to a rich man. She is so beautiful. But she is with an old man with gray hair. Lower your head. The old man gritted his teeth. The woman glanced at the old man indifferently. With an indifferent expression, Master Hu? I'm afraid your government rules should be stricter. The Master Hu in the woman's mouth hurriedly bowed. Yes. 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 This old minister will definitely discipline her strictly to correct the family tradition. The woman turned her head, pointed her toes at the clerk, and said in a deep voice, Today, is there a girl with a dignified appearance, outstanding temperament, and a well-proportioned figure who would like to come to your counter to exchange gold jewelry for silver? The clerk knocked his head to the ground, and then he realized that the mister who mentioned by the woman was the big boss behind their gold and silver shop, the legendary Minister of Revenue. This big boss used his wife's dowry to open a gold and silver shop. It's so fitting that the Minister of Revenue opened a gold and silver shop. The waiter figured it out. His legs went limp. And he went from kneeling to sitting. I'm asking you a question. Speak up. Lord who gnashed his teeth. The waiter kept his head down, struggling to speak tremblingly. Yes. It's me. Oh no. It's me. Oh no. It's me. You cut her gold. And what did you take out of the gold? The woman's voice was deep. One, a small J piece. The waiter was shaking like he was going crazy. What style? Green, a little white, translucent white. Mr. Who closed his eyes in despair. Feeling that he would soon die, jadeite pieces cannot be blue. I asked you what it looked like. The woman's patience was running out. The waiter heard the woman's impatience, and trembled even more. He tried to recall. It looks like a mouse. Sir! Sir! I only held it for a while. I didn't see it clearly at all. It felt like a semicircular shape. It was tied with a red rope. It wasn't thick, but it was quite long. The waiter cried. I really didn't see it clearly. I don't know anything. Don't kill me. The woman stood up suddenly. Her skirt just covered her feet. And she walked forward quickly. The waiter looked at the black skirt embroidered with auspicious clouds and dragons with trembling hands. And suddenly stopped. I was wrong just now. The woman said, Mr. Who is a very powerful person. He treats guests arrogantly and contemptuously, and casually accuses guests of stealing and fleeing north. The woman laughed lightly. I didn't know that the most powerful judge in the capital is actually a waiter in our Mr. Who's business. This time it was Hu Bingji who trembled. As soon as Princess Bayan returned to the palace and sat down, she called Hu Hualiang in a hurry. Tell Qiao Baoyuan to come here immediately. The tone was anxious and flustered that had not been seen in many years. Chapter 360. Tears welled up in his eyes. Qiao Hui received a summons in the evening, and had no time to change into his regular clothes. After the Beijing command office was dismissed, he went directly to the palace with the imperial edict, and walked all the way to the Qianhe Palace. The lights were bright inside, and the 4 eunuchs were waiting outside the palace in turn with whisks in their hands. Eyes looking at noses. Noses looking at hearts. Qiao Hui was familiar with Cheng Dajian, and glanced at him when he passed by. Cheng Dajian was 3 points nervous in his panic, and 3 points cowardly in his nervousness, and 3 points pleading in his cowardice. It was as if his eyes were burned by flint. And he quickly looked away, saying with his actual actions, Please don't ask. You don't want everyone to be embarrassed. Right. Qiao Hui. It seems that today's matter is not small. Qiao Hui's mind turned quickly, and he lowered his eyes quickly, entering the Qianhe Palace. Qiao Hui's posture of saluting was 3 points more respectful than usual. Princess Bayan was reviewing memorials. Her red pen paused slightly, and the pen cap with a red tassel slightly raised, which was considered to exempt Qiao Hui from the salute. Qiao Hui lowered his head very low, and immediately retreated to the side of the beard Liang Liang. The clock rustled and fell down. The candles in the hall were 5 points shorter unconsciously. Qiao Hui kept his head down, but his body maintained the posture of standing in the military camp, without any shaking. The wind blows through the south window, and the candlelight flickers. Princess Bayan finally raised her head, put down her pen, her brows calm, and spoke in a gentle voice. Do you have anything to say to me? Qiao Hui shook her head more decisively than a rattle. Your Highness. No. Princess Bayan had a sullen look between her brows. Then I asked you. And you didn't say anything? Qiao Hui lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes swept across her flat cheekbones, leaving 2 shadows like fan shadows. Your Highness. I will never lie to you, so I choose not to speak. I have sent someone to Jing County to find out what I want to know. Princess Bayan said. I am only asking you for verification. If you don't speak, go to Fujian to catch Hairtail. Qiao Hui said in a deep voice. I have suffered a lot from the rich and luxurious life of the Beijing command. Hairtail can be fried, roasted, or steamed. It is a rare delicacy from the sea. I like it very much. The bearded man lowered his head and couldn't help but smile, because his beard was too thick. The arc of his smile could only be reflected by the curling degree of his beard. Hu Hualiang. You too. Go back to the northern border and pick up cow dung. Princess Bayan's eyes were dazzled by the arc of his beard. Bearded Liang Liang. Why should Qiao Hui eat hairtail while I have to pick up cow dung? Can there still be a trace of fairness and beauty in this world? Princess Bayan turned her head, pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and lowered her head to review the memorials, no longer caring about Xiao Hui, who was so angry that he could kill people with his mouth. 8 out of 10 candles were removed. The eunuch came to replace them quietly. Princess Bayan didn't raise her eyes. Get out of the palace. Xiao Hui bowed and replied, yes. Then he turned and left. When Xiao Hui's decisive and steady footsteps completely disappeared in the hall, the bearded man Liang Yang still opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Bao Yuan has been stubborn for a long time. You? Princess Bayan looked down at the memorial, wrote a yes in red, and then opened her lips to say, if he opens his mouth, he will turn Xianjin upside down without hesitation. I will never agree that he and Xianjin will continue. Liang Yang was puzzled. Princess Bayan said nothing more. Halfway through reviewing the memorials, Princess Bayan suddenly remembered the fully equipped boat she had prepared for the two of them in Fujian. Princess Bayan's face darkened, and she slammed the pen in her hand. She is such a stupid aunt. She almost plucked her own cabbage and fed it to the pigs. Angry. So angry. Princess Bayan said, in 2 days, find a sunny day and practice the Beijing commandery. According to the standards of our ancestors, we will score each item. If the score is below the limit, the whole department will be closed for training. Bearded Liang Yang was slightly surprised. The capital command? Full of second-generation rich people. Bao Yuan just called it a rich nest. And it was not wrong at all. At this juncture, training the capital command? Wouldn't it mean that Xiao Hui would be stationed in the West Mountain camp to lead the troops for training? And he wouldn't come out for 10 days or half a month? He. Even if boss he moved in. So what? He. Bearded Liang gloated and said yes. And then asked, who will be the school officer? The West Mountain camp is a group of second-generation rich people, and their ancestors are all prominent. This scoring job is not easy. Princess Bayan said, you go? Liang Yang was stunned. Princess Bayan leaned back slowly. You can't let my nephew-in-law do such a big job that offends people. Right? Liang Yang's silence was deafening. What kind of Northwest wolf is he? He can only be regarded as a Tibetan fox who picks up cow dung and can't find a wife. A few days later, as if the Tongji gold and silver shop incident had disappeared and never happened, Xiao Hui had been on his way to the Beijing command for more than 10 days. Xianjin waited quietly in the room for 2 days, but there was no movement. So she went out again to prepare for the new shop. Xianjin's mentality was as steady as an old dog, since these people had never appeared in the more than 10 years when she and the Anyang were really in trouble. It didn't matter whether they appeared now or not. Moreover, she was not the real Xianjin. The real Xianjin had already died under the invisible rubbing and coercion of the Qin family. Xianjin still carefully hid the small and exquisite red jade pendant in the cracks of the moving bricks on the ground. The detail she obtained after careful observation made her already have a good understanding of Xianjin. This identity is very certain. Xianjin was busy and prosperous, and it was always dark when he got home. On July 28th, Xianjin walked around the corridor, thinking about the order of the shells, and hurried inside. At the fork in the road, the old man beside Xia Fangji said tremblingly, Shanshang's legs hurt again, and he refuses to eat anything. You must go and persuade him. Xianjin immediately turned around and looked at the sky. There are a lot of stars. The weather hasn't changed. Why does my leg hurt? But did you drink again recently? Or did you stay up all night to change the law? It's really a worry. Xianjin muttered as he pushed open the door of Xia Fangji's study by the lake. 12 oil lamps were lit in the small pavilion, illuminating every detail. Grand Princess Bayan stood half sideways in front of the window frame. Xia Fangji sat in a wheelchair with his face slightly lowered. There were 2 dark shadows on the bookshelf behind him. I don't know if they were guards or others. Xianjin's muttered words got stuck in his throat, and he immediately bowed his head and greeted, I greet Her Highness the Grand Princess. Grand Princess Bayan's throat moved slightly. Her chin trembled, and she seemed to have finally calmed down. Sit down. Then he turned to Xia Fangji and said, It's late. Sha Nong, take your medicine and go to rest. I'll come to see you in the palace in the next 2 days. Xia Fangji's eyes swept across Xianjin's face with worry. After hesitating for a moment, he said meaningfully, It's not easy to save this old minister's leg. If you force it to recover, it's too much. The right and wrong in the world are all cause and effect. I am shallow and ignorant, but I can think it through. The shadow behind Princess Bayan moved. From this tiny movement alone, Xia Fangji could see some reluctance. Xiao Fangji sighed deeply in his heart. Why should he be reluctant? Xian Jin is so smart. And he has such a murderous and thieving dog temper. The jade pendant has been found. But Xian Jin can bear not to mention it. He has never said anything about it to him. Is this enough to prove something? Xiao Fangji's eyes swept across the shadows and looked at the eldest Princess Bayan. Pleading, take this medicine, old minister. And don't blame me if it doesn't work. Princess Bayan raised her chin calmly and looked at Xiao Fangji. Xiao Fangji had always called himself a student. But now, he called himself an old minister. The word old meant that he would use all the debts owed to him by the court in this life and his long-term contributions to the court in exchange for a way out for Xianjin. Princess Bayan blinked lightly, but did not answer. She still said the same old words, Qiao Qing. Go and rest first. Xiao Fangji sighed again, and finally left the lakeside study. It was a small room with bookshelves on 3 sides and 4 walls. Xianjin sat calmly. Princess Bayan took a seat and poured a pot of tea for Xianjin. She sighed with a sense of loss. Try it. Smoke and dry thick slices of white peach and stir-fry them with new buds. It tastes both fruity and peachy. I put 3 pieces of ice in it. I heard that you like cold tea. Xianjin held the teacup with both hands, sipped it in small sips, and smiled. It tastes good, sweet and fragrant, and not astringent. It is worthy of being a thing in the palace. Princess Bayan saw Xianjin smiling happily, and she also smiled. The things in the palace are not all the best. In the past few years, Xian paper was not used as tribute, and there were fewer ink paintings in the palace. Xianjin looked at the bright eyes of the Bayan princess, and finally slowly looked away. She had always liked the Bayan princess very much. The first tear she shed after her rebirth was for the Bayan princess, whom she met by chance in Bachendu temple. I don't know why. Xianjin's nose felt sour again. The Bayan princess lowered her head. Her eyes were wet. And finally her voice choked. You were so young at that time. When I returned to Beijing from the northwest, you pulled my armor and called me aunt. The word aunt is difficult to pronounce. So you just called mother. The queen mother held you while eating watermelon. But you thought the sandy flesh was not tasty and insisted on eating crispy melon. How could you find crispy melon all of a sudden? You cried again. And the queen mother was anxious. So she could only cut off the unsweet flesh that stuck to the melon skin for you to eat. But you ate it with a smile on your face. The queen mother laughed at you for being destined to enjoy a good life, but always liking cheap things. Princess Bayan wiped her eyes with her sleeve and turned her face to the side. She had not cried in the light for more than 10 years. She had no children, but lost one on the battlefield. So it was difficult for her to have children since then. Her only legitimate brother, and only this one bloodline. Aunt and nephew. Even if the bones are broken, the blood is still connected. Xianjin lowered her head. She didn't remember the things that Princess Bayan said at all. Either because she didn't experience it herself or because it was so long ago. She couldn't recall it. But after listening, she still burst into tears. Chapter 361 Hot and Cold Tears. Princess Bayan rarely loses her composure. Her eyes are sparkling. And her eyes look gentle and soft when she sees Xianjin. She is really short-sighted and blind. When they met in the mountains of Jing County 6 years ago, the little girl in her impression had long arms and legs, tall stature, and slender figure. How could she be chubby and round at all? After her niece was born, she lived in the capital for 3 years. At that time, her first husband, Duan Yu, the Northwest Pacification Division, had just passed away. This marriage was found by her. When she was young, she followed her uncle to the northwest and visited incognito. Seeing that the people on the border were trapped by the invasion of the Tartars, she secretly decided to stay in the northwest to quell the war and keep the people safe. The Empress Dowager sent 3 letters to her family in a row, urging her to return to the capital to see him. She simply asked the newly recruited unmarried young men in the Northwest Pacification Division to stand in a row. She blindfolded them and held a dagger in her hand. She would marry whoever she hit with the bullseye behind him. There were a total of 38 unmarried men in the Northwest Pacification Division, but only 4 dared to stand in a row. She flew forward and threw the dagger, hitting the target behind Qianhu Duanyu. She took off her blindfold, and Duanyu walked towards her with a calm face, holding a red apple in his palm. I thought that His Highness would shoot my apple. It's written in the storybook, Duanyu said to her. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. That night, she married Duanyu. She did not prepare wedding clothes, but only wore a crimson riding suit to worship Duanyu. When the news of the marriage was reported back to the capital, the queen mother was furious. But she was just a woman in the deep palace after all. And the person in power was her brother whom she had always protected and loved. Her younger brother Su Fengyin, who was 2 years younger than her, and was also Emperor Wenjing, comforted the queen mother. Don't worry about the process. Let's just look at the final result. Didn't my sister get married? The royal family also accepted the marriage with a pinch of their noses. Unfortunately, this marriage lasted only a year and a half. She ran into Duanyu holding a red apple and entering the tent of a well-known widow in the army. The situation in the northern border eased slightly. She signed the divorce letter and returned to Beijing with a soft, sweet, fragrant niece in her arms. In the dry mountains of Jing County, this little girl with a melon seed face and no extra flesh on her body spoke with a southern accent. She said her surname was He, and she was from Jing County, Xuanqing Prefecture. When her niece was 3 years old, Beiyun Jiuqing was captured. She got on her horse and returned to the northern border. She never saw the younger generation in this world, who was closest to her in blood. When she returned to Beijing again, it was 2 months after the Baidu rebellion. Her younger brother told her with red eyes. During the escape, the imperial concubine and Feifei were separated and both died. She was heartbroken. She felt sorry for her younger brother, who had lost his love and pity forever. And she hated his incompetence. The impregnable capital city could be broken by him. Her niece, whom she had cherished for 3 years, was separated from her by yin and yang, and could never see each other again. At the right time, her half-brother Su Fengxian showed tolerance and prudence in the chaos, which formed an extremely sharp contrast with her brother's panic and decadence. When she found out why concubine Gao and Feifei died, her disappointment and resentment towards her brother reached a peak in an instant. After finding out that the refugees' attack on the capital had nothing to do with her half-brother, she made a painful decision to support her half-brother to become Emperor Xiaoda and persuade her brother to abdicate as Prince Xiao. The price of the deal was that her brother must live well, live in a corner, and live in seclusion. But please help her save the life of this useless brother. Then, within a month, she changed the tradition of 3 cabinet elders to 5 people to discuss matters in the cabinet, increasing the cabinet's voice, and quickly and secretly spread her power in the court. For example, the current Minister of Revenue Hu Bingji, the junior secretary of the Honglu Temple Luo Wenhong, the cabinet assistant minister Gao Shiqi, and more than 10 others were all nails she planted in the court at that time. If Fengxian keeps his promise, these nails will grow into big trees. If Fengxian turns his face and refuses to recognize him, these nails will pry open the throne she left for him. After doing everything, she took a jade rabbit pendant from Feifei Palace back to the northern border. Perhaps, she and her brother came to pay for the murderous sins of the ancestors of the Su family when they seized the throne. The fact that they cannot leave offspring is the most obvious curse. She thought about this more than once after losing her unborn baby on the battlefield. Feifei. Princess Baiyan's eyes flickered, and her voice choked. Your name is not He Xianjin. Your name is Su Yinfei. This month, the secret guards she arranged have been secretly investigating in Qingzhou, Jingxian, and Xuanqing. Once there is a clue, the truth will slowly surface with the traction of the rope. Xianjin is indeed her niece, the only descendant of the lineage of Empress Dowager Xia Qingren. Xianjin lowered his head and whispered, I know. The back of the jade mouse pendant is also engraved with these 3 words. Combined with what Xiaohui said, her surname was Su, and the abdicated emperor had a strong curiosity and protection for her. It is not difficult to guess the true life experience of He Xianjin. In Hidden Fei Xianjin. The 2 names are related to each other, but they will never be guessed right at once. So naturally, the surname he she gave will definitely not easily arouse the speculation of those with ulterior motives. He Anyang, it is true, wants to hide her among the common people. Why? Why did He Anyang do this? Is it because after being dispersed, He Anyang flowed into the refugees? She was afraid that it would be difficult to prove her innocence, and she would no longer be tolerated by the royal family. No, it's impossible. Princess Baiyan will stay in the capital for a long time. And as the person who saved the situation at that time, she will never make things difficult for anyone because of a woman's chastity. Why didn't He Anyang go back? Why did she hide so deliberately? Xianjin raised his head slightly. I can't remember some of my childhood. The only memory is that I followed my mother to the Chen family. Xianjin paused slightly. My mother? Is she my mother? What happened back then? Princess Bian choked up and looked sideways. The rebels in Shandong and Shaanxi incited refugees to march northwards to the capital. The capital was breached, and the royal family retreated to Lunping. At this time, the rebels attacked at night, and you and concubine Gao were. Sister. Prince Bian had not finished her words, when the shadow behind her stepped out slowly with a hunched back. Interrupting her, let me tell you. Princess Bian looked at that place with a complicated expression. The shadow stood in the light, and slowly raised his head, revealing his gray hair and sunken cheeks. He hadn't been in the light for a long time. He was a little embarrassed for a moment. But Feifei was right in front of him. Emperor Sun. No. Now Prince Xiao was full of tears. His eyes seemed to burn out all his life. Staring at Xianjin, the rebels attacked at night. 100 miles away. The scouts had already discovered the rebels' plan. We have plenty of time to prepare. But General Liu, who escorted us, was slow to move. I questioned him and threatened him. But he was completely unmoved. When the scouts came back to report, the rebels were already on the hill not far away. I was panicked and asked him what he was going to do. He said that as long as the imperial concubine drank a bowl of abortion-inducing medicine, he would immediately organize his men to take precautions. Xianjin stared at the black shadow not far away. His heart was like a tide. Up and down. Prince Xiao was hunched over. And continued, at that time, my queen's surname was Liu. And General Liu was her eldest brother. And my imperial concubine was 6 months pregnant. And the imperial physician diagnosed that it was a boy. If he was born, he would be my eldest son. And also my only son at that time. Xianjin did not speak. I just felt my cheeks itchy and cold. Xianjin raised his hand and touched his face. His palm was full of tears. Princess Bian turned her head reluctantly. What happened next? Xianjin finally spoke. His voice calm and indifferent. Did you let the imperial concubine drink the abortion medicine? In the light of the 12 candlesticks illuminated all the details. Prince Xiao opened his mouth. But no sound came out. He opened it again. And his voice was as sad as the 18th level of purgatory slowly climbing up. I gave it to her. I told her. He who knows the times is a hero. This child is gone. We still have many opportunities. We can have many children in the future. But there is no future. She bled a lot. Her eyes were open, and she couldn't close them. Her hands were searching around the bed. The figure of King Xiao trembled. Xianjin gently raised his head, exhaled a long breath from his chest, slowly closed his eyes, and felt 2 lines of hot tears flowing down. The temperature gradually turned from hot to cold. Chapter 362 Boomerang. Xianjin's tears burst out. But her expression was calm. Her narrow and introverted eyes looked at her father quietly. And Su Yinfei's biological father, Xiao Wang Su Fengyin, seemed like a star standing on a 3-meter stage. A clown. The candlelight was all over his pale and weak face, giving him plenty of space and attention, urging him to finish the story of 16 years ago. Prince Xiao was stared at by the candlelight and the gaze, and he unconsciously lowered his eyelids to avoid the light and scrutiny. He didn't want to say anything more. He didn't dare to say anything more. Prince Xiao looked at Princess Bian for help. Princess Bian let out a sigh and said, since you want to say it, you have to finish it. In one's life, there is always something to be done to the end. Prince Xiao was so thin that his cheekbones were high. His lips were tightly pursed, and he raised his eyes again, followed by a hoarse voice and a trembling tone that was suppressed to the extreme. That night, the rebels attacked the mountain, and Lieutenant General Liu led his troops to fight the enemy. When the fighting subsided, it was exactly when the imperial concubine died. After the imperial concubine passed away, I held the coffin and refused to bury it. I kept it in the tent for 3 days. Later, Queen Lu came to kneel and apologize. I took the horsewhip and went out. But the tent was on fire. The flames of the tent seemed to be still dancing in front of Prince Xiao. There was unconcealable fear in his eyes. The fire was huge, and there was no water on the mountain. The water in the wooden barrel was like a mayfly defending a tree. And it was useless. Soon, the tent was burned down. And the imperial concubine. Prince Xiao raised his shoulders and covered his face with his hands, crying, that vicious woman Liu. She pretended to confess her crime, but actually had someone secretly set the fire. Shui Su died. But she didn't let her go. She would rather not be the queen. But Shui Su died. She would also burn Su'er to death, and not let Su'er reincarnate. Amidst the dull crying, Xian Jin laughed. The laugh was short and loud. It was like a slap in the face of Prince Xiao. People are dead. And even if their bodies are burned clean, they won't feel any pain. Xian Jin's eyes were already dry. Your tears are unnecessary. As a king, you can't keep your foundation. You were forced out of the city by rebels and refugees, threatened and controlled by your subordinates, and threatened and calculated by people with ulterior motives. As the head of a family, you are even more cowardly, personally handing the lethal drug to your lover, leaving your young daughter to flee. Your tears should be shed for yourself. For concubine Gao, she would rather die cleanly in the fire than be slowed down by your cowardly and dirty tears. Xian Jin spoke calmly, stood up, bowed slightly to Princess Bayan, and was about to leave when he was interrupted by the sharp voice of Prince Xiao. No! 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 Fei Fei! I just thought it was a drug to kill the fetus. Prince Xiao cried bitterly. I never expected that you would be kidnapped and wandered. It was Shuasu's sister who secretly kidnapped you. Prince Xiao's thin, bony face twitched with excitement. He forced himself to calm down and tried to steady his tone. The Gao family was originally just doctors who opened a pharmacy in a remote county in northern Jili. Because of a plague 30 years ago, the Gao family risked their lives to open a clinic to treat patients. After the plague subsided, only 2 sisters were left in the Gao family, who were raised in seclusion. The others were all infected with the plague during the treatment and died one after another. The 2 sisters' maternal grandfather's surname was He, and he was afraid of being infected with the plague and did not dare to take them back to his maternal family. After my mother heard about this, she summoned the Gao sisters to Beijing and raised them by the court. Shuasu was 13 years old at the time, and her sister Huiyang was only 6 years old. My mother found a small official who had accumulated virtue and kindness to adopt them. After the 3-year mourning period was over, Shuasu entered the palace and became my Huibin. Prince Xiao clenched his hands tightly. After that, Huiyang often went to the palace to accompany Shuasu. Although Huiyang was spoiled and lazy, she was pure and innocent. Shuasu always protected and relied on this sister. When the rebels broke into the Forbidden Palace, Huiyang happened to be in the palace to accompany her pregnant elder sister. So she retreated to Lumping with us. Huiyang. Is he Ainyang? Artemisia. Also known as Huiyang Grass. And the word, he is exactly the surname of the mother of the Gao sisters. Prince Xiao's calmness only lasted for a moment. He closed his eyes in pain. The second day after the tent was burned, I found that you, who was 4 years old, were missing. Huiyang was missing with you. I immediately sent people to look for you. But the rebels had become powerful, and the situation was turbulent. The people I sent out went out of Lumping with all kinds of difficulties and dangers. But there was no news of you at all. Later, my elder sister led the cavalry back to the capital, and the wind in the court changed. I immediately sent people to look for you. There were so many people, and the refugees were scattered. It had been nearly 2 months, so I had no way to find people. I had to ask my elder sister for help. Prince Xiao finally smiled. It was a bitter smile like Coptus chinensis. I have never dared to tell my elder sister the real cause of Shui Su's death and the news that you were abducted. I was afraid that she would blame me, would be desperate for me, would never care about me again. Prince Xiao looked almost crazy. I finally told my elder sister these secrets. She was furious and put me under house arrest in the Forbidden Palace. On the one hand, she reassigned people to look for you like finding a needle in a haystack. And on the other hand, she completely gave up on me and supported Su Fengxian. Princess Bayan looked at her younger brother with pity and reluctance, but more of a sense of regret. Prince Xiao's voice gradually became lower until he stopped talking. Princess Bayan sighed and continued, a girl who is not too old, with a younger child, has almost no way to go in a situation that has not yet been settled. At that time, I was looking for the Gao family's hometown. 10 teams of people. 8 teams went north. 1 team went south. And 1 team went in the middle. The focus of the search was the ruined temple, the Willow and Flower Alley, the city's medical clinic and pharmacy, the Keats Hall, the refugee camp. Nothing was found. Princess Bayan had a heavy look of helplessness and pity. Last month, the people I sent out figured out how Gao Huiyang took you all the way out of Lumping. She never thought of returning to Gao's hometown, but directly tied her hair up. Took you. and pretended to be an orphan and widow from the north, and entered the rebel camp. He Ainyang didn't leave limping at all. Instead, she went to the rebels on the other side. After she escaped from the royal camp, she broke her nose and swollen her eye sockets. She limped and carried you outside the rebel camp for 3 days, with a swollen nose and face. After bumping into an old mother who was out shopping, she was taken into the rebel camp by the old mother, and became a cook for the rebels. Later, I returned to Beijing with my cavalry. The rebels were just a mob, and scattered instantly. She immediately carried you on her back, and fled with many rebels, and refugees from Shandong and Shaanxi. At that time, the Shandong refugees, who had been with her for many days, had already regarded her as their own. How could they have thought that the aunt who cooked for them for so long would be the noble that the court was secretly looking for? She followed the refugees back to Shandong, and became a cook in the countryside of Shandong, preparing banquets, and cooking for weddings and funerals. Then the third master of the Qin family went to Qingzhou for fun and met Huiyang, while collecting folk songs in the countryside. Later, you and Huiyang followed the third master of the Qin family back to Huizhou. From then on, you were completely hidden. Xianjin listened blankly. The Baidu rebellion. The rebels and refugees from Shandong and Shaanxi. Chen Fu met He Ainyang in Qingzhou. She had heard these words, and these things many times in the past 6 or 7 years. But they have never been linked together. So far, all the past events have been told. He Ainyang? Oh no. No. It's Gao Huiyang. She hid her real name for herself, abandoned the surname given by her parents, and became He Ainyang. She suffered so much, endured so much torture, and experienced so many storms along the way. Today, more than 10 years later, even if more people are sent, there will be no way to verify and nowhere to explore. And she can only be He Ainyang, who can't even enter the Qin family's ancestral hall, can't return to the Gao family's ancestral hall, and only has a lonely tablet treasured by Chen Fu. No one knows what she did. No one knows how brave she was. She originally had an innocent, lazy, pure life. She was born in a family of righteousness. She wants nothing. She is nothing. She consciously clipped her wings and hid in the dark backyard, just to protect the remaining blood of her eldest sister. Xianjin had met He Ainyang. When he first arrived, He Ainyang had not died of illness, and even had a chance to recover the day before her death. It was a quiet afternoon. A middle-aged woman with sunken eyes and a sickly face waved to her with a smile on her face. She took out a bundle from under her pillow and handed it to her. Xiao Jin. If life is good, keep these things. If life is bad, go to the capital to mince the gold and sell it for money. At that time, Xianjin was still in a daze of traveling through time and space, and did not understand the meaning of these words. The middle-aged woman, Gao Huiyang with a beautiful name, gently took her into his arms, stroked her hair bit by bit, and murmured, Xianjin, you must live well. You must live well. The little things that happened when I first came here, like a boomerang, hit the person 7 years later. Xianjin's chest rose and fell. His hands clenched into fists. Tears in his eyes swirled back and forth. But he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Xiao Wang pleaded, Fei Fei, I never thought of abandoning you. It's true. I don't understand why Huiyang kidnapped you. Huiyang hurriedly took you away. It was your fault. And mine. Enough. Xianjin took 2 deep breaths. His eyes sharp. You don't know why my mother took me away? You don't know? Okay. Xianjin stood up heavily. Then let me tell you why. Because you are incompetent. Because she is afraid that I will follow the footsteps of concubine Gao and lose my life in a conspiracy. Because she sees through your cowardice and indifference. Because she will definitely protect me better than you. Because she did it. Xianjin spoke one sentence after another, his voice gradually rising, but stopped at the highest point. Xianjin put his hands on the table, took a few heavy breaths, and then looked up with red eyes. Do you know? Su Yinfei died a long time ago. Chapter 363 finally published. Su Yinfei died a long time ago. Died in the bone-chilling cold brought by the cold lake water in winter. Died in the Chen family, who had no relatives or friends with her. Even died before He Ainyang, who loved her. If it weren't for her lonely soul in the future, how could the instigator have the opportunity to cry and confess face to face? Xianjin's questioning, one louder than the other, shocked King Xiao in place. Stunned. I can protect you now. Prince Xiao was like a child who was eager to show off his family's wealth. Fei Fei. Don't worry, I can protect you now. When you came back from Fujian, Dr. Zhang came to check on you and told me that there was a little girl who looked 60% similar to Shui Su. I suspected it was you and sent a shadow guard to follow. Now, Emperor Xiaoda is no longer useful. Together with his queen, a dozen concubines and 7 or 8 children. They have all moved to the Qingda Palace. Now your aunt is in power. The southeast has not been in turmoil for 20 years. And the northwest Tartars have also fallen into civil strife. The Wei Kingdom has no worries in the near future. You can be the only princess. Do you like Huizhou? I'll ask my sister to give you all the land of Huizhou and Suzhou as fiefdoms. If you like doing business, we will buy a street in Jikingfeng. You can do whatever you want. Prince Xiao was talking halfway when he seemed to remember something. There is also the kid from the Qiao family. If you like him, I will immediately ask my elder sister to promote him to the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards and confer him the title of first-class lord. If he wants to be sent out to be an important official, he can do so. If he wants to stay in the capital, he can choose the cabinet or the 3 ministers. Prince Xiao touched the shoulder of the eldest Princess Bayan eagerly. Sister. Sister. Is it okay? Is it okay? The eldest Princess Bayan looked at her younger brother with an ambiguous look in her eyes. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't pull out a smile that was a mixture of helplessness, sigh, sarcasm and regret. Human emotions are too complicated, and the feedback given by the 5 senses can never be completely consistent with them. This younger brother is the legitimate son of the Empress, has a smooth journey, is loved by everyone, is kind, easygoing, and steady, but in the end, he is mediocre and ordinary. She thought that although the younger brother could not innovate and venture out, he could at least maintain the status quo. Who knew? As an emperor, he would rather be cunning and cruel than mediocre. The former still has the strength to fight, while the latter can only be defeated. Princess Bayan's eyes turned from her younger brother to Xianjin, her only descendant with blood. The little girl's eyes flashed with anger that could not be hidden. I only have one father, and my surname is He and my name is Xianjin, not Fei Fei, and not Su. Xianjin turned around and wanted to leave. Princess Bayan slowly exhaled a long, turbid breath from her chest. She wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. She finally raised her chin slightly, sighed heavily, and slowly closed her eyes. Prince Xiao covered his chest and cried heartbreakingly, I have tried my best. I have been kind to others all my life. I have never done anything that harms the world or takes human life lightly. Why? This world, this thief god, deceives me, humiliates me, and betrays me to this extent. Xianjin was entangled by this sentence, and stood with his head down on the blue brick floor of the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The red lacquer pillars in the south, north, west, and east directions were covered with a layer of black cloth, and under the black cloth was a 4-clawed dragon, a symbol of identity when the dragon was in hiding. Xianjin tilted his head slightly. Being in a high position and being incompetent is a sin. After saying this, Xianjin did not look back and pushed the door open. It was late, and even the sound of cicadas became much softer. Xianjin straightened his back and walked out of the pavilion in the middle of the lake. As soon as he stepped ashore, his feet went soft and he almost fell down. A large hand with blue veins exposed gently pulled her up like a drowning fish. Xianjin raised his eyes. It was Qiao Hui. The dusty young man was still wearing a cloth armor covered with yellow sand and flying dust. His hair was tied up high, and only a few scattered hairs were stained with sweat and stuck tightly to his neck and cheeks. His eyes were so bright that they frightened people. Aren't you in Shishan? Xianjin's voice was weak and trembling. Qiao Hui spoke briefly and raised his eyes to look at the pavilion in the center of the lake that was shining brightly. 3 hours ago, my father sent a letter saying that the eldest princess and the emperor had come, and asked me to return immediately. Qiao Hui smiled. Maybe he was afraid that you would fight with the emperor. And he, a lame old man, couldn't stop you, right? Xianjin pulled the corner of his mouth and gave a perfunctory smile. Qiao Hui supported Xianjin all the way to the inner courtyard. After walking 2 steps, Xianjin felt his feet were a little light, and finally felt a sense of solidity. So he stopped asking Qiao Hui to hold his hand. The lights in Beiyuan lit up one by one. Mother Zhang rubbed her eyelids and came out sleepily. Are you still eating? There are chicken soup and sausages on the stove. Xianjin waved his hand. Mother Zhang said, oh, Then I will continue to sleep. His peripheral vision finally caught sight of Qiao Hui. Mr. Qiao is here too. Come in and sit down. The door of the main hall of Beiyuan slammed shut. Mother Zhang finally reacted. Kicked the ground with her right leg. And her eyes widened instantly. What? Qiao Hui is here. So late. What are you doing here? Mother Zhang wanted to rush in to protect her daughter's innocence. But Soer behind her grabbed Fate's neck. In the past, in Xuanqing Prefecture, Mr. Qiao often climbed through the window in the middle of the night. Just don't worry about it. Mother Zhang? What did she miss? This is really dark under the lamp. She knew about the twins born by the goat of Lao Wang, the neighbor of Lao Zhang's family 300 miles away. She was blind. This is a case of flowers blooming inside the wall and fragrant outside the wall. Mother Zhang is derelict in her duty. Qiao Hui, who was recommended by Zhang's mother, swaggered into the dung beetle's boudoir, touched the abacus on the table, and dusted the orchid leaves on the shelf. Mainly showing ADHD, Xianjin had no time to care about Qiao Hui. His body softened, and he fell on the beauty couch with his legs spread out. His eyes stared at the beams on the roof. He blinked, and the beams were blocked by a big angular face. Qiao Hui lowered his head and asked with a smile, So, Princess Bayan is really your aunt? Xianjin slowly raised his head and nodded slowly. Qiao Hui nodded. What are your plans now? Should I marry into the family? Or will you take over the throne? Pa. Xianjin threw a pear, hitting Qiao Hui's face with great accuracy. Qiao Hui didn't even think about dodging it. She hit her forehead with it and threw it into her hand. She took a big bite and said with a smile, It's so sweet. Xianjin narrowed his eyes and laughed. It must be said that Qiao Hui always managed to relax her tense nerves. Xianjin calmed down and said concisely, I didn't admit it. Qiao Hui was not surprised. She ate the pear in 2 or 3 bites, stood up and found water to wash her hands. While wiping her hands, she said, the Baidu rebellion was indeed a dishonest act of the abdicated emperor. The abdicated emperor approached him first. So he was cautious and asked around about the beginning and end of the Baidu rebellion. There is a saying that the refugees were deliberately released by Li Guolao in order to force the abdicated emperor to implement a new policy reform. That is, to adjust the tiered tax system, reset the cultivated land, and divide it equally again. This reform divides the pie of the vested interests. The abdicated emperor waited for half a year without agreeing. So Li Guolao opened a loophole and wanted to let the refugees enter the capital to let the abdicated emperor see what people's livelihood is like under heavy taxes and corvée labor. The abdicated emperor could not bear it and nodded. The reform was implemented. But the vested interests were not happy. The land in the central plains, such as Shandong and Shaanxi, was all the exclusive property of the gentry and wealthy families. The local tyrants did not step forward themselves, but instigated the bandits and the vagrants to step forward. The rebels and the vagrants met halfway, and the two completely different interest groups formed a major trend. Do you think this is unfair? Those who do not support reform will also be rebelled. Those who support reform will also be rebelled. The most amazing thing is that the two forces of support and opposition have joined together to rebel. Who can tell for sure? If the Grand Princess Bayan was in power, the situation might not be out of control. But it was the abdicated emperor who was in power at the time. The series of consequences triggered by this incident were even more unpredictable for the abdicated emperor. Your mother, Qiao Hui started. Noble concubine Gao, Xianjin said. My mother's name is He Ainyang. Qiao Hui changed the title to follow suit. Noble concubine Gao has been favored by the abdicated emperor since she entered the palace, and has been promoted all the way. However, in just 10 years, she was promoted from a concubine to a noble concubine, which attracted the attention of the 6 palaces. The Queen Lu at that time was from a famous family, and her eldest brother was in charge of the 3 suburban military forces of the Imperial Guard Camp, the Capital Command, and the Xishan Camp. Queen Lu and the abdicated emperor were childhood sweethearts and married before noble concubine Gao entered the palace. They had always been in love. Chapter 364, An Unsolved Case. Xianjin's head was pounding. Green plums cannot defeat the one that fell from the sky? Or red roses and white roses? Cinnabar moles and mosquito blood? He had taken in too much information in one night, and his emotions fluctuated too much. Xianjin rubbed his temples, and his face showed a bit of fatigue. Qiao Hui stopped talking at the right time. How about we talk about it another day? Xianjin poured himself a cup of tea, glanced at the clock. It was already 3/4 past midnight, 12:45 a.m. After thinking about it, he changed the tea to warm water, gestured to Xiao Hui to wait, and went around the screen. When he came out again, he had changed into a more comfortable and loose linen short home shirt, with water drops hanging on his cheeks. He must have wiped his face. Xianjin sat back on the beauty couch, touched his hair and whispered, "I didn't take my hair off. I went to the Honglu temple during the day, dressed up carefully, and specially asked the maid of Qiao's house to help me with a slightly complicated bun. Professionals are different, and they are very skillful. They tied it up on the left and right, and specially inserted a few pearl hairpins and tassels. This outfit made him look very imposing when he yelled at people just now. Even putting up a bun requires help, and Xianjin's manual skills are probably not good enough to let it down." Xianjin was about to pull Soar off the bed. "Let me do it." Xianjin's shoulders were held down. Xiao Hui was slow and gentle, combing Xianjin's hair bit by bit, like combing a treasure, and said, "Lie down. Close your eyes. I will tell you slowly. If you fall asleep, I will tell you again later." Hair brushed past the exposed veins of the hand. Xiao Hui stood behind Xianjin, first took off a millet bead flower-shaped hairpin, and slowly placed it aside. Xianjin's face suddenly turned red. It was as if a piece of clothing was taken off. Xiao Hui said, "When concubine Gao entered the palace, she was a concubine and was given the title of Hui, although her family was not prominent. The Gao family opened a pharmacy to relieve the epidemic, and the whole family was destroyed, which made her occupy the positions of loyalty and righteousness. When the Queen Mother took the Gao sisters to Beijing, it was destined that a girl would enter the palace and marry into a high-class family. The court must set an example for the world to see that those who are loyal and righteous will definitely become rich and noble, and get what they want." While taking off the hair ornaments, Xiao Hui whispered, "Everyone thinks that concubine Gao's entry into the palace is just a decoration. After all, the saint and the queen are in harmony and have a son." Xianjin looked up suddenly. "What?" Xiao Hui's fingers were entangled in the hair. He was not in a hurry to remove it. Instead, he gently stroked the delicate hair with his fingertips and nodded slightly. "Yes. The advocated emperor had a legitimate eldest son." "Yes." Xiao Hui raised his eyebrows, gently put down the hair that had been removed of all the complicated decorations, turned around and sat next to Xianjin. "He died at the age of 3, and you were just born. I found a palace maid who was released from the inner palace. She didn't hold an important position. She was just a maid in the Ministry of Rites, who was responsible for wiping sacrificial silverware. She remembered very clearly that the eldest prince's death anniversary was not held that year. But your full moon banquet was very grand. So grand that all the silverware in the Ministry of Rites was taken out." Xianjin opened his lips, but didn't know what to say for a long time. Xiao Hui shrugged and tried to make his tone lighter. "It sounds like our Xianjin liked silver very much when he was a child." The deliberately relaxed tone did not make the whole thing pleasant. Xianjin curled up on the beauty couch, hugged his knees with his hands, put his chin on his knees, and stared straight ahead. Xiao Hui watched quietly. "So, it is understandable that Queen Lu wanted to kill concubine Gao. What's more, when you were 3 years old, concubine Gao was diagnosed with pregnancy again. When you were 4 months pregnant, the imperial physician issued a diagnosis that the probability of a boy was very high. This imperial physician is Dr. Wang," Xiao Hui said. Xianjin took a deep breath, but did not exhale for a long time. Suddenly, she remembered that when she first met Dr. Wang, the old man asked her tentatively, "Have you ever suffered from heart disease?" So, the original owner, he Xianjin, did have a heart disease. Right? After falling into the water and feeling cold, she suddenly had a heart disease. Just like in her previous life, she died of insufficient blood supply to the heart. This weird, fateful closed loop. Xianjin gently raised his chin, looking at Xiao Hui in confusion. What happened next? What happened to Princess Bayan after she returned to the capital? Xiao Hui's face was calm. She abolished the position of Empress Lu, demoted her to a commoner, and escorted her to the Wanwu Temple to become a nun. She killed Lieutenant General Lu on the spot, massacred many officers and generals of the capital command, and reshaped the Shishan camp, the Imperial Guard camp, and the capital command according to military orders, changing one power into 3 powers to ensure the absolute loyalty of the capital. Then what? For the rebels, we captured a dozen small leaders and the others were dealt with strictly according to the law. Those who had murder cases were sentenced according to the law, and those who had not been involved in bloodshed were sent back to their hometowns to farm. For the refugees, the same was applied, and most of them had not been involved in life and death cases, so they were sent back to their hometowns. That's it? That's it. Xian Jin looked at Xiao Hui with confusion. What about Lord Li? Xiao Hui smiled and asked, what did Lord Li do wrong? Xian Jin thought for a while. Yes. What did Li Guolao do wrong? Li Guolao just promoted the reform. It is the abdicated emperor who changed, and it is the abdicated emperor who did not change. What about the rest of the Lu family? Xian Jin asked again. Xiao Hui replied, no problem. They should take the exams and serve as officials. Lieutenant General Lu has been punished for coercing the abdicated emperor. He did not threaten the abdicated emperor's life. Even the bowl of medicine is an abortion medicine or a death medicine. Who made it? It is still an unsolved case. What right do you have to kill all 9 generations of the family? Oh, Xiao Hui said again. But it was General Lu's family. His wife was sent back to her parents' home. His son stayed in the Lu family, and his daughter went back to her parents' home with her mother. Xian Jin blinked, including Queen Lu. Grand Princess Bian must have felt the same way as Queen Lu. So she only deposed her and didn't blame her. Right? It sounds like no one is wrong except the abdicated emperor. Xian Jin chuckled. No one is wrong. But it was concubine Gao who died, and he Ainyang who escaped. The one who was wrong was the word love. Right? Xian Jin leaned into Xiao Hui's arms in a daze. What's so good about the word love? Vows are like flowers in the mirror and flowers in the water. They can't be touched or touched. They can be easily annihilated by water mist and buried by the breeze. Light words. They will fall apart as soon as they are spoken. Xiao Hui? This is not a good idea. The smartest man in Xuanqing Prefecture, the dream of millions of girls in Jingshi City, young talent Xiao Baoyuan, would never have thought that one day he would bring the oily-haired and powdered Chen Sanyu to the stage as a positive case. Xiao Hui said, then look at your father, who hides your mother's tablet and travels around every day. Life and death have not separated them. How can they be flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water? Xian Jin thought for a moment and buried his head in Xiao Hui's chest. Xiao Hui gently stroked the hair he had just untied and said softly, my oath to you is like gold thread and ebony, which will not rot for 100 years, will not sink in water, and will not be eaten by insects. Xian Jin was stunned. Okay. This metaphor is a bit strange. The two hugged for a long time. Xiao Hui patted Xian Jin's back from time to time. And after a while, he said again, speaking of unsolved cases, there is something interesting. Xian Jin said him. When the rebels attacked Jianzhou Prefecture, which was less than 100 miles away from the capital, the gate of Jianzhou Prefecture was not locked. The night watchman, who was responsible for locking the gate that day, was found hanged on the beam of his home the next day. It is said that he owed a foreign debt to a brothel and was forced to death by the debt collectors. Chapter 365. Not surprised by favor or disgrace. The fact that Grand Princess Bian and the abdicated emperor visited the Marquis Zhongwu's mansion at night was kept secret tighter than the ice in the north in winter. No one knew about it except the father and son of the Qiao family and the parties involved. Grand Princess Bian opened the doors and windows of the pavilion in the center of the lake and specifically told Qiao Fangji, Qiao, if one more person knows about this, it will not be a good thing for Xian Jin, the Qiao family, and the royal family. Qiao Fangji said, of course, if Xian Jin recognizes his ancestry, then of course it will be a natural and logical thing. But Xian Jin said no. So her identity had to be hidden. Now that the Grand Princess Bian had just solved the external threat, the internal troubles were on the agenda. Qiao Fangji sent the Grand Princess Bian out. The Grand Princess put on a veil and a black shawl, raised her eyes, and said casually, you can tell Mr. Chen San about this. Qiao Fangji leaned on a cane, moved his mouth, and the beard on his cheeks curled up. The Grand Princess said again, I have seen him. In order to buy time for Xian Jin to escape, he would rather be chopped by a knife. He seems to be reckless, but in fact he acts in an orderly manner. Xian Jin does not recognize the Su family, but only recognizes him. So let him persuade Xian Jin. Maybe it will work wonders. Qiao Fangji was amazed. Amazed. Soldiers are treacherous and vicious. You only recognize this father? Well, let's ask this father to persuade you. And recognize the other father as well. What a logical genius. Xiao Fangji nodded in agreement. The former abdicated emperor behind the eldest princess, now Prince Xiao, walked past Xiao Fangji with red eyes and a dull look in his eyes. Xiao Fangji glanced at him. Oh, the abdicated emperor. Maybe, by that time, your daughter will call me dad. And you won't even be looked at. The night passed without a trace. Once a teacher, always a father. Xiao Fangji, who may be a real father in the future, knew the cause and effect, and was very worried about Xianjin's condition. He specially summoned people from Beiyuan to ask about it carefully. Mother Zhang was very anxious. Yesterday's sour radish and old duck soup. Only ate 2 bowls of rice. And only 1 duck leg. I was so anxious. Xiao Fangji? I don't know how many ducks will be killed when my beloved disciple is in good condition. Su'er was also anxious. It's true that the whole person is not right. I didn't practice Ba Duan Jin yesterday morning. After a pause, so I did a whole set of Tai Chi before going to bed. Xiao Fangji? The beloved disciple who is self-disciplined and free is really admirable. Qianhong, the maidservant from the outer courtyard, who was newly transferred to Beiyuan, thought about it and realized that there was really nothing to say. But it seemed that if she didn't report anything, her workload would be insufficient. So she said loudly, Miss, he didn't sleep well these days. She woke up at the crowing of the cock yesterday morning. She used to sleep until noon. When Su'er heard this, he glared at her. How can you say that a student is lazy in front of a teacher? Damn spy. Su'er cursed. You're talking nonsense. When did the girl sleep until noon? She wakes up at dawn every day and writes articles in the middle of the night. Then he turned to look at Xiao Fangji, smiled flatteringly, and narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, headmaster. The girl has always been very diligent. She recites articles in her dreams. Xiao Fangji closed his eyes painfully, seeing that his beloved disciple could eat and sleep, keep fit, and cheat. He could rest in peace. Xiao's father was at ease and calm. Chen's father was crawling all over the place, anxious and hurried. After hearing Xiao Hui's personal report, Chen Fu immediately rushed back from the red leaves with Xiao Hui. As soon as they returned, they rushed into Beiyuan. They waited until Xian Jinqing left, closed the doors and windows, and waited until everyone left before Chen Fu burst into tears. Why didn't she tell me? Why didn't she tell me these things? When I met her in Qingzhou, she was rolling up her sleeves to prepare a banquet for a farmer in Shirley Township. Although her clothes were tattered and her face was sloppy, she was energetic and capable. She made a crab roe tofu, and I tasted the flavor as soon as I ate it. The farmer who hosted the banquet is not worthy of being a human being. He insisted on blaming your mother for 4 copper coins, saying that you secretly ate the corn buns on the table. If your mother wants to get away with it, she can either give you vomiting gold and make you vomit to see if there are white flour buns, or give you 4 copper coins less and pretend that nothing happened. Your mother won't do it. She chopped the chopping board with a butcher knife, overturned the table that was still being eaten, grabbed the head of the family by the collar, and said that she didn't want the wages, but he had to apologize to you in public. Chen Fu cried and screamed. Your mother suffered so much in the past. Why didn't she tell me? I know she had a hard life, but I didn't expect her to suffer so much. Why couldn't I treat her better when she was still alive? Why should I worry about whether your mother loves me or not? Love is useless. Your mother is lucky to be alive after what she has gone through. Chen Fu cried and complained. I never saved enough money to buy her the jade headpiece she wanted. Chen Fu slapped himself in the face. I'm such a loser. Xian Jin also lowered his head and wiped his tears. I'm such a loser too. Before my mother died, I didn't hug her properly. Woo woo woo. Boo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Boo woo woo. Xiao Hui, who was sitting under the window frame, stared at the father and daughter who were crying and hugging each other. After thinking for a while, he poured them 2 cups of tea and provided them with logistical support to ensure that they were hydrated at all times. The father and daughter cried bitterly. Chen Fu was much calmer. He wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. The person has passed away. The past is dark and cannot be retrieved. Listening to you talk about these things. Then, after all, he is a member of the royal family. Chen Fu was resentful in his heart, but he just sighed. Your biological father is not a complete evil person, even for the sake of blood and glory. You should not be so stubborn and refuse to let go. Xian Jin cried until his eyes were red and his brows were knitted, which was a sign that someone was about to be scolded. Xiao Hui shrank back knowing the situation. Chen Fu immediately said, if you don't want to admit it, then don't admit it. We have lived for so many years. Now we are living a prosperous life. And it is not necessarily the credit of his Su family. Xian Jin's eyebrows relaxed. The pressure disappeared. And Chen Fu sighed, what should we do now? Let's go back home. Will we stay in the capital? Will we still do business? Xian Jin said, of course we have to do it. I worked hard from Jing County to Xuanqing Prefecture. And from Xuanqing Prefecture to the capital. The rise and fall of Xian paper depends on me. There are hundreds of workshops and shops of all sizes. And thousands of craftsmen are still counting on me to promote Xian paper. Xian Jin added, it is not my principle to give up halfway. Chen Fu sighed, I thought your biological father was either a wealthy businessman or a noble family. But who would have thought? How can this be? This status is too high. It is really too high. Who would have thought that the burden that the Qin family has raised for so many years is actually a golden phoenix? If this is reported back to Xuanqing Mansion, Mrs. Chu will regret it so much that she will bite off 2 big teeth. Chen Fu's eyebrows and eyes are a little anxious. Xian Jin smiled. My previous identity is not enough to hinder my progress. And my current identity will not change my original intention. For someone who has died once, her identity is the most insignificant. How to live. How to live. And for what to live brilliantly are what she should really think about. The route she is on has always been under her control. No one and nothing can stop her from planning the future. Chapter 366 Prenuptial Agreement. In early August, the osmanthus buds. An old house in the deep alley of Yishanfang was covered with black cloth. And a dozen strong men carried bricks, mud, and trees with mud wrapped around their roots, one after another, jumping in like a string of strong grapes. At the door, a black and strong girl held a wooden board with a thick paper on it. She went in and cancelled one number, muttering, 3 baskets of river sand, for 1,000 green tiles, 100 goldfoil tiles, 17 pine saplings, 28 cypress saplings. Some people gathered at the door. Yishanfang has the Imperial Academy, several famous private schools, and the residences of several Hanlin scholars are also in this block. Among the crowd of onlookers, there are students and managers of aristocratic families. Some people who know the goods whispered, what a big deal. I know that pine sapling. It's Beishan pine shipped from Shu. Some people echoed, didn't you see the tiles? There are gold foils on them. Some scholars were not used to the public's words that only praised wealth and luxury, and snorted coldly, it's just a gold and silver shop. The Tongji Gold and Silver Shop, which is very famous in Beijing, was closed down 2 days ago. The man didn't say the last sentence. This shop must be a place where some royal relatives, high-ranking officials, and dignitaries make money. When he passes the imperial examination, he must take risks and bring all these country insects to justice. Lock them up. All the money has been made by these people. The strong men are still coming in. The objects after that are even more precious. Pearls with a white halo, red corals half a person's height, and porcelain ornaments that are very expensive at first glance. Wow! The managers who were watching the excitement opened their mouths. Could it be, here to launder money? This grand spectacle lasted for 2 or 3 days. Until finally, only a dozen tightly sealed camphor wood boxes were brought into the courtyard. What is this? Not only did the crowd of onlookers not disperse, but even more came. I don't know. Each box must cost several coins. Right. The things inside must be even more expensive. What does this store do? What can it sell to make back the investment? Hey! Isn't your master a doctor in the 13th Division of the Ministry of Revenue in charge of the capital? What is the origin of this store? The manager who was named was a little proud. I've asked around. Merchants from the south bought several shops in a row. Buy. Not rent? The manager shook his head. No. They paid all the money. Not only this one. Chang Weifang in the east and Baikingian in the west have also bought shops. Those shops seem to have not been repaired yet. Only this one was moved the earliest. Oh! This Nanyi is really well off. The manager glanced at the big silver lock on the camphor wood box and smiled. Not only is he well off, he is also very respectable. What exactly does this shop in Yishanfang sell? This matter has been a hot topic for several days. Songwu Mansion. The hall faces south. 5 round plates are placed on the big round table. And a chicken soup pot is burning in the middle. There is nothing in the chicken soup. Only a whole pheasant and white bamboo fungus, which has been simmered for a whole morning. A layer of yellow oil floats on it. The oil is washed away by the fire and circles on the soup surface, spreading the pure meat fragrance to all directions. Suor came out of the small compartment and handed the book with all the cancellations to Xianjin, who was sitting at the bottom, and whispered, "All of them have entered the market." Only Bai Yuzwen said it would be 2 days later. I went to urge him, and the boss said that we must pay 60% of the total amount before he would take the goods. After a pause, he continued, "Now the boss is waiting at the door of our mansion. Will you pay? If not, I will immediately go to find another store." Xiao Hui, who was sitting next to Xianjin, glanced at Xiao Fangji, who was drinking soup at the top. Xiao Fangji didn't move his eyebrows and concentrated on drinking soup. Xianjin read the book through. "How much did you say at the beginning?" 40%. Suor answered. "That boss doesn't look like a cunning person. Why did he suddenly change his mind?" Xianjin asked again. Suor was stunned. Kikiki, who was standing by, answered. "I asked. The boss heard that we had recently placed a large quota. He was afraid that our account would be tight, and he would delay the final payment. So he insisted on increasing the amount of the first payment." Xianjin lowered his eyes and drank the soup while saying, "Refund him." The chicken soup was fresh and delicious. As soon as you took a sip, you knew that this free-range chicken must be very self-disciplined. As self-disciplined as she was, Xianjin swallowed the chicken soup and said, "Find another store that can make white jade bricks. Pay 60% of the first payment, and control the increase in the total price within 10% of the previous total price." Kikiki nodded and turned to go out. Suor lowered his eyes and thought. After finishing the meal, Xiaohui put down his chopsticks, raised his hands to hold the back of his head, and smiled at the old man of the Qiao family. "You are biased." Xiao Fangji still did not move his eyebrows. "How am I biased? Don't talk when eating, and don't talk when sleeping. You taught me since I was a child. When I was a child, I wanted to speak during the meal. Didn't you give me a few sticks?" Xiaohui hummed. Xiao Fangji put his hands on the table, his face serious and solemn. "Your father's pension, all invested in that dead girl. If she loses, I lose. We have a vested interest. Why can't I allow her to worry about business while eating?" "Dead girl." Xianjin raised his head and grinned at Master Jean. Time went back to a month and a half ago. She had no money to buy a shop. After learning about He Ainyan's experience, she was reluctant to pawn those old and heavy gold ornaments. In addition, Chen Fu said, "If you dare to sell any of Ainyan's leftovers, you will see me hanged in front of your bed in the middle of the night." This threat was too harsh. No one wants to get up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, and then see a slicked-up dandy hanging in front of you. Right? Others shed corpse oil, but he may shed hair oil. The smell is too strong. So, not only did the funding gap of Xianjin not get filled, but it got bigger and bigger. Even the banknotes left by He Ainyan were not allowed to be used by Chen Fu, who said that the fragrance of Ainyan was still on them. Chen Fu didn't know that he was just threatening. He also did something. He took out all his private money, a total of 372 taels and 8 coins. If I had known this would happen, I should have gone to the ancestral hall to take away the golden millet scrolls of sutras when I left the Chen family. It is said that a scroll of that thing can be sold for 2 taels of gold now. Chen Fu regretted it. "Old Lady Chu, listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, the ancestral hall has become emotional." Xiaohui wanted to help. Chen Fu refused resolutely and refused to agree. When Xiaohui was there, Chen Fu was as hard-mouthed as a martyr and would never say the reason. When Xiaohui was not there, Chen Fu spoke his mind. "You haven't got married yet. The property you have now is your dowry. After you get married, he can't stand it. If he gets involved, who can say what will happen in the future?" Xianjin has a new respect for the love-brained one. It's a bit like protecting premarital property. He is very clear about his love-brained self and his daughter. Xianjin asked with a smile, "When we get married, we will sign a deed. His is his and mine is mine. The distribution standards when we divorce will be clearly stated." Chen Fu was very disappointed. "My silly girl. Yours is yours and his is still yours. Such a big boss. How can you not figure out this little account?" Xiao Hui, who had not yet walked far, listened to the calculations in the room and silently asked a question mark in his mind. Chapter 367 Eat It All Up. Xiao Hui was stunned for a moment, then became happy. Xianjin talked about getting married. "Although I don't know when it will be. He will have a status soon. Excited? Xiaohui was excited. But Xianjin was not excited at all. A penny can kill a hero. Although it is not a penny. It is 1,000 taels. Even Chen Fu is trying to find a way. He compromised and signed the exclusive right of the Book 2 officials 14 days, with a bookstore that he did not like very much but was rich. And the price was 87 taels. Although Chen Fu tried very hard, it was still a drop in the bucket. When Chen Fu was considering whether to sell himself to the book club for 300 taels for a period of 3 years, Xiao Fangji appeared and successfully saved his life. During the meal, Chen Fu sighed for the 18th time. Xiao Fangji put down the bowl, carefully arranged the chopsticks, and looked at Xianjin. Before I finished compiling the Great Way Law, His Highness was very happy, and gave me 1,500 taels of silver and some gold. You know that I am not good at general affairs. After the C-ban was lifted, and the jiaozi was printed, the purchasing power of silver must be much less than it is now. Silver is just sitting there. You have always been smart. Do you have any good suggestions? At that time, Xiaohui was training troops in the Xishan camp. It was said that Songhu Liangliang was about to take the test. Although this is a team of losers, Xiaohui also stayed in Xishan these days in accordance with the principle of sharpening the spear before the battle. Without Xiaohui's eyes, Xianjin immediately put down the chopsticks respectfully, put his hands on his knees properly, and talked loudly in front of Dower. Excited heart, trembling hands. It was finally a blind cat that hit the dead mouse, and encountered a topic she was good at. My disciple believes that the depreciation of silver, that is, the decline in purchasing power you mentioned, is a major trend, an inevitable trend in a period of stable development. We have traces since the Jingguan reign to the present, from the Tang dynasty to the Song dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, 100 coins could buy 20 stone of rice. But in the Song dynasty, 100 coins could only buy 3 dough of rice and take 3 baths. Xiao Fangji, his beloved disciple, is talking, so he isn't polite to eat. However, if the braised pork is eaten cold, will it be too greasy? Xiao Fangji wanted to say something, but he didn't interrupt. Xianjin said with high morale, therefore, if you want to preserve value, investing in real estate and ancient books and paintings is the safest. It is really hard to think about it. So let's buy gold bars. Buy in large pieces. How much can you buy? Finally, he licked his lips and said with a sense of unfulfilled desire, alas, the time today is too short. So, I will give you an article later. Please review it. Xiao Fangji, I provide you with food, shelter and drink, and you are not grateful. But you are attacking me with academic garbage? Papa. Chen Fu, who had been eating for free at Xiao's house for a long time, applauded loudly. Well said. Knowledgeable. Really amazing. Xianjin was encouraged and wanted to say more. Xiao Fangji looked at the braised pork that had already cooled down with grief and anger. No need. The explanation just now is already very detailed. Seeing the constant attacks from his beloved disciple and his useless father, Xiao Fangji finally changed his bad habit of beating around the bush and gnashed his teeth and said, what I mean is, does your shop still need money? I can invest some money, and if it makes a profit later, you can repay it in proportion and with interest. It can also be regarded as preserving the value of my money. Xianjin suddenly realized and immediately became alert. Did the Grand Princess send you to help? Xiao Fangji was so angry that he wanted to curse. Do you want to see when the money comes in? Xianjin frowned and nodded. Let's see. And feel more at ease. Added, since you don't want to recognize that ancestor, you shouldn't take advantage of others. Although your beloved disciple is a rogue in business, she is a very decent person. Chen Fu continued to applaud. Real. I taught her well. What a good girl. Xiao Fangji picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Chen Fu's bowl. He asked someone to bring the account book. Xianjin carefully checked the time, took out a reed pen from his pocket, tore a piece of paper, wrote and calculated, and pushed it in front of Xiao Fangji. Master, this silver is a loan from you. A total of 2,700 taels. Within 3 years, I will give you this amount every month. Xiao Fangji took a look and was a little surprised. This is almost as much as the Xiao family spends in a month. Xianjin wrote another number. After 3 years, I will give you this amount. Xiao Fangji was even more surprised. I don't ask you to pay it back as soon as possible. You can pay it back slowly. What will he have to pay back when his unpromising eldest son gets married? You've paid back everything you've earned. Do you still have the capital to operate? Qiao Fangji waved his hand. I still have monthly salary from the court, and the Qiao family's tribute to the sacrificial fields. I can only support Baozhu and you. Qiao Fangji looked at Chen Fu, who was eating braised pork with his head down, and your father. I don't know what the customs are in other places, but in their place, there is really no father-in-law who marries with his daughter. Qiao Fangji retracted his gaze. I can afford them all. Xian Jin was surprised. Who told you that this is all the profit I calculated? Qiao Fangji was even more surprised. Is business so profitable? Xian Jin thought about it, dipped his index finger in the tea, and made a dot on the table. If my sales route only focuses on one city, then naturally the income and profit are limited. Xian Jin drew more than a dozen lines outward with the dot as the center. If I use the capital as the center, spread the name of Xin paper, and sell it to all corners of the land of China, even to Java, Laos, Ryukyu, Goguryeo, Japan. Just think about it. How much profit will this be? Qiao Fangji was shocked. North and South Chile are connected, and there is a canal to connect them. Isn't the transportation cost too high for other areas? Xian Jin nodded. So, I will take North and South Chile as the core, and wait for the road to be built, and then slowly plan. This is why I give you a profit in 3 years. Qiao Fangji narrowed his eyes. Wait for the road to be built. Who told you to prepare for the road these years? Xian Jin shook his head. No one told me. Paused, but based on my understanding of the Grand Princess, she will definitely build roads first to make travel smooth in various places. Otherwise, it will be meaningless for her to open sea transportation first in spite of the world's disapproval. After all, if you want to get rich, you must build roads first. Qiao Fangji murmured. If you want to be rich, build roads first. After a while, Qiao Fangji looked up at Xian Jin, his expression unclear. Do you really just want to sell paper? Xian Jin was stunned, then nodded firmly. For now. For the past 20 years, I just want to do business. I have been drawing this blueprint for 6 years, and I can't abandon it. Time goes back to the present. Qiao Hui couldn't help laughing when he heard Qiao Fangji say that all his money was invested in Xian Jin's shop. Okay. His father helped him with the dowry. He went in and out of Xian Jin's room at night, and he didn't have any burden. Before, he was always worried that Xian Jin would eat him up and run away. Chapter 368 Idle Effect. With the help of his mentor's coffin, Xian Jin has a very strong reserve fund. But he also maintains a penny-saving attitude when purchasing materials, and never buys expensive things if he can buy the right ones. In addition to the grandeur of buying 3 shops at once, Xian Jin must buy expensive hardware, such as museum shelves, tables, bricks and tiles, etc., whose value can be seen at a glance. But for some soft things, Xian Jin basically adheres to the principle of spending little money to pretend to be big. For example, the price of a dwarf pine tree in Shu is about 1 tael of silver. This price shocked Zhang's mother. I might as well squat there and be a dwarf pine tree. These things without universal value are the most expensive. In troubled times, these things can't even exchange for a flour roll. But in peaceful and prosperous times, rich people rely on these things to show their wealth. Xian Jin didn't want to spend so much money on these fake goods. She wanted to buy dwarf pines, but she didn't buy the ones in Shu. She bought the ones at the junction of Qian'ou and Shu. The climate, soil, and varieties are basically similar, so it is destined that these 2 pine trees, except for their different origins, have no difference in leaves and stems. But in terms of price, the dwarf pine in Qianzhou only costs 1/10 of that in Shu. There are also the most mysterious paintings and calligraphy. She can't afford paintings and calligraphy by famous artists, as a painting costs hundreds of taels. Where does Qiao Daoer get so much money? Therefore, the paintings in the shop are basically from unknown artists. The paintings and calligraphy are not signed or stamped. Only the year and month are written, regardless of the fame. As long as the painting is good, she will buy it. It just so happens that this kind of talented but unknown literati is a specialty of the capital, and she can get as many as she wants. Oh, there are also a few flower and bird paintings, which are given by Mr. Duan, the current head of the Chen family. Not only do they cost nothing, but Mr. Duan is also very considerate and free shipping to her home. Qiao Fangji, as the largest shareholder, was invited to visit the newly renovated shop. And by the way, as the first scholar in Wei, He helped Xian Jin to judge the painting. Xiao Fangji saw the Qing Wu Ju by landscape painting on the east wall of the lobby, leaning on his cane, and pondered for a while. This painting is good. The ink is splashed freely. The shape is more like the spirit. The brush is free and unrestrained. And there are mountains and rivers in his heart. He turned his head to look at the signature. Why is there only the year and month, but no source? Xian Jin looked up and answered accurately. At the entrance of the alley at the east end of the city. Painted by Old Monster Sunday. Xiao Fangji thought for a moment. It seems to be Wuming? Xian Jin nodded. Yes. I took the exam for the scholar for 38 years. But always failed. I bought it for 80 coins. The old weirdo thanked me, and said that he had money for the wine in the past 2 days. Xian Jin paused and said, Oh? The old weirdo also said that when he gets drunk, he will paint 10 or 8 paintings for me. It's not a problem. Xiao Fangji nodded without saying anything. Turned around and looked at the sweet white glazed double-eared flower gourd on the museum shelf. This gourd is also good. With even coloring. Smooth glaze. Complete kiln cracks and very freehand. Xian Jin said again, I bought it for 18 Xiao Fangji, you might as well say I stole it. That would be more appropriate. Xian Jin brought a stool and stepped on it. Then stood on tiptoe to lift up the double-eared flower gourd. Letting Xiao Fangji see it clearly. Look. There's a big crack at the bottom. It's a defective product. Sewer found it in the waste pile. Xiao Fangji looked puzzled. Xian Jin put the flower gourd in a straight position. Jumped off the stool. And asked for advice with the sincerity of a newcomer. No one can jump on it and pry up our bottle to see. Right? Xiao Fangji was silent again. People in the capital. Although the pressure is great, they are not so crazy. Xiao Fangji looked around and took a fancy to the red coral and small seals in the glass display cabinet, and looked at Xian Jin with a tentative and inquiring look. Xian Jin immediately said, the coral is real, and the seal is not a famous product. I bought it for 30 cents from Mr. Zhang, the scholar next door to Old Sun, and I paid for the stone myself. Xiao Fangji nodded, and went out with one hand behind his back and the other hand on a cane. Xian Jin poked his head and asked, Master, do you think it's a little cheap? Xiao Fangji stopped and frowned, asking, What do you mean by cheap? Xian Jin said honestly, Some items are indeed not expensive enough. Xiao Fangji thought for a moment and said calmly, After seeing this, I don't think it's cheap. I just think the store owner is very thoughtful and has a unique taste. He doesn't follow the crowd and do the public's yes man. Nor does he make some incomprehensible items to show his specialness. Xiao Fangji glanced at the store's smooth painted door inside. What's more, reputation is not necessarily true. Xian Jin smiled happily. Xiao Fangji continued calmly, Little girl, I remind you that if you are always looking for things in the scrap heap, you better give me a detailed list of expenses. Although I am not familiar with general affairs, I also want to know where our 2,700 taels were spent. Xian Jin smiled even more happily. He knew Xiao Fangji was joking and answered loudly, That won't work. I only spent 700 taels, and the remaining 2,000 taels were all used to buy a house and land for myself. Xiao Fangji also smiled, and sent over a 4-foot-long Xian paper with the word Xian written in capital letters on it. The cursive script was fluent and unique, and the signature and date were complete. The same font was wrapped in a layer of red cloth the next day. Amid the whispers and the crackling of firecrackers, the blue sky and white sun under the four-cornered eaves could be seen. Xian? After many free hot searches, the store finally opened. The people gathered at the door were still the same group of people from the capital these days. They were under a lot of pressure, so they liked to meddle in other people's business and watch the fun. Even when two old men quarreled while playing chess, they could gather a circle of people inside and outside. Xian? What Xian? It's rare to see a store with one character in its name, so people don't quite understand it. In the Ziji Tongjian, there is a saying that each envoy should send a Xian to the town. The Xian here refers to the documents issued by the Privy Council. Could it be that someone in this store can get the documents of past dynasties for us to study and refer to? The person who said this was a scholar who was preparing for an exam. It sounded like he was crazy looking for reference books. 1 foot and 3 1/3 inches is called Xian. Could it be that he is doing measurement? The person who said this was a minor official from the Ministry of Works, with comprehensive business skills. You are all wrong. King of Understanding appeared. If I guess correctly, this Xian should be the Xian of me announcing you. Deduct points for the homophonic pun. And get out. Amid the speculations, someone with sharp eyes shouted loudly, "Look! The person who wrote the inscription is Qiao Fangji, who just compiled the Great Way Law, has 72 disciples serving as officials in the court, and won the 3rd place in the imperial examination at the age of 27. Qiao Shacheng." Everyone turned their eyes to the signature, written by Qiao Fangji on August 28th. Gui Mao. Ah! It's Master Qiao. It's Master Qiao. No matter what this store sells. Go for it. Go for it. We must give Master Qiao face. Master Qiao helped me get into high school. And the little bastard next door failed. Ah! Don't squeeze me. Chapter 369 Delivery to your door. They rushed in. But after they rushed in, they were dumbfounded. Who could tell them? What is this place? It was like entering an elegant Ponzi cave. The shop had a large courtyard, with tall and straight pines and cypresses planted along the sides. A narrow ditch was dug on the ground in the courtyard, with clear water flowing in the ditch, and duckweed and lotus floating on the water. On the 3 sides of the courtyard were houses with flying eaves and corners, with Feng, Ya and Song written on them respectively. The red lacquered mahogany beams stood dignified and solemn, and the glazed tiles were reflected by the sun, shining flamboyantly. A scholar swallowed his saliva. My ancestral hall is not as grand as this one. After thinking for a while, he was afraid that others would think he was from a mediocre family. So he added, my family is the richest landlord in the Jiangnan area. The scholar next to him rolled his eyes, and silently moved aside. Where did this quack come from? In the capital city. Don't say you are rich. Don't say you are talented. And don't say you have connections. Don't you see that this little-known merchant has the inscription on the wall written by Master Qiao? The blue bricks under his feet are sprinkled with gold foil. And even the lotus in the water is more beautiful than other places? The scholar who rolled his eyes was surnamed Feng, and his family background was not low. His uncle was the governor of Jiangxi, and his father was a doctor in the 6 ministries. He was also a rich and powerful child who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Standing in this courtyard, he was silent, raised his feet, and walked into the Feng house. The house was divided into 3 large rooms. On one wall were 3 unfolded blank scrolls, and under each paper there was a small square of gilded copper. Scholar Feng went forward to take a closer look. On the copper sheet, a few lines of words were engraved in exquisite hairpin flower small regular script. The face of a person and the peach blossoms complement each other. The pink peach mica paper. The craftsman integrated the mother-of-pearl technique into the paper art. Took the pink peach flowers from the west slope facing the sun for 300 miles. First made dried flowers, separated the petals, and the stamens retained the fragrance, and sandwiched them with cooked rice paper. It comes from Yunji Paper Industry in Shuanqing Prefecture. Nanzili. Price, 88 taels per knife. Scholar Feng looked up at the mounted scroll corresponding to the copper sheet. The paper was shimmering with light. Then dried peach blossoms were pressed in a narrow and long strip of paper. The pink color was even more beautiful under the light. Of course, the price of 88 taels per knife was also very beautiful. Scholar Feng stayed here for a long time. A warm and shiny female voice came from his side. This kind of Xian paper is the top product of Shuanqing Yunji, because of the extremely high requirements for the shape, color, meaning and appearance of peach blossoms. Only 200 knives are produced each year. Once they are sold out, we have to wait until next mid-spring. Fang Shusheng looked up and saw a girl in a plain pink satin skirt coming up from nowhere. Her face was not outstanding, and her facial features were a little dull. But she had a calm temperament and a beautiful poetic voice. It was like telling a story. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. This paper has another advantage. The girl bent down slightly, and her scallion-like hands took out a cowhide envelope from the compartment of the pearwood chest under the mounted scroll. The girl pulled out a small piece of paper from the cowhide envelope. This piece of paper was different from the display paper mounted on the wall. This piece of paper was made into a square palm-sized shape. The girl handed the paper to Fang Shusheng and said with a smile, "Smell it. There is a breath of spring." Fang Shusheng took the paper, rubbed the warmth of the paper with his fingertips, and the tip of the pen was filled with the faint fragrance of peach blossoms. The girl bent down and opened the first drawer of the pearwood chest, took out a slightly larger paper, and took out a sheep hair brush, ink stick, an ink stone from the upper right corner of the table. While talking to Fang Shusheng, she slowly ground the ink. Her voice gentle and clear. Peach mica paper is a kind of cooked rice paper, with alum and glue locking the paper's surface, and the ability to absorb ink is weak, so it is a good choice for inscriptions, writing, copying poems, and painting fine brushwork. After the ink stick was ground, the girl handed the brush to Fang Shusheng with both hands. You can try it. Fang Shusheng picked up the brush and put ink on the paper. Very beautiful color. The locked paper surface makes the ink clear and shiny. Fang Shusheng put down the brush. It's a bit embarrassing to say that he doesn't want to buy it. With such an attitude and such quality of paper, it's really a bit unreasonable not to buy it. But the price of 88 taels per knife, if he buys it, he may not be able to leave his house today. Scholar Fang thought for a moment and said, I don't usually paint fine brushwork or write regular script. He was a little embarrassed. I won't take the exam until next year. The smile on the girl's face never faded. No problem. Wait until you pass the exam, and then you can buy mica paper. That will be the day when the capital will compete to ask for your calligraphy. The girl turned around and introduced the mounted paper next to her to Scholar Fang with a smile. This is wax gold flower rib paper, produced by Liuji Paper Shop in Xuanqing Prefecture. It is said that the master who made this paper is an 80-year-old craftsman, whose technique is sophisticated and simple and elegant. As she spoke, the girl bent down and took out a sample paper bigger than her palm from the drawer. You can also try this paper. It is also a good choice to copy articles and submit them to teachers. Fang Shusheng glanced at the copper piece of wax groove paper. Oh my god! 98 taels per knife. What kind of article is worth copying on this kind of paper? Fang Shusheng swallowed his saliva. He wanted to try it, but he felt embarrassed to try it and then not buy it. The girl seemed to see through his embarrassment. She smiled beautifully and lowered her voice. You can try it. I also want to see the beauty of the groove paper on ink. I don't have this opportunity on weekdays. Scholar Fang looked at the girl gratefully, picked up the sample paper with care, and solemnly wrote the word Xian on the paper. Unlike the casualness just now, it was really beautiful. His calligraphy was always average, but the word Xian on this rib paper seemed to have increased his skills by 10 years. The girl tilted her head and smiled. Although I don't know how to write. You wrote this word so beautifully. Woo. He really wanted to buy it. Woo. But he really couldn't afford it. Woo. This sister is really gentle. The girl handed the written paper to Mr. Fang with both hands, and took out 3 more cowhide envelopes from the drawer, and said with a smile, Your character and writing are very suitable for the paper in our store. If you don't mind, you can take these sample papers back and try them again. Although she didn't mention buying paper at all, neither selling nor urging, Mr. Fang seemed to have made up his mind and asked in a low voice, Do all the paper in your store sell for 1 piece? Pink peach mica paper. Can I only buy 50 sheets? 50 pieces. About 40 taels. Is his monthly allowance for 5 months. Which is still a bit acceptable. The girl seemed to be stunned by the proposal. After a moment, she smiled again. Today is the first day of opening. I need to ask our shopkeeper. Is it okay? Fang Shusheng nodded repeatedly. Okay. Okay. The girl bowed and went inside. After a while, she came out with an envelope in her hand and handed it to Fang Shusheng. Please write down your address. Our shopkeeper is very grateful for your interest. Why write the address? Fang Shusheng didn't understand. The girl smiled and said, We don't do transactions on the spot in our store. You order the paper, and we will deliver it to your door within 7 days. You can pay on the spot then. The girl smiled neither servilely nor arrogantly. This is a good place for you connoisseurs to view, taste, and appreciate paper. How can you let the smell of money taint such a refined atmosphere? Fang Shusheng naturally developed an elegant posture and even raised his jaw angle. Yes. The smell of ink and copper. The paper is even more fragrant. The paper he liked also had the smell of spring. Fang Shusheng lowered his eyes and wrote down the address, unconsciously handing it back to the girl with both hands. The girl smiled and handed Fang Shusheng a piece of paper with half-blade pink peach mica paper written on it. Fang Shusheng took it and looked at a small seal on the paper, which was a small seal he character. Is your boss's surname he? The girl smiled but said nothing. Fang Shusheng now became extremely curious about the owner of this shop. Which he family? There are no more than 10 people in the entire capital city who can take over a shop at this location, renovated so magnificently. and get the handwritten inscription of Master Chiao. I have never heard of any noble family with the surname He. After thinking for a while, she said, but the He family in Dongdong? The clan of He Qianshan? The governor of Liaodong? The girl still smiled but said nothing. Fang Shusheng wanted to ask more, but the girl smiled and took 2 steps forward. Let me take you to visit Feng Yut and Song. You can get familiar with them. You will be a regular customer next time. Fang Shusheng stopped talking and followed them. When he reached the door, he found that there were only 4 or 5 people in the huge hall looking at the paper. Each of them had a girl or a young woman in a pink satin skirt explaining. Where are the others? At least 20 people rushed in. Scholar Fang looked up and saw that a thick red velvet line had been put up at the entrance of the hall. 2 handsome servants in dark crimson robes stood at the entrance. In the courtyard, a square table with 8 immortals was placed at some point, and tea and 4-color cakes were served. Those who didn't come in were drinking tea and watching the scenery in the courtyard. When one person left the hall, the red velvet line was taken down and one person was let in. The spacious hall always only had 4 or 5 people. Fang Shusheng was stunned. Can business be done like this? Other shops see so many people and want to let them all in, begging you to buy, pushing you to buy, forcing you to buy. But this shop is good? When people come, he won't receive them. No, no, no. He also receives them. He invites you to drink tea in the courtyard. Fang Shusheng took a deep breath. It's still the expensive Mingqian tea. Fang Shusheng stood at the door and suddenly felt fortunate that he bought half a knife of paper. The shopkeeper treats you with sincerity, and you must respond with sincerity. You can't occupy the toilet without taking a shit. Scholar Fang swallowed his saliva and asked the girl, can we make money by doing business like this? The girl smiled gracefully. In such an elegant place like ours, it is not customary to ask for money. Scholar Fang said, Oh! The red velvet partition was put down. Scholar Fang walked out. He was afraid that others would think he didn't buy anything. So he held up the interlayer with the private seal of Xiaozhuan Hai and greeted the group of people in the courtyard whom he didn't know. This store is really good. They deliver to your door. Chapter 370. It's really cheap. Fang Shusheng waited at home for 5 days with trepidation. Every day when he came back from school, he would go to the gatehouse to see if there was any package. As expected, there was no package every day. On the 6th day, Fang Shusheng was at home on a day off, lying on the bed, helplessly looking at the empty walls and the white ceiling. This white wall, it just lacked a fine brush painting on pink peach mica paper. Fang Shusheng turned over, and the soft pillow was a bit annoying. He reached under the pillow and touched a bag of hard silver ingots. He couldn't help but feel sad. Woo woo woo. He had been collecting the paper for several days. Why hasn't the paper come yet? The maid's voice sounded at the right time outside the window. Young master, there is a paper shop manager named Chi at the gate who said he has an appointment with you. Swoosh. A gust of wind brushed across the maid's cheek. The maid seemed to see a shadow rushing past her eyes. And when she looked up again, the shadow had already disappeared around the corner. The private school in the capital is really amazing. In just 1 or 2 months, they have trained their lazy and weak young master to become a martial arts champion. He is really well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical and aesthetic development. The maid thought so. As soon as Mr. Fang went to the gatehouse, he saw a young man with a straight figure and neatly combed hair, holding a dark crimson square wooden box in his hands, standing quietly at the gatehouse. The young man turned around and nodded to Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've been waiting for your day off these days. Mr. Fang was very excited and took 2 steps at a time. In fact, I told the gatehouse early in the morning that if anyone from the paper shop comes, I will give you the sachet containing the silver ingot. You don't have to wait for me to come to your house when I'm at home. The young man smiled and shook his head. How can I treat you so lightly? The sword is given to heroes, and the paper you have found with your wisdom must be opened, touched, and felt by you first. The young man said, put the wooden box on the table filled with sunshine, handed Fang Shusheng a copper key, and then took a step back, leaving a wide space for Fang Shusheng to perform. Fang Shusheng held the key. His heart was excited. His hands were trembling. And with a click, the copper lock opened. And what came into view was the pink peach blossoms all over the mountains. And the peach blossoms and branches were surrounded by the paper wrapped in gold foil as thin as a cicada's wing. The hot stamping foil was tied with a thin red string, and the red string was tied into a knot, which was very beautiful, like a fluttering butterfly. The hot stamping foil was printed with a few neatly written large characters, ambitious people. Yuxian paper. The best paper. To give the best Fong Langjun. Fong Shusheng was about to cry. For some reason, he felt deeply pampered. He really wanted to take the wooden box to the school to show it off to everyone, and at the same time wanted to write a poem. The surprises continued. The young man took out a pink piece of paper and handed it to Fong Shusheng with both hands. You are the third customer of our Xian. This Xian card is given to you. Next time you come, or bring your close friends and relatives, you can go to the second floor of our store to view the paper products. This card is only issued in 100 copies, and is made of 100 pieces of hardened and overlapped Xian paper. In the future, even if you order a high-end product of $300 at one go, I am afraid you will not be able to get this card easily. Second floor? Fonya Song. There is also a second floor? The first floor is already so worrying. What will the second floor be like? Fong Shusheng took it tremblingly. At this time, the young scholar did not know that in 3 years, this card would be hard to find. The young man said, bowed and said goodbye. Fong Shusheng wiped his eyes, looked at the pink card in his hand firmly, and made up his mind in his heart. He must study hard. There is a golden house in the book. Xian. Is it the fault of Xian that the paper is expensive? No. It is his fault. The first batch of customers' goods were delivered to the house one after another. Xianjin leaned on the beauty couch and looked up at the book. Leaning like this, his cervical spine could be a little more comfortable. Xiaohui stepped in from the corridor and handed a parcel of oil paper to Suer, the roasted chicken from Shishan camp. One for your boss and one for you. Put it in the stove to warm it up. Don't put it in the steamer. The water vapor will make the chicken skin soft, and it won't taste good. Xiaohui washed his hands in the copper basin in the corridor with a familiar touch, then sat across from Xianjin, tapped his shoulder, and asked him to raise his head. Xianjin raised his head, and Xiaohui pressed the back of his neck gently. Ah! It's as hard as a dead duck. Xiaohui gradually applied pressure. Xianjin was not struggling, and said with a grin, it hurts. It hurts? Remember? This is my flesh, not your bow. Xiaohui snorted. It would be great if it was really his bow. He could make her string smooth and oily. Xiaohui glanced at the book in Xianjin's hand. There were about 20 lines, all full of words. I thought it was an account book. Xianjin looked up. It's the guest's address. Yishanfang and Jiqingfang are mostly. Qinshuafang and Beiju are second. Changlefang and Dongshanfang are also good. Xianjin turned a page. I expected that the Imperial College would not have many guests. Xiaohui said in a deep voice. The people who live in the Imperial College are all scholars with extraordinary talents, but ordinary families. Most of the scholars, who have a little extra money in their families, who go to the Imperial College to study will choose to rent a small house to live in, instead of staying in the dormitory. Xianjin lowered his eyes and nodded, yes. Xian's pricing did screen out many people. Xiaohui glanced at the book full of addresses and asked, why analyze this? Xianjin smiled and closed the book. Analyze the location distribution above, so that I can understand the next step. The girl's smile made Xiaohui's eyes dark. He lowered his head, and rubbed his shoulders and neck lightly. Xiaohui also casually talked about his job. Brother Huaoyang came to Shishan camp to test the Beijing command in the past 2 days. 2 second-generation ancestors were eliminated. One of them happened to be the youngest son of the Duke of Anhua. He fell down the mountain during training and broke his leg. His mother is the second wife of the Duke of Anhua. Now she is crying and asking Brother Huaoyang to apologize. Brother Huaoyang was so angry that he asked Dr. Chiu to prescribe several liver-soothing and gas-relieving medicines. Xianjin squinted his eyes and listened. His lips curled up beautifully. Liangyang. This is an unexpected disaster. Xiaohui said with a smile. It is an unexpected disaster for him. But it is a good thing for the Beijing command. A bunch of second-generation rich losers should also be trained well. If the 3 guards of the capital were more capable, the abdicated emperor would not have fled to Lumping. Xiaohui is the only one in the whole mansion who dares to mention the abdicated emperor in front of Xianjin. Cue it whenever there is nothing to do. Like desensitization treatment. Xianjin was really annoyed after hearing it once or twice. Hearing it so many times. He felt calm when he heard it again. He had developed a very good skill of grinding water. Xianjin snorted twice. Qiao Hui pressed his shoulder with his hand. The eldest princess never asked about you again. But the abdicated emperor came to me twice later, and said that he wanted to see you again. He also told me that if I could persuade you, my title could at least be raised to a higher level, and becoming a duke would be a piece of cake. Qiao Hui said in a sly voice. I was anxious at the time. Seeing you is one price, and asking me to persuade you is another price. Xian Jin, do the second-generation ancestors of the Beijing command know that this brother Zongwu, who has trained them to the point of almost seeing the king of hell, is actually a very mean person? Chapter 371 Brainwashing Marketing. Fang Shusheng had a happy time for several days. He even served as a doctor in the 6 departments. When his father, who was always strict, found out that he spent more than 40 taels of silver to buy 50 sheets of paper, he miraculously did not get angry and scold him for wasting money. Instead, he frowned and hissed, as if he was recalling, and asked him, What paper did you buy? Xian paper. Peach mica paper, bright and shiny. Very beautiful. Fang Shusheng was as timid as a quail, and said repeatedly, Although it is a bit expensive, but you will know it after you see it. And the yard selling paper, the demeanor of treating people, the decoration of the repair, there is no other one in the whole capital city. Dr. Fang stopped and turned to look at his son. Xian paper? Boss he from Shuanqing Prefecture? Scholar Fang remembered the small seal of he on the pink hard card and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. The boss's surname is he. Dr. Fang laughed, with a calculating look in his eyes. This boss, he has a close relationship with the Zhongwu Marquis and the Qiao family. It is rumored that he is Qiao Fangji's last disciple. It is said that he also has a lot of faith in the Grand Princess. The tribute of Helen Dawei Baz Hangxian last year is now hanging in the middle of Qianhe Palace. The Jiaozi jointly issued by the Ministry of Revenue, and the Banknote Bureau is also the paper she monopolizes. You bought this paper very well. If you buy it again in the future, you can pay it from the public account. It is best to make good friends with this boss he. Although I don't know what is behind her. Making friends with such a popular person will be good for your future studies and official career. After hearing this, Fang Shusheng wrinkled his face and shook his head frantically. Stop talking. Stop talking. I've made my paper dirty by hearing you say that. Dr. Fang, what's wrong with you? In the afternoon, Fang Shusheng followed his mother to the Gaosheng Hall to listen to an opera, which was Xilang visits his mother. Clang, 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 clang. The whooshing and loud and held hands. And the loud and cried with full energy, My son. Tears are falling. The defeat at the beach meeting only killed the Yang family. How sad it is, the whooshing Yang Xilang, who appeared on the stage, turned around and appeared under the beating of the drum. I remembered the past. How miserable it was. I am like a bird in a cage that can't spread its wings. I am like a tiger leaving the mountain and feeling lonely. I am like a southbound goose that lost its flock and flew away. I am like a shallow water dragon trapped on the beach. Dong. 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 The drum hit violently. Yang Xilang turned back and fixed his eyes on the audience. Mother, if you miss me, dream about me, write me a letter on rice paper, and send it to me as fast as you can. Fang Shusheng? Is he really having epilepsy? Xian paper? What did Yang Xilang sing? Xian paper? On the stage, the opera was still going on. The old female role, Shi Taijun, had bright eyes and sang in a long voice. Paper? Where is the rice paper? Dong, dong, dong. The drum hit hard. Yang Xilang, with a wounded face, sang back. Go buy rice paper from Songli Lane in Yishanfeng. Ambitious people use rice paper. My son feels like seeing my mother when he sees a letter from home. Alas! 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 Then, Fang Shusheng saw Wuxing grab the big feather on his head and continue to circle on the stage. Fang Shusheng felt a little bit like he was hallucinating. Why did he hear buy rice paper from Songli Lane in Yishanfeng? Ambitious people use rice paper in Xilang visits his mother. Such a magical language. Has he been too devoted to rice paper recently, causing him to really go crazy? With a cautious attitude of seeking confirmation, Fang Shusheng carefully poked his head out, risking interrupting his mother, who was watching the play with tears in her eyes. Mom, did you hear what Wuxing said just now? What about people with lofty ideals use rice paper? Right? Fang's mother lowered her eyes and wiped her eyes. Yang Xilang needs to use paper to write a letter home. Then she pushed her son's head away stiffly. Don't look at Silang in front of me. Scholar Fong was so annoyed. After careful verification, it was time to make a bold assumption. Scholar Fong came to Gaoshingtang after school for 3 days in a row to listen to Farewell My Concubine. The Legend of White Snake and Dingjun Mountain. Very good. In Farewell My Concubine, Xiang Yu wiped his neck and said to Yu Ji, how annoying. If I use rice paper to issue a declaration of war, I will chase that dog thief Lu Bang to death at Gaixia. Ambitious people use rice paper. Ambitious people use rice paper. In The Legend of White Snake, Bai Suzhen sang to her son Su Sherlin. Bai Suzhen is at the foot of the mountain in the early morning. I have cultivated myself in the cave for thousands of years. My son uses rice paper to take the imperial examination. Ambitious people all use rice paper. He thought that the hard drama Dingjun Mountain, which showed Huang Zhong's vigorous general style, fighting against the enemy, repelling Zhang He, killing Xiahou Yuan, and the Shu army settling Dongchuan should be saved. But who knew that Zhuge Liang would sing it? Old general, if you kill Xiahou Yuan, you will be in charge of the military seal. The army uses rice paper for petitions. And people with lofty ideals use rice paper. Fong Shusheng's toes were about to dig out a 3-story courtyard on the ground. It was too hard. It was really too hard. For a time, the 7 words ambitious people use rice paper suddenly swept the entire capital city. It was sung on the stage. And the children on the street sang this nursery rhyme when they were playing with rubber bands, making pink elephants, and seizing the tassel spears. Even in the recently published popular book Tuli 14 Days, and the latest story book Nuancheng, can we not be sad that spread from Nanzili to the capital city? Xin paper appeared all the time. The male protagonist sent a letter with rice paper. The female protagonist replied with rice paper. The male supporting role folded 1,000 paper cranes with rice paper after getting drunk. And the one next to the male protagonist often said, I haven't seen the young master smile like this for a long time. The lame-eyed steward also steals the show with rice paper all day long. Scholar Fong walked into the private school. He had average qualifications. So it was better to be a chicken claw in an ordinary official school in the capital than to be a phoenix tail in the Imperial College. So, not all the students in his private school had proper work to do. But it didn't delay him. As soon as he walked in, he heard Lin Daolong in the back seat say loudly, ambitious people use rice paper. Scholar Fong was about to react. Lin Daolong took out a plain old gold ribbed paper from the drawer and said proudly, I finally bought it. I waited at the door for 2 hours before I was let in. It was ordered for 5 days. And their lacquer steward personally delivered it to the door yesterday. Come and have a look. Someone touched it. Pa! Lin Daolong slapped the back of the person's hand. I told you to look. Not to touch. He looked like he deserved a beating. Fong Shusheng had always looked down on him. He relied on his ancestors' merits and looked down on those who had studied properly. Lin Daolong rolled his eyes and danced in front of Fong Shusheng. Brother Fong, do you want to take a look? He then acted as if he had suddenly realized something. Oh, I forgot that your father was only a 5th-ranked doctor. I'm afraid that even if you want to buy it, your father won't allow you to spend such a high price. Right? Lin Daolong started to laugh. The manager said that if I have a chance next time, I can go to the 2nd floor of Fengya Song to sit down. If I buy a lot in the future, I will be given a small card with the boss's private seal. It is said that with that card, you can go to the 2nd floor to have tea and read papers anytime and anywhere. You don't have to blow the cold wind in the courtyard. Fong Shusheng was silent, turned around, and took out the pink hard card that was placed close to his body and still had body temperature from his arms. Trying to make his voice calm, oh, you mean this card? Chapter 372 Furious. Lin Daolong's face froze. He looked at the pink hard card in Fong Shusheng's hand, and then at that calm face. He felt like someone had slapped him on the face. Why do you have this card? Lin Daolong was horrified. At this moment, Fong Shusheng seemed to be possessed by the Greek god of pretense. He was so self-taught that he could make people angry. He said calmly, Xian on the first day of opening, I went in and bought half a roll of paper. Brother Chi gave it to me when I delivered it to my door. He said that shopkeeper he was very grateful for my love for it. Yesterday, he invited me to taste the newly dried lotus tea. TSK. I haven't finished my homework. I really don't have time. Brother Chi? Manager he? Lotus tea? Lin Daolong's mouth twitched. Just now. His face was not only soaked, but also soaked. Smelly. Yellow. Smelly and hot. Classmates swarmed over and asked Fang Shusheng. It is said that manager, he is a very beautiful girl. Have you seen her? I heard that Master Chiao often goes to Xian to drink tea and write. But is it true? Is his legs and feet okay? They say that the three houses of Feng, Ye and Song have more expensive paper than the other. Scholar Fang was surrounded by people in an instant, as his background indicated. Even though he had an uncle who was a high-ranking official, he was not a prominent figure in the capital. Moreover, he was a mute man who could not utter a few words. And he was not very smart. He had not even been awarded the title of scholar after all his studies. This was the first time he had received such intense attention. Well, it was also the first time he had the initiative to pretend to be awesome. It felt good. What was going on? Scholar Fang's face instantly turned red from his chin to the tip of his ears. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Dalong's ambiguous words. Since your card can go to the second floor, then take us up there to have a look. Lin Dalong raised his head, glanced down, and was very arrogant. Fang Shusheng's words turned in his throat. It was a bit hard to say. Although the lacquer steward said, when he gave him the card, that he could take his relatives and friends to the second floor to have tea and taste. But Fang Shusheng glanced at the 20 or so pairs of eyes that were shining like hungry wolves in the dark. These 20 or so people. It is said that the tea served at Xian is priced at 10 taels of silver per ounce of tea. And the cakes served on the table are all xingrongji, which are hot that day. He brought so many people to the second floor. Is he going to buy things or to get something for free? The most important thing is that he only bought half a knife of paper worth more than 40 taels at Xian. How can he be so thick-skinned? Fang Shusheng moved his lips like a drowning fish. Is he going to be slapped in the face so soon after he pretended to be so arrogant? Lin Dalong keenly saw through Fang Shusheng's hesitation and embarrassment, and laughed knowingly. Let's go! Fang Shusheng lowered his head and did not respond. Seeing that Lin Dalong was getting closer and closer, he frantically calculated in his mind, and finally raised his head and said in a desperate tone, Let's go! Lin Dalong stood tall with his hands on his waist, looked around, and laughed. He knew how much vinegar this guy had in his bottle. With the Fang family's little foundation, how could they get the Xian hard card? A group of people went to Xian. Across the screen wall, people who were waiting for tea in the courtyard could be seen. Lin Dalong glanced at Fang Shusheng with a half-smile, and pursed his lips. Go up. Fang Shusheng stepped onto the stairs, looked back at his classmates, and walked into the inner hall. Shi Guanzhi, who had met him once before, was writing behind the counter. He opened his mouth, not sure if Shi Guanzhi still remembered him, and even less sure how useful the light pink hard card in his hand was. Fang Shusheng's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Chi. Chi looked up, and the next moment he walked around the counter, bowed, smiled sincerely, and looked friendly. Mr. Fang. Fang Shusheng straightened his back. Lin Dalong's face darkened. Fang Shusheng took out the card with dark patterns and bright red seal from his sleeve pocket, handed it to Kikiki, and tried not to stutter. Last time you said that with this card, we can go to the second floor, and we can also bring a few relatives and friends. How many? Fang Shusheng was too embarrassed to say it. 20 or so is also a few. Kikiki didn't move her eyes, didn't even look behind Fang Shusheng, stepped aside to make way, smiled and led the way from the left front. If you are willing to come, it will be a great honor for Xian. The last time it was Shanhu who explained it to you. She is off today. If you don't mind, our store's third-level manager, Mrs. Zhong, will receive you on the second floor. Do you think it's okay? Are all the waiters who serve customers fixed? The beggars following behind. Oh no! The classmates following behind looked at each other in bewilderment. A curious person stretched his neck and asked tentatively, Is every customer served by the original waiter? Kikiki said gently, Our store adheres to the first-come first-served system. If the customer specifies that he wants to change, then we will change the waiter, and the original waiter will be deducted accordingly. Kikiki's eyes were serious, and she smiled with pursed lips, hiding her vulgar temperament very well. In addition, we don't call them waiters in our store, but counter girls or counter boys. The second floor reception is the steward. The Zhong lady who is serving everyone today is the highest ranking steward in our Xian. Lin Dalong remembered that he had been drinking tea in the courtyard for a long time last time, waiting for the red velvet rope at the door to be lowered. The one who lowered the rope was the lacquer manager mentioned by the pretty girls in white satin. Judging from the looks of the girls, the position of this lacquer manager should not be low. Right? She is a third-level manager. What level are you? Lin Daolong raised his head. With a bright arrogance, Kikiki led everyone through the courtyard and stopped in front of a spacious and bright outer staircase. Then he turned around and smiled at Lin Daolong. I am not talented. Just a second-level manager. Lin Daolong sneered. How can a woman ride on your head? Kikiki? He wanted to let this Joan Darren ride on him. But she refused. Kikiki was a little unhappy. Turned around and gently knocked on the red wooden door in front of the outer stairs. And when he turned around again, he returned to his smiling face. This gentleman. Be careful with your words. The boss of our Xi'an store is also a girl. She has made tribute paper. Met the emperor. And as an imperial merchant, she followed the eldest princess to Fujian to fight against the Japanese. What's wrong with a woman? You can say this here. If it gets out, there are many people in the capital city. And I'm afraid you will have a hard time doing many things in the future. The words were very soft. But somehow Lin Daolong was furious. Who do you think you are? You are just a small reptile from a small merchant family. Businessmen are just dogs in front of the nobles. You are just a dog raised by dogs. How dare you teach him a lesson with words? Go to hell. Lin Daolong was furious. Chapter 373 as it should be. Lin Daolong wanted to be furious instantly. But he remembered what his father said when he finally bought the paper the day before yesterday. Xi'an is not a simple shop. It took 3 shops at once. The shop manager in Beijing said that the owner lives in the Shongwu Marquis mansion. I'm afraid there is something powerful behind him. Lin Daolong had a hard time holding back, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Fang Shusheng wanted to laugh secretly, but he didn't dare to. Lin Daolong glanced at Fang Sheng, and immediately took out his anger on Fang Shusheng. Aren't you going to the 2nd floor? Can you go? We've been standing here for so long, and we haven't seen him go up. Don't brag too much, or you'll blow your own skin. As soon as the words fell, the red wooden door at the outside staircase creaked open. The copper joints were not oiled, as if this sound was needed to show the simplicity and sedimentation. A young woman in a dark peach satin blouse and skirt came downstairs with a smile to greet them. She bent her knees and bowed. Gentlemen, please follow me to climb the cloud ladder. My last name is Zhong. You can call me Mrs. Zhong. I am the person in charge of your ascending to the sky today. The ladder to the 2nd floor is called the cloud ladder, and the mysterious 2nd floor is called the ascending sky. The staircase is decorated with gold and jade, and the tall red lacquer pillars are painted with beautiful auspicious clouds and various patterns. All the wood exudes a heavy atmosphere, and even the tiles in the wall look heavier. The downstairs looks very expensive, but the way to the 2nd floor, just the staircase, makes people feel that gold coins will explode if they step on it. There is a saying that only life and death have no class. Everyone will die, and there is no doubt about this. Everyone is treated equally. The rest of everything, food, clothing, daily necessities, firewood, rice, oil, salt, and tea are clearly divided and strictly hierarchical. The classmates looked at each other. They were all of a group that was neither high nor low. They were not poor, but they were definitely not prominent. Even the most prominent Lin Daolong was born into a noble family, but his family was just an idle family with a title but no official position. Downstairs, they still had some confidence to go shopping, but they couldn't buy much. Up on the 2nd floor, they probably didn't even look down at it. Everyone consciously walked behind him, leaving the sharp corner to Fang Shusheng. At this moment, Fang Shusheng's feelings for Xi'an broke through the simplicity of the buyer and seller, broke through the unfamiliarity of being a newcomer, broke through the straightforwardness of the payment, and reached the peak. He didn't know how to say it, but he really felt grateful to Xi'an. It was quite strange. He was obviously the one who paid, but he wanted to kowtow to Xi'an now. Fang Shusheng walked in the front. At the end of the stairs, a gilded embroidered screen of the 8 immortals crossing the sea stood in front of the stairs. Behind the screen, there were 3 or 2 shadowy figures, whose faces and figures could not be seen clearly, but a sense of relaxation was infecting them for no reason. Everyone stopped in front of the screen. Madame Zhong, the highest-ranking manager mentioned by the manager of lacquer, said with a smile. At this moment, there is a customer in the upper sky who is tasting. You are all young and promising. It is a great honor for Xi'an to meet you today. Mrs. Zhong paused and continued with a smile. The first floor is spacious, but the upper sky is a bit cramped, and the echo is loud. Please taste the paper elegantly. Mrs. Jones' eyes swept across Lin Dalong's face, and her smile did not change. If you really have a deep understanding and must talk about it, please splash ink and write in the hall and express your feelings on paper. If you are not satisfied with expressing your feelings with pen and ink, please go to the open space to show your power. She almost pointed at Lin Dalong's nose and scolded him. You are uncivilized. You make trouble. You speak loudly in public. I'll give you a notebook to clear your words. If you can't finish talking, then I'm sorry. Go to the open space and go crazy. Lin Dalong caught Aunt Zhong's gaze and hated it so much that his teeth itched. Shang Chongshan was indeed elegant and quiet. It was still the curious classmate who poked his head out to ask. But his voice was much lighter. Who is the guest inside? Aunt Zhong smiled and folded her hands on her stomach. Looking like a boss, Xian doesn't know the origin of the customer. Once you walk into this door, you will be treated equally. They are all distinguished guests, regardless of their status. Then what are you doing with the first floor, the second floor and the sky above? As we all know, what businessmen say and do are basically double standards. Even if they check their mouths and hands for a day, they still can't make up their minds. The classmates swallowed the rest of the words. 20 or so young scholars followed Aunt Zhong in neatly, in stark contrast to what Aunt Zhong said about small and cramped. The space on the second floor is the sum of the 3 courtyards of wind, elegance and song downstairs. The branch courtyards on the first floor were all connected on the second floor, divided into several areas by screens, waterscapes, flower rooms and museum shelves. And the ceiling was very high, more than twice that of ordinary houses. The first thing that caught my eye was a very wide and huge wall covered with colored glaze. There was only a piece of paper pasted on the wall. This piece of paper was very wide, as long as a dozen strong men holding hands, with their arms outstretched at the same time, and as high as the top of the floor to the roof beams. There were paintings hidden in the interlayer of the paper, with dozens of lifelike cranes flying with their wings spread, or standing on the beams. Shops and fields. Crane coming to Wei. Someone has heard. It was last year's tribute. It was also the national gift when Wei and Japan negotiated. Aunt Zhong smiled and nodded. Yes. This young man is very knowledgeable. I have reported to the director of rights that there is a small-sized rice paper version of Crane over Dawei in Shangchongshan. If you are interested, you can also take it home. But you need to report your name to the director of rights for record. Can I buy a smaller version of the tribute? Ah! I want it so much. The classmates' eyes lit up, but they didn't dare to ask the price. There was no need to ask at all. Who could afford this thing? Just looking at it was already a great opportunity to follow Scholar Fong. There was a figure in front of us, who looked like an older man. One of the classmates was sharp-eyed and immediately whispered, "That's Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu Bingji, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He's the minister." Oh my God! He's one of the 6 ministers. And he's from the Ministry of Revenue. I heard that Mr. Hu will be the one to set the questions for the next special examination. 2 brave and capable classmates whispered. We can go up and pay our respects to him. We'll never meet such a senior official in our school. One of them was afraid that he would be kicked out of Shangchongshan for visiting without permission. So he looked at Aunt Zhong tentatively. Is it okay? Aunt Zhong turned her head away. Her eyebrows were light, and the corners of her lips were still smiling, as if she didn't hear it. The 2 of them shrank their heads and walked towards that place stealthily. Fang Shusheng was a little nervous when he saw this, and walked a few steps to Aunt Zhong's side. Manager Zhong, let's be frank. Shangchongshan's paper is really unaffordable for us. I came here today with more than 20 classmates, and it's really a bother. Thank you for your hospitality and explanation. If Feng Yuan still has paper for sale, I can place an order. Scholar Fang pondered for a moment. I can order 3 rolls of paper as a fee for bothering you today. The tone was sincere. The attitude was sincere. This was what he had thought about when he agreed to bring his classmates to Xi'an. He couldn't bring so many people to beg for money. He should at least buy some paper back as a gift. He was just a scholar who hadn't married yet, and his family was strict with money. 3 rolls of paper, nearly 300 taels, was all the money he had saved for so many years. Mrs. Zhong was about to speak when she heard a calm and peaceful female voice behind her. Why do you say that? Since you have received the pink paper card, you should have all the rights. Even if you bring 100 people, I will only reflect on the small place and the poor hospitality. And I will never accept your subsidy in the form of buying paper. Chapter 374. It's a Venus flytrap. Xianjin walked out of the compartment at the back with a calm and gentle voice. Boss. Manager Zhong bowed his head and called respectfully. Fang Shusheng had been keeping his head down, and only raised his head with tears in his eyes after hearing the word boss. Xianjin? Why are you crying? So unpue? Fang Shusheng looked over with tears in his eyes. This was too different from the boss he had imagined. He had always thought that this boss he with a strong background, who had blossomed like a fried chicken in the capital city, was at least a smart and capable young woman in her 30s. Now, she was a tall and slender girl with fair and smooth skin, and eyes and eyebrows as cold as the distant mountains and the rime in the deep forest. She was like a piece of beautiful and independent clay-glazed porcelain, and her every frown and smile showed her demeanor. Fang Shusheng wanted to cry even more. She looked only a few years older than him. How could she be so capable and thoughtful? What's the difference between this and others who traveled around the world and debated with scholars at the age of 7? While he played with shit in the toilet at the age of 7 and couldn't wash it clean. Fang Shusheng forced himself to calm down. Just when he was about to speak, he saw his 2 classmates sneaking up to the Minister of Revenue Hu Bingji. He didn't have time to feel inferior, and immediately said, My 2 classmates seem to be disturbing Lord Hu. Xianjin raised his eyes, his gaze fixed accurately on the not far away, and smiled softly. Are these 2 gentlemen close to you? Fang Shusheng hurriedly shook his head. They are just ordinary classmates. Xianjin raised his right hand, and hooked his index finger and middle finger with a very small arc. 2 strong figures appeared from nowhere, one on the left and one on the right, like a frame or a cluster around Fang Shusheng's 2 classmates. I don't know what they said with their heads down. And then the 2 classmates turned around collectively on the spot. And the dog took small steps to retreat stealthily. There was a hint of vulgarity in his frankness, and a hint of guilt in his vulgarity. Fang Shusheng. Can you pretend not to know these 2 guys? He was easily embarrassed at ordinary times, but this was the first time he was embarrassed for others. Fang Shusheng blushed. It is rare to see such people in our school. Xianjin smiled happily. If you want to see Lord Hu, I can introduce you. Behind this screen is the Xianglixu Tea Pavilion, where you can have a cup of tea with Lord Hu. Fang Shusheng's first reaction was to refuse, and he waved his hands. No. No! How could he be so arrogant? He is not Lin Daoang. Then, after hesitating for a moment, Fang Shusheng mustered up his courage and stammered. I am just a student. Even if you recommend me, I don't have the confidence to drink tea with a big shot. But you? A big official like Lord Hu. It is a great thing to visit any store. If you are disturbed, maybe you won't come next time. Don't be too soft-hearted when doing business. Fang Shusheng has never been good at speaking, and these few reminders are almost exhausting all his courage and language organization ability. Xianjin's smile deepened, and he was not in a hurry to reply. He invited Fang Shusheng to continue walking forward with one hand, and said calmly, Let's go forward first. Fang Shusheng followed, with his neck trembling. Xianjin's voice was just loud enough for Fang Shusheng to hear. There are only 100 pink hard paper cards, and a total of 25 cards were issued on the opening day. After that, there were customers who spent thousands of taels of silver at a time to get this card. But I didn't nod and give it to them. Fang Shusheng's eyes widened. 1,000 taels. Xianjin smiled. The capital city is full of dignitaries, and those who have the ability to spend 1,000 taels. If not 10,000. At least 5,000. Turning his eyes, Xianjin continued to smile. Why do you think these people spend such a large amount of money just for this small card? See the paper? Go upstairs to see the paper? See, the tribute paper? Although Fang Shusheng didn't know what the correct answer was, he knew that his answer must be incorrect. If it's not right, just shut up. Fang Shusheng pouted like a quail. Xianjin smiled. Because the value of this card lies in the fact that the card holder has the qualifications to step onto this floor. Hu Bingzi's back was not far away. Xianjin's words rang in his ears. If you have this card, it means that you have the qualifications to talk to people who hold the same card. This right is what those people really want. Any commodity that is far higher than its own value is essentially a circle business. This is similar to the clubs, and gatherings of later generations. The standards for joining the car club Alumni association, golf club, are essentially to screen people, to gather people of the same cluster and level, to share what they have, and to expand their influence, which is the greatest added value. If Xianjin wants to make Xian paper stand at the top, it must give this thin layer of paper a more attractive value. Why do Ma's bags dare to be so expensive? Is it because it is invulnerable to all poisons and weapons? Or is it because it is unique and shocking? Neither. Because in the public's perception, if you carry a horse, you have power and influence. And if you have power and influence, people will look up to you. This perception is the fundamental reason why everyone is flocking to horses. Any successful product that stands at the top has a 451 formula, which is 40% quality, 50% operation, and 10% opportunity. At this moment, Xian paper has achieved 100%. Xian paper has excellent quality. With her dedicated operation and Xiao Fangji standing on the stage to endorse it, there is no reason for failure. Xianjin's smile was full of confidence and satisfaction. Fang Shuxing's palms were sweaty. I only spent 45 taels of silver to buy paper. Xianjin said, I said that the amount of silver spent is not the standard for holding a card. What is the standard? It's me. Xianjin's eyes were calm, and his words were low but powerful. My judgment is the only standard for holding a card. All circles need a center. Why can't this center be her? Once upon a time, she was bound by rules. Now, she has the ability to make rules. Card holders include powerful people like Lord Hu and Chief Qiao, rising stars like Lord Hu Huaoyang and the chief of the Honglu Temple, and local powers like the Chaoyuan and the provincial administration commissioner. Of course, there are also a few young people like you who are still on the road. Xianjin's attitude was gentle and his voice was calm. Fang Shusheng couldn't help but follow Xianjin's footsteps. Oh no. Why do you give us cards? Xianjin smiled. There are two reasons. First, you are the first person to ask me if I can buy half a bag of paper. You really love paper and dare to take the initiative to test the rules. You are gentle and down to earth. But you also have the courage to break the game. Although such people are still on the road, who can tell what they will achieve in the future? Fang Shusheng was a little embarrassed. No. How can you say it so well? He. Xianjin said again. Secondly, we have to set up a few examples for everyone to see. It is not necessary to be powerful to get the card. There are also a few lucky people who are hit by the pie inexplicably. This gives everyone a sense of purpose. Just like buying lottery tickets, everyone knows that the probability of winning is small. But once someone wins, it will inspire more people to continue to be the denominator. Fang Shusheng? Oh, he is mainly promoting the role of a Venus flytrap. Right. Xianjin turned around, and the two had already walked to Hubingji. Fang Shusheng didn't have time to react, and heard Xianjin's smiling introduction. Mr. Hu. You are Xia Qi. This is Mr. Hu, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. This is Fang Tongsheng, the son of the Doctor of the Ministry of Justice. I bow to everyone with great apology. Sorry. Tonight's update may have to be moved to tomorrow. You can look at my IP. I am basically going to pass out drunk. I am really sorry. Chapter 375. Who is that? Fang Shusheng was dizzy until he came out of the Xian door. Boss, he took him to greet the Minister of Revenue. Hu Bingji. Who asked his name, address, what book he had read, whether he had brothers and sisters at home, who was friendly and kind, and asked him what kind of Xian paper he liked the most. He stuttered at first, but later he answered more and more fluently, and finally got a peaceful and humble from Hu. Comments. It was like a dream. Fang Shusheng looked at Xianjin with admiration and enthusiasm. When he reached the door, Fang Shusheng blushed and thanked him repeatedly. I will not let you down. I will study hard and not let others say that there are fake students with pink paper and hard cards. Xianjin smiled and said, I hope to see you on the list of successful candidates soon. He nodded and said goodbye and went upstairs. Fang Shusheng nodded vigorously and backed away with his back to him. When he went out of the door, he tripped over the threshold and almost fell on his back. There was a sneer of arrogance behind him, like a dog, that he just bowed and scraped when you gave her a little sweetness. She didn't even look at you. Just after leaving the Xian gate, Lin Daolong seemed to have lost his voice, and his voice was instantly restored. He grinned and said, you know what? He looks pretty good. I thought she was a fat and round lady boss. Fang Shusheng walked forward with his head down. Xian. In the alley, the blue bricks on both sides were lined up like fish scales, and there were not many pedestrians. Fang Shusheng held back his breath, seeing that Fang Shusheng was avoiding him as usual. Lin Daolong mocked even louder. That's right. How can a plain girl make this business big? Did you see? There are so many men standing in her courtyard. Fang Shusheng stopped suddenly, held his breath, and lowered his head. What do you mean by that? Lin Daolong laughed loudly 3 times. What do I mean? What can I mean? I said that he sure is a bitch. She is a woman, not from any aristocratic family. How can she make such a big business? Isn't it just because of that pretty face and body? A classmate poked his head out, huddled and whispered, Isn't that a bad idea? I think Mr. He is a nice guy. Lin Daolong laughed shortly with a crooked mouth. Nice? What's nice about that? You're also a dog. She's the best person in the world for giving you 2 cups of tea. Why doesn't she introduce you to Mr. Hu? Lin Daolong was holding back a lot of energy, but didn't dare to release it in his Xian. Now that he came out, he bathed in the fresh breath of lawlessness and released a large amount of foul air that he had just accumulated. Damn it! The woman just now didn't even look at him. Even a waiter dared to be sarcastic to him. Pa! What the hell? He still has a title at home, even in the cram school. Who dares to disrespect him? He was wrong today. He must vent his anger. Lin Daolong put his hands on his waist, beaming with meaning, and raised his eyebrows ambiguously to a group of classmates. Maybe it's Master Chiao. Master Chiao is in a very high position. Why would he be willing to give a little girl a question? Pa! Fang Shusheng clenched his right hand and punched Lin Daolong in the eye socket. Lin Daolong cried out in pain and covered his eye sockets with both hands. After a while, he felt the pain, which was not too strong. Lin Daolong put down his hand and sneered exaggeratedly. Your hands are weak. Lin Daolong grinned and twisted his wrist while walking towards Fang Shusheng. Boy, you still need to practice with your strength. I'm afraid you can't serve the young Mr. He well. Before Lin Daolong finished speaking, he heard a sound that broke through the sky. In a flash, Lin Daolong's body was like being pulled by an iron rope and smashed towards the white wall behind him. With a bang, a huge wave of dust rose up in the alley under the sunset light. Fang Shusheng's pupils suddenly dilated. No one could see what happened. A huge blood flower burst out from Lin Daolong's left shoulder, and a simple broadsword was completely sunk into the flesh and blood, leaving the handle without any pattern nailed to it. Ah! Ah! After the severe pain, Lin Daolong screamed. He struggled in vain like an eel nailed to wood, but found that he could not get rid of the broadsword no matter what. The severe pain in his shoulder made his eyes red. Pain. The pain of bones being shattered into pieces. The pain of flesh being smashed into foam. In just a few moments, his eyes were red with pain and his head was dizzy. Fang Shusheng vaguely heard the sound of horse hooves tapping, and looked up in horror. At the entrance of the alley, a tall horse with a dark brown and smooth mane stood there quietly. On the horse's back, a man had broad shoulders and long legs, and the soft armor on his chest and back fit tightly. He held the reins in his hand, lowered his head, and looked into the alley with unclear eyes. There is no doubt that the long sword that was as fast as the wind must have come from this person's hand. Lin Daolong also saw the person coming. At this moment, anger overcame pain. Do you know who I am? My grandfather is Xiang Beibua. I am from the Lin family in the east of the city. The severe pain exhausted his strength, and the words he roared were weak, and could not reflect his overwhelming anger at all. The man on the horse shrugged his shoulders lightly, as if he chuckled, and then he turned over and got off the horse, walking towards Lin Daolong slowly. The black shadow on the ground slowly lengthened, and the body gave people a strong sense of oppression. Fang Shusheng couldn't help holding his breath. Lin Huangyi, who was nailed to the wall, stared with wide eyes, watching the man grab the exposed knife handle and casually twist it back and forth. The flesh and blood were crushed into slag between the blades. Lin Daolong groaned, and his pupils were about to fall apart. The man chuckled again, pulled out the long knife, leaned forward slightly, and his voice was like torn silk. It doesn't matter if you are from the Earl's mansion or the Duke's mansion. If you keep talking nonsense, I will destroy you. The knife was pulled out, and Lin Daolong staggered, panting like a cow, breathing heavily for life. You, who are you, who are you? The man stood with his sword behind him, his red tassel falling to the ground. his face with clear contours showing his anger. Qiao Hui. Qiao Baoyuan. Xian. Upper heaven. In a room. Xianjin buried his head in the book, occasionally turning the abacus. A tall figure walked in. Xianjin sniffed. A fresh smell of blood. Looking at Qiao Hui again. The corner of his clothes was smeared with bright red blood. Xianjin frowned. What's wrong? Qiao Hui pouted. His shoulders moved his waist, swaying left and right, and a hum came out of his throat. Xianjin? Working is annoying. Seeing Xianjin's face fall, Qiao Hui was silent for a moment, lowered her head, and sat down beside Xianjin obediently. Oh, just now a scholar had a fight with someone for you. Although I believe you, you need to give me an explanation. Tell me. Tell me. Who was that person? Chapter 376. Knocked down with one punch. Xianjin frowned painfully, and then looked at the tall and beautiful Qiao Hui hunching her shoulders, looking aggrieved and weak. Xianjin felt a strange itch in his heart, as if his heart was being dusted by a feather. Xianjin's facial features gradually relaxed. He nodded slightly, and asked in a low voice, Oh? Fighting? Who is fighting with whom? Qiao Hui keenly noticed the change in Xianjin's tone. He has always been sharp. If he was a little slower, he would have been fed to the sharks long ago. Qiao Hui immediately leaned towards Xianjin. Although he tried his best, it was obvious that the narrow space could not accommodate his wide biceps and well-trained chest muscles. If there are congenital defects in the body shape, then you can only rely on acquired efforts. Qiao Hui had a hard time. There were two scholars. One shouted that he was from the Lin family of Xiangbei and said some very offensive words. The other swung his fist, and it is estimated that he did not hurt the other party, and his hand should be broken. Qiao Hui recalled Baozhu's coquettish tone. I just gave the Lin family kid a flying knife. A column of blood spurted out. The bones of the kid's left shoulder are probably broken into pieces. Such a bloody thing. It doesn't become cute just by adding a. But Xianjin loves it. Very much. Acting like a spoiled child is the best dowry for a man. She likes Suer's straightforwardness, Zhong's desperateness, Du's tolerantness, Sua's gentleness, and Xiong Yu's demureness. But she likes Baozhu's cuteness and Hingxi's coquettishness the most. Looking deeper, these two people rely on her the most, admire her the most, and like her acting like a spoiled child the most. Xianjin felt very comfortable all over, and the itch in his heart became more and more lighthearted. While thinking vaguely, he leaned towards Qiao Hui involuntarily. A noble birth, and seeing blood again. I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Right? The cold and desolate fragrance of rhyme swept over domineeringly. Qiao Hui lowered her eyes and eyebrows. Her expression was obedient, and her voice was whispering, there must be some trouble. I wanted to kill him with a knife. But then I thought that our new store was opening, and we should not get involved in a murder lawsuit for the time being. It was unlucky. I cut him with a knife. And it was also cut for the capital city to see. To see who dares to gossip about you behind your back. She didn't want to gossip about you behind her back now. She wanted to gossip about you in person. Xianjin raised his head, and the tip of his nose brushed Qiao Hui's chin vaguely, and his long and slightly raised eyebrows narrowed slightly. Everyone in the world bullies the good and fears the evil, and fears power but not virtue. Qiao Hui's throat moved, and he unconsciously followed Xianjin's gaze, speaking slowly and slowly. Yes. So in addition to establishing virtue, we should also establish authority. And kindness and authority go hand in hand. Which is the right way? Xianjin looked at Qiao Hui's lips opening and closing. Although he looked up, he had an oppressive feeling that made people unable to escape. Xianjin kissed Qiao Hui's mouth and whispered, the right way is for you to stop talking now and close your eyes. Okay? Qiao Hui closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her body kept retreating as Xianjin conquered the city. This is the back courtyard of Xian. The courtyard was crowded with people coming and going frequently. Xianjin's hand buckled Qiao Hui's soft armor belt and pulled it off with his own will. Qiao Hui's back was pressed tightly against the wall. He raised his neck with difficulty, but was powerless. The southeast shark, which dominated the East China Sea, was like a drowning fish, flaring its cheeks and feeling hot and unbearable. The doors and windows around the brothel were closed tightly, and the occasional scattered fragments of words did not disturb the two people who were whispering to each other. The court in the next few days proved that there was no small trouble. What does it mean? The current Xiangbei Marquis is an old man in his early 70s. He was trembling in his court clothes, and beat the din when drum to Su Xiaohui. Zhongwu Marquis was successful and famous at a young age, and he was always by the emperor's side. However, he was not humble and respectful, but arrogant and ignored the law in the court. He killed a private school student in broad daylight. His evil deeds, his bad behavior, it is hard to describe. The old man may not have eaten in the morning and had hypoglycemia. He fell down after beating the din when drum for a whole morning. The imperial physician stirred some honey water for the old man to drink, and the old man woke up again. The next day, he remembered to bring 2 white flour cakes to the din when drum in case of emergency. Xiao Fangji was helpless and scolded Xiao Hui. You really can't hold it back. You were kidnapped secretly at night when the wind was strong. No one can tell what happened to you. Going to court is annoying. And now there is drum accompaniment. It's even more annoying. The old man with low blood sugar was just the first step. The second step was the censor who smelled shit like a dog. The censor excitedly reported Xiao Hui 3 times in court, and accused Xiao Hui of colluding with officials and businessmen, degrading himself, and hanging out with merchants and women all day long, without any sense of mission and responsibility as a young general. Degenerate? What is degenerate? Xiao Hui laughed and interrupted the old censor in public. The censor said angrily, Zhongwu Ho and Xiao Shanchan are both in the court, and their family actually took a merchant woman. I heard that Zhongwu Ho was also a scholar before he joined the army, and even had the title of Juren. How can a family of scholars with a clean and honest character be involved with a female merchant? The censor's eyes widened. What's more, I heard that the female merchant broke her promise and embezzled the family property of the master's family, and then set up her own business, and even joined forces to exclude the master who raised her. Such an unfaithful, unfilial, unrighteous and unfraternal person. You and Xiao Shanchan are willing to be hunted by them, which is enough to show your poor character. Xiao Hui turned around and threw the tablet in his hand to the ground. Before anyone could expect it, he took a few steps to the front of the old censor and raised his fist high. Bang! It hit the wrong side. It hit the pillar behind the censor. The old censor opened his hands, hugged the pillar, and raised his hand tremblingly to point at Xiao Hui in the court, punching and committing violence. How can a reckless and evil man be an official in our court? The old censor couldn't help but miss the preferential treatment given to civil officials and old officials by Emperor Zhao when he was in power in the court. Old officials had a transcendent status. Emperor Zhao respected them. Human feelings were vividly expressed in the laws. Civil officials in the court were comfortable, and military generals were content. It's nothing like now. The Grand Princess Bayan in the hall was like a beast out of a cage. With strict discipline, the Grand Princess Bayan did not have much respect for the civil officials in the court, and even expressed many times that the court institutions were complicated and needed to be strengthened and slimmed down, and that the 6 ministries and the capital had many people with poor skills and who were just filling the numbers. They needed to be sent down for training or demoted. Demoted? Demoted? Where would the scholars in the world put their face? In addition, the 6 ministries and many government offices were inspected, and the situation of going to the government office was secretly investigated in the morning, and the time of leaving the government office was secretly investigated in the evening. A table was also made to implement the requirement of reporting every 10 days for the 6 ministries, which made some chief officials miserable. Even the Grand Princess Bayan proposed that those above the 3rd rank should rotate and go wherever it is hard and wherever they are needed, rather than living in a small corner of the capital. Those above the 3rd rank are all old officials. They have been operating in the capital for decades. Where can they go? Where it is hard. Should they go to the outside of Human Pass to eat and drink sand? Or go to Guangdong, Guangxi and southern Fujian to get wet and rainy? The Grand Princess Bayan despised and treated them too badly. She even extended her long hand of rectification to their descendants. The Beijing Command Office in Xishan Camp was originally a place where the sons of high-ranking officials in the capital could make their way out. Just a few months ago, a sudden test caused 4 or 5 young men who had been favored by the emperor to lose their jobs. Now they are unemployed at home, and they don't know where their future lies. All these things happened here in a flash, and the group of people brought by Princess Bayan, the tall and sharp young Marquis Zhongwu, was looking at him with a gloomy look, and the broad-faced and bearded Imperial Guard leader, who came forward to support him and prevent him from moving. Someone, help! Someone is taking sides here. Is it the Marquis of Zhongwu who wants to hit him? Holding him and not letting him move. Is it convenient for the Marquis of Zhongwu to aim at the target? The imperial censor was so angry that he screamed, "This is not the northern frontier. Nor is it the southeast. This is the capital city. Don't bring the bad habits of the barbarians into the court." The eldest princess of Bayan, who was firmly seated on the throne, narrowed her eyes slightly. Her voice was not loud, but it was accurately heard by everyone in the court. "Mr. Yu, are you referring to me, or the Marquis of Zhongwu?" After the silence in the court, it boiled up like water dropped into boiling oil. Some people pleaded for Yu Yushi. Some pleaded for Qiao Hui. Some stabbed both sides in a weird way. And some impeached Hu Huaoliang, the hidden fox, who rented a house in Beijing, but did not pay enough rent, and swallowed his anger, and did not dare to ask for money from the senior officials. Liang Liang? Go to his father. Why did the fire burn on him again? Those who tried to stop the fight will also be sentenced. Although it is normal to quarrel in the court. Yes, quarreling is very normal. The world is a huge makeshift team. You think that the court is discussing matters with all kinds of words and quoting scriptures. But in fact everyone will also quarrel without any temperament. You scold me, I am a Jiren. No wonder I am uneducated. I scold you, I am just from a small place. No wonder I have never seen the world. Personal attacks like these are very common. Quarrels are quarrels. But fighting is the first strange thing since the founding of the Wei dynasty. It is said that Qiao Hui's punch showed his momentum and prestige. And the tit-for-tat between the old and the new, exposing the contradictions between the dozen or so high-ranking officials from outside and the old officials, who have been deeply rooted in the court for a long time, and highlighting the dissatisfaction of the people with the iron-fisted governance methods of the female rulers since the accession of Princess Bayan. Since the reign of Princess Bayan, the wind direction in the court has been a little strange, carefully maintaining a balance point. A slight deviation to the left or right may lead to a huge deviation. Everyone is testing on thin ice. Emperor Xiaoda is still alive. Can he reappear? Or will the abdicated emperor take over the power? Or will their careers in the second half of their lives depend on a strict and stern woman? Qiao Hui's punch broke the thin ice. And everything, all the opposition and speculation were exposed. After Qiao Hui's punch, he was ordered to be confined to his room for half a year and temporarily retired from the storm. Light the lamp under the moon. And the beauty lowered her eyes. Xianjin blew the medicine oil he had just applied. Blinked. And his long eyelashes were still. It's all a show anyway. So it's better to hit that punch for real. Chapter 377 Old Friends Meet. In the study room of the East Courtyard, the bookshelves are all over the sky, with Confucianism, Taoism, military books, historical theories, etc. On the entire back wall, there is also a long sword with red tassels. This is Qiao Hui's study room. Now the lights are dim, and the two of them are rubbing their necks together, and the atmosphere is ambiguous. Qiao Hui's finger joints are worn through a thick layer of skin, revealing deep flesh and blood. The pillar is hung with a hollow gilded relief. The objects that have been there for years hide the poison of time. Qiao Hui thinks it is a small wound and doesn't take it seriously. He still gets up early to practice with a stone pot. The wound is soaked by sweat. After 4 or 5 days, not only has it not improved, but the edges are also a little red. It's obviously infected. There's no iodine in those days. Xianjin took a cotton ball and dipped it in strong alcohol as alcohol disinfection, which made Qiao Hui hiss in pain. After a long pause, he spoke. I'm afraid he will pay with his life if I punch him. For these old civil officials in our court, the body weight of 120 pounds. 119 pounds are all heart, and the rest of the bones are loose and the flesh is scattered. After the first round of alcohol, the second round didn't hurt much. Xianjin said, don't touch water for the next few days. Then he replied, after this battle, you can only be a pure minister. The failed attempt to beat the imperial censor had offended all the civil officials. The second generation rich, who retired from several Xishan camps, had offended all the military officials. He could only focus on following the eldest princess. Qiao Hui said him, and said shyly, I have always been very pure. Xianjin pursed his lips. Has Qiao Hui really come to his senses? He is so far ahead in such a niche track. Xianjin lifted Qiao Hui's chin and leaned in to kiss him. Qiao Hui smiled unconsciously. And after Xianjin finished kissing her, she held her head with both hands and sat on the beauty couch, rocking back and forth naturally and skillfully. Now that I'm suspended from work and not allowed to leave the house. I plan to renovate the house. I'm thinking of removing all the four-clawed dragons with eyes covered on the wall. Xiao Hui tentatively asked Xian Jin for his opinion. There are also some magnificent decorations and colors, which are too artificial. If you don't like them, why not change them? The four-clawed dragons and magnificent decorations both represent the abdicated emperor. Xiao Hui was afraid that Xian Jin would be upset. Xian Jin shook his head indifferently. The four-clawed dragon can be shoveled, but there is no need for decoration. Although it is a bit of a workman, it is a good thing, and we won't waste it. He paused. Besides, I may not live here for long. After the 3 stores in the capital are settled, I will also go around. The old family members are all here, and there are enough people. We should start what needs to be done. 1 day later means 1 day less money. A few days before Xiao Hui's accident, Antu came with Du Juning and Li Sanchuan's daughter-in-law and eldest grandson. Originally, Antu led the errand and took Du Juning to live in the Juyuan of Xuanqing Prefecture to study. 3 years ago, the boy passed the examination for a scholar. This year, he went to Beijing to prepare for another hard fight with Master Qiao. If he passed the examination, he would have some confidence in front of Baozhu. Li Sanchuan's daughter-in-law wanted to go out to work, since Li Sanchun was incorporated into a separate workshop responsible for jiazi and foreign trade. His son naturally followed his father. It happened that his grandson was going to study, so he wrote a letter to Xian Jin early. He didn't have any requirements for his daughter-in-law, but asked Xian Jin to find a good master for his grandson, who must be famous, have practical knowledge, and be kind-hearted, and preferably from our Jingxian county. It would be better to write down Master Qiao's household registration number. Xian Jin casually told Xiao Hui about these things. Xiao Hui's focus was a bit strange. Why didn't Chui Hung arrange for someone to escort the elderly, the weak, women and children? Did they come by themselves? Xian Jin thought for a while. No one should be sent. Xiao Hui lowered his eyes slightly, and his eyes were a little deep. After a while, he turned the topic to Du Juning. How old are you now? 15 or 16? Not too old. Then what exams are you taking this year? Stay for another 2 years. If I am sent out in the future, follow me out for a walk. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. And memorizing by rote is not as good as doing it yourself. Xiao Hui frowned, and rarely showed a bit of old-fashioned attitude. Young people should not be reckless. I became famous at a young age. Look at me now. He spoke like an elder brother-in-law. Very provocative. Xian Jin raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with you now? Xiao Hui continued to frown, with a serious attitude, and said in a serious manner, look at me now living under someone else's roof, and I have to rely on Boss He for support. I asked the Ministry of Revenue, and I know that if I am suspended from work, I will be suspended from salary for at least a year or 2. I don't have any salary in my pocket. Xian Jin nodded. It's okay. The master must have hidden money. You eat your father. I eat my master. We have different paths to the same destination, and everything is one. Xiao Hui, hee. Xian Jin, hee. The couple smiled at each other, showing great tacit understanding. Outside the door of the East Garden study, in the corridor, Xiao Fangji, wearing a coat and limping, almost sprained his ankle. What a perfect match of wolves and tigers. Dong dong dong. Xiao Fangji knocked out the old father and master's compromise and tolerance. Creaky. With a sound, the study door opened. Xiao Hui looked behind Xiao Fangji with some understanding. Such a group of old, weak, women and children came from thousands of miles away. Although it is a peaceful world now, they still need to be vigilant against bandits. How could they not follow an adult man with honors? Erlang. Xiao Hui curved his lips, his eyes clear and frank. Long time no see. Standing behind Xiao Fangji was Chen Jianfang, who was hidden in the candlelight. Xian Jin also smiled happily. Erlang. Long time no see. Chen Jianfang raised his eyes slightly, as if he was not surprised by Xian Jin's presence, and bowed. Bao Yuan. Xian Jin. Long time no see. The 3 of them spoke calmly. Xiao Fangji looked around the 3 people, and finally set his eyes on Xian Jin. Frowned, squinted his eyes, completely ignored the elephant in the room, and found the bright spot with talent, and said with great sorrow, what are you doing in Dongyuan in the middle of the night? Although the teacher is not particular about details, he is at least the leader of the Chaosheng school, the first person with literary style. You haven't. He swallowed the word marriage. His eldest son, who would be named he sooner or later, told him very rudely for a long time not to urge marriage, not to urge inheritance. It would be best if he didn't even mention the word marriage. If Xianjin backed out because of him, he would definitely have another son who would become a monk. To be honest, whether Qiao Hui became a monk or not was not a big threat to him. He was more afraid that Xianjin would back out, and this son would be a waste of money. Xiao Fangji stopped talking with difficulty, muttering, "When Master Chen San comes back, I will have a good talk with him sooner or later." Then he started talking about business. "Bao Yuan, it happens that you are unemployed at home these days. If you have time, go around with Erlang to find a house closer to the Imperial College." With a complaining tone, he turned to Chen Jianfang and said, "The house is so big. You must move out. After all, your business family is rich." Chen Jianfang lowered his eyes and smiled lightly, and his handsome features finally became more lively, thanks to the teacher's good words. "After my mother took over the Chen family's business, the cost dropped by 30%, but the profit increased by 50%. It is indeed the god of wealth entering the family." Chapter 378 Late Night Conversation. Qiao Fangji didn't know the last relationship between the Chen family and Xianjin. He didn't ask in detail. Xianjin came to the capital and lived in the Qiao family. He was very happy. Don't delve into everything. Once you delve into it, the inside will always stink. Although it is said that long separation will eventually reunite, and long reunion will eventually separate. But Xianjin did a good job in the Chen family. He left suddenly. There must be some secret lawsuits in it. It is also said that after Xianjin left, the shrewd and capable old lady of the Chen family lay on the sickbed for a long time. The second son of the Chen family and his wife rarely ignored the shop. They went to Suzhou Prefecture, Songjiang Prefecture, and Yingtian Prefecture for a trip, looking like the lazy idlers of a rich family. The Chen family had been in chaos for a long time. His old friend Xiongling even wrote to him, asking him to go to the Chen family as a teacher of Chen Jianfang to persuade them. Old Xiong wanted to make Xian paper, but he watched the Chen family fall due to internal strife, and he felt sorry for Xian paper. However, his foot injury had not healed at that time, and Xianjin and Bao Yuan were preparing to go to Japan, so he really couldn't spare any time. At this difficult moment, it was the widow of the eldest house who stood up, set rules and regulations, and forced the children of the Chen family to work to have food, and brought this stagnant water back to life. "My mother ushered in the second spring of her career, but my son regretfully failed to pass the exam." Chen Jianfang quietly went to Beijing to take the exam in March this year without telling anyone. "I thought he would soar to the sky. But who would have thought that he would not make the list?" Qiao Fangji did not shy away from showing off his wealth and Qiao Hui, and patted Chen Jianfang on the shoulder. "Since the family is peaceful, you should study hard in the Imperial College. Don't let others laugh at me." Qiao Fangji, who has taught for a lifetime. But in the end, the two most promising men in Jing County failed to pass the exam. Bao Yuan is no longer expected. You must fight for Jing County, for your teacher, and for Qingcheng Mountain Academy. Chen Jianfang lowered his head slightly, and his long eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows on his face, like the wings of a crow. "Until you find a place to live, Bao Yuan will live in the East Garden, and you will live in the South Garden. Don't worry. Take your time." Qiao Fangji felt that he was secretive and great. He even supported his father-in-law, so it shouldn't be a big deal to support a proud student. Chen Jianfang lowered his head again. Qiao Fangji was about to leave after giving a few instructions. Before leaving, he glanced at Xianjin and hesitated. "Master is really worried about you. After all, you haven't gotten married yet." "My girl." Xianjin was afraid that the guide would nag, so he hunched his neck and followed Qiao Fangji out of the door very obediently. Qiao Fangji felt a little relieved. This girl at least has some insight. Satisfied with this girl's ability to read people's expressions, Qiao Fangji naturally thought of another girl. He leaned on his crutches and asked the long-serving servant in the inner corridor, "Why haven't I seen Baoju these days? Where has she gone?" The long-serving servant replied, "The eldest lady went to the east of the city today. I heard that Du Xiucai's mother cooked lamb chops and invited the eldest lady to taste it." Qiao Fangji, "What about now? Hasn't she come back yet?" The head of the long servant hunched lower. It seems that the eldest girl followed Du Xiucai to Jinghu Lake to watch the lanterns. Qiao Fangji frowned, and he felt numb. He really wasn't suitable to raise a daughter. One or two of them were quite outgoing, without any trace of the reserved style of the ancient times. Thinking about Xiao Hui's advice to him not to rush the marriage, fearing that Xian Jin would be unhappy, Xiao Fangji shook his head. Forget it. He also had some problems raising a son. Maybe the water quality at home is not good. In the inner room, Xiao Hui helped Chen Jianfang drag the luggage to the south garden. The yard was empty, and the weeds in the yard had obviously just been tumbled, leaving a neat short stubble, like the cleanly shaved back of a child's head. The two of them had known each other since they were children. Chen Jianfang didn't have much stuff. 2 boxes of different sizes. Xiao Hui helped carry hot water and wash 2 porcelain glazed cups. In the empty hall that had been uninhabited for a long time, Xiao Hui made a pot of tea for Chen Jianfang and brought hot water to heat the 2 cups. Skilled movements. Calm demeanor. Chen Jianfang took the tea and said calmly, "Why do we, the loyal and martial marquis, wash cups and heat tea by ourselves? I thought your mansion would be full of people." His tone was not sarcastic, but rather a clear teasing of a friend. Xiao Hui leaned back. His shoulders relaxed on the back of the chair, and smiled. "There are more than 20 people in the mansion, in addition to the old man who has always been with my father, the youngest aunt who cooks, and a Jean who dries books. There are also a few aunts and uncles who used to do sweeping in the Qincheng mountain courtyard. Even if His Highness gave 10 people to help take care of the courtyard, this courtyard is like fertilized. If you are not careful, the grass will grow over your waist. The grass and trees in the north are strong. If you are not careful, you will definitely cut a bloody mark." Chen Jianfang smiled slightly. "Don't you plan to stay in the capital forever? Otherwise, how come you don't even have all the people in your family?" Xiao Hui followed with a smile. "I've always wanted to find an opportunity to be sent out, even if it's to Human Pass as a lieutenant general. It's easier than serving those second-generation rich kids in the capital." Xiao Hui paused, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Xian Jin also wants to go out and see." Chen Jianfang's smile did not change. His eyes were always warm and clear, and he said, "Oh," and looked at Xiao Hui sincerely. "Are you together now?" Xiao Hui raised his head and nodded. "We are together. We have been together since we came back from Fujian." Xiao Hui also spoke sincerely, and with a sincere attitude, without any perfunctory or boasting. "I hope you don't blame me, or alienate me, or resent me." Chen Jianfang lowered his eyes slightly. The teacup curled in his palm. The burning feeling made people feel the truth. "Why should I blame you? You left for 2 years, and I lived with Xian Jin day and night. But there is still no sequel, which shows that Xian Jin and I have no fate. Moreover, you didn't steal my love, nor did you use despicable means. It was originally I who deserved to go through this battle, and it has nothing to do with you and Xian Jin." Xiao Hui's eyes were deep as he watched Chen Jianfang raise his head and stare at the slightly worn window lattice, as if he was looking through the window lattice at the vast night sky and the stars. He quietly waited for Chen Jianfang's next words. "After Xian Jin left the Chen family, I fell seriously ill. I had a high fever and couldn't get out of bed or speak. It was as if my throat, my legs, my hands and my mouth had changed hands and were no longer my own." Chen Jianfang looked calm, and in his usual calmness, there was a hidden scrutiny and determination. "I couldn't drink the medicine. I was in a daze all day long. My brain seemed to have stopped working. Whenever I thought about something, I would always think about emotions such as regret, great regret, and guilt, and then I would vomit and cry." He must have replayed this experience many times. When he spoke, it was just a calm recollection. During that period, Xian Jin was actually in the orange courtyard near Xuanqing Prefecture. I really wanted to get out of bed and see her from a distance, but I was completely powerless. It was probably more than 2 decades later, after I finished the medicine, I couldn't stop vomiting. My mother came in from the sunset, grabbed my wrist, raised her hand, and slapped me twice. The next day, all my medicines were gone. My mother asked someone to carry me in a sedan chair covered with curtains. Every day at sunrise, she set out from Chen's house to Chongqing Temple. She didn't go to find Abbot Xinhe, but just let me stay in the forest of the temple for an hour. I could lie down or sit. After an hour, she took me to eat vegetarian food. After more than half a month, I don't know why, I was finally able to walk. On the day I could walk shakily, my mother took me to the Baima Hall to kneel before my grandmother. At that time, my grandmother's white hair had fallen out by half, and her cheeks were sunken. When she saw me, she spoke weakly, and could barely understand a few loud words. My mother pinched my neck and asked me to kowtow, saying, "Grandma has never been sorry for the world. But she has never been sorry for me, and threatening with your future can only threaten those who really care about you." I counted about 20 times. And then I heard my grandmother sobbing and crying. She cried for being sorry to my father, sorry to my third uncle, sorry to my second uncle, and sorry to me. She was petty and thoughtful. She was blind and only cared about power and money. Listening to her cry, I felt better. I felt better all of a sudden. I felt better to the point where I could stand up without a cane or support. Qin Jianfang let out a long sigh, calmed down for a moment, and finally turned to look at Xiao Hui, raised the warm teacup, and made a toast gesture to Xiao Hui. I'm always running away. I used my father's death to escape pressure. I used your background to escape the gap. I used Xianjin to escape admitting my own weaknesses. Qin Jianfang smiled. Look, I was so ridiculous at that time. I even hoped to use Xianjin's power to escape the invisible mud that the Qin family brought me. But I didn't think about whether my action would drag Xianjin into it. Chapter 379 Righteous Words. Qin Jianfang spoke intermittently, sometimes speaking for a long time, and sometimes falling into a long silence. Xiao Hui silently replaced the warm tea with rice wine. Wine, at some point, is also a good thing. It can make you confused or sober, make you laugh or cry. With the unique advantages given by food, it dominates your thoughts and mood. Qin Jianfang held the cup in one hand, raised his head, and drank it all in one gulp. But he didn't even know the difference between wine and tea. Qin Jianfang finished a glass of wine, and Xiao Hui responded with a glass. Under the lamp, the two drank to the occasional clear and gentle voice of Qin Jianfang. After emptying the wine pot, Qin Jianfang raised his head and drank it all, with the crisp sound of the empty wine glass placed on the table. Qin Jianfang supported the table with both hands, stood up, leaned over and raised his head. His cheeks flushed, but his eyes were still clear. His voice was clear and slow, and his tone was sincere. Bao Yuan, I didn't lose to you. I just lost to my former self. As soon as Qin Jianfang finished speaking, he lowered his head and smiled and shook his head. No. No. Gold is not a trophy, and cannot be defined by winning or losing. There is no winning or losing. Everything is determined by fate. This battle is destined to happen. And after this battle, the marrow and bones will be cleansed, and the mind will be clear. In the past, he lowered his head and walked on a clearly drawn road. He knew how to lift his feet, how to walk fast, and where to turn. On this road, he buried his head and left the people behind, trying his best to do his best. But he didn't know where he was going and why he was going. Now he has figured it out. When his legs were limp and he was drowning from exhaustion, he suddenly realized the true meaning of his walking in the lush and upright trees of Chongqing Temple. 3 years later, after I graduate from high school, I will also seek to be sent out. Qin Jianfang's eyes were firm. I can go to Saibei, Guizhou, or Maching to be a local official. Studying should be for generations to come, not to help a merchant make a breakthrough and change his family. I was born in the Qin family, raised by the Qin family, and benefited from the Qin family. But I cannot be bound by the Qin family, be controlled by the Qin family, or be narrow-minded to the Qin family. The path that Madame Chu planned for him was very different from his father's. When his father died, his grandmother gritted her teeth and said, "Your father wanted to be sent out, but I didn't allow it." Was he going to be sent out to be a 7th-rank official? I have invested money and people for 20 years. So am I going to let him be a county magistrate who manages petty thieves? You must pass the exam and get the chance to enter the Hanlin Academy. After entering the Hanlin Academy, go to the 6 ministries and don't leave the capital. You work hard in the front court, and the Qin family works hard in the back court. You must be allowed to enter the cabinet and become a minister. The Qin family's ancestral tomb should be smoking. No, this is not right. Studying and becoming an official has nothing to do with power, region, or ambition. It has even less to do with the Qin family's ancestral tomb. Qin Jianfang has never been so clear-headed. Xiao Hui did not answer, but looked at Qin Jianfang calmly. Qin Jianfang kept his head down, and after a long time, he slowly raised it and stood up. Outside the window, the dark clouds were blown away by the breeze, and a full moon was in the sky. Qin Jianfang looked up. with his hands behind his back. Heaven still grants people's wishes. Why don't you try your best? Xiaohui also stood up, patted Chen Jianfang on the shoulder, and whispered, "It seems ordinary, but the most extraordinary. And it seems easy to achieve, but it is difficult." Chen Jianfang smiled, raised his hand, and patted Xiaohui back. "Loyal Marquis. See you at the top of the mountain. See you at the top of the mountain." Xiaohui raised his head and replied with a smile. Xianjin didn't know whether they would meet at the top of the mountain. Xianjin knew that there was a big news, and they would meet for the first time. The same Jikingfang. Unlike the front of the block where aristocratic families lined up, the back of the block of Jikingfang was inhabited by 3 or 4 families who rented a house together. On the first day of September, a shop at the end of the square was decorated with red and green, and gongs and drums were played, without any preheating or marketing. The red cloth on the plaque was slowly pulled down, revealing the word Xian. The few people who were there showed doubtful expressions. Could it be that the popular Xian shop in Jiqing Square has opened a franchise store? After the red cloth was pulled down, the second word came out. A plain word paper. Xian paper. Well, it's very straightforward. Just like Zhang Shower noodle stall. The boss is called Zhang Shower, and he sells noodles. I don't know why. Maybe it's the trend brought about by Xian. These days, some mysterious shop names have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. For example, there is a shop called CE. The name is very presumptuous, and there is no sign of any goods on the simple plaque. There are 2 lanterns hanging high in front of the door, and some green bamboos are planted. When you walk in, you will find that this shop is for drinking tea. When you ask the shopkeeper why the shop is named CE, the shopkeeper looks mysterious and says, "In our shop, refilling water is free. You can add as much as you want. You can add as much as you want." So it is named CE. Xianjin was speechless after hearing this. What's the difference between this and this woman can make me feel comfortable? So I grant her the title of Shuguiran? Xian paper. The plaque was completely exposed to the public, and it was extremely straightforward, like a stream of clear water. The few people looked left and right, and saw that there were no valuables standing at the door. So they dared to step in carefully. As soon as they entered, they were all stunned. Yes, stunned. They had never seen such high shelves. The boss connected the 2 floors of the store and built shelves made of beech wood to the top, which were full of wooden boxes. These wooden boxes are common currency, with a thin layer, and no copper locks to reinforce them. They are randomly stacked, and linen bags containing pepper and glutinous rice flour are placed on them to prevent moisture, insects, and corrosion. Therefore, as soon as you walk in, you will smell a pungent spicy smell. The lowest shelf is still a distance from the ground, just at the height of people's eyes. A person covered his mouth and nose lightly and shuttled among the shelves, exclaiming, "Here! A piece of plain Xian paper only costs 300 wen. Oh my god! A piece of Xian paper is only 500 wen a piece. And rib paper is only 500 wen. My god! My god! The rib paper, with gold sprinkled and engraved silk in the Xian, is sold for 98 taels and 80 yuan a piece. No! Don't compare the price with Xian. This price is only a little more expensive than jute paper." The few people got excited at the same time. A category of Xian paper on the shelf occupied a vertical column. The most expensive one was 500 won, and the cheapest was 300 won. However, the categories were not arranged according to the price, but according to the wooden signs. Some of the wooden signs had Changji written on them, so if you go across them, they are all Changji. There were also Yaoji and Liji and so on, which all looked very simple. Someone looked around, and the waiter in a simple brown gown came up and looked at him without saying anything. "Give me a piece of rib paper." The waiter didn't say anything, but quickly dragged a wooden ladder over, climbed up in no time, took a piece of paper from the wooden box and handed it to the man, pointed to the east, and said 4 concise words, "Pay there." The man exclaimed, "This means that even the warehouse is saved." The man took the rib paper home, without washing his hands. He directly applied ink, watched the ink spread layer by layer, and carefully took another piece of paper on the Xian. The man carefully placed a small ink dot on the edge of the paper for comparison. After careful observation, the man nodded with satisfaction. "Well, you get what you pay for. The ancients were right. In terms of quality, the products of Xian are better. But I only spent 500 wen to buy the ribbed Xian paper. Well, how should I put it? I feel that I made a lot of money. Although the customers who entered this shop in Fong Wei were quite satisfied. It was still deserted after opening for quite a while. And almost all of them were repeat customers. This has something to do with the location. This is not a busy street market. And the scholars who rented houses here and there did not have much time to go around and look around. So until the end of October, the customer flow of Xian paper was not too large. And it could barely make back the investment. In October, the fragrance of late osmanthus filled the air. Xianjin sat in Shangchongshan on the second floor of Xian to wash a cup and make tea. Fang Shusheng came in aggressively, but in front of Xianjin. His anger faded a little, and his voice was very urgent. Boss he, there are people selling Xian paper like you. Xianjin paused with his teacup in surprise. Oh? Where did the Xian paper merchant come from? It's at the end of Jikingfeng. The quality is obviously not as good as Xian. Although it's cheap, it's not a good product. The name of the store is Xian Paper. Scholar Fang was angry and said, it must be some shameless merchant who saw your success and came to eat for free. After hearing this, the shameless merchant, he was surprised and said righteously, what? There is such a strange thing under the feet of the emperor and the imperial city. Xianjin said righteously, Mr. Fang, you must spread the word about this shameless store among scholars. Scold it. Scold it until everyone knows it. Chapter 380 Deeply moved. Fang Shusheng was like an old soldier who heard the horn. He stepped out of Xian with a heroic spirit. Before he walked 2 miles, he had already figured out 300 ways to curse Xian paper. The power of one Fang Shusheng is limited, but the power of thousands of Fang Shusheng is infinite. When one person starts to curse, the followers will also start to curse, although they don't know what they are cursing. Cursing makes you 10 years younger. Cursing relaxes your muscles and activates your blood circulation. And cursing replenishes your chi and blood. Anyway, it's not you who is being cursed. So venting your anger is always good for your body. First, the criticism started in all the schools. And basically all of them were about the Xian paper shop. They were losing face. Stupid people. Cheap but not good quality. Lowering the quality of Xian paper. Then the news spread to the streets and alleys. Some people who want to keep up with the trend must first go to the Xian paper shop to find something to criticize. Right? After going there? Hey, I really found a lot of things to criticize. For example, there are too few employees in the Xian paper shop. And they don't talk to you much. They almost never greet you when you enter the store. They only come up to you when you take paper or pay the bill. They pay you in a few words and never brag or talk nonsense. I must criticize. I must criticize this. I curse like this. The shop is so big. The ladies and the shop assistants smile sweeter than honey. As soon as you enter, they will tell you the production process and categories of Xian paper. And there are many vivid stories. What is there in this shop? The shop assistant wishes he would never show up again. It's really a small temple with many evil spirits and a shallow pond with many turtles. For example, the shells of Xian paper are so dense that there is only enough space for one person in a row. You can't pass each other when walking in between. The spicy smell of pepper is everywhere. And the smell is strong and pungent. Just like this, the business environment is bad. Even if you are here to make money, you should show your sincerity. Right? Paper is so precious. He just wastes it. Another example, Xian paper. The shop is at the end of the alley. Hidden deep. Not easy to find accurately. And the front is not big. With only a wooden sign hanging. Which looks a bit shabby. So just like this, the shops at the end of the alley are all doing business in a shabby way. I really hope that no one can find it. Hanging a shaky wooden sign at the door. Don't you feel ashamed? In the market, Xian is called Fangtudian. And Xian paper is called Fangwaidian. It is simple, easy to understand and practical. After about a month of scolding, gradually, some different voices appeared. Although the voices are small and somewhat weak, they can still be heard. Actually, the store at the end of the square is not bad. At least it is really cheap. I have never used Xian paper before, and I always think it is a precious thing. The first time I used Xian paper was bought from the Fangwei store. I have never bought from the expensive store you mentioned. I think it is much better than the jute paper I used before. Yes. Yes. Jute paper costs 200 won a piece. And the cheapest one in Fangwei store is 300 won. I can save money by eating less meat. Yes. 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 And I heard from the gentle male manager of Fengwei store that there are extra prizes on November 11th and June 18th every year, which seems to be called group buying or something. It is said that the price is cheaper than Jew paper. In fact, the manager Dong is also very good. Although he doesn't talk much and doesn't like to laugh, he will definitely answer you no matter what you ask him. He is a very honest person. It's not a sin for him not to laugh by nature. Right? And more. What's more? They say the shop is remote. The place is small. And there are few employees. Please look at their prices. The cheapest paper sold at the shop at the front of the square is 98 taels and 8 yen. How much silver does the shop at the end of the square sell for? They opened in Shankingfang. Can you still afford it? The wind direction did not change immediately, but it was evenly matched. In the past 10 days, the shop at the end of the square earned 438 taels, 6 yen and 8 won, 918 knives of plain paper, 600 knives of ribbed paper. Manager Xiao Dong stood straight, holding the account book, and read in front of Xian Jin in a serious manner. Xian Jin nodded slightly. It sounds good. Manager Xiao Dong smiled slightly, looking very honest, although it sounds like a large number. And there are indeed many more people coming and going. But a rough calculation shows that the profit in the last 10 days is only 12 taels and 8 cents. And our monthly profit is only about 40 taels at most. Xian Jin nodded and froze in place. Your father, Manager Dadong, is good at dancing and dealing with people. But you didn't accept it at all. Manager Xiaodong continued to calculate. We spent 736 taels to buy the store, and 211 taels to repair and renovate it. These two items alone are enough for us to sell Su Xian for 2 years to break even. Xian Jin smiled kindly. This was the first time she had seen an executive who took the initiative to tell the boss that his performance was very poor. Mrs. Zhong, who was waiting on the side, glanced at Kikiki beside her with some confusion. Kikiki shrugged and spread his hands silently. I am also confused. He suddenly drew a knife and cut himself. Not to mention the tables and chairs we bought later, the waiters we hired, and the 3 meals a day and 1 night supply. Manager Xiao Dong was still chattering and counting, trying to accurately pass on his KPI pressure to the big boss. Xian Jin pushed out a palm. Okay. Don't forget it. I'm thinking of a way. I'm thinking of it. PA finish. Xiao Dong, the manager, stopped talking with satisfaction. I don't know how others do their work. Anyway, he is quite happy to do it. He does whatever the leader asks him to do, and the leader helps him solve the things that he is anxious about. He only needs to raise questions, and the leader will definitely have a plan to solve them. It's a good job. Xiao Dong, the manager, smiled with satisfaction. The most important thing is that he doesn't have to talk to the guests. He says what he knows and smiles silly if he doesn't know. This is taught by the leader. When he smiles, he looks gentle and unfathomable, which is easy to make people hallucinate. That's great. After the 3 executives finished their job descriptions, Xiao Hui, who was lying in the flower room next door and eating pears, poked his head out. Can I come out? Xian Jin nodded. Xiao Hui happily took a bite of the pear. Is Manager Xiaodong a relative of the old manager in Jing County? He's his biological son. Xian Jin answered. Xiao Hui smiled. Is that the reason? The pears are juicy, so they will be sweeter when you kiss them later. Xiao Hui smiled. Boss, a 1,000-mile dam collapses because of an ant hole, and many careers are ruined by nepotism. Xian Jin rolled his eyes at Xiao Hui. Who told you that's the reason? A manager can only have one personality? Manager Zhong is very smart, speaks tightly, is strict with himself and others. Of course he is very good. Kikiki is smart, quick to act. I think 1 step ahead of him. He thinks 3 steps ahead. Very smart. Do you think these two are better? Xiao Hui waved his hand. I won't fall into your trap. Xian Jin rolled his eyes again. But Manager Zhong is easy to make people feel too sincere and enthusiastic. But sometimes it is lost in the eyes of a stubborn person. Kikiki relies on his intelligence and has his own thoughts on small details. For example, he is now in charge of the first floor of the Xian store, and he will unconsciously treat some customers who are not well dressed differently. Xiao Hui listened and gradually understood. Sometimes, being smart is not necessarily a good thing. Xian Jin snapped his fingers. The superiors need smart people, but also stupid people. Manager Xiao Dong is suitable to be a pawn. If you ask him to run east, he will never go west. If you ask him to kill a pig, he will never chase a chicken. He will not even think about whether your instructions are correct. He will do whatever you ask him to do. Such people must be there. And they must be reused. The premise of reuse is based on confidence in self-decision making. Xiaohui smiled and immediately took over Xianjin's words. Xianjin didn't think there was anything wrong with this. As a decision maker, one must have strong self-confidence and self-esteem. Xiaohui shrugged. You sent Xiaodong to manage a shop with a monthly revenue of 40 taels. Which is not a good use. Xianjin shook his finger. No. That shop is the business I am most optimistic about. Xian. It is more about promoting the reputation of Xian paper. But to realize and seize the market, Xian paper is needed. Xiaohui likes to see Xianjin leaning on the beauty couch and shaking his fingers. The beauty is half sitting and half lying. With clear eyebrows and eyes but shrewd eyes. Her thin lips are not talking about rouge and powder, but about the extremely tempting things of plunder and invasion. It makes people excited and look up. Xiaohui sits on the square table beside Xianjin, crosses his arms, leans forward, smiles and squints. This year's pears are good. Maybe because of the heavy rain. They are sweet and fragrant. The tip of his nose is about to touch Xianjin's thin lips. Xianjin raised his chin slightly and kissed the corner of Xiaohui's lips accurately. After a long time, he narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his eyebrows, and smiled softly. It's really sweet. If the initial quarrel was evenly matched, then the difference between Xian and Xian collection launched by Xiao Fu and Ai Rong pushed this quarrel to the peak. Qin Fu was very upset when writing, and once cried to Xianjin, "Your father is a lousy writer. It's good enough to write about eating, drinking and having fun. If you dare to give this kind of thing to your father will let you know what cheap goods are not good." Cheap? What cheap? Xianjin blinked innocently. Cheap goods are not good. So free goods should be good. You don't think I want to give you a fee for writing, do you? Chen Fu collapsed even more. He was already broke. His mysterious private money had long been taken away by his daughter, leaving no trace. These days, the banquets are all held in the name of Qiao Shanzhang. Xianjin thoughtfully poured a glass of water for his cheap father. You write first. If it doesn't work, I'll ask the teacher to revise it. Chen Fu was terrified. He is a cuckold from Yao Qi. What he wrote can be presented to Qiao Shanzhang. If he loses face in front of Qiao Shanzhang, he will not live the rest of his life. Chen Fu worked hard and stayed up for 2 nights, writing very carefully. Xianjin originally wanted to write a commentary with a little academic criticism of current affairs. But Chen Fu still wrote a collection of sincere prose according to his original style, starting from the memory of growing up in a rice paper workshop when he was young, slowly writing about the development of rice paper, writing about the master leaning against the paper to smell the smell after drinking, writing about the new apprentice scalding his hand before baking the wool, and writing about the appearance of rice paper like the cicada wings shining in summer, and like snowflakes floating in the air in winter. Finally, it ended with no matter what form rice paper appears, as long as you need it, and as long as it exists, it will form a fate. Xianjin was moved to tears. At noon that day, I ordered a table of delicious food and wine for my cheap father. Of course, it was on the account of Mr. Qiao. Chapter 381. It's a feeling. As soon as Xiao Fu and Ai Rong's new chapter came out, more than a dozen bookstores rushed to publish single issues. Once it was launched on the streets, the sales of the shops at the end of the square and the shops at the head of the square were basically the same. The shops at the head of the square definitely made more money, but the shops at the end of the square had a long-term advantage. For example, in October, I heard that people from surrounding Songzhou, Wanping, Guangfu and other places also came to the shops at the end of the square to buy. There was even a purchasing agent business. Yes, that's right. In the surrounding prefectures and counties, there were second-hand vendors pretending to be customers to buy paper. Once they bought it, they were very generous, buying it for $200. $200? And then secretly transporting it back, adding 100 coins to each dollar, and reselling it. Xianjin originally thought that this was a rare scene in this era. But Kikiki laughed after hearing it. It's just a trader, traveling all over the country, taking goods from the north to make money in the south. After a while, he said, we can limit the purchase in our store. Each person can only buy a certain amount of paper each time. Boss Chong and Boss Yao worked hard to make paper, and Jin Sanlang worked hard to ship it over. But in the end, these traders made all the money. Xianjin shook his head with a smile. Let them buy. Tell Xuanqing Prefecture and Jing County to buy more goods in the next few months. Don't hide the paper in the warehouse. And move it to Jin Sanlang's ship. Also ask Xiong Fuyin for more seals for the canal transport. And the brothers on the ship will be paid 500 more coins for each trip. Xianjin smiled and said, If we can seize this big business, it will be ours. Kikiki looked at Xiaodong, the manager who was holding his hands and keeping silent, and then looked at Xianjin, who was holding back and didn't say anything. Xianjin glanced at Xiaodong and said, You take care of Li's sister-in-law, Zheng Dege and Zheng Erge for a few days, and let them get familiar with the business process of Xin paper. He turned around and said to Xiong, the manager, Prepare 8 more people, 6 younger girls, and 2 older boxing and kicking masters with some kung fu skills. Female masters are preferred. Manager Zhong responded okay and said, Are we finally going to start building our third shop? Xianjin nodded with a smile. If you don't make money, you will lose money. The sooner you start, the sooner you will get your money back. Kikiki glanced at manager Xiaodong, who was holding his hands motionless, and gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This guy is really awesome. He is not curious about anything. Does he really not want to know what the boss is going to do with the third shop he bought? Kikiki couldn't help but respect manager Xiaodong, who remained calm even when facing a catastrophe. No one knows that Xiaodong, who is neither happy nor sad because of things, is standing calmly. His body is still here, but his soul has gone to the distant Altai. He bought a book about herders yesterday, and is very yearning for it. Although he doesn't know why he can herd sheep all over the mountains without getting lost, he is still very yearning for it. The third shop is located in Shandafang, east of Jikingfang. Unlike Jikingfang, which is mostly populated by noble officials, Shandafang is mostly populated by wealthy families. The Shongwu Marquis, who was granted the old house of the abdicated emperor, is the only family in Jikingfang with a red-lettered iron certificate. Shandafang is in a good location, facing south and facing the main street. The shops around the neighborhood are either rouge and powder, or gold and silver jewelry shops, or silk and satin clothing shops. There are also some velvet flowers, hairpins, and other businesses that girls like. The area is also large, formed by the merger of 2 shops. After passing the screen wall, you can see the big courtyard and the scattered bamboo houses and thatched roofs surrounding the courtyard. In the courtyard, there are 12 small ponds scattered here and there. The small ponds are not big, about 1 meter long and wide, which looks pocket-sized and cute. There are silver plates hanging next to the ponds, engraved with the 12 solar terms of Lichuan, Jingjia, Qingming, Lixia, Mongzhong, in sequence. Small flowers and plants are planted around the ponds. The flower species are just in line with the seasons, which looks naturally beautiful and delicate. The shop was named Pinxian. At this time of year, in the capital, anything with the word Xian in it is easy to become popular. 1 or 2 days after the opening of Pinxian, 1 or 2 girls poked their heads in to try it out. Through the screen wall, they could vaguely see a young lady in a light brown long skirt with indigo-trimmed edges lying on a bamboo rocking chair in the courtyard. The young lady had fair skin and a pretty face. She leaned sideways calmly, and heard the wind chimes at the door ding ding ding. Hearing the sound of the bell, he put down the book in his hand, half-turned his body, avoided the blocking screen, and looked over. Seeing that it was 2 little girls, who had stumbled upon him by mistake, he pursed his lips slightly, raised his eyebrows slightly, and smiled faintly, which had nothing to do with the frost and snow in early winter. Tongue. The 2 little girls' faces suddenly turned red, from the forehead to the chin. The cheeks were hopelessly red. A little girl pulled her companion's sleeve and ran out in panic. The maid behind her chased after her relentlessly. For the first time, she felt the strength of her own lady's legs. The next day, the 2 girls came again, shyly holding hands and entering Pinxian. The courtyard was still elegant and leisurely. The neat and upright sister from yesterday was arranging flowers and grass by the first row of the pond. You, what does your shop do? The girl's surname is Rong, and her grandfather is Chung Bei Ho. Although no one in the family is now an official in the court, they live a comfortable life with their large clan and sacrificial fields. Xianjin put down the copper scissors and smiled. Girls can make Xian paper here by themselves. The pulp water in the pond has been properly proportioned. There are just 2 of you. You can use the bamboo rack to scoop up the paper. No matter how many sheets you scoop up, you can go to the inner room to dry them by the wall. You can get your own Shein paper. Miss Rong blinked. Make your own rice paper? What kind of fun is this? If you are tired, you can also go into the enclosed house. You can use rice paper to make paper fans, paper lanterns, paper hairpins, or small umbrellas. There are also snacks, books, and incense. It is also very nice to put 3 or 2 handkerchiefs together, drink tea, make paper, and spend a good afternoon. Xianjin gently placed the small pine tree next to the pool. There was no smell of the light fishy smell of the paper pulp water wet with grass and trees. Only the faint fragrance of melons and fruits. Well, handcraft DIY. Add atmosphere. Add private space. Add fragrant smell. Whether in the future or now. It is not easy to capture a few girls. If the food is more delicious and the boss is more handsome, there is no worry that girls will not come. Delicious food is a must. Zhang Ma strictly selects and guarantees quality. The boss is more handsome. This is a bit difficult. Xianjin thought about whether to make Zhou Ergu a rough man to attract customers. But when he looked up, he saw that the dog was picking his nose. And Xianjin immediately gave up this idea. Such a masterpiece should be left to soar alone. Although the boss is not handsome. As the future says, a husband is not a gender, but a feeling. For some reason, Xianjin is just right. And he has always had this talent. From the blushing little girl rowing in front of him. You can underestimate it. Chapter 382. You are concubines. Yes. 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 Press down slightly with your left wrist. And slowly sink the bamboo curtain into the pulp water. In the deep autumn and winter in the courtyard. Beside the towering pines and cypresses, and the ever-fading velvet flowers. Xianjin is wearing a short suit. With his wide sleeves tied behind his back by a belt. With his hands submerged in the water. He cooperates with Soar opposite to slowly, but neatly pull the bamboo frame out. A thin layer of wet paper pulp. Like the cicada wing membrane in an eggshell. Xianjin folded his hands and feet neatly to the side. And his movements were very quick. With a flick of his right hand, the film fell to the ground. A true hero never looks back at the explosion. Xianjin didn't need to confirm whether she had done it. And continued to pick up the next piece of paper without blinking. Just very handsome. And this boss, he is too tall. Even taller than ordinary southern scholars. He has a beautiful appearance. A clear jaw angle. A high nose. And simple clothes. He is simple in tailoring and plain in material. He is dressed in dark brown. Cool and close. With his hair tied up high. And only a varnished peachwood hairpin pinned on. Because he needed to soak the paper in water. Boss, he took off the jade ring on his hand and put it aside. Although he was not wearing any beads or precious fabrics. He was tall. He was so handsome. Even if he stood with many noble families, he would not lose. And Miss Rong looked down. Bossy's fingers were thin and long, with distinct joints, like a long, thin but powerful flute. Miss Rong had a red face, and raised her head with some heat, and turned around to cover it up. When she saw the faces of the people around her, she froze a little. Well, very good. All the little girls' faces were similarly red. The handkerchief friend Shui Yangyang beside her bumped Miss Rong's elbow and said, "This Mr. He is really good." Shui Yangyang thought for a moment, blushed a little embarrassedly, lowered her head and whispered, "It's really good." That? Which one? Miss Rong couldn't keep up with her friend's thinking. But she looked in the direction of her friend's gaze, and saw Mr. He lowering his head, raising his arm, and casually wiping the sweat on his face on his shoulder sleeve. Ah, it's really good. Although the positioning of Pin Xian is indeed aimed at young girls and wives. Xianjin stood in the courtyard with his hands down and eyes closed. But, are there really too many young girls and wives here? Basically, the cover room is full. Rather than saying that everyone comes here to make paper by hand, it is better to say that everyone comes here to find a place to sit quietly and have tea, snacks, and recuperate. After the eldest princess came to power, it can be seen that there are more women walking on the street. But many restaurants and tea houses still do not welcome women to set up tables alone. Recommending women to sit in private rooms is already the biggest concession. Pin Xian is almost exclusively a women's business. First of all, the environment is very elegant. And secondly, it makes people feel safe. For example, all the waiters are girls. The two ants standing at the door are big and strong, with cold brows. After asking, I found out that they are both from military households and have some martial arts in life. Of course, the most important point is that pinch yen. In addition to DIY paper making, the rice paper cultural creations sold are also very small and cute. There are already 4 or 5 series of rice paper folding fans, including flower and bird fine brushwork, ink and color painting, and very simple drawings, such as 3 strokes of a pig, simple fish, and long furry cats. These cute patterns, Shein paper bookmarks are also very popular. The material is not bad, but the words on them are very touching, such as nothing is difficult in life as long as you are willing to give up. As long as you persist, every hardship can overcome me. You can make more money if you lose it. But if you lose your conscience, you can make more money. And other chicken soup remarks fighting on the front line of anti-PA. Young girls and wives laughed while watching, and then happily paid for them. The old Shein paper popsicles also led the trend for a while. The popsicles are still the same popsicles. In this era, there is no way to ask for matcha-flavored Häagen-Dazs. Add some salt and sugar, and then use saltpeter to dissolve the ice and coolness. The popsicles have not changed, but the popsicle sticks have changed. Joe Ergu hardened a batch of Shein paper and used them as popsicle sticks, and carved some flowers and words on them. The old popsicles that originally cost 5 cents each have become popular in pinch yen. The price suddenly increased to 10 coins, but everyone was still happy to buy. There are many Shein paper cultural and creative products that Shein wants to make. Some of them are too avant-garde, such as Shein paper cups, Shein paper hairpins, and Shein paper rouge co-branded products. Too many ideas require a lot of time and energy to build. For a long time, Shein lived in the bedroom on the 2nd floor of pinch yen. After entering the 12th lunar month, Shein became even busier. The linkage of the 3 stores needed some planning. The Fangtu store Shein, still taking the high-end and classy route, at most giving away more samples and trials. The best way to celebrate is to directly discount the Shein paper store in Fangwei. The planning of pinch yen is more brain-intensive. The lights in the courtyard on the 1st floor are bright, and Shein in the inner room is scratching his head and thinking about something. Xiao Hui's low and hoarse voice blew into the hall with a cold wind and snow. Are you sure you don't want to go out and take a look? The girl from the Rong family is about to fight with the girl from the Shui family. Shein raised his eyes. Xiao Hui folded his hands, half leaning on the porch, looking up at an angle, still wearing the soft armor of the Shishan camp, and his boots had not been changed, with snow and mud on his heels. Shein put down his pen and smiled in surprise. Didn't you say you would stay in Shishan until after the new year? Why did you come back these days? Xiao Hui's eyebrows curved unconsciously, but his words were a little vague. Something happened in the east, and the Grand Princess urgently transferred the Beijing command to gather. Oh, I won't go home. And you won't go back either? Xiao Hui kicked the frost and snow on the back of his boots on the threshold before walking in. He found a stool at random and put his hands on the back of the chair. My old man sent me a letter a few days ago, with fierce and aggrieved words. He just said that you and the 3rd master have no conscience. One of them runs around with his bowl and disappears all day long, and the other one doesn't go home every day. He doesn't care about anything to make money. Shein laughed. No way. I just went home and took a bath the day before yesterday. Xiao Hui frowned. So you haven't taken a bath for 2 days? Xiao Hui pretended to hiss and leaned forward to smell it, then nodded seriously. It's okay. It still smells good. Shein took the opportunity to hold Xiao Hui's head and kissed his forehead with a bang, then let go happily. What did you say happened outside? Why did Shirong and Xiaoshu quarrel? Xiao Hui said sourly. Oh, the girl from the Rong family said you held her hand for half an hour today, and the girl from the Shui family said you held her hand for an hour, and the 2 of them started arguing. Xiao Hui touched his forehead, which was still stained with saliva, and suddenly felt that he shouldn't be angry. What's there to be angry about? I am the queen for a day, and you are concubines after all? Chapter 383 confirming the rumors. As the night gradually fell, a bonfire was lit in the courtyard. The unique aroma of burning pine oil mixed with the cold and cool frost and snow made people fascinated. Xiao Hui and Shein chatted for a while, and Shein said Xiao Hui out. They went out through a side door. Xiao Hui had some opinions, But he touched the saliva left on his forehead and silently recited the 12-word motto in his heart. The side door led to an alley. It was dark and snow was likely to fall. Xianjin held an umbrella. Xiaohui hunched his head slightly and hid his figure under the edge of the oilpaper umbrella. The broad-shouldered and thick-backed man stood beside Xianjin, who was a head shorter than him, but also tall, and looked honest and peaceful. If you have nothing to do, go home and have a look. Xiaohui lowered his head and hid under the edge of the umbrella. In the alley with only one oil lamp. The man's voice was heavy. I may not be able to go home for many days. The Northeast will finally have to make a conclusion. Let's see what the eldest princess is determined to do. Dad is alone in the mansion. And you live here alone. People come and go. And there are many eyes. Even if you leave a mute guard, there are still some limitations. Make a conclusion in the Northeast? What conclusion? Why is it related to the mute guard again? Xianjin raised his eyes and glanced at Xiaohui, but did not ask in detail. Everyone has work or life that needs to be kept secret. And being a partner does not mean that every last inch of privacy must be shared. Xianjin nodded, okay. I will go home tomorrow. The snow fell on Xiaohui's shoulders, and Xianjin stood on tiptoe and reached out to help him brush it off. Xiaohui tilted his head and gently touched Xianjin's nose with his forehead. The two of them under the umbrella. The man's eyes were affectionate, and the woman's nose was red, which was a beautiful picture of snow scene. Outside the alley, at the entrance, a dozen girls, who had just come out of Pinshian, stared at the snowy scene under the umbrella under the oil lamp not far away. Miss Rong was about to cry, is that Boss He? Shui Yanyan was a little stronger than Miss Rong, and she supported herself on the wet bricks and tiles of the wall with one hand. Quick! Report to the police. Boss He met a lecher. Miss Rong was already crying. How can anyone look at a lecher so affectionately? Don't lie to yourself when you lie to others. A girl from a noble family poked her head out from behind. This lecher looked so familiar. Then 1, 2, 3 heads formed a line. Among all these heads, one had seen Xiaohui before. After a moment of hesitation, she said, is this the eldest son of Xiao Shanzhong? The eldest son of the Qiao family, who came back from Fujian 2 years ago, and was named the Marquis of Zhongwu last year? The heads poked out and retracted in unison. It seems so. Very tall. It is said that the Marquis of Zhongwu is very tall. She's pretty too. But not as pretty as Boss He. Miss Rong screamed and cried. The heads were silent for a moment, then patted Miss Rong's shoulders heavily, not knowing how to comfort her. How to comfort her? Xiaohui was the hottest star in the capital of the Wei dynasty for 5 years. All the civil and military officials above the 3rd rank who had unmarried girls would choose Xiaohui first. She was young and promising, a close minister of the emperor, with real merits, from a famous family, with a clean family tradition, and her father-in-law was an important minister of the country, with a transcendent status, the most important point. She didn't have a mother-in-law yet. Some of them must have heard their mothers talking about how great it would be if they could get married. How to argue about this? One of them had a good relationship with Miss Rong and whispered, it must be Mr. He's passing guest. Who knows if it will last long? Everyone immediately began to comfort him. What's the saying? As long as my best friend doesn't break the law, I support her no matter what. Yes. Yes. I can tell from the look in Mr. He's eyes that he's not serious. That's right. If you really like him, why don't you take the Marquis Zhongwu out through the front door? If you sneak around, you must be a traitor or a thief. This argument is very convincing. And Miss Rong burst into laughter. For the first time, Xiaohui in the alley hated why his hearing was so good. Why he could smell everything so clearly. Since he was caught once. Everyone looked back at the reasons why Xiaohui was confined to his house a few months ago. The rumor was that he smashed the wall in the court and blood was seen. But now after a deeper investigation, it was found that it was the old Marquis Xiangbei who was the first to speak rudely. Who was he insulting? To the young female Xian paper vendor. Boss He. When everyone dug deeper, some vendors who had worked with Xianjin came forward and revealed that Xianjin had always lived in the Zhongwu Marquis mansion. And sometimes when he went to withdraw money or settle a bill, he would go to the gatehouse in the Zhongwu Marquis mansion. Dig deeper. It was revealed that Xianjin was once Qiao Fangji's last disciple. Some scholars from Jing County told all the origins of Xianjin and the Qiao family. Everyone figured it out again and again. And the Civilian Management Committee had already awarded Xiao Hui the official title he had always dreamed of, Xian. The mysterious female boss of Pin Xian is the wife of the Marquis Zhongwu. And all the members of the Qiao family agree and value her. Xiao Hui, who was carrying out his mission in Qingde, has not yet received the news that made him ecstatic. He did not receive it. But the capital city was in an uproar. Some people gave blessings. The man and the woman are both talented. Even the boys and girls around the Queen Mother are just so well matched. Some people gossiped. I originally thought that the boss of Xian had an unknown origin. But now it is clear that the owner behind this shop must be Qiao Shanchong. How can women be so smart? There were also those who sneered and mocked. If I had such strong arms, I could do it. What? You don't believe it? You should ask Mr. Qiao to be my father first. Oh! There were also those who screamed like groundhogs. Led by Miss Rong. As toxic fans and single supporters. They would never admit any CP that was not officially announced. Old man. Don't get close to my sister. My sister is beautiful. Right? Did my sister nod and admit it? If she didn't admit it, you are slandering. You are slandering. Andy Zhong told Xianjin about the rumors in the market. Xianjin listened and laughed. After a while, he stopped smiling and said with a sigh, "That's great. If the school of mind lost and the school of principle won, I would be forced to jump into the well now." And Zhong thought for a long time before she understood what Xianjin meant. She pursed her lips and said, "Preserving the principles of heaven and eliminating human desires. This kind of doctrine should be killed." Xianjin looked deeply to the southeast. Because of the efforts of Princess Bayan, the cabinet of Emperor Zhaoda did not succeed. Princess Bayan? Aunt? Xianjin lowered his eyes. His eyes flickered slightly. And he let out a long breath. The explosion of a rumor is always accompanied by countless unexpected secondary disasters. Xian has always been strict in rules. And Pin Xian, as a cultural and creative base, accepts more people and a wider range. These days, there are many curious, scrutinizing, kind, or unkind faces coming and going. Although Xianjin followed Xiao Hui's advice and moved back to the Zhongwu Marquis mansion, he still kept the habit of randomly choosing a store to go to during the day. During the days when the rumors were concentrated, Xianjin was also in the store. If he was not on the first floor or the courtyard, he was also handling affairs on the second floor. It was the 12th month, close to New Year's Eve. It was already very cold. The snow covered the blue brick floor with a thick layer of white snow. Xianjin exhaled a breath, and the white mist froze instantly. Just as he was about to turn his head to talk to Su, he heard the lobby of Pin Xian was full of voices, and one of the sharp female voices was the most prominent. "Where is your boss, he? Call her out. I want to buy something." Xianjin raised his foot and stepped over the threshold, only to see a woman in brocade clothes standing in the hall with an arrogant attitude. There were also a few girls standing around, selecting cultural and creative products. When she called them, most of them put down what they were holding and turned to look at her tentatively. Xianjin stepped over the threshold slowly and said with a smile, "What do you need, girl?" When Xianjin came closer, she saw that there was a black mole the size of a small fingernail shell on the left corner of the mouth of this arrogant girl. Xianjin frowned slightly. "Hiss? It feels so familiar? It seems that you have heard some rumors about this mole?" Xianjin thought about it, but he couldn't remember it anyway. So he stopped thinking about it and turned his eyes to the handful of rice paper postcards in the mole girl's hand and smiled. "Girl, do you want to buy a post station card?" Chapter 384, Speaking for Justice. Postcard. This thing is also considered one of the representatives of Pin Xian. The post stations all have red clay seals. Since the previous dynasty, there have been regulations on passing through seals. Each post station has a red clay seal, which is a bit like a passport. Since the reign of Princess Bayan, the restrictions on population mobility and women have been gradually relaxed. Everyone's desire to go out and see more is budding. Before the body goes out, the heart moves first. The postcard is stamped with seals of major post stations in northern Chile. It has become the new trend. Almost every girl who comes to buy cultural and creative products has a copy. Xianjin asked kindly. But the other party answered contemptuously, "Postcard? I go whenever I want. Why do I need a postcard to quench my thirst? Oh, I don't want to buy it. There's nothing to say." Xianjin nodded calmly and said casually, "Then please do as you please." Then he walked in. The mole girl who was ignored was about to overflow with anger from the mole. After looking around, she sneered, "I thought it was a great store. Now it seems that the noise you made is just a small fight, which can only attract women who have never seen the world." The mole girl paused. "With a man?" The girls around her looked a little aggrieved after hearing this. They just came to buy some things. Why were they labeled as unsophisticated? Xianjin stopped and turned around. His face cold and his voice indifferent, opening a door to do business. "You should welcome guests from all directions with a smile. But for you who come to my door to insult my guests like this, there is no need to smile or welcome you. Aunt Ming, Sister Xiao, send you away." The two burly sisters-in-law gave an order, grinned fiercely, and walked towards the mole girl while rolling up their sleeves. The mole girl shouted, "I don't know who dares to touch me." Xianjin gently hooked his index and middle fingers on his right hand, and the two sisters-in-law walked as fast as the wind. A girl around recognized the mole girl, and she cried softly, then covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes rolling around. This is the eldest daughter of Princess Xiao and Duke Zhou. There are few girls in the royal family, and this is the firstborn in the royal family. She has always been valued and loved by the royal family. When she was 1 year old, she was asked to be the county lady. Many years ago, she wanted to discuss marriage with the Marquis of Zhongwu, forcing the Marquis of Zhongwu to stay with her every day. She was just short of announcing to the world that he was indeed a gay. But now the Marquis of Zhongwu. TSK. Now all the girls' eyes began to roll around. Sometimes on the mole girl, sometimes on Xianjin. This is the ex-boyfriend who failed to get back at the current boyfriend. Wow. Although I've never been scolded, I'm sure I'll see this kind of nonsense less and less. Xianjin also knows the source. Xiaohui. Men are the source of trouble. Xianjin narrowed his eyes and looked at the mole girl. This girl is not very smart. When it comes to men, we should stick to the facts. There's no point in involving another woman. Xianjin raised his hand, and the sisters-in-law slowed down their pace. Xianjin's tone softened. "Since you don't want to leave the store, then take your time to look around. In addition to the post station card, the folding fan, bookmark, scented paper, are all exquisite." Xianjin has been abused by Zhang's mother for many years, and is very keen on excitement. If two dogs fight on the street, she wants to know which bone they are fighting for. But forget about being the center of the excitement. As a businessman, you can be in the limelight when doing business. But forget about other things. Keeping a little mystery is good for selling goods. Xianjin turned around and tried to leave, but was stopped by the furious voice of the mole girl. "You throw yourself into the arms of powerful men, but avoid us girls. Is this the way you do business?" The mole girl saw Xianjin stopped and sneered. "Merchants are merchants, and there is no cure for being mean, relying on saving Miss Jiao. You stay in the mansion and kiss men in the alleys. I tell you, it's now. 3 years ago, you would have been put in a pig cage and thrown into the river. 3 years ago, Emperor Zhao used Li Gulao to vigorously promote Neo-Confucianism. Mole girl misses that time very much. What is it now? Rights and music are broken. Women come out to show their faces and are sought after. Do men like such unruly women?" Xiaohui was originally just a famous and arrogant scholar, relying on the Qiao family background and a face. He attracted some followers after entering Beijing. She also thought it was okay, so she asked her mother to discuss it, who knew that the man didn't know the customs. And while shouting about having a gay relationship, he fled back to Nanzili like a fly, which was not awkward for her. Later, she heard that the Qiao family went bankrupt and the man had fled, and no one knew where he was. The nobleman had become a stray dog overnight. She was happy and relieved. As expected, she was lucky. A blessed woman would not marry an unlucky family. But who would have thought that the man would come back in glory? He came back with an unstoppable attitude. She was so angry that her teeth itched. She was angry when she heard that the man and the woman's affair reached its peak. It was said in the streets, "What ears rubbing? White hair in the snow. The faint light under the umbrella." She was so angry that she wanted to blow up the capital city. This is adultery. A cheap man and a cheap woman are having sex without a matchmaker or engagement. People are watching this ridiculous look, and they don't know how this woman kneels and licks her behind her back. What kind of vision does this man have? She is of noble birth and has helped him infinitely. This man actually prefers a woman with no backbone, no family background, and no status. Ha. It must be because this woman is good enough to lick. The mole girl saw the woman lowering her head and thinking. And she couldn't help but sneer on her face. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. You are still selling paper like this? Don't teach scholars bad things. If you know what's good for you, clean up yourself and go back to where you came from. Xianjin finally raised his head and was about to speak when a crisp voice rang out beside him. The county lady Hawan kept calling me a bitch and a pig cage. Those who know her know that she is a hard-working person. But those who don't know her would think that she grew up in a rural village and listened to the gossips of the old women every day. Xianjin looked over. Behind a shelf not far away, there stood a girl about 14 or 15 years old. She spoke Mandarin not very authentically, with a bit of a corncob flavor. The mole girl took a quick glance and saw that it was a girl she didn't know. Where are you from? Little girl. The little girl held her head high and stood up in a few steps. My father is the commander of Nurgan. Last month, he returned to Beijing to report on his work according to the order of His Highness. The mole girl was speechless. Now anyone dares to bark in the capital. This daughter of a minor official from a place farther away than the horizon is even acting like a traitor. The mole girl's face became more sarcastic. Little sister, mosquitoes are reluctant to set foot in your place. It's very different from the customs in Beijing. Just keep quiet. Chapter 385. The capital is very good. Xianjin let his hands fall naturally. Watching the face of the daughter of the Nurgan Dusi turn red from excitement, then pale from helplessness, and finally red to purple from embarrassment. Shut up. Xianjin's voice was light. He raised his chin slightly, looked at the mole girl with the white of his eye. His expression was calm and contemptuous. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy to come to my store and insult my customers? Xianjin did not give the mole girl time to speak. Harmony is the most important thing in doing business. But if a boss pretends to be deaf and dumb when his own customers are bullied, he is a grandson. Grandsons are only suitable for receiving New Year's money from their grandfathers, not for doing business. He hooked his golden finger. The woman who was watching from behind finally grabbed the mole girl's arm and shouted, "Sorry for the offense." Then she was carried out of the store by the left and right. How dare you? You are so rebellious. Do you know who my mother is? You don't want these hands anymore. Get out. Get out. The mole girl's shouting gradually weakened until there was no sound at all. I don't know who was the first to praise. It's really refreshing. Then someone responded in a low voice. These girls from the royal family have never known what humility is. That's right. A few years ago, a girl who was about to be out of the royal family dared to call the daughter of Mr. Hu from the Ministry of Revenue poor. I don't know why. The former. Perhaps remembering that although Emperor Xiaoda has retired to the palace, he has not abdicated. Although the eldest princess is in power, she has always been behind the scenes in the name of the female highness. So the word former emperor cannot be said, and it is vague. I don't know why the royal family was so domineering a few years ago. Why? To elevate the royal family, to gradually weaken the official's right to speak, and to achieve the high centralization of the monarch. This is also why Emperor Xiaoda suppressed the school of mind, promoted the school of principle, and raised the power of the monarch. Highly. Naturally. He had to brainwash you and make you completely submit and obey the Su dynasty. In history, monarchs before the Ming dynasty still had the character of listening to advice and treating scholars generously. The concept of monarch and servants reached its peak in the Qing dynasty. The final outcome was not unfair. In fact, from the actions of Emperor Xiaoda, who gradually eroded the school of mind, Xianjin did not quite believe the evaluation of his biological father, the abdicated emperor, and the current Prince Xiao, that he was cowardly but honest. A monarch who has been in power for 10 years and has laid out a blueprint for highly centralized power bit by bit cannot be called cowardly. As for the dispute between the Galau and the cabinet, they are just a trick. It's a very simple truth. You do the things assigned by the leader. So, is this matter your will or the will of the leader? And would an ambitious emperor, who has been on the throne for so long, really be willing to live in the palace and end his life? Xianjin looked thoughtfully in the direction where the mole-faced girl left. The girls were talking in a low voice, and Xianjin came to his senses and asked Suor to serve orange tea and dried peach tea as an apology. I have disturbed everyone's interest today, so today's tea is mine. 10 postcards will be given to each person. Postcards are very popular. Everyone smiled and thanked them. A lively little girl poked her head out. I bet 10 cents that the loyal and martial Marquis will definitely make trouble for Duke Shou when he goes to court tomorrow. Right. 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 I follow. I'll add 10 coins. Xianjin? These girls are very keen on gambling. But can you please pay attention to the opinions of a tool like her? What's there to bet on? Xianjin was very pleased. Finally someone spoke up for justice. Then the voice said, isn't this obvious? We should bet whether the Marquis of Zhongwu will hit the Duke of Zhou in the court. Xianjin? Then I'll bet 50 coins. The Marquis of Zhongwu will throw a punch. I bet 3 taels of silver. The Marquis of Zhongwu will use his left hand. But hit the pillar. Xianjin was a little embarrassed. Xiao Hui was like a superhero. The last time he punched the pillar in front of the Marquis of Xiangbei, it was actually privately instructed by the Grand Princess. As the stakes became bigger and the content of the bets became richer, Xianjin wanted to open the market and become the banker, so as to make this kind of side money. But due to objective factors such as not having registered with the Ministry of Revenue, we cannot do business that is inconsistent with the business license. So we gave up immediately. Xianjin smiled and shook his head, turned around, and saw that the girl from the Nurgan Dusi family did not participate in the discussion, but stared at her with a burning but crystal clear look. Xianjin felt that this look was a little strange. It was different from the look of the little girl Hengxi and Rong. The eyes were very focused, but seemed to carry a bit of inquiry, and even a bit of flickering deep thought. After the little girl from the Nurgan Dusi family received Xianjin's gaze, when she looked up again, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she smiled shyly. Thank you. Thank you. Xianjin smiled back. I should say thank you. Thank you for standing up. The girl from the Nurgan Dusi family waved her hands. No. 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 I'm not good at speaking. But she showed off her power. Boss. Your surname is He. Right? She turned around awkwardly. I heard them call you Boss He. I just came to the capital, and don't know a lot of things. Xianjin smiled and nodded. Yes. My last name is He. What's your last name? Feng. The girl from the Nurgan Dusi family said loudly. My name is Feng Yuan, because I am the first girl in the family. Xianjin smiled and served Feng Yuan a cup of tea, and greeted casually. It's a nice name. Will you stay in the capital for a long time? Feng Yuan seemed to like this question very much, and her eyes lit up. It will take about 2 weeks. His Highness specially ordered to summon us. Not only us, but also Yuman Dusi, Yunnan Tusi, Xinjiang and Cheongzhou Dusi are here. I really hope to stay for a long time. Oh! The first leader met with border garrison officials in batches. Xianjin heard Feng Yuan's desire for the capital city and smiled. The capital is dry and cold. Not necessarily as good as Nurgan. Feng Yuan immediately interrupted loudly. Nurgan is not good. It's far and very cold. The capital is good? Really good. Prosperous and beautiful. I stick to it. Feng Yuan stopped talking, leaned forward with a lively look in his eyes, making himself closer to Xianjin, and raised his head naively. It would be great if I could stay. The possibility is very small. It is difficult for border guards to move. This time, the border guards from all over the country are summoned at once, and it is even more impossible to move their positions. If they are really afraid of the risk of local emperors, they will only make adjustments within the border guards, with those in the east going to the west, and those in the south going to the north. So Feng Yuan may go from the ice and snow world to the hot Cheongzhou. But Xianjin didn't say it out loud, but just smiled gently, and listened to Feng Yuan's enthusiastic talk about what she saw and heard in the capital in the past few days. Little girls love to be lively. Xianjin's favorite is the fragrant and delicate little girl. Don't you think so? Feng Yuan stopped talking with an unsatisfied look and asked Xianjin. Xianjin's tone was obviously indulgent and gentle. Yes. Chapter 386. All wishes granted. In the following winter, Feng Yuan became a regular visitor. She came almost every day for 10 days. Sometimes she laughed and joked with Miss Rong and other girls. Sometimes she came late and talked and laughed with Xianjin. As for people, feelings are formed by getting along with each other. As the first month of the lunar year approached, Feng Yuan had already called Xianjin's sister Xianjin affectionately, and even invited Xianjin to go out of the city to burn incense together 2 or 3 times. I heard that the Wanhua Temple is our national temple. The spring water in the temple is very effective. Drinking a pot of water can cure all diseases. But it is only open to the public in the 12th month and the first month of the lunar year. Sister Xianjin, can you accompany me to get a cup of spring water? The shop was busy, so Xianjin declined. After being rejected twice, Feng Yuanyuan was a little unhappy and grumbled. You clearly said that you would meet any request of the little girl. If Sister Rong invited you, you would definitely go. Xianjin? That's not necessarily true. They are all my guests. The only main house is still in Xuanqing Mansion, where she is busy making paper pulp. In the capital city, the new year was lively and noisy. During the first month of the year, the 3 shops held activities. After the 15th day of the first month, on the 17th day of the first month, Pinxian, there were several boards at the end of the alley, with words and paintings engraved on them, saying things like after the Lantern Festival, the family will be reunited, and the mother comes first in the family. There were also several large paintings on the boards, all of which were women who looked like mothers, some with a kind attitude, embroidering, some with their hands on their hips, turning the soil in farming, some with books in their hands, reading by lamplight at night. The last board had congratulations to my mother at the hour of Chen, and I made peach paper for her. And then an arrow was drawn. Pointing inside, a tall figure in a black woven gold cloak stopped at the end of the alley, stood in front of several wooden boards and looked for a long time, and then walked slowly inside after a while. Xianjin was waiting outside the side door and called out, Grand Princess. He avoided the crowd and led Grand Princess Bayan to the inner courtyard. There was a small flower room in the inner courtyard. Bamboo woven cotton curtains fell around the fence, and bronze auspicious beasts exhaled incense. The coldness of the first month of the capital seemed to bypass this hidden courtyard, leaving only the unique cleanliness and coldness of winter. Grand Princess Bayan untied her cloak, handed it to Xianjin in a friendly manner, and then sat down and sniffed the teacup. I heard from others that your tea is strange and delicious. It smells really strange now. Some fruit fragrance? Add some green tea? Dried cherries in early spring, dried peaches in summer, dried plums in autumn, and dried hawthorns in winter, brewed with green tea, and added some brown sugar. Xianjin smiled and sat down opposite the Grand Princess Bayan. It's rare that you like it. Many people say that I am squandering natural resources and making fun of tea. This is not brought from later generations. I have had it for a long time. When I was in Xuanqing Prefecture, although Mrs. Chu was not objective, her tea was delicious. Xianjin has always been thinking about it. Now that he has opened his own shop, he made it to entertain guests. Princess Bayan raised her lips and smiled. No matter how precious it is just an object. What matters is that the person is happy. Xianjin lowered his eyes and agreed. Princess Bayan has the kind of fatigue of being satisfied with everything that people often talk about in later generations. Her overwhelming demeanor and neatness probably come from this. Princess Bayan talked about the signs at the end of the alley again, and her smile changed from light and indifferent just now to warm. I heard them say in the palace that you are doing some Mother's Day, saying that if you make paper for your mother, you will also give her a gift box and ribbon. How is this going now? Mother's Day in later generations is in May, but now Xianjin himself has said it in the first month of the lunar calendar. The first month of the lunar calendar is good, and it is easier for people to remember it if 2 festivals are celebrated at the same time. Xianjin laughed and said, it is not popularized this year, but if it is promoted every year and persisted for 10 years, this saying will always become a habit. Who doesn't have a mother? Who doesn't love his mother? Which scholar has not learned who says that the heart of a grass can repay the kindness of 3 springs? I think the solar term will eventually become popular. Princess Bayan sipped her tea and nodded. Both of them tacitly kept silent about Xianjin's refusal to recognize his ancestral roots. Princess Bayan asked about the situation of Xianjin's shop, and Xianjin asked about how Princess Bayan spent the New Year. The folk New Year atmosphere is particularly strong. The fireworks by the moat have been set off all night. I heard from the neighbors that this year's fireworks are the most beautiful in the past 10 years. Princess Bayan looked at Xianjin with a gentle look. Really? That's good. The busyness in the palace is worth it. Xianjin thought of Qiao Hui's busy here, from the end of December to now. A whole month. He has not come back much. And even if he came back once, he was in a hurry, took a bath in a hurry, and said a few words to Xianjin before leaving. He didn't mention what he was busy with, and Xianjin didn't ask. Since the last blood transfusion, the capital command has almost become a reserve guard, handling the emperor's immediate affairs. Xianjin raised his head and saw the fine lines extending from the corners of Princess Bayan's eyes. He lowered his head again, and saw that the calluses on the middle and index fingers of his right hand were very thick, which showed that he had been holding a pen for many years. Xianjin recalled Xiao Fangji's previous evaluation of Princess Bayan, like a lone wolf. She doesn't know how to live or die. She never gets tired. She only sleeps 3 hours a day. And she is busy with endless official duties. She is the only king in the history of Wei, and even in the past 100 years, who can personally reply to every memorial. Oh! He can even tell from the officials' greetings that the local harvest has been bad recently. People flatter and make connections, but they are criticized and scolded by Zhu. He also required 5 cabinet members to take turns to guard the Chantian Palace outside the Forbidden Palace every day. And several cabinet elders were often woken up in the middle of their sleep to be trained. If a boss doesn't rest, you will never get off work. Among them, Wang Gulao is the oldest, and has already thought about retiring early. These 2 days, he has been grieving and pestering Xiao Fangji. Why don't I die yet? There are many things to do. You must take care of your health. Xianjin's eyes moved to the pale lips of the Bayan Grand Princess. It's not easy for a woman to be in charge of the family. Not to mention that you are not in charge of the family, but the country. You must put your health first in everything. Xianjin's words were not finished. The Bayan Grand Princess's eyes moved to the northeast outside the window. Her eyes were calm but murderous at any time. The family and the country must be placed above the individual. This has nothing to do with whether I am a woman, but it is closely related to the fact that I am the highest authority in the 9 states of the Great Wei. Xianjin blinked. Princess Bayan turned her head back again, and looked at Xianjin with a powerful gaze. Bang, bang, bang. A few times. The doors and windows of the inner courtyard's flower room were all tightly closed from the inside. The voices of the aunt and nephew gradually became lower and lower from the beginning, and finally turned into a diffuse and entangled mist. The Tibetan fox Liang Yang held the sword in both hands, and stood guard at the door of the flower room with a serious expression. 4 or 5 new guards disappeared between the beams and the curtains. Not even a mosquito could fly into the outer room. And the inner room was Princess Bayan is visiting. The news was like being sealed by wax, and it would never be allowed to leak out. It was getting dark, and the eldest princess of Bayan came out from the side door, and Xianjin saw her off calmly. The eldest princess of Bayan gently pulled the hair scattered on her niece's temples back behind her ears, and said softly and slowly, "Do everything within your ability. Don't charge forward." Xianjin nodded. The eldest princess of Bayan's eyes were like water. "You are so brave. I am both happy and afraid. You know my original intention is not." Xianjin interrupted at the right time. Xianjin knows that it is just that the 9 states can't withstand another white fall chaos. After a slight pause, she said, "My mother's suffering came from this. In the capital city, I only wish there would be beautiful fireworks, and no more rust and blood." Princess Bayan rubbed Xianjin's furry head. When she glanced at him, her expression changed instantly, and her attitude became tough and cold. Only people in the courtyard know about what happened today. Once it spreads out, the 9 clans will be killed immediately. Hu Hualiang was the first to respond. "Yes." Xianjin looked at the oil lamp hanging under the beam. The light swayed slightly. The halo was milky white and soft, and the dust in it floated steadily. "Does King Xiao need to know?" Xianjin asked. Princess Bayan shook her head gently. "No need." She paused, as if looking for the right words. "His personality is not suitable for these fights." Xianjin nodded suddenly. It was the end of January. Not yet February. Beside the pulp pond, Feng Yuanyuan was already very skilled in scooping up paper and spreading it. Her hands fluttered like butterflies. After making a thin piece of grass paper, she laughed happily. Bright and beautiful. Xianjin still looked doting. Leaned over to take a look, and praised, "Not bad. The pulp is evenly distributed. When it is baked, it will definitely be the best one you have made." Feng Yuanyuan pouted. A little proud, of course. "I went to Wanwu Temple with my mother a few days ago and made a wish." Xianjin smiled. "What wish did you make?" "I must make a very good piece of paper." Feng Yuanyuan raised his head high. "I will give this piece of paper to a very special person." Xianjin smiled and nodded slowly, with an intimate look. Feng Yuanyuan followed closely and shook Xianjin's sleeve, mumbling coquettishly, "The day after tomorrow is the last day of the first lunar month. The next opening of Wanwu Temple will be next year. Come on. Come on. I'll ask my mother to prepare the carriage and servants. And you just go. I'll take you to many places. Xiaoyun Peak. Quanjin Creek. There are also vegetarian dishes and fried vegetarian meatballs in the hall. It would be best if we stay one more night. Feng Yuanyuan leaned close to Xianjin's ear and whispered to him innocently, also, there is a Taoist temple called Qiushou Temple below Wanwu Temple. The little Taoist priests inside are all red-lipped and white-toothed. So cute. Xianjin blinked and whispered back, there is already a Hedong lion at home. Let's just not tell him. Feng Yuanyuan laughed, we will set off after lunch the day after tomorrow. It will take 2 hours to get there. It's just right to eat vegetarian food and stay overnight. The next morning, we will get up early to pray for spring water and listen to Buddhist scriptures. Feng Yuanyuan blinked. There is also Taoism. Xianjin lowered his eyes slightly, as if thinking. Feng Yuanyuan looked at her expectantly. After a while, he nodded, okay. Let's do it according to your schedule. Chapter 387 I want her to die. Just as Feng Yuanyuan said, she has arranged everything. Xianjin only needs to send someone. Suer and Aunt Joan were left at home by Xianjin. The mute guards Haixing and Shanhu were also sent away. Xianjin got on the carriage alone. The whole journey was top-notch luxury. The carriage was padded with thick cushions. And in the middle was a small and exquisite rosewood side table. The center of the tabletop was hollowed out. And a shallow copper incense burner was dug out. The auspicious beast on it was lifelike. And the unicorn's hind paws leaped forward, as if it would jump onto people's shoulders in the next second. Xianjin sat quietly on the left, sniffed, and smelled the sweet fragrance. This fragrance is so nice and unique. It seems that no girl has ever used it before? Feng Yuanyuan raised her head, smiling proudly. This is made by the emperor, produced by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Ordinary people can't get it. Xianjin glanced at her. Feng Yuanyuan realized that she had said something wrong, smiled with 2 dimples, and stuck to the outside of Xianjin's arm, and said coquettishly, I also asked many people to buy it. If you think it smells good, I will go to ask for some when we return to the city. Xianjin smiled and nodded, thank you then. Feng Yuanyuan smiled even sweeter, leaning on Xianjin's shoulder, chattering about the interesting things that happened in the capital city recently. The Shen family has been in turmoil recently. A young man in the family publicly discussed the bloody hand of the eldest princess, and was reported for killing people. The whole Shen family was investigated, led by Lord Hu Huoliang. 4 or 5 people entered the Shen family, and stayed there to investigate. The family's sacrificial fields and rents have been investigated for 3 consecutive years. Shen family? Xianjin let Feng Yuanyuan hold his arm. Feng Yuanyuan narrowed her eyes. Her eyes became a slit, and she covered her mouth and laughed. It's the mole who made a big fuss in Pinxian last time. Oh! Is this the Dawei version of my father is Li Gang? Xianjin was not very interested, so he started the 3-step chat with the scumbag. Starting with O? It can be like this? Really? It's really unexpected. And in the end, he really didn't want to continue. So he just said well, and let the other party smoothly transition to the next topic. It's easy to use, and doesn't require thinking. Next time when Xiaohui is nagging, try it with him. The carriage ran fast, and the sky gradually darkened. Finally, we arrived at the Wanwu Temple. Wanwu Temple is closer to Jianzhou Prefecture than in the capital city. It takes 4 hours of carriage to travel from the capital city. But it only takes 2 hours to travel from Wanwu Temple to Jianzhou Prefecture. It is considered a relatively famous temple in the capital city of Wei. There are 2 sources of fame. One is that it is a royal temple, which is directly managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The monks and nuns in the temple are either girls and wives from the royal family or officials who are devoted to Buddhism, or women who have made mistakes that are difficult to cover up but have saved their lives, or abandoned concubines. The second is that this temple has a high reputation in the local area. In recent decades, when natural disasters occurred, Wanwu Temple has stepped forward to either release disaster relief grain or pills, and has accumulated a lot of popularity and a good popular base. The nunnery host was a kind-looking old nun who came to greet them at the door. After seeing the 2 of them, she put her hands together and chanted Amitabha. She didn't look at Xianjin, but only spoke to Feng Yuanyuan. You are here? Is it okay to stay in Shelly Pavilion today? Can you have dinner? There are some soups, but there are no main dishes. As she spoke, she walked in. There were not many young monks and nuns. All of them were elderly nuns, walking quickly in the corridors in groups of 3 or 2 with their heads down. Across the courtyard, in the corridor not far away, a nun in a grey hemp monk's robe turned her back to the inner hall, looking quiet and lonely, with a thin and bent back, somewhat out of place in the busy crowd. Xianjin noticed that Feng Yuanyuan's eyes lingered on the back of the nun. A look of attachment and dependence flashed across his face. Xianjin stopped and turned to ask the host, "That nun looks a little sad. Who is she?" Feng Yuanyuan's expression suddenly became nervous. The host lowered his eyes slightly, still not looking at Xianjin, and replied sideways, "It's Master Jing Kong." Originally, Xianjin continued to ask. The host's tone suddenly became a little bad. "Inside the temple is outside the 6 realms. The past is like dust. Once you enter this door, it is not important." Feng Yuanyuan lowered her head and whispered, "Don't ask. The nuns here are all from the capital city and are well known. Many of them are monks who don't shave their heads. We can't afford to offend them. This host is by duo." Feng Yuanyuan stopped talking. "Anyway, don't ask. Let's not cause trouble. Okay?" Xianjin nodded, stopped pestering, and walked straight forward. Feng Yuanyuan sighed slightly when he saw this, as if he was relieved. Not far from Shelly Pavilion, Xianjin and Feng Yuanyuan lived separately, one in the east wing and the other in the west wing. After drinking red bean soup, Xianjin stared at the candlelight closely. After a while, he felt sleepy and fell asleep. When Xianjin opened her eyes again, it was pitch black all around. Her hands were tied behind her back. Her mouth was wrapped in a layer of gauze, and her eyes were covered in vein. It was so dark, and her night vision was very weak. So covering her eyes or not was actually a small matter. How could they tie someone up without even doing any preparation? Xianjin thought. After losing her sense of sight, her sense of smell and hearing developed involuntarily. It was the smell of grass and soil, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves kicking and the wind whistling through the wooden boards. Oh! And the sound of clothes rubbing against each other when people moved. Xianjin deliberately uttered a moan to indicate that he was awake. The sound of fabric rubbing stopped. In the darkness, a heavy exhalation sounded, and then a faint halo flickered in the carriage. Xianjin's blindfold was torn off. The halo came closer, and with it came the pale and thin face next to the fire starter. It was a woman with dull eyes, drooping eyelids, sunken eye sockets, but tightly pursed lips, wearing black linen clothes, with her head wrapped in black cloth, and no trace of hair on her temples and forehead. Xianjin squinted his eyes, forcing himself to adapt to the weak light source, and looked away. Next to the woman sat Feng Yuanyuan, who looked attached. "Aunt, they don't allow us to take off the blindfold." Feng Yuanyuan hesitated. The aunt she was talking about sneered, her eyes moving back and forth. "They don't allow. What qualifications do they have to order me?" Feng Yuanyuan rubbed her knees with her palms anxiously. The old woman approached with a fire starter, and the flames were only a few millimeters away from Xianjin's face. A slight exhalation might burn Xianjin's face. At first glance, he looks like him. But at a closer look, he doesn't look like him. The woman murmured in fascination, "He looks more like him, with thin and long eyebrows and eyes. And he looks cunning and clever." Xianjin's eyes showed fear and terror at the right time. The woman's eyes crawled all over Xianjin's face inch by inch, as if looking at another person through this layer of skin. The woman stretched out her hand and pinched Xianjin's cheek flesh. The long and thin nails were imprinted in the flesh. Xianjin hissed in pain. The woman immediately laughed. Xianjin glanced at Feng Yuanyuan. She was still a little nervous, as if she was afraid that this old woman would do something. Xianjin suddenly felt speechless. This woman would definitely do something, although the hope was slim. But covering her eyes at least left her a chance to survive. The woman took off her blindfold as soon as she came, and used a fire stick to let her see the facial features of the person bit by bit. This was fucking forcing her to death. Chapter 388, exhausting the whole army. As expected, the old nun's hand slid down Xianjin's face to Xianjin's neck. The old fingers rubbed the carotid artery of the neck vaguely. In the silent space, Xianjin could hear 2 bang 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 heartbeats. Xianjin put his hands behind his back, stared at the old nun with wide eyes, but glanced around vaguely, perhaps to hide from others. The carriage was narrow and cramped, and the sight was clear in a flash. And the old nun was thin, with empty clothes, and narrow sleeves tightly attached to the dry wrists. And there was no possibility of hiding. Xianjin did not see the weapon with cold light. Because of his weak night vision, Xianjin's hearing was better than usual in the dark and enclosed space. He could only hear the sound of the wheels of a small carriage. There was no one else around. This meant that, at least for a moment, the old nun could not kill her. Xianjin tightly grasped the ruby and sapphire dagger in his sleeve, facing the faint halo, and looked around the old nun in front of him again. He could not see clearly, but he could see that the old nun was very narrow and swaying in the carriage, and seemed to slide down to the ground immediately with the next bump. Xianjin compared the two sides' figures and strengths, and was very sure, once a violent conflict broke out, she could easily kill the old nun, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. But she was not prepared to do so. Xianjin lowered his eyes, and immediately leaned back in fear to avoid the old nun's dry hands, and cast his eyes at Feng Yuan in fear. Xianjin's eyes, the intention to ask for help, were too scorching. Feng Yuan immediately woke up like a hammer, stretched out her hand and grabbed the old nun's wrist, lowered her voice, and said sternly, "Aunt, they want her to live. Think about the Lu family." The old nun's hand paused. Her eyes dimmed, and she slowly withdrew her right hand. Feng Yuan let out a long sigh, turned to Xianjin and said, "I saved you. And it also fulfilled our friendship." Xianjin, then you are really good at calculating. For the rest of the journey, the three of them faced each other, and no one spoke. The carriage was bumpy, and Xianjin closed his eyes and fell asleep in a short while. Feng Yuan was stunned. She fell asleep like this? The old nun's eyes were dim. She looks like her aunt. After a pause, he sneered, not like her mother. Shaking all the way, walking through the bushes and forests, avoiding the official road and the passing pedestrian convoys, heading north from a remote valley. The sky changed from dark to dim, and then night fell, and the surroundings were silent. One day and one night, without stopping. Not only Xianjin, but also Feng Yuan was drowsy and woke and dreamed. Only the old nun had a bright look in her eyes, very much like an oil lamp that was about to run out. The flame jumped high, but revealed signs of decay. Xianjin, this woman always has a crazy feeling that she will die after finishing this job. At midnight on the second day, I passed through a dark and deep cave entrance, and suddenly the lights were bright. I came to a hidden village hidden in the mountains. There were two towering fire pots at the village entrance, and the blazing fire seemed to illuminate the dark sky. Xianjin squinted his eyes reflexively, looking out from the blown curtain of the car, and saw a sentry every 3 meters behind the fire pot. The village was built on the mountain, relying on the deep and winding ancient great wall, like a smooth curved knife back. The steep terrain is the most natural line of defense. A faint salty and wet smell lingered at the tip of the nose. As soon as the carriage entered the village, the horse neighed and stopped at the intersection. Xianjin got off the carriage with Feng Yuan and the old nun in the middle, followed the black-clothed man who had been waiting at the intersection, and soon walked to the attic hidden in the center of the village. The black-clothed man made a please-come-up gesture. Xianjin's hands were still tied behind his back, and his mouth was still covered with a black cloth, because he had been riding in the carriage for a long time. His steps were unsteady. He walked up to the attic with a light and heavy step, and walked around the screen. Xianjin finally saw the man. Xianjin had never seen him, but instinctively, it was him. The man in black pulled away the black cloth covering her mouth and eyes. Xianjin lowered her head and blinked fiercely. The other party's voice disappeared in the darkness. "Finally, I see you." The fires in the house lit up one by one. Xianjin finally raised his eyes. Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man with his hands casually placed on the handles of the chair, with sloping shoulders and a moderate figure. Xianjin opened his lips. "Emperor Zhao. Is it?" The man shook his head slowly, and after a moment, he said, "You should call me uncle." Someone beside him offered tea, cakes, and a smaller armchair. Xianjin twisted his wrist, raised his stiff neck, sat down calmly and generously, lowered his head to sip tea, and then sighed with satisfaction. "Ah, hot water is so comfortable." All the way was cold water and dry buns. Emperor Zhao smiled, leaned forward, and his face finally appeared in the light. "It's hard all the way." Xianjin looked at the face that was 50% similar to the former Emperor Sun and the current Prince Xiao. raised his eyebrows and smiled. It was hard. A day and a night. I didn't eat well and couldn't sleep on the road. And I could only get off the car and walk on the ground for a few circles when I was in a hurry. Going to the toilet is also the only time when she is not monitored by the old nun. At other times, the guy is like a searchlight, wishing to light up her titanium dog eyes. Xianjin turned his head and looked, and asked very familiarly and naturally, since leaving the Wanwu temple, the carriage has been heading southeast. Is this place within the boundaries of Jincheng Prefecture? This place is also hidden deep. I didn't grow up in the capital city, and I didn't know that there are such steep mountains and Xianjin looked out the window and built such a solid fortress. Emperor Xiaoda followed Xianjin's gaze and looked out. Standing high above the mountain ridge, one can see the wide sea not far away. This place was originally called Tangjiabao. In the distance is the Bohai Bay. From here, you can go out to sea in the east, south, west, and north. You can reach Jiazhou Bay nearby, Luosha in the north, and Tianju in the south. This fortress was built when Goguryeo was in danger. Emperor Xiaoda spoke slowly, and with a playful look on his face. You are different than I thought. You are smarter and calmer. Many times better than your father. How do you know this is Jianzhou Prefecture? Bian asked you to memorize the map? Xianjin shook his head. During the Baidu Rebellion, 80% of the refugees from the two places attacked the capital from Jianzhou Prefecture. On the eve of the attack, the official on duty in Jianzhou Prefecture hanged himself at home. This is the only doubt about the Baidu Rebellion. From this, it is not difficult to guess. Perhaps your base camp is not in Hebei, not in the capital, but in Jianzhou Prefecture, which is well connected and has a narrow area. Xianjin folded his hands on his abdomen and spoke calmly and generously. Emperor Xiaoda leaned back. Do you also think that the Baidu Rebellion was my work? Xianjin said nothing. Emperor Xiaoda finally stopped smiling, and his brows showed a little more annoyance. Oh, the famine is real. The disaster relief is ineffective. The refugees are real. And the desperate situation is real. What does this have to do with me? Your father, my eldest brother, is indecisive and dares not make decisions immediately. He kept delaying the Shandong Provincial Administration Commissioner's letter to the court requesting the court to allocate special funds to prevent and deal with the drought. And he kept delaying it. He delayed it again and again. He delayed a small disaster into a big epidemic, a small illness into a serious disease. When the famine and refugees were out of control, my brother selected officials who were talented but incompetent to rush to Shandong to deal with the emergency. What can he do? Write poems to boost morale or draw pictures to record? Emperor Xiaoda's eyes were sinister. Staring at Xianjin, one incompetent general will kill the whole army. Your father has no etiquette in family affairs and no knowledge of state affairs. Why can't I replace him? Because I am the daughter of a 7th-rank beauty, and he is the daughter of the empress? Chapter 389 Social Death. Emperor Xiaoda seemed to have a mouthful of old blood and years of accumulated grievances in his mouth. His eyes were bright, and he looked at Xianjin like a fire. Xianjin lowered his eyes. His long eyelashes moved slightly, and his expression was obscure. Silence. After a moment of silence, Xianjin glanced sideways, raised his head, blinked with clear eyes, and spoke in a clear voice. Uncle, is there a place to take a bath here? Xianjin scratched his head. I have been riding in a carriage for the past 2 days, and I haven't washed my hair or face. My head is stinky. Emperor Xiaoda? Calling him uncle is quite easy now. Emperor Xiaoda fell into a strange silence. The grievance and distortion that just surfaced seemed to be despised and mocked by the girl in front of him. The emotions accumulated over decades were destroyed in an instant. Are you mocking me? Emperor Xiaoda clenched his fists, and when he raised his eyes again, his eyes were dark and gloomy. The double black shadows behind him floated forward. It seemed that there was a cold light of cold weapons flashing in the shadows. Xianjin was silent for a moment. Then he casually dragged out the chair in front of the 8 Immortals table. The dragging sound was as unpleasant as an old light box. Xianjin sat down casually, raised his head, deliberately showing his slender neck and bouncing arteries, and said with a contemptuous and provocative attitude, if I say yes, will you kill me? He paused slightly. Xianjin laughed to himself. Do you dare to kill me? He emphasized, to be precise. Do you dare to kill me now? Emperor Xiaoda lowered his eyelids, and under the shadow of the candlestick, the light in his eyes was hidden very deeply, and he was staring at the young girl in front of him, who had the same blood as him. Xianjin leaned back and wanted to cross his legs, but he remembered that if Xiao Hui crossed his legs, his body would bend sideways, which would cause back problems when he got old. So he gave up the idea and could only slightly separate his legs, clasp his hands into fists, and put them together on the table. Uncle, let's not beat around the bush. I am now a turtle in your trap and a bait on your hook. I can't escape death. You used the Lu family and plotted against Empress Lu to imprison me all the way here. The old nun in the carriage is Empress Lu of the abdicated emperor. Right? The young girl from the Feng family should also have the surname Lu. Right? At the beginning, the eldest princess killed Lieutenant General Lu, who forced the emperor to abdicate and deposed Empress Lu, but left the rest of the Lu family. Lieutenant General Lu's wife asked for a divorce before he was beheaded. Right? Is Feng Yuanyuan a posthumous child? Or is she the youngest daughter of the Lu family who followed her mother to remarry? Emperor Xiaoda's eyes darkened, and he was not ready to answer Xianjin. Fortunately, Xianjin did not expect his answer, but continued to talk to himself. You have abducted me here, and you hate me like a bone. But you have to bear the pain to save my life. Do you want to use my life to force the Grand Princess to do something? Xianjin looked at the vast seascape 100 miles away in the window. Do you want to use me as a hostage and counterattack the capital again? Or use my life to force the Grand Princess to surrender and let you return to the capital from the palace? Or are you trying to earn a future for your own offspring? That day, the Grand Princess Bian came to visit secretly in disguise to tell Xianjin about this. Feng Yuanyuan's background is not clean. Her mother is the original wife of Lieutenant General Lu. I have opened a loophole now, letting all the evil spirits surface. I didn't want to involve you, but she came to me. I will pay more attention to her. You should also be careful and stay away from her. Don't get involved in this mess. The Grand Princess Bian wanted to protect her and warn her. Xianjin was silent for a long time, and suddenly understood a lot of things. The sudden audience from all sides, the withdrawal of troops from the capital's commanding officers, and Xiao Hui's frequent visits to the northeast of the capital in the past few months. Where is the northeast of the capital? Isn't it the Qingda Palace? Isn't it where Emperor Xiaoda is? Princess Bian said, if a criminal is strictly guarded, he will naturally not make mistakes, but when you hand the knife handle to him, the chance of him making mistakes will be much greater. When I was young, I adhered to the teachings of my mother. A gentleman should do what he should do, and not do what he should not do, to be prudent and fair, and did not agree with the harsh punishment of involving others. I let some people go, and looked down on some things. Now, after 20 years of ups and downs in the bloody sea, a saying is spread on the grassland. If you want to kill wolves, you must kill the entire wolf tribe, even the young wolves that have not opened their eyes. Otherwise you are very likely to die in the wolf's mouth. At first, I pitied Empress Lu's rough life, and the Lu family was full of loyal and brave people, so I only suppressed them, but did not eliminate them. Now, under the instigation of Su Fengxian, the Lu family of Wanhua Temple is ready to make a move, trying to fight back. Grand Princess Bian shook her head. If they want to fight against the stone with an egg, then come on. There is no need to leave them alive. I, Bian, will bear the eternal sin of killing my blood relatives. Xianjin looked at Grand Princess Bian's face, and said inexplicably, then, let me join the game. Why are you hiding? Fishing without bait? Making money without cost? How can you get something for nothing? What business is there that is sure to make money? Businessmen are all gambling-minded. Xianjin's gambling nature is the same as her father in her previous life. She dares to bet all her chips on things that are 80% profitable. I have a special identity, and I am bound to the Qiao family. You all love me, but others hate me. I am the best bait. Xianjin's eyes sparkled. If the outside is repelled, the inside must be at peace. As long as Xiaoda does not retreat, the power he has planted for more than 10 years will not be at peace, and you will have a hard time everywhere. I heard from the teacher that the newly revised Great Way Law has never been implemented, and your new tax on clan tenants has always been just talk. In addition, the revision of the imperial examination, the river dam, the canal cleaning, everything is pending. You can't kill your relatives without a legitimate reason. I can be that person. Xianjin's eyes were bright, and a strand of hair fell from his temples. Princess Bian leaned forward with a compassionate look and pulled up the strand of hair. She had mixed feelings and didn't know what to think. It was great. Although the 2-year-old child who was just learning to speak did not grow up in the fertile field she expected. He had grown up to be tall and straight without knowing when. Princess Bayan still wanted to refuse. Xianjin said without question, just hand over the knife handle and wait for him to make a mistake. How long will it take? Wait until Japan and Tatar catch their breath. Wait until Neo-Confucianism is revived? Wait until the power of the clan grows day by day. If the chronic disease is not cured, how can there be a new life? Princess Bayan stood up after a long pause and said with a desperate move, since you are brave, then let's give it a try and see what Su Fengxian is really up to. To avoid alerting the enemy, I will withdraw all the Imperial Guards and mute guards from you. You must find a way to pass the message yourself. Su Fengxian is a cautious person. He will not touch your life-saving talisman until the last moment. You must also believe in your aunt. I can't delay things until the last moment. The conversation returned to the way it had been before. Xianjin hesitated for a moment and asked, does Prince Xiao need to know? Princess Bayan shook her head gently. No need. She paused, as if looking for the right words. His personality is not suitable for these fights. Xianjin recovered from his memories, and the words he just said were still lingering between his lips and teeth. Xianjin stared at Emperor Xiaoda motionlessly, trying to understand his intentions from his expression. Emperor Xiaoda's face remained calm. After a while, he raised his hand and hooked his fingers. The shadows behind him came forward, one holding Xianjin, the other groping back and forth on Xianjin's body. Xianjin pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. Shadow finally took out the ruby and sapphire dagger from Xianjin's sleeve and respectfully presented it to Emperor Xiaoda with both hands. Emperor Xiaoda lowered his eyes slightly, glanced at the flying crane on the scabbard, raised the corner of his lips, and threw the dagger back to Shadow. Send this dagger to Prince Xiao's mansion. Xianjin narrowed his eyes. Emperor Xiaoda said again, write a letter to my dear brother, within 3 days. If you want to see the white silk hanging in Prince Xiao's mansion, I will release Xianjin on the spot. If you don't see the white silk on time, on the 4th day, he must see the head of his only daughter. Xianjin raised his head suddenly. Emperor Xiaoda was in a good mood and added, if he was a man, he would not tell his sisters about this matter. Right? Emperor Xiaoda's smile faded, and he snorted coldly. If he told his elder sister about this, Xianjin's head would still be waiting for his crying. Xianjin clenched his hands tightly, and his well-trimmed nails were almost embedded in the flesh of his palms. Emperor Xiaoda looked at Xianjin with a happy expression. When my elder sister helped me to ascend to the throne, she made me swear that I would never touch my useless brother in this life. Otherwise the throne would be unstable, and someone would eventually replace me. I honestly ascended to the throne, and promised to do so. Now that I am no longer the emperor, I can always kill him. Right? Emperor Xiaoda laughed, and stopped laughing after a long time. Once the white silk is hung in Prince Xiao's mansion, the coffin is out, and we make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Who will still care about me? By then, Emperor Xiaoda glanced at Xianjin. By then, I will have already run far away. This is what my eldest sister taught me. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. The great cause of restoring the country can also be done from the outside to the inside. By then, who will be left in the Su family? My useless brother is dead. You little girl is dead. And the remaining collateral branches are almost out of 5 generations. And my eldest sister is really too old to give birth. Right? By then, our family will be prosperous and in the prime of life. And won't I still be the one to sit on the throne of the Su family? Xianjin's expression slowly darkened. This was completely different from what she had expected at the beginning. Completely different. Xianjin pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. You think too highly of Prince Xiao. 13 years ago, he fed my mother medicine to keep himself alive. Now, how could he be willing to die for me? Emperor Xiaoda raised his eyebrows. Xianjin continued, what's more, hanging white silk for funeral is just a funeral. It doesn't have to be a real death. Emperor Xiaoda smiled. His body may not die, but once the white silk is hung, and he is out of the coffin, who will recognize his identity? His bloodline? His surname? Emperor Xiaoda looked relaxed. He is dead even if he is not dead. Chapter 390 Leave My Life. Social death. This is the first word that popped into Xianjin's mind. If a funeral is held, it means that this person has disappeared from the world. Who will recognize his identity when he reappears? Xianjin said, are you going by sea? To Japan? Going out of Bohai Bay. The first choice is Goguryeo. followed by Japan. It should be Japan. This dwarf has just been sanctioned by the Wei dynasty for trade. The opportunity that is delivered to the door must be cherished by the dwarf. In comparison, the sensible little Korean, who always slides down quickly, does not need Emperor Xiaoda. Since from the sea, Emperor Xiaoda stopped talking, looked at Xianjin and smiled. Where I go seems to have nothing to do with my niece. Right? Emperor Xiaoda waved his hand, and the shadow beside him immediately flashed and took Xianjin away. Xianjin was imprisoned. The imprisonment conditions were not very good. In the cellar, there was a hole in the sky, which was sealed with iron bars. The earthen walls and yellow mud floor were falling dust. Xianjin lay flat at night. When he got up the next day, his face was yellow and covered with dust. Xianjin looked up and could vaguely see the sky through the gap. At night, when it was dark, there would be a regular vibration from the ground. It sounded like the vibration caused by the uniform steps of stepping on the ground. It didn't look like a mob of 100 or 200 people. It looked like an elite army of thousands of people. This should be all the cards Emperor Xiaoda had. He wanted to use these cards to escape. And before he escaped, he would definitely get rid of her. Early the next morning, a shadow covered with black cloth broke in and silently and roughly pulled off the jade ring on her hand. On the morning of the third day, what was taken away was an empty sachet silk bag that Xianjin had hidden in his clothes. Ening tried to reach into Xianjin's clothes, but was stopped by Xianjin's frank and calm sneer. You can try it. Even though I am a prisoner now, I also bleed the blood of the Su family. When I am killed, I will ask my uncle for a guard to be buried with me. Do you think my uncle will agree or not? Ening hesitated, but became more and more suspicious that Xianjin had hidden something in his clothes. So he called a cooking nanny to close the door and check. The old lady came out of the door, holding an empty silk sachet in her hand. Nothing? Emperor Xiaoda looked at the sachet in front of him. Shadow shook his head and said concisely, There is nothing else on here except this sachet. There is nothing in this sachet. Emperor Xiaoda frowned. Don't call her he. She is the blood of my Su family. Shadow thought of the thread just now, and couldn't help but feel lucky. After saying that, he reached out to take the sachet. Before opening it, he smelled a smell of soul. And a salty smell? Emperor Xiaoda asked, What's the matter with this sachet? Shadow bowed his head. Princess, said this is the sachet that the Marquis of Zhongwu carried with him. Emperor Xiaoda threw it away in disgust. No wonder it smells salty and stinky. It turns out to be sweat. Send it over. Go north when you get there. There are also boats waiting for you in Jiazhou Bay. Remember not to look back. Don't expose our current hiding place. Emperor Xiaoda emphasized. For 3 consecutive days, fast horses galloped in the dark from Daowei Mountain in Jianzhou Prefecture to the capital city. Anyone who went out of the iron gate at the entrance of the village could not come in again. Emperor Xiaoda knew very well that he dared to tie up his Xianjin and shout at his elder sister. Not because of the 2,000 elite soldiers, but because he hid very well. Hiding. Even the most timid dog dared to bark. This stronghold must be defended, and no mistakes can be made. On the evening of the third day, Xianjin stood under the iron fence, observing the darkness of the night. He waited for a long time, but did not wait for the familiar platform to shake. Xianjin raised his head and swallowed deeply. If the army is not trained every day, there are only 2 solutions. One is to fight, and the other is to withdraw. Soon, torches were lit one after another on the cellar. The most vigorous torch stopped on the iron fence, and then the door panel lock was opened. 2 strong women wearing aprons slid down, one on the left and one on the right, and lifted Xianjin to the ground. Another held Xianjin's neck, and the other pinched Xianjin's hands, and escorted Xianjin all the way to the Tunku bunker. Looking from the high railing, Emperor Xiaoda was wearing a cloak and standing on the inner wall of the earth wall. Hearing the noise, Emperor Xiaoda turned his head and waved to Xianjin excitedly. You are here? Come on! Come on! The maid behind him let go of Xianjin's hands and neck. Xianjin walked to where he stood shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Xiaoda, looked down, and saw a busy street with bright lights. Dozens of carriages were loading goods and people one by one. 4 or 5 women dressed as concubines, and 7 or 8 boys and girls of all ages got on the carriages in batches. Empress Lu, wearing a nun's gown, led the trembling Feng Yuanyuan to the last carriage. When they were about to get close, Feng Yuanyuan suddenly ran back and shouted loudly, I won't go to Japan. I won't go to Japan. I am obviously a noble lady of the great way. When the saint restores the country, I will be the most noble woman of a different surname. Why should I leave my hometown? I won't go. Feng Yuanyuan's escape caused a commotion. Swish. Puff. In a flash, a long arrow pierced Feng Yuanyuan's chest. The noise under the bunker stopped abruptly. Feng Yuanyuan slowly fell to the ground, and the bright red on her chest was clearly visible. The old Queen Nilu paused for a moment, lowered her eyebrows and looked at it, then calmly supported her hands on the wheel tracks, lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Xianjin looked sideways, calmly looked at Emperor Zhao holding a bow and arrow beside him, and whispered, "She is just a deceived little girl. She is afraid only after doing bad things. Why do you have to kill her?" Emperor Zhao smiled honestly and compassionately. He raised his hand, and the attendant behind him brought a red lacquered wooden tray with a bowl inside. The bowl was shaking with dark and shiny soup. Emperor Zhao's tone was full of compassion. Prince Zhao's mansion. White silk was hung early this morning. Swana was played, and the abbot was invited to chant sutras. You drink it. I specially asked the imperial physician to select a good medicine. It is not painful or bitter to drink it. Just like sleeping. I heard that your mother bled from all 7 orifices after drinking the medicine, and died with eyes open. Don't worry. You will definitely die more peacefully and comfortably than your mother and this girl. Xianjin smiled. If you keep this good medicine for yourself, it will make me look more filial. Emperor Zhao also smiled. You are so sharp-tongued. I don't know who you resemble. Your father is only incompetent and furious. Your elder sister is straightforward and sassy. And your mother is a weak woman who is afraid of scaring mosquitoes when she speaks. Oh, it is true that they resemble each other. I remember that concubine Gala's sister is a woman with a very fast tongue. Emperor Zhao raised his hand again, and the maids next to him came forward one by one, skillfully holding up Xianjin's left and right arms, pinching Xianjin's jaw with their hands, and the edge of the bowl approached the corner of his lips little by little. Xianjin struggled and couldn't move at all, but he could still speak vaguely. If I were you, I would definitely keep my life. At least wait. I can still use me as a hostage and deal with the visitor for a while. Chapter 391. Sorry. The hand raised by Emperor Zhao paused after Xianjin's words. Come here? What does come here mean? You are detained in the cellar. Could you collude with anyone else? Emperor Zhao turned his head in panic and looked around, trying to find a trace of information. The shadow behind him hurriedly lowered his head and replied, since being escorted to the cellar, there has been no one except An Sun who delivers meals and cleans all day long. Emperor Zhao was relieved. An Sun was his wed nurse. Even his biological mother might betray him, but An Sun would never do that. He has always been cautious and prudent. This was the case when he was an unappreciated prince born to a 7th-rank beauty. This was the case when he just turned 16 and worked hard to marry the only daughter of the Jianzhou Prefecture's guard commander. He traveled day and night every 2 days between Beijing and Tianjin. This was also the case when he was cowardly and tremblingly pushed his high-ranking eldest brother into the refugee den. He is timid and thoughtful. He looks honest and taciturn. But he is down-to-earth and gentle. He is completely different from his unbridled and noble brother. During the Baidu rebellion, more than 10,000 refugees used Jianzhou Prefecture as a breakthrough point to enter the capital. His father-in-law, who was in charge of the Jianzhou Prefecture's guards, covered his left chest in pain and died on the high tower guarding the city. Everyone, including his wife, thought that his father-in-law died suddenly due to a long battle. Only he knew that a small bottle of thick juice from the root of echinidum could make a person lose his breath in just half an hour. The father-in-law died like a hero. This news of his death almost cleared all suspicions of his usurpation of the throne, and also cleaned all stains of his conspiracy with his father-in-law, and made him successfully avoid the suspicion and questioning of his elder sister. On the wall of Tunku, Emperor Zhao secretly hid in the shadows, with only half of his right shoulder helplessly exposed to the firelight. He pinched Xianjin's jaw corner with a little more force. Speak clearly. Who is coming? What did you do? When he raised his eyes, he met Xianjin's calm and upward eyes. For some reason, this pair of eyes made Emperor Zhao angry. Really like the elder sister. Damn it! Not like the useless brother. Like the elder sister, calmly and equally looking down on all the dark crawling insects. Yes, the children born by the queen are beautiful and noble, expected everywhere, superior to others, born to be dragons and phoenixes flying through the clouds in the sky. And his biological mother was just a candle-lighting palace maid who secretly climbed onto the dragon bed while the late emperor was drunk in the palace. The appearance of his biological mother is proof of the late emperor's betrayal. It is the dirty thing that broke the deep love between the late emperor and the queen. And his appearance is a deliberate and dirty product. It is the best evidence of climbing up the dragon and attaching to the phoenix. It is just a tool used by his biological mother to save her life. Emperor Zhao did not dare to look directly into those eyes, and hurriedly avoided them, and immediately shouted loudly, "Dig out her eyes! Hang her on the city wall! Give her some Mafei sand first! Her surname is Su. After all, she is from our family. Don't let her feel too much pain. Yes, he crawls in the dark. He is timid. He is used to hiding behind others to do bad things. First, it was his ambitious father-in-law. And then it was Li Gulao who was determined to leave his name in the history of love. But he is also surnamed Su. A dark crawler with noble blood and born in the royal family. The surname Su was the thing he was most proud of in his life. The shadow behind him responded. And just as he took a step forward, he heard a fierce noise not far away. Attack! Attack! Enemy attack! 300 meters away. Smoke came out of the beacon tower. Emperor Zhao suddenly dilated his pupils, and then suddenly contracted them. After coming to his senses, he immediately pulled Xianjin over, his left hand firmly across Xianjin's shoulders, and his right hand took out a sharp dagger and pressed it against Xianjin's neck. His back was tightly pressed against the cold bricks of the bunker, and he had no way to retreat. Come! The attack alarm stopped abruptly, followed by the rumbling of horse hooves and the blazing flames. Emperor Zhao's eyes were full of flames burning up to the sky. The gate of Tunku has been breached. The cavalry in black armor stood under the bunker, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. In the reflection of the blazing flames, it was clear that the leader's helmet was shining coldly. And under the armor, his eyes were like swords, calm but sharp. His eldest sister came in person. The two people behind the eldest sister were on the left and right. One with a broad face and narrow eyes, carrying a long sword on his back, and the other handsome, holding a bow in his right hand and reins in his left hand. But the horse under him was stepping back and forth, as if he was restless. Emperor Zhao tried his best to hide himself in the darkness, and secretly exerted force with his right hand, with veins popping out on the back of his hand. Xianjin tried his best to lift his chin invisibly, trying to reduce the pressure on his air cavity. The guards who hurriedly climbed up the bunker gasped. No! No! The Qianbing port dock where we hid was also surrounded by large ships. The palace, 3 princes, and 4 princesses all huddled in the bushes and dared not show their heads. The corners of Emperor Zhao's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his palms tightened and tightened, as if he was roaring. How did they find this place? Xianjin stood on tiptoe with difficulty and twisted his neck. Scented sachet. Emperor Zhao frowned in panic. The sachet contains fluorescent stones. Get off the carriage. I'll throw one in the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions. Xianjin tilted his neck and his voice gradually changed. The eldest princess knew, at the beginning, otherwise. Why do you think you escaped so easily? Escaped from Qingde Palace. Emperor Zhao suddenly remembered the salty smell of mud and stone left in the sachet. Emperor Zhao took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His mind was filled with fear, and his hands involuntarily relaxed a little. Xianjin took this opportunity to take a deep breath. Brother Xian. A loud shout came from under the bunker. It was the voice of the Grand Princess Bayan. How are you? The Grand Princess Bayan spoke in a high-pitched voice, raised her head, and showed a flawless face and contemptuous eyes. After such a defeat, why are you still holding Xianjin? Put her down, and let's have a good talk. You know, before my father died, he forced us to swear that those with the surname Su would not kill those with the surname Su. I won't kill you. Emperor Zhao laughed loudly. You won't kill me. If you don't kill me, there are plenty of people behind you who will kill me. That Zhongwu Marquis. His eyes are green. Xianjin tried to breathe while looking downstairs. It's okay. Where is the green? The eyes are a little red. But it's true. Princess Bayan did not deny what Emperor Zhao said. The black horse under her stepped forward alternately half a step. Princess Bayan's voice was still high. A defeat is like a mountain falling. People must accept their fate. If you are not as good as others, just admit it calmly. You will be a hero again in the next life. Emperor Zhao spat viciously. Accept your fate. If you accepted your fate, I wouldn't be where I am now. Accept your fate. I'm still a worm in the mud. I can't even get a glance from you and the prince. Accept your fate? Why don't you accept your fate? Why don't you live alone in the northern border for the rest of your life, but rush back to the capital after seeing me gradually eating away at the court? You should persuade yourself before you persuade others. You are used to being high and mighty, so you persuade others to accept their fate. Accept your lowliness. Accept your humbleness. Accept that you can't hold your head up for the rest of your life. Emperor Xiaoda was so excited that he couldn't control the strength of his hands. Xian Jin was pressed so hard that he rolled his eyes in an extremely unpresentable manner. Let her go. Under the bunker, another voice sounded angrily. It was Qiao Hui. Emperor Xiaoda became excited. Sure, I can let her go. Qiao Hui held the bow in one hand and rode forward without any orders. As long as you let her go, everything can be discussed. Emperor Xiaoda hid in the darkness, and the towering fortress protected him well. The voice penetrated the stone wall. Can you keep your word? Under the bunker, she said loudly. Of course I will. Emperor Xiaoda laughed. Okay. Okay. Xian Jin clearly felt the hand holding her throat pause. As if after hesitation, he finally saw the situation clearly and decided to burn his boats. Emperor Xiaoda said loudly again, let my queen and the third and fourth princes board the ship and go out to sea. I can see the whole sea from here. My eldest sister immediately issued an order. And after you are 100 years old, the throne will be passed to my third son Ing Luo. Xian Jin was slightly stunned. She thought Emperor Xiaoda would ask him to evacuate. I know you will kill me. Now that things have come to this, I can't escape. When I see the ship sailing out to sea, I will kill myself. Emperor Xiaoda laughed and said, I will let you have this little girl, which will also fulfill the late emperor's will of Su family members. Do not kill Su family members. Princess Bian said loudly. Are you serious? Emperor Xiaoda said loudly. Really? Sometimes after being a reptile for a long time, I occasionally want to be a hero. The third and fourth princes are his only legitimate children from the harem, and their blood is noble. Although he feels sorry for the other children, he can only blame himself for being born poorly. Just like him, he did not crawl out of his wife's belly. My arrogant brother, in order to save his life, did something so terrible as to abandon his concubine and daughter. Emperor Xiaoda said arrogantly, there must be something I am better than him in this life. Princess Bian was silent for a long time. No one dared to interrupt except the sound of the wind and waves in the night sky. Okay, said Princess Bian. Emperor Xiaoda's right arm loosened involuntarily. At this moment, in a flash, a cloud-piercing arrow broke through the sky and ambushed. Puff. With a dull sound, it pierced the right shoulder of Emperor Xiaoda that was exposed in the fire with great precision. Emperor Xiaoda loosened his right hand due to inertia, and shook backwards due to inertia. The cold light fell quickly. At this moment, Xian Jin suddenly squatted down, completely getting rid of Emperor Xiaoda's restraints. Under the shining firelight like daylight, Xian Jin accurately touched the dagger that fell on the ground, quickly grabbed it, stood up, turned around, waved his arms, and raised his hands in one go. Emperor Xiaoda widened his eyes, covered his throat with both hands in disbelief, but still couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. Xian Jin's face was sprayed with blood. She took a few deep breaths, due to the angle. I couldn't hold down the dagger. Emperor Xiaoda stretched his hands forward with twitching. Xian Jin waved his hands away. The Su will not kill the Su. Xian Jin held the dagger in her hand. Her eyes were firm, and her voice was calm. I'm sorry. My last name is He. Chapter 392. Who can say she didn't succeed? Instantly, the building collapsed, and almost everyone on the tower heard the sound of expected collapse. The emperor is dead. The emperor's neck was cut in front of him. Now he is like a plucked chicken, with blood spurting from his neck, twitching, and using his hands to plug the huge blood hole in his neck. The scene is absurd and weird. Everyone was stunned for a blink of an eye. And then a clever servant moved from the plucked chicken to Xian Jin. The boss is dead. Can these minions still survive? The answer must be no. When they reacted, someone rushed to Xian Jin with a knife. Before the man raised his knife, he was hit by an arrow in his left chest. Xian Jin turned his head and squatted down immediately, which seemed to be a signal. Then, arrows rained down and attacked the tower crazily. People standing in the light of the tower were killed instantly by the sudden rain of arrows. And people hiding in the dark turned around and ran away without any desire to fight. Xianjin stood up slowly, with the help of the bluestone bricks, lowered his head and looked down. The blood drops that had long been cold hung on her long eyelashes, dyeing all the scenes in front of her with a layer of enchanting red. Under the high tower, a broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted man on horseback was holding a bow in one hand, bowing his head to Xianjin from a distance. His posture relaxed and humble. The deliberate killings were often like a storm, coming and going in a hurry. The 2,000 people in the village were like turtles in a jar. Those who resisted stubbornly were beheaded, and those who surrendered were tied in front of the horses. The Empress of Emperor Zhao, 2 concubines with children, and their children were all controlled in a small house at the entrance of the village. A group of captives knelt in the parade ground, and dead bodies and body parts were piled up in the valley. Between the breaths, there was a bloody smell that was close to solid. The soldier shouted and counted the spoils. Tibetan fox teacher Liang Yang passed by and waved his fist high at Xianjin. Quick movements. What an agile fox. Xianjin waved, thank you so much. We have suddenly become a species. Xianjin turned around and looked at the valley with a dim gaze. Night blindness made her unable to see clearly. But the flowing cold air also made her clearly feel that life was as small as a mayfly under the influence of power disputes. Very good. A cold and hoarse female voice came from behind. Xianjin turned his head. At some point, Princess Bayan stood behind Xianjin, smart, decisive, strong, intelligent, brave. I was 20 years old, but I couldn't be as good as you. Princess Bayan stood with her hands behind her back, her eyes like torches, as if she couldn't smell the overwhelming bloody smell at all. This country needs people like you. Xianjin, recognize your ancestors and return to your roots. I can make you the crown princess. Empress Wu Zetian was made an empress through marriage. You don't have to suffer the pain of marriage. And you don't have to climb up step by step. And will pave the way for you and hold you very high. When the time comes, all nations will pay homage to you, whether they are enemies or friends. They must smile and wish you long live. Xianjin glanced at the Grand Princess Bayan. The Grand Princess Bayan spoke arrogantly, as if with one order. The 9 provinces and rivers were all in her hands, and the Grand Princess Bayan was holding the mountains and rivers in front of her. She had always felt the expectations of the Grand Princess Bayan. She was moved. She never concealed her ambition. She wanted to be a rule, not an ant under the rules. She wanted to use her power and dare to challenge the old customs of the entire country as a single person. She wanted her thoughts to project a more brilliant light on a larger platform. The opportunity is right in front of her. The opportunity that everyone dreams of, is right at her fingertips. The cloak of the Grand Princess Bayan fluttered. The tip of the knife hung low, and a drop or two of blood sank into the mud along the blade. Her profile was straight and powerful, and her eyebrows were not trimmed long and neatly, but instead had the savagery and wildness of all things. "Aunt, do you know how I feel now?" Xianjin turned his head and whispered. The Grand Princess Bayan wanted to hear more. I feel like vomiting. Xianjin said calmly, my stomach is empty, but my throat is full of acid, and my abdomen is swollen and painful, as if there are thousands of waves beating my stomach and intestines. Just now, I walked down from the high tower. My knees softened, and I fell to the ground. Princess Bayan lowered her eyes. It's normal that I'm not used to killing and setting fires. Xianjin shook his head. As the boss of a paper shop, if I fail miserably, I will only lose money and land. Close the shop, raise enough capital, and be a hero again in a year, but as a person in a high position. Once a decision is wrong, it will cost thousands of lives. Just now, if I hesitated for a moment, not only would my head and body be separated, but the 3,000 cavalrymen who came today would also face the situation of overturning. The superior should be most afraid of incompetence and mediocrity. Xianjin's voice was cold. The abdicated emperor was mediocre. A natural disaster caused 3 man-made disasters. The Wei dynasty regressed 30 years. The southeast coast was invaded by the Japanese, and the Tatars in the northern border almost invaded. The Zhao emperor was fooled by the minions, and used as a banner by the minions. Confucianism almost collapsed, and academic discussions were closed. What's worse, he colluded with the Japanese, and almost handed over the sea and land to others, if they were gentry and landlords. Would they have the opportunity to cause such a disaster? Xianjin looked up at the stars falling low to the west not far away. Princess Bayan stood on the ground with the tip of her knife. Of course I can't. At best, I will just drink and have fun, and do nothing for the rest of my life. Xianjin fixed his eyes on the stars not far away, and raised one hand. I am just a small star now. I have not yet fulfilled my promise to my colleagues in Xuanqing Prefecture to expand the rice paper business to the land of Kyushu. He raised his hand again. How can I be on top of the world out of nowhere, and become the moon? Xianjin put down his hand, turned his head, and looked back at Princess Bayan. You entered the military camp at the age of 15, chased and killed the enemy for 3,000 miles, and rose from a centurion to a commander-in-chief. You suffered enough hardships during that time, and now you are able to plan and kill decisively. I just held back my stomach churning and tried to hold on the high tower. You want to be my east wind and ask me to lift you higher. Wouldn't I be completely exposed and completely naked? Princess Bayan stared at Xianjin quietly for a moment, then slowly turned away and said in a deep voice, Emperor Gongwen. Oh, my grandfather was the most outstanding among the 9 sons competing for the throne. The late emperor, my father, finally became the crown prince at the age of 30 because of the absurd rebellion of the eldest brother of the empress, and because of his good reading and thinking. The former worked hard to govern the country and led the rule of Gongwen. The latter expanded the territory and won the 2 states of Chang and Di. Your father, my brother, inherited the throne with orthodox blood without any effort. But, Princess Bayan sighed deeply, as elders, we always want the younger generation to live happily. But we forget that the sword is sharpened by grinding, and the plum blossoms are fragrant in the bitter cold. Xianjin said nothing. She wanted to be the rule. In the face of huge temptations, she forced herself to be clear-headed and weighed her own weight, about 30 pounds and 80 pounds. Thanks to the financial economic theory developed for 100 years in later generations, she had no problem doing business and calculating marketing. But this is not a store, let alone a business. It is a country. Rights and responsibilities are interlinked. She did not think that the less than 10 years of living in the Wei dynasty would be enough for her to shine and show her talents. Please! She did not even understand the difference between the Chengzuan, the state, the prefecture, the county, the 6 ministries and the local areas, the military generals and the civil officials. At the wind outlet of the mountain valley, the smell of blood gradually dissipated. The stars set in the west, and the sun rose. The soldiers behind him were still counting the prisoners of war. Xiaohui sat on a tall horse, and the sound of horse hooves was bright and comfortable in the morning bell in the mountains. Princess Bayan seemed to remember something. Nurgan Dusi Fonbeni, who allowed his wife and daughter to join the rebels, was dismissed and investigated. Zhong Wuho asked yesterday to go to Nurgan to fill the vacancy on a certain day. Have you discussed it? Xianjin turned his head and smiled. He chose Nurgan? Princess Bayan's eyes did not move. Xianjin smiled and turned his head on the map. Yumen, Nurgan, Xiangxi and Cheongzhou. I thought he would choose Cheongzhou. After all, it was the achievements made on the sea ship. Who knew he chose Nurgan, the northernmost? Xianjin's face was obviously happy, knowing there is a tiger in the mountain. He went to the Tiger Mountain, give up the comfort zone, and embrace new challenges. It is worthy of the big chest muscle hair tail she has set her eyes on. The eyes of the eldest Princess Bayan suddenly softened. Outside Human Pass is Tatar. Nurgan is cold and freezing. And there are also Rakshasas eyeing covetously. There is a country within a country in Xiangxi. The Miao people are fierce and undisciplined. Cheongzhou is hot and remote. And if Luzon invades, it will definitely be the first to fight. The 4 places have their own hardships. And they are all places where the ministers in the court avoid. Where is the comfort of the prosperous and charming capital? However, one of royal blood and one of the emperor's close ministers hit it off and wanted to go very much. Xianjin's previous depression was blown away by a large part. Facing the rising sun, Xianjin's eyes sparkled. Then let's go to Nurgan first. Work from north to south, while doing the rice paper business. We can also learn about the customs and local conditions of different places. Baoyuan and I are only in our 20s now. Even if we spend 10 years outside to hone our skills, we will only be less than 40 and early 30s when we return to Beijing. It's a good time to do things. Princess Bayan was somewhat speechless. If the Queen Mother had been willing to send her younger brother to a cold and bitter place like Nurgan to hone his skills, Would his fate have been different? No. 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 Even. There was no need to send him to Nurgan. After being thrown out of the capital. To Sichuan. To Suzhou and Hangzhou. To the Central Plains. And seeing through the ups and downs of officialdom. The evil of human hearts. And the exchange of interests. Her younger brother would definitely be very different. After a long time, Princess Bayan deliberately said, 10 years is too long. Maybe I will also pick out 1 or 2 talents from the Su family's children. Xian Jin shrugged, that's fine. By then, I will have owned 6 rivers and more than 20 avenues. And sold rice paper to Lusha, Tianju, Luzon, England. Who can say I won't succeed? Princess Bayan smiled. In the east, the sun rose. A red light. No matter blood. No matter identity. No matter time and space. She is open-minded, smart, down-to-earth, hard-working, not obsessed with details, and dares to face her flaws. Who can say that such a girl will not succeed?